Chapter 429, The Great Battle Begins. The moment the giant beast burst from the sea, Liu Yun's and Han Li both displayed the same expression. Their eyes were vacant, mouths tightly shut, faces rigid, and breathing stopped. To summarize it in one word, numb. The giant beast before them was a vibrant red, 100 zhang long, covered in scales, with a single horn on its head. Its appearance was ferocious and terrifying, and its astonishing spiritual pressure caused a buzzing sound to reverberate between heaven and earth. This was a genuine 8th rank flood dragon, and one of the most infamously vicious among them, a poison flood dragon. Liu Yun's and Han Li exchanged glances, both understanding the unspoken meaning in the other's eyes. Let's move. As a genuine 8th rank flood dragon, this 8th grade poison flood dragon's strength was only stronger, not weaker, than a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. As for Liu Yun's, the Li turtle had been in slumber ever since it swallowed the azure blue ice flame bead. The Void Heaven Palace ancient puppet had not been fully repaired, the Mobile 7 was incomplete, and his new magic treasure had just been forged and hadn't been nurtured for long. Only Galatron and the 3 mature gold-devouring insects could barely confront an enemy of this caliber head-on, and even they wouldn't last many rounds. Han Li was even worse off than him. His gold-devouring insects had just devoured each other and were still a pile of insect eggs. His magic treasures weren't fully prepared either. Facing such an enemy would be suicidal. At this moment, both of them entertained the thought of fleeing. Where there's life, there's hope. Once fully prepared, they would return to slaughter these 2 inconsiderate creatures and make hot pot. However, neither of them moved for a while. In the distance, 2 escape lights were rapidly approaching. They had apparently seen the 8th grade poison flood dragon burst from the sea from afar, yet still had no intention of giving up. The poison flood dragon turned its head, its eyes coldly scanning the 2 escape lights. Then, with a somewhat complex gaze, it looked towards the giant turtle struggling in the lightning tribulation. It let out a low growl, and a faint blue light emanated from its entire body. Its massive 100 zhang long body rapidly shrank and transformed in the light, turning into a human-shaped flood dragon roughly the size of an ordinary person. Its head remained a blood-red, ferocious flood dragon head, but its body and limbs had transformed into a human form. Vivid red scales covered its entire body, and a thick flood dragon tail remained behind, swinging back and forth incessantly. This human-shaped poison flood dragon stood barehanded upon the churning waves, yet it was as if walking on flat ground, its body not swaying in the slightest. Just then, a golden light from afar and a red glow from another direction arrived almost simultaneously. The moment he saw the newcomers, Liu Yun's was momentarily stunned. He felt quite surprised and also a little relieved. Within the golden light was an elderly deist with the bearing of an immortal, a precious sword strapped to his back and a whisk in his hand. It was none other than Golden Sunset Venerable, whom Liu Yun's had met before. And standing beside Golden Sunset Venerable, facing the 8th grade poison flood dragon without a hint of fear, were a pair of similar-looking middle-aged men. Both had ghastly, ashen faces like zombies and wore dazzling fiery red robes. The only difference was that one carried a massive red gourd on his back, while the other held a 10-foot-tall ghost head staff. Compared to their appearance, what truly puzzled Liu Yun's was that both of them only possessed late core formation stage cultivation. With such cultivation, in front of a poison flood dragon no weaker than a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator and another early nascent soul stage cultivator like Golden Sunset Venerable, they exuded a powerful aura, showing not the slightest trace of fear. Liu Yun's felt a slight shock in his heart and silently raised his guard. As someone who also faced nascent soul cultivators with core formation stage cultivation, Liu Yun's knew very well that core formation cultivators could never surpass nascent soul cultivators in overall strength. To stand against a nascent soul stage cultivator without showing any disadvantage, a core formation cultivator could only achieve this feat by relying on an extremely outstanding specialty in a certain area. This specialty could be a secret art, a supreme treasure, a unique and powerful cultivation technique, and so on, too numerous to list. And the greatest commonality among these things was danger. Extreme danger. Unlike ordinary nascent soul cultivators, these core formation cultivators who relied on a single powerful trick often launched unpredictable killing moves. If you could withstand them, you could fight; if not, you could only die. For Liu Yun's, such opponents were even more difficult to deal with than typical early nascent soul stage cultivators. After all, most cultivators' methods were within the normal range, while the methods of these fierce individuals who challenged those of higher ranks were simply unpredictable. Liu Yun's eyes were deep, complex, and unreadable. They didn't know each other yet, so it was too early to discuss whether they were friends or foes. However, if they truly had to fight, the best method Liu Yun's could think of was to rely on the weird and preemptive strike of the formless needle. While Liu Yun's was lost in thought, Golden Sunset Venerable and the pair of brothers seemed to directly ignore the 8th grade poison flood dragon in front of them and started greeting each other. It was clear that they all knew each other. Although they weren't particularly close, at this moment, they had a basis for cooperation. The 8th grade poison flood dragon watched them coldly, showing no intention of making the first move for a while. Behind it, the giant turtle's lightning tribulation was already halfway through. Once it passed its shape-shifting thunder tribulation, it would immediately become an ally. Even if it was greatly weakened after the lightning tribulation, it would have the help of Dilu paste, so its injuries wouldn't be too severe. At worst, it would be a helper no weaker than an ordinary rank 8 Yao beast. For the 8th grade poison flood dragon, time was on its side. The 3 individuals opposite clearly understood this principle. After a brief discussion, Golden Sunset Venerable actually took a step back, only asking for the poison flood dragon soul. This action not only surprised the 2 brothers but also left Liu Yun's and Han Li, who were observing, somewhat bewildered. Old Lu, it seems the strength of those two brothers is not weak. For that old Dea is to make such a big concession, he must have believed he couldn't easily defeat them, Han Li said with cold eyes. Lu Yun's expressionlessly stroked his chin, his eyes darting between the two sides, and he said, I have a feeling these three might not hold up. Han Li's heart tensed, and he quickly asked, why? Did you notice something? Yes, they haven't even started fighting yet. These three are already discussing how to divide the spoils. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Lu Yun spread his hands, saying very seriously. As someone who never easily set himself up for failure, Lu Yun truly felt that these three were in for trouble. Han Li simply rolled his eyes at him, then concentrated on watching the impending great battle. Now, he only hoped that both sides would perish together, so that he and Lu Yun could reap the benefits. The three on the other side also seemed to know they couldn't delay any longer. As soon as they settled the terms, one of the brothers flipped his hand, and the fiery red gourd from his back was somehow in his hand. Golden Sunset Venerable also chuckled, raising his hand and releasing a green jade ring from his sleeve. It grew with the wind, emitting a buzzing sound. The great battle was about to erupt. Chapter 430, Fierce Battle. The two cultivators had already revealed their magic treasures, but before they could make a move, the 8th grade Poison Flood Dragon had already displayed the reaction speed expected of a heaven and earth spirit beast. The Poison Flood Dragon opened its mouth and directly spewed out a blood-red brilliant, while its figure mysteriously vanished from its original spot. The next moment, the Poison Flood Dragon appeared behind the two red-robed figures as if teleporting, and its two sharp Flood Dragon claws struck down at their backs. Ordinary cultivators, when approached by a Yao beast of this rank, have almost no other option but to await death. However, the two cultivators, after all, possessed powerful magic treasures. Although they hadn't yet reacted, the ghost head staff in one red-robed cultivator's hand had already automatically transformed into a 10-foot-tall ferocious evil spirit. It extended a giant cyan hand, blocking the Poison Flood Dragon's attack and saving their lives. The Huo brothers were startled, shocked by the speed of this Yao beast. At the same time, the red gourd in their hands was gently offered up. A clear phoenix cry echoed from the gourd, and countless red crystal sands surged out from it, overwhelming everything. In an instant, an area of over 100 jong was transformed into a fiery red expanse, trapping the Poison Flood Dragon within it. Meanwhile, the blood light spewed by the Poison Flood Dragon, like a living entity, intertwined and battled with the jade ring shot out by Golden Sunset Venerable. For a moment, two streaks of light, one cyan and one red, chased each other in the air, neither giving way. Golden Sunset Venerable's face was solemn. This blood light was the Poison Flood Dragon's ultimate trump card, refined within its body after consuming countless rare poisons from all under heaven. If an ordinary cultivator were even grazed by this blood light, he would immediately turn into a puddle of pus, with absolutely no chance of survival. If his magic treasure weren't sharp enough, he wouldn't even dare to let it directly clash with the blood light. Otherwise, after just a few exchanges, the magic treasure would lose much of its spirituality due to corrosion from the blood light. Given enough time, it wouldn't be impossible for it to be completely waste. Currently, using his magic treasure to intercept the blood light was already consuming too much of his origin chi, leaving him unable to lend a hand for the time being. And the Huo brothers' crystal sand was indeed formidable. Lu Yun's and Han Li, from outside, could only hear muffled roars continuously echoing from within the crystal sand, clearly indicating that the 8th grade Poison Flood Dragon was struggling with all its might inside, yet it couldn't budge the crystal sand in the slightest, being firmly trapped within. What a powerful magic treasure! Han Li took a deep breath and exclaimed softly. With the Huo brothers' late core formation stage cultivation, they could use this magic treasure to firmly trap the 8th grade Poison Flood Dragon, which was stronger than or at least equal to an ordinary nascent soul mid-stage cultivator. This showed just how formidable this magic treasure was. Heaven-shattering divine sand. No wonder it has such a great reputation. Lu Yun's exhaled softly, also a little surprised. Compared to other treasures for trapping and suppressing enemies, his spirit-suppressing steel currently lacks such power. To rival this heaven-shattering divine sand, his spirit-suppressing steel would need to be thoroughly refined. Then, once he also advanced to the late core formation stage, he would be able to achieve similar feats. You've heard of this magic treasure? Han Li looked at Lu Yun's beside him, puzzled. Lu Yun's nodded calmly, his eyes fixed on the battlefield of the three cultivators and one Yao beast. The famous Huo brothers aren't too well known in the inner sea, but in this outer sea, their reputation is terrifyingly huge. Lu Yun's turned his head and grinned at Han Li. Don't think too highly of us. The chaotic star sea is vast and full of dangers. After the great waves have washed away the sand, none of those remaining are simple individuals. My nickname, Venerable Tian Mu, is only useful in the inner sea. Han Li's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. The facts before him were more convincing than any words. The 8th rank Flood Dragon, directly confronting two late core formation stage cultivators and one early nascent soul stage cultivator, was firmly suppressed. If this dragged on, it wouldn't be impossible for the 8th grade Poison Flood Dragon to die at the hands of these three. However, everyone present clearly understood that they couldn't delay any longer. In the sky, streaks of shocking lightning flashed across the expanse, and silver-white lightning balls, each about 10 feet in size, fell from the thunderclouds, smashing through the barrier formed by the demonic wind and sea waves, and fiercely striking the giant turtle's main body. In immense pain, the giant turtle roared to the sky, its heavy, high-pitched roar momentarily overpowering the rumbling thunder in the sky. The shape-shifting thunder tribulation had reached its final stage. In a little while, it would succeed. The Huo brothers and Golden Sunset Venerable's expressions simultaneously darkened. The sounds from within the heaven-shattering divine sand instantly lessened, as the 8th grade poison flood dragon began to conserve its origin chi. They all understood that once the giant turtle passed its shape-shifting thunder tribulation, the situation on the scene would instantly reverse. As heaven and earth spirit beasts, even if the giant turtle had just passed its thunder tribulation and suffered severe origin chi depletion, it would still be no weaker than an average early nascent soul stage cultivator. In this stalemate, such a force would be enough to break the balance. At that point, let alone hunting the flood dragon, the three of them might even be devoured by these two rank 8 Yao beasts. For Yao beasts, the golden core and nascent soul of human cultivators were also great supplements. Liu Yun's fingertip twitched slightly. The power of either of these two parties was stronger than his and Han Li's, but if they were to make a move now and kill the giant turtle, the situation would instantly change. Seeing Liu Yun show a hint of eagerness, Han Li quickly grabbed his arm and silently shook his head at him. Golden Sunset Venerable and the Huo brothers didn't know them. If they acted rashly, it was uncertain whether they would be friends or foes. Wealth moves hearts. With two rank 8 Yao beasts before them, it was hard to say whether the other party would harbor any improper thoughts. Just as the two were hesitating, the situation suddenly changed. Within the heaven-shattering divine sand, an incomparably dazzling blood light suddenly flared up. This blood light was so intense that it instantly overshadowed the red light of the heaven-shattering divine sand. Everyone heard an explosion. With a boom, a giant flood dragon head directly broke through the heaven-shattering divine sand, emerging from the sky-filling crystal sand, and let out a high-pitched roar that pierced the clouds. No one had expected that the 8th grade poison flood dragon would reveal its true form again before the giant turtle passed its thunder tribulation, breaking through the encirclement of the heaven-shattering divine sand at the cost of severe magical power depletion. Below the flood dragon's head, two huge and ferocious flood dragon claws pierced through the barrier formed by the heaven-shattering divine sand. With two grabs, one left and one right, it forcefully tore them apart. The heaven-shattering divine sand was forcefully ripped open by the flood dragon, creating a large gash. Its 100-jung-long gigantic body was exposed, and under the illumination of the sky-filled lightning, it seemed to possess some of the awe-inspiring power of a true dragon from legends. Amidst the thunder, the flood dragon coiled its body, carrying a fierce wind and giant waves, and struck down with a claw at the Huo brothers, who were as tiny as ants in the sky. The Huo brothers only felt their vision darken, as the gigantic flood dragon claw above their heads descended like a small mountain. Layers of sea waves, mixed with demonic wind, transformed into towering, giant water spouts that converged from all directions, firmly trapping the two brothers in place. In an instant, offense and defense reversed. It seemed the Huo brothers had no escape and would perish under the flood dragon's claw in the next second. But just then, the evil spirit that had been guarding behind the Huo brothers made its move. The 10-foot-tall ferocious evil spirit was equally insignificant in the flood dragon's eyes. However, at this moment, the evil spirit actually pushed its hands upwards, forcefully blocking the mountain-sized flood dragon claw in midair. One of the Huo brothers' faces instantly turned pale. The other quickly chanted several incantations, and the fiery red heaven-shattering divine sand immediately dispersed, seemingly transforming into several enormous fiery red vines in the air, firmly coiling around the 8th grade poison flood dragon's body, preventing it from moving an inch. At this moment, Golden Sunset Venerable finally made his move. Chapter 431, The Lightning Tribulation Passes. Seeing the poison flood dragon break free, the Huo brothers were in imminent danger. Golden Sunset Venerable gritted his teeth and withdrew his gaze, glancing at the giant turtle, which was nearing the end of its lightning tribulation. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He pointed with one hand, and the jade ring, which was currently entangled with the blood light in the air, immediately let out a buzzing sound and expanded several times in size. The next moment, circles of sound waves, as if corporeal, burst forth from the hollow center of the jade ring. The blood light was unable to dodge and was directly fixed in place by these circles of sound waves. Under the sound waves' envelopment, it began to gradually dissipate. The situation instantly improved, but Golden Sunset Venerable's face showed no joy. Instead, he took a deep, extremely solemn breath, and his complexion turned somewhat pale. This move consumed too much magical power. With his early nascent soul stage cultivation, using it was actually quite strenuous. But to free his hands as quickly as possible, Golden Sunset Venerable had no other choice. He let out a long breath and turned his head, suddenly seeing the Huo brothers working together to once again trap the poison flood dragon in place. Golden Sunset Venerable was immediately overjoyed and quickly took out 3 gleaming white blade rings from his storage pouch, throwing them towards the poison flood dragon's location. The 3 blade rings rapidly expanded against the wind, spinning at high speed in the air, emitting a buzzing strange sound as they fiercely slashed towards the poison flood dragon. Golden Sunset Venerable understood clearly, no matter how miraculous the Huo brothers' heaven-shattering divine sand was, it was limited by their own magical power realm and could not unleash the true power of this treasure. Even if they gave their all, it would be impossible to trap that poison flood dragon for long. And now, his own magical power was severely depleted. Besides reserving the magical power needed for escape, the remaining magical power was probably only enough for him to attack with full force once. Rather than attacking the giant turtle, which had not yet become an 8th level demonic beast, it would be better to focus all his power on attacking the temporarily immobilized poison flood dragon first. If successful, all the poison flood dragon's treasures would naturally belong to them. Even if the giant turtle succeeded in undergoing tribulation, its origin chi would be greatly damaged. Furthermore, the escape speed of turtle-type Yao beasts was notoriously slow. As long as they quickly left after killing the poison flood dragon, that giant turtle would simply be unable to catch them. To take a step back, even if it wasn't successful, this strike would be enough to severely injure that poison flood dragon, making it unable to pursue him. As for the potential retaliation from the Flood Dragon clan that might come later, Golden Sunset Venerable didn't take it to heart. The outer sea was vast. If he just found a place to hide, no matter how great the divine ability of that group of dragons, they wouldn't be able to find him easily. If things got really bad, he could just secretly find a teleportation array and return to the inner sea. With his cultivation and divine ability, no matter how fiercely the Reverse Star Alliance and Star Palace fought, he could still remain aloof in the inner sea. In the blink of an eye, Golden Sunset Venerable had already thought of everything, even having time to consider his retreat. However, things don't always go as planned. Just as the 3 blade rings shot towards it, the poison flood dragon, tightly bound in place, suddenly opened its large mouth and spat out a blood-red water pillar. This water pillar was incredibly viscous. As soon as it was spat from the poison flood dragon's mouth, it emitted a foul, fishy odor that made one feel dizzy and the scene before their eyes blurry upon smelling it. The Huo brothers were the closest, and their cultivation was insufficient. Struck by this foul odor, they immediately felt dizzy and nauseous, even their internal magical power becoming somewhat uncontrollable. But the target of this water pillar was not them. The water pillar, after erupting from the poison flood dragon's mouth, violently exploded in midair, transforming into a crimson water mist that majestically enveloped the 3 blade rings head-on. Golden Sunset Venerable was greatly alarmed and quickly controlled the 3 blade rings to disperse, attempting to dodge this attack. However, the range of this crimson water mist was simply too vast. Although Golden Sunset Venerable's reaction was already fast enough, he was still unable to dodge, and the 3 blade rings were directly swallowed by the crimson water mist. Golden Sunset Venerable felt a pain in his mind, instantly losing his divine sense connection with the 3 blade rings. At the same time, 3 rusty blade rings fell from the crimson water mist, plunging directly into the sea, completely devoid of any spiritual chi. A fierce and ferocious look flashed in the poison flood dragon's eyes. Its massive body suddenly moved, and it actually broke free of the heaven-shattering divine sense bindings with its upper body. Then, it opened its large mouth and, taking advantage of the Huo brothers being affected by the poisonous chi and not yet having recovered, directly bit down on the 2 of them. Just then, the evil ghost behind the Huo brothers let out a ferocious roar. Azure claw lights, a foot long, extended from its 5 fingers, and its pair of giant palms thrashed in the air. Streaks of claw light transformed into an azure giant net, meeting the poison flood dragon's ferocious maw head-on. A human-like look of disdain flashed in the poison flood dragon's eyes. A blood-colored light pillar instantly shot out from its mouth, colliding head-on with the azure giant net. Only a loud bang was heard. The azure and crimson spiritual lights exploded, directly perishing together in midair and simultaneously dissipating. However, at this moment, the poison flood dragon's giant mouth had already arrived. The tall evil ghost only managed to let out a roar before being bitten in half by the poison flood dragon. Then, with a flick of its head, it directly split the evil ghost into 2. The tall body of the evil ghost instantly dissipated, transforming into a ghost head staff broken into 2 pieces. At this time, the Huo brothers were suddenly awakened by the evil ghost's dying roar, but they only managed to witness the destruction of their treasure. One of them immediately had bloodshot eyes, and his originally corpse-like pale face became distorted. The other quickly stopped him, continuously changing his hand seals. The heaven-shattering divine sand in the air immediately glowed brightly with red light again, retrapping the poison flood dragon and stopping its next move. Golden Sunset Senior. We first. The person's words were cut short, and his face suddenly turned pale as he looked away. The spot where Golden Sunset Venerable had been was empty at some unknown point. Only a golden light flickered in and out of sight on the horizon, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this, the Huo brothers' expressions could no longer be controlled, and they both showed looks of terror and resentment. And that poison flood dragon also let out a low growl, seemingly mocking, seemingly threatening. The heaven-shattering divine sand still firmly trapped it, but both sides knew that with the Huo brothers' late core formation stage cultivation, they couldn't hold on for long. When their magical power was exhausted, that would be their time of demise. In fact, they probably wouldn't even need to wait until their magical power was exhausted. At this very moment, the lightning that had been raging in the sky had vanished without a trace, and the thunderous sounds that had been exploding in everyone's ears had also disappeared. In the sky, the vast, continuous dark clouds quietly dispersed, revealing an incomparably pure full moon that cast a soft, silvery moonlight. Under the moonlight, the scarred giant turtle raised its dragon-like head, and on its ferocious and malevolent face, a hint of reverence was faintly revealed. The shape-shifting thunder tribulation had passed. Chapter 432, Appearance. The moment the Huo brothers saw the full moon, despair filled their eyes. They were cultivators who had struggled in the outer sea for countless years, how could they not know what the scene before them meant? Starting today, the outer sea of the chaotic star sea had gained another 8th-level demonic beast. And they, the 2 brothers, were destined to fall in this place. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, their eyes gradually becoming fierce and resolute. On the other side, the instant the full moon appeared, Liu Yun's eyes widened abruptly, revealing a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected such an unexpected opportunity on this trip. Old Han, I'm lending you Galatron. Help me hold back that giant turtle. Liu Yun's directly tossed the shrunken Galatron into Han Li's arms, then soared towards the full moon above his head. As soon as he entered the range illuminated by the moonlight, Liu Yun's formless escape technique instantly failed, and his entire body was exposed in the moonlight. This sudden appearance of a figure stunned everyone present. The Huo brothers' faces showed relief at having escaped death, but then they immediately sensed Liu Yun's cultivation. Middle core formation stage, the Huo brothers' hearts sank, and their faces instantly turned ashen. A trace of disdain flashed in the poison flood dragon's eyes. It paid no attention to what Liu Yun's was about to do, focusing instead on breaking free from the heaven-shattering divine sense restraints. The two human juniors it had encountered today were already strange enough. It didn't believe its luck could be so bad as to encounter another core formation cultivator not weaker than a nascent soul cultivator. Unlike the two humans and one Yao beast, the giant turtle, which was only a step away from becoming an 8th-level demonic beast, immediately turned crimson-eyed and roared furiously upon seeing Liu Yun's. Gusts of demonic wind, carrying 100 zheng-high waves, surged towards Liu Yun's. Just then, a gigantic figure, resembling a humanoid white dragon, appeared in the sky. Red light flashed in its eyes, shooting out 2 scorching red beams that instantly dispersed the layers of sea waves. The giant turtle's eyes widened abruptly, but what followed was an even more boiling rage. Seeing its last chance to advance to rank 8 about to be ruined, the giant turtle immediately raised its body. Its 1,000 zheng tall massive form abruptly broke through the sea surface and flew directly towards Galatron. The nearly 20 zheng tall Galatron was already a behemoth in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of this 1,000 zheng tall giant turtle, it still seemed as tiny as an ant. Looking out, the giant turtle's body was like a giant mountain from myths and legends, pressing down directly on Galatron's position. Han Li, who was controlling Galatron, felt a chill in his heart. With the thought of his divine thought, the sword shield on Galatron's arm instantly glowed with golden light. The golden light shot out, exploding in front of Galatron and transforming into an enormous golden shield. Golden runes flowed continuously across it. Although it was a translucent, illusory object, it looked as if it were indestructible. Boom! A deafening sound echoed between the sea and the sky. The giant turtle's 1,000 zheng tall body slammed fiercely into the golden shield. Layers of golden ripples emerged on the shield, like a water surface, continuously deflecting the force of the blow. Galatron's body abruptly retreated dozens of zheng, but the shield in front of it remained intact. The giant turtle's head pressed against the shield, but it could not advance another step. It blocked it. The nearly 20 zheng tall Galatron blocked the 1,000 zheng tall giant turtle, like an ant directly stopping a human chariot. This scene, which seemed to belong only in myths, now truly appeared before everyone present. The Huo brothers subconsciously took a deep breath. The extreme ups and downs of life were truly too stimulating. It made their hearts almost unable to bear it. However, the poison flood dragon was stunned for a moment, then lowered its dragon head and gave the Huo brothers a cold glance. The Huo brothers' hearts sank, and they hurriedly increased the spiritual qi output of the heaven-shattering divine sand. However, the poison flood dragon let out a low growl, and its already 100 zheng long massive body suddenly grew even larger. Its entire body's scarlet scales gradually glowed with spiritual qi, transforming into a semi-transparent substance resembling glazed glass. Even the single horn on its head suddenly grew by half and gradually curved, extending backward, like the dragon horns in myths and legends. In an instant, the poison flood dragon's aura surged significantly. The heaven-shattering divine sand binding it immediately let out wails and began to gradually fall off. The dragon transformation art. One of the Huo brothers blurted out, his face frighteningly pale. In just a moment, nearly half of the heaven-shattering divine sand had fallen off. The poison flood dragon lowered its head, its gaze as cold as ice. Swept by that gaze, the Huo brothers immediately broke out in cold sweat. This poison flood dragon had used a desperate measure, clearly intending to kill them both first. The Huo brothers looked at each other, both seeing the meaning in the other's eyes. At this moment, the poison flood dragon suddenly let out an enraged roar, causing the surrounding 100 zheng to hum incessantly. Even the seawater was shaken away, forming a huge circular wave, and the surrounding sea surface directly dropped significantly. The Huo brothers subconsciously turned their heads to look, only to see the newly appeared person approaching the full moon, holding an alms bowl, and collecting something from the full moon. The giant turtle also became enraged. Its enormous body slammed repeatedly against Galatron's shield, but it could not break through. It was still a hair's breadth away from being an 8th-level demonic beast, and it was this slight difference that made it watch helplessly as its opportunity was snatched away by someone else. The poison flood dragon's 2 giant claws suddenly broke free from the heaven-shattering divine sand's encirclement. While tearing at the divine sand on its body, it opened its mouth wide, and the bloodlight that had originally entangled Golden Sunset Venerable immediately shot towards Liu Yun's direction. This bloodlight was astonishingly fast. Han Li had just fended off a wave of the giant turtle's attack and hadn't fully recovered when he watched helplessly as the bloodlight flew over his head, heading straight for Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's! Han Li roared. Liu Yun's abruptly came to his senses, and 3 golden flowers flew out from his sleeve, directly meeting the bloodlight. Bang! The golden flowers and the bloodlight collided head-on, both flying backward simultaneously. But the next second, the bloodlight instantly spread out, like a scarlet giant net, directly enveloping the 3 golden flowers within it. A malicious smile appeared at the corner of the poison flood dragon's mouth. This bloodlight was condensed in its body after it devoured all the poisons in the world. It was its true killing move. Ordinary magic treasure would immediately lose all spiritual qi and turn into scrap metal upon contact. Cultivators and Yao beasts would die instantly upon touching it. Even the Golden Sunset Venerable's magic treasure, which was incredibly sharp, dared not let this bloodlight entangle his magic treasure in the slightest, instead repeatedly batting it away. Now that the golden flowers were completely enveloped by the blood light, no matter how powerful they were, it would only take a few breaths before they were completely dissolved. Chapter 433, Trapping the Flood Dragon. The poison flood dragon's icy gaze swept over the Huo brothers, and the blood light around its body illuminated the heavens and earth. Under the glow of this blood light, even the sea beneath their feet seemed to transform into the legendary Hell Blood Sea. Each surge appeared as if some ferocious beast was about to break through the sea, tearing the several individuals to shreds. The blood light grew increasingly dazzling. The heaven-shattering divine sand seemed to be gradually tainted by the blood light, its original fiery red glow slowly dimmed and faded, and it quickly detached from the poison flood dragon's body. The Huo brothers' faces, which had been ashen like zombies, were now deathly pale, making them look even more like corpses. Under the poison flood dragon's intensely boiling killing intent, the Huo brothers' hearts gradually sank. On the other side, seeing the poison flood dragon about to break free, the giant turtle no longer stubbornly clashed with the incredibly hard shield in front of it. Instead, it plunged down to the surface of the sea, stirring up monstrous waves that formed water curtains connecting the sea and sky, trapping Liu Yun's and Han Li within them. Han Li, seeing this, did not panic. Instead, he manipulated Galatron's eyes to shoot out two red beams, instantly evaporating tons of seawater. However, on this vast sea, such a small amount of seawater was truly insignificant. Amidst the surging layers of giant waves, it was replenished in the blink of an eye, not even causing a ripple in the water curtains. At the same time, the blood light trapping the three golden flowers simultaneously moved, inexplicably splitting off a mass of blood light that flew towards Liu Yun's, who was receiving the Dilu paste in the air. Although its speed was not fast, it exuded an equally deadly aura. And Liu Yun's remained rooted to the spot, showing no intention of moving. He seemed to have made up his mind to first secure the Dilu paste. The poison flood dragon bared its fangs, revealing a hideous and terrifying sneer, its cold gaze never leaving the Huo brothers. At this, the Huo brothers' hearts completely sank. They exchanged a helpless glance, and after a shared look, one of them suddenly raised his head, changed his hand seals, and let out a sharp cry, actually spitting out a ball of vital blood the size of an egg. As soon as the vital blood was spat out, his expression instantly withered, his face as pale as paper, like a lifelike dummy. Even so, he still forced himself to gather his spirits and coldly uttered a single word. Go. The vital blood instantly transformed into a blood-red line, directly merging into the heaven-shattering divine sand. In an instant, the fiery red light burst forth. The originally listless heaven-shattering divine sand seemed to have received some great tonic, instantly recoalescing and forming a massive fiery red vortex in the air. The poison flood dragon roared, and the blood light around its body flared. However, in the blink of an eye, the vortex formed by the heaven-shattering divine sand sucked it back in, leaving only a massive dragon head exposed, still struggling incessantly. Upon seeing this, the greatly weakened Huo brother immediately showed a hint of sorrow. Could it be that even this isn't enough to trap it to death? He murmured to himself, his eyes filled with helpless despair. The other individual, however, seemed to have anticipated this. He chanted a low incantation, and streaks of red light gradually emanated from his body. Although the poison flood dragon didn't know what methods they were employing, it knew it couldn't just sit there and wait for death. It immediately silently circulated its magical power, and the single horn on its head instantly glowed with a blue light. The sea beneath everyone's feet immediately began to churn, gradually gathering beneath the Huo brothers' feet. The Huo brothers didn't even glance at it, they simply stood up in silence, their bodies radiating streams of auspicious light like colorful clouds. The poison flood dragon's eyes narrowed, and hundreds of massive ice pillars immediately broke through the sea surface, heading straight for the two of them. However, amidst the colorful light, a whistling incantation sound rang out, and the heaven-shattering divine sand behind the poison flood dragon suddenly increased its suction. Caught off guard, the poison flood dragon's entire head was almost pulled in. The divine sense that had locked onto the Huo brothers instantly vanished, and without the guidance of divine sense, the hundreds of ice pillars immediately flew chaotically in all directions. The Huo brothers' bodies glowed brightly, easily dodging the ice pillars, and then they directly broke through the air and departed, not even looking back. The fiery red light was astonishingly fast, and in a blink of an eye, they were already dozens of miles away. The poison flood dragon's eyes suddenly turned blood red. It struggled and roared, using all its strength to resist the fiery red vortex behind it. And at this moment, within the layers of water curtains, the giant turtle also let out a mournful cry. At this very moment, Liu Yun's body was flickering with strange-colored ancient script. The mass of blood light was blocked outside the ancient script, rapidly corroding these unusual characters. However, the strange-colored ancient script within Liu Yun's body seemed endless, flying out one after another, firmly blocking the blood light in front of him. And just then, the full moon above had once again begun to shimmer with water light. The previous 2 drops of Dilu paste had already been collected by Liu Yun's, and the last drop of Dilu paste was about to fall. If this too was taken by Liu Yun's, then it would truly have no hope of transforming. Turning to glance at the poison flood dragon, which couldn't break free in a short time, a trace of determination flashed in the giant turtle's eyes. He lowered his dragon head, and a faint yellow halo lit up all over his body. An extremely powerful spiritual pressure gradually accumulated and sublimated within his massive body. At this moment, the giant turtle's 1,000-jung-long massive body truly possessed some of the divine charm of a colossal mountain, heavy, resilient, solid. Anyone could see that his next attack would surely be earth-shattering. Just then, Liu Yun's voice transmission reached Han Li's ears. Let him through. Han Li was slightly startled. Just then, the giant turtle also slammed into the sea surface, and a surge of divine power directly bounced his massive body high into the air. He suddenly expanded several times in mid-air, like a world-destroying meteor that blotted out the sky, smashing down directly onto Galatron. Seeing the massive black shadow, nearly 2,000 zhang long, blotting out the sky above, it seemed there was nowhere to escape, up, down, left, or right. Han Li immediately narrowed his eyes, manipulated Galatron, and directly flew downwards, deep into the seabed. As he had guessed, the giant turtle's divine sense swept around. Seeing Galatron's figure disappear from the sea surface, he no longer pursued, but instead headed straight for Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's also took this opportunity to quickly retreat, escaping beyond the moonlight's range, instantly concealing his figure. The giant turtle had no time to deal with him now, his eyes were entirely focused on the dilu paste that was about to drip. A drop of liquid fell from the full moon, transforming into countless white light spots, instantly merging into the giant turtle's body. The giant turtle closed his eyes, his body shrinking to its original size, and the numerous scars on his back began to heal rapidly. Streams of white demonic chi gathered around him, forming a massive white silk cocoon that enveloped the giant turtle's body. The water curtains, having lost the giant turtle's control, instantly fell back onto the sea surface, stirring up layers of giant waves. On the sea surface, a green light broke out of the sea, revealing Han Li's figure in the air. Liu Yun's figure also reappeared in mid-air. The two stood side by side, glanced at the giant turtle, which had transformed into a giant cocoon, and then looked at the poison flood dragon, which was firmly trapped by the heaven-shattering divine sand in mid-air. Their expressions gradually turned sinister. Writer's block. The next chapter will be a little late. Chapter 434, Slaying the Flood Dragon. The poison flood dragon glared at them and began to struggle violently. Large patches of heaven-shattering divine sand shook unceasingly, as if they could fall off at any moment. At the same time, two blood lights in the air merged into one, flying towards the two cultivators at an astonishing speed. Liu Yun's watched the struggling poison flood dragon, and a very friendly smile gradually spread across his face. As soon as the poison flood dragon saw Liu Yun's expression change, alarm bells immediately rang in its heart. The next moment, the blood light in midair suddenly severed its divine sense connection with him, and even the small portion of his divided soul residing in the blood light instantly vanished without a trace. The poison flood dragon felt a sharp pain in its head and quickly looked up in shock. He only saw 3 golden beetles fly out of the blood light, a pair of hideous giant fangs gnawing and biting wildly at the blood light. In just a few moments, they swallowed the entire blood light, and even flew around in place a couple of times, seemingly not entirely satisfied. This scene, which defied all logic, left the poison flood dragon stunned, its mind unable to process what had happened for a long time. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Yun's flicked his hand and threw out an illusory stone tablet, composed of numerous spiritual patterns and countless strange-colored seal characters, directly at the poison flood dragon. With a bang, the stone tablet exploded in mid-air, and countless strange-colored seal characters surged out, rapidly flowing into the heaven-shattering divine sand. The divine sand, which was on the verge of collapsing, instantly stabilized as soon as the strange-colored seal characters attached to it. The poison flood dragon felt its entire body tighten, its internal magic power instantly becoming incredibly sluggish, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Even its formidable demonic body was affected, no matter how much it struggled, it could no longer shake the heaven-shattering divine sand in the slightest. Almost there. Liu Yun muttered to himself, replaced a few spirit stones in his belt, then clapped his hands together and separated them. Black lines emerged between Liu Yun's palms and quickly combined. When Liu Yun's palms were fully open, a black giant sword appeared before him. As soon as the sword appeared, a wave of scorching chi rushed forth. Han Li, standing nearby, felt his breath catch and instinctively activated his protective spiritual light, which barely blocked the scorching chi. Han Li focused his gaze and noticed that the black giant sword was actually entwined with wisps of black flames, like flowing liquid, appearing extraordinarily mysterious. Tisk, a rank 8 flood dragon. If I had met you 2 years earlier, it would have been truly difficult to break through your scales. But now. Liu Yun grinned, saying lightheartedly, consider yourself unlucky. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flew out from Liu Yun's sleeve and directly merged into the black giant sword. The black giant sword was immediately plated with a layer of seemingly solid golden light, exuding an incredibly sharp and astonishing spiritual chi. Han Li merely glanced at it and felt a stinging sensation, as if his eyelids were about to be cut open. The spirit transformation talisman, that personal spiritual talisman of a late nascent soul great cultivator from back then, did not display much power when Liu Yun first refined it. That was because this type of secondary refined talisman would inevitably experience a significant drop in power during the initial stages of refinement. However, as long as the talisman's owner was diligent, its power would surpass its original strength after 100 years of cultivation. And this spirit transformation talisman, from the time Liu Yun began refining it until today, nearly 100 years had passed. During this time, this spirit transformation talisman had been self-powered and refined by the magic array designed by Liu Yun. Its power now far exceeded what it once was, the only factor limiting its full potential being Liu Yun's cultivation. And now, Liu Yun, using the power of the spirit transformation talisman, augmented the recently refined black flame needle, causing the two to merge and unleash a potent burst of golden and fire chi. Liu Yun's lips gradually curled into a smile, and he softly uttered, "Go." The poison flood dragon only felt a blur before its eyes, as a black gold light flashed and vanished from Liu Yun's hand. The next second, he felt his body instantly lighten, and the world in his eyes began to flip and spin, finally settling on a brilliant starry sky. Liu Yun's waved his large sleeve, and chains made of strange-colored seal characters shot out from the heaven-shattering divine sand, catching the poison flood dragon's enormous head and quickly drilling into it. One by one, the strange-colored seal characters heavily wrapped around it, flying back to Liu Yun's front. Liu Yun's brushed his hand over it, the strange-colored seal characters dispersed and vanished, and a gigantic blood-red flood dragon head appeared before Liu Yun's. After carefully examining the flood dragon head, Liu Yun's gently hooked his finger, and several strange-colored seal characters, shackling a tiny poison flood dragon, shrunken by an unknown number of times, shot out from the flood dragon head's glabella. Liu Yun's caught it with a backhand and stuffed it into a jade bottle. Then Liu Yun's waved his hand and flung out a golden light, cutting open the glabella of the flood dragon head and extracting a crystal-clear blue demonic core from within. Under Han Li's envious gaze, Liu Yun's put the demonic core and the flood dragon head into his storage pouch. Then he beckoned with one hand. From beneath the sea, a giant red gourd broke through the water and was snatched by Liu Yun's. As Liu Yun's chanted a few incantations, the heaven-shattering divine sand above their heads instantly dispersed, flying into the gourd's mouth like 10,000 birds returning to their nest. The headless flood dragon body, originally enveloped within, was also casually collected by Liu Yun's into his storage pouch. Liu Yun's looked at the gourd in his hand with satisfaction, then gently raised his right hand. Countless strange-colored seal characters flew back through the air, reforming in his hand into an illusory stone tablet composed of numerous spiritual patterns and countless strange-colored seal characters, which he casually retracted into his body. Han Li, standing nearby, watched with a pang of envy and quickly turned to look at the huge white cocoon behind him. "Let me be clear, that guy is mine," Han Li said impatiently. Liu Yun's waved his hand indifferently, saying casually, "Suit yourself. Even if a turtle demon that just advanced to rank 8 and is severely wounded is powerful, it can't withstand Galatron's attack. 1/3 of the Dilu paste cannot heal such severe injuries. Just remember to return Galatron to me after you're done." Han Li nodded excitedly, controlling Galatron to block in front of him. Specks of spiritual light shimmered on its nearly 20 jong massive body, and streams of flame gradually emerged 3 feet around it, connecting with each other to form several array diagrams, appearing on its chest, back, head, and feet respectively. Streams of flame weaved and moved between the 4 array diagrams, finally gathering at its chest, forming a crimson fireball like a scorching sun. Just then, the white silk cocoon gradually cracked open, turning into wisps of white chi that scattered into the wind and vanished without a trace. A towering humanoid figure appeared in the air. This figure had dark skin, a flood dragon-like head, a turtle shell on its back, and a thick tail wagging slightly behind it, looking exceptionally ugly. As soon as this humanoid turtle demon appeared, before it even had time to adapt to its brand new body, its expression suddenly stiffened, and it looked up, meeting Han Li's gaze. Han Li looked at him coldly, and uttered a low shout, "Go!" In an instant, the world turned crimson. The fireball transformed into a sky-obscuring crimson flame, like an army of fire, surging majestically towards the humanoid turtle demon. The turtle demon wanted to dodge, but its new body hadn't yet adapted, and its reaction was half a beat too slow. In that brief moment, the turtle demon's body was instantly engulfed by the flames. Above the sea, a second sun seemed to rise. Chapter 435 Self-Introduction. Flames spread, and the extreme high temperature instantly evaporated the seawater, forming a huge explosion that almost overturned the entire sea surface. Han Li and Liu Yun's only felt as if the world shook, and their eyes were filled with a crimson color that almost blinded them. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he muttered silently. Full power. Due to his personal habits, most of Liu Yun's creations would have a full power output mode after the restrictions were lifted. For no other reason than to be cool. It's just that this full power mode puts too much strain on the machine, so Liu Yun's generally doesn't use it much. But Han Li didn't know this, and he went all out from the start, unleashing an attack that even an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator couldn't produce. Liu Yun's looked at Han Li helplessly and sighed silently. The giant turtle itself had just advanced to rank 8, and its origin chi was greatly depleted, and now it had taken another hit. After this shot, it would be good if a Yao core was left, and if it was lucky, the turtle shell might also remain, but nothing else. Liu Yun shook his head helplessly, glancing at Han Li, only hoping he wouldn't be too sad later. The dazzling red light exploded and expanded, raging on the sea surface for a full quarter of an hour before gradually dimming. The surrounding seawater surged back, making a sizzling sound, and even the surrounding air emitted an unusually strange stench. Liu Yun's covered his nose and subconsciously swept his divine sense across the sea surface. Holy crap! Liu Yun's was stunned and released his divine sense again with some disbelief. Above the sea, a faint aura was bobbing up and down with the seawater. Han Li also noticed this aura. His eyes widened in shock as he exchanged glances with Liu Yun's, then quickly flew to the sea surface with him. The tall body of the humanoid Yao turtle was now only half remaining. At first glance, it looked like a piece of over-roasted charcoal, still emitting a faint burnt smell. Normally, even a Yao beast with the strongest vitality would be dead if it were roasted to this 12/10 cooked state. However, at this moment Liu Yun's and Han Li's divine sense clearly told them that this fellow was still alive. They could even feel that the muscle tissue within this Yao turtle's body was slowly regenerating, gradually replacing the completely necrotic tissues. If the two of them left it alone, at this speed, it would recover most of its injuries in just over 10 days, becoming a powerful Yao again, capable of stirring up rivers and seas. Indestructible physique. No, this speed is a bit too slow. Is it a self-healing physique? Liu Yun's eyes lit up, and his direct gaze made even Han Li, who was beside him, feel eerie. Rare indeed. Usually, it's impressive for a rank 2 or 3 Yao beast to have this physique. This guy is already rank 8, and he actually has a similar physique. As expected of a heaven and earth spirit beast. Liu Yun's chuckled, his laughter extremely vulgar, making all the hairs on Han Li's body stand on end. Old Han, this guy's Yao core, shell, and soul are all yours, but before you kill him, how about lending him to me for a while to study? Han Li's mouth twitched, wishing he could slap him. Wake up. We're in the outer sea, and this guy is from the heaven and earth spirit beast clan, known for being protective of its own. If its kin have some way to track us, both of us are finished. Reminded by Han Li, Liu Yun's also reacted immediately, looking at the Yao turtle in front of him with some regret. Han Li rolled his eyes at him, not giving him a chance to regret, and with a wave of his hand, he cut off the Yao turtle's head, casually extracting both the Yao core and the soul. Then, with the backhand, he swept the charred torso, which had no life left, into a pile of ashes. After clearing away the traces the two had left around, Liu Yun's and Han Li returned to the small island in the fog. Several hours later, a stream of red light, like a fleeting flame, flashed in the seabed. Immediately, a crimson figure broke out of the sea. This was a humanoid figure, with a ferocious crimson dragon head, but its body and limbs were no different from a human cultivator. It was also draped in a crimson robe. It didn't have a dragon tail like the poison flood dragon, and apart from that dragon head, it looked exactly like a human cultivator. If any human cultivator were present and saw this Yao, they would undoubtedly kneel and beg for mercy without hesitation. Even most old monsters of the nascent soul stage would immediately turn and run, unable to even conceive of fighting it. Because this Yao was none other than a 9th rank Luo flood dragon. According to the combat power of the flood dragon clan, this was a dragon capable of rivaling a late nascent soul great cultivator. Even looking across the entire human realm, this Yao was undoubtedly a top-tier combat force. And now, this Yao was holding a ghost head staff broken into two, its dragon eyes filled with blazing fury. Human! The Yao roared, transforming into a crimson dragon over 100 zhang long, and plunged into the water. At this time, Liu Yun's and Han Li didn't know they had escaped a disaster. They returned to the small island in the fog and rested there. After a serious discussion, considering the island's concealment and the vastness of high-level Yao beast territories, both of them abandoned the idea of moving, and instead added several more hidden restrictions in place. Liu Yun's even went all out, taking out several sets of formations he had always treasured. With these, even if a transformed Yao beast came knocking, Liu Yun's was confident he could use these formations to stall until they could escape. After all this was done, the two of them simultaneously went to Liu Yun's immortal cave. Under Han Li's expectant gaze, Liu Yun's took out the spirit of the 8th grade poison flood dragon. Old Liu, are you really sure you can read this guy's memories? This is an 8th level demonic beast, don't mess it up. Han Li frowned slightly, saying with some concern. Don't worry, no problem. Just in time to introduce you to a friend. Liu Yun's grinned, and a 5-colored little person flew out from between Liu Yun's eyebrows. Hello, old Han, this should be the first time you've seen me. In Han Li's horrified eyes, the 5-colored little person transformed into Liu Yun's appearance and greeted him with a chuckle. This is... Han Li pointed at the 5-colored little person, then turned to look at the smug Liu Yun's, his eyes wide. Liu Yun's grinned proudly, pointing at the 5-colored little person and introducing him to Han Li. Allow me to introduce you, this is Liu Yun's No. 2. Liu Yun's number 2 is here. Come, shake my hand. Liu Yun's number 2 cooperated perfectly, showing a serious expression, and then really extended his small hand in a solemn manner. Han Li looked at Liu Yun's, then at Liu Yun's number 2, and his right hand trembled as he raised it to pinch his forehead. You have finally gone completely mad. Chapter 436, Wind-Splitting Beast. Han Li knew that this day would come sooner or later. From the first day he met Liu Yun's, he felt that there was something wrong with the man's mind. It was only after he got to know him better that Han Li realized that there was nothing wrong with his mind, it was his mental state that was problematic. Of course, at that time, his condition wasn't particularly severe, he was just a simple lunatic. He might have had a bit of delusion and persecution complex, but overall, it hadn't affected his normal life, so he was considered a mild case. And now, Liu Yun's had finally evolved into a schizophrenic when Han Li wasn't paying attention. Although he was prepared, when this day truly arrived, Han Li found his mood to be unusually complex. There was worry for Liu Yun's, but also a sense of relief, like a shoe finally dropping. Seeing Han Li's gentle gaze, like he was looking at a terminally ill patient, Liu Yun's and Liu Yun's number 2 couldn't help but exchange glances. Then, turning to Han Li, he said. Did you misunderstand something? Our situation isn't schizophrenia. It should barely count as a single body with 2 souls. It's just that both consciousnesses are Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's and Liu Yun's number 2 spoke one after another, which made him seem even more like he had schizophrenia. Han Li's gaze became even more complex. After a long silence, he slowly spoke. I understand. A single body with 2 souls, right? I get it. Han Li nodded as he spoke, not knowing if he was trying to convince himself or Liu Yun's. So, old Liu. Number 2, how are you going to read this poison flood dragon's memories? Han Li stammered a bit, not quite sure how to communicate with Liu Yun's number 2. Liu Yun's number 2 didn't care, instead, he put his hands on his hips proudly and said to Han Li. Don't worry, reading memories is my specialty. It won't take long to turn his memories inside out. With that, Liu Yun's number 2 transformed into a 5-colored stream of light and merged into the struggling poison flood dragon's spirit body. The poison flood dragon instantly quieted down, as if all its intelligence had been drained, and it floated motionlessly in the air. After a while, Liu Yun's number 2 flew out of the poison flood dragon's body. Like a paused video resuming playback, the poison flood dragon returned to its previous ferocious, claw-waving state, as if it hadn't even realized what had just happened. For some reason, watching this scene, Han Li felt a slight chill in his heart. I found what you are looking for. Take a look. Liu Yun's number 2 waved his small hand, and 2 specks of light flew to Liu Yun's and Han Li. The two exchanged glances, then simultaneously took the specks of light and extended their divine sense into them. This time, about half an hour passed before the two slowly raised their heads, revealing thoughtful expressions. Most of the Yao beasts above rank 8 that this guy knows are flood dragons and members of other heaven and earth spirit beast clans. Liu Yun's clicked his tongue, looking a bit troubled. These guys are hard to deal with. If we encounter them at sea, it's one thing, but if we really attack their homes, we might get ganged up on if we're not careful. Han Li nodded in agreement and then said, there are still a few ordinary rank 8 and 9th level, cultivation rank, Yao beasts. Forget about the 9th level, cultivation rank, Yao beasts, but we too can try with those 2 rank 8 Yao beasts. Liu Yun's thought for a moment, took out a blank jade slip, and carved the locations of the 2 rank 8 Yao beasts' immortal caves, which he had extracted from the poison flood dragon's memory, into it. Rank 8 thunder whale and rank 8 wind-splitting beast. Liu Yun's thought for a moment and then very seriously said to Han Li. Let's go find that rank 8 wind-splitting beast. We too might not be able to defeat the rank 8 thunder whale. As a naturally lightning attributed Yao beast, the thunder whale is one of the few Yao beasts whose combat power is no less than that of a heaven and earth spirit beast. Especially since the thunder whale is a deep sea Yao beast, its lair is often built at the bottom of the sea. Fighting this kind of sea Yao beast at the bottom of the sea is simply asking for death. In comparison, although the wind-splitting beast is a Yao beast that is somewhere between a sea beast and a bird, it is not good at entering water, and it is much simpler to deal with. The only problem is the wind-splitting beast's speed, but that's not impossible to deal with. A few portable formations can effectively restrict it. Han Li also nodded in agreement and said to Liu Yun's, there's no rush right now. We too should prepare first, go out and hunt some 6th level and 7th level demon beasts, then come back and refine them into medicinal pills, and cultivate diligently for a period of time. Once our cultivation has reached the late core formation stage, everything we do will be much more convenient. Alright, I'll handle the formations. Is there anything else we need to prepare? Liu Yun said casually. With his current formation attainments, making some formations that could trap 6th level and 7th level demon beasts was more than enough. Not to mention, the sets of formations Xi and Ruyan gave him back then are still usable. With these formations as a foundation, he and Han Li would have far fewer worries when hunting Yao beasts. As for preparations, my green bamboo bee cloud sword's power has greatly increased. As for magic treasures. Wait. Liu Yun suddenly interrupted Han Li, his large eyes fixed on Han Li. What did you do to your life-bound treasure? Han Li rolled his eyes in annoyance and said impatiently, nothing much, I just got a piece of refining crystal from the lava road last time. Refining crystal? Liu Yun grabbed Han Li's shoulder, his large eyes almost pressed against Han Li's face. Do you have any more? If you do, quickly take it out. Even a tiny bit of this stuff is of great use to me. Han Li pushed away Liu Yun's large face, his tone disgusted as he said, no more. You've seen my green bamboo bee cloud sword before, it's a full 72 flying swords, and that piece of refining crystal was barely enough. Liu Yun's was silent, his eyes losing their luster, as if he had instantly lost all his dreams. Han Li pouted. He knew Liu Yun's would react this way, which was why he hadn't told him until now. What a waste of heavenly resources. After an unknown amount of time, Han Li heard Liu Yun's mutter this sentence. Han Li was too lazy to bother with him. How could such good materials be considered a waste of heavenly resources when used on one's own life-bound treasure? Your set of green bamboo bee cloud sword is a wood-attributed magic treasure. Why would you mix refining crystal into it? That's a top-tier metal-attributed material. Just a little bit can raise the magic treasure's hardness and energy transmission efficiency by several levels. Your set is flying swords, not bricks, why would you need them to be so hard? Liu Yun said with a pained expression. Han Li completely ignored him, treating it as nonsense, and stood up on his own, looking around. Where's your artifact refining room? I want to see if there are any good magic treasures. Liu Yun's was still heartbroken and not in the mood to talk to him. He casually pointed to a room and then ran off to a corner to grieve by himself. And Han Li, with a feeling of anticipation, pushed open the stone chamber's door. Chapter 437, Choosing Treasures. Liu Yun's often had some good things on hand. Some were practice pieces, some were byproducts of experiments, and others were model machines used to test certain theories. These items were all bizarre. Many of them Liu Yun's himself couldn't even describe. He simply piled them all into the artifact refining room, planning to take them out to repair or modify them whenever he remembered, hoping they might still be usable. In Han Li's view, aside from a few items with useless functions or obvious failures, the other collected items possessed terrifying power. Although they weren't of much use to Liu Yun's himself, if placed outside, those items would absolutely be top-tier magic treasures. Han Li had been eyeing these items for a long time, but because he hadn't even fully utilized his green bamboo bee cloud sword and hadn't had time to properly cultivate it, he hadn't asked for any. Now, in order to rapidly increase his strength, Han Li naturally set his sights on Liu Yun's hidden treasures. Pushing open the artifact refining room door, the first thing that entered Han Li's sight was a bizarre-looking cauldron. It still generally maintained the shape of a cauldron, about 6 feet high and 10 feet in circumference. At first glance, it looked like a large metal bowl with a lid. 5 circular rings protruded from the cauldron's wall, glowing with golden, green, blue, red, and yellow lights respectively, evenly distributed on the same plane. Han Li circled the cauldron, observing it, and found that these 5 rings didn't seem to be made of metal, nor did they resemble any material he knew. If he had to describe them, they were somewhat like solidified light. The light above these rings continuously interconnected and flowed along the complex and intricate patterns on the cauldron's surface, finally converging into a circle of 5 colored interwoven runes on the top lid, emitting a faint halo. The original red gauze heaven furnace had been phased out by Liu Yun's after his artifact refining skills gradually reached the Grandmaster level. This current one was something Liu Yun's had created himself after cramming a crash course in artifact refining cauldron crafting methods. To be honest, this thing couldn't even be considered a traditional artifact refining cauldron. According to Liu Yun's, it was a spiritual qi processor, specifically designed to handle various complex and massive spiritual qi, and could perform operations such as conversion, compression, refinement, and separation. It was the greatest contributor to Liu Yun's ability to conduct various research projects over the years while still finding time to perfect his spiritual qi artifact refining techniques. To be frank, although Liu Yun's explained it thoroughly, Han Li didn't really understand much, only vaguely grasping that it was an artifact refining cauldron specifically designed to complement Liu Yun's miraculous new artifact refining technique. After looking at the item for 2 rounds, Han Li lost interest and turned to walk towards a wall. After skillfully pressing a protruding stone slab on the wall, a soft white light suddenly illuminated the entire wall, flowing and connecting along the surrounding engravings, emitting a buzzing sound. After a while, the wall split open left and right, revealing a huge space. This was a cylindrical space that went straight up and down. A giant orb overhead cast down a soft light, and below, dozens of huge, bubble-like light shields floated in mid-air. Inside each light shield was an item, either strangely shaped or classical in style. Some of these light shields remained still, some floated aimlessly, and some particularly active ones were even chasing each other, as if playing. And Han Li, having opened the door, seemed to have startled this group of fellows, for aside from the more well-behaved ones, the others began to move rapidly. Han Li's eyes scanned, and he quickly found his targets. They were the 3 most active light shields, each containing an item, a shield of unique style, seemingly pieced together from several square-shaped metal plates, with faint blue light flickering at the metal joints. A small mirror composed of 2 concentric rings, one large and one small, with a circle of white runes flickering between them, and the center of the small ring appearing to be a small mirror formed by some illusory, translucent white light. And a very strange-looking golden small shuttle, its surface incredibly smooth, as if made of pure gold. Yet, inside, it seemed to be filled with irregular cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. According to Han Li's understanding of Liu Yun's, his usual practice pieces and test items looked similar to ordinary magic treasures on the market. Only when attempting to refine something he was very interested in, or experimenting with an unproven theory, would Liu Yun's refine such strangely shaped magic treasures that were out of place compared to ordinary magic treasures in the outside world. And these magic treasures, regardless of their power or function, at least each had a great deal of Liu Yun's effort poured into them, far beyond what other casually refined magic treasures could compare to. Han Li wanted to take all 3 magic treasures, but he was also a little worried that Liu Yun's would fight him to the death. After much thought, Han Li leaped out, reaching for the small mirror in the air. The golden small shuttle was clearly a magic treasure for attack or flight, and Han Li lacked neither of these. The shield, needless to say, was just an ordinary defensive magic treasure. No matter how outrageous Liu Yun's was, it would be difficult for him to come up with anything extraordinary in that regard. In comparison, this small mirror looked mysterious and uniquely shaped. It must have been Liu Yun's proud creation from experimenting with some idea. Perhaps it could give him a surprise. Han Li carefully avoided the other light shields, extended his hand, and touched the light shield around the small mirror. Suddenly, a golden light flashed beside Han Li. Han Li instinctively threw out several green bamboo bee cloud swords, but before he could take further action, he suddenly felt a tightening sensation on his body, and all his magic power instantly stagnated. He fell straight down. Several green bamboo bee cloud swords tried to fly to his rescue, but with a flash of golden light, they were easily struck away. Only then did Han Li realize that several golden threads had appeared on his body at some point, and the other end of these threads was connected to that incredibly fast golden light. It's that golden small shuttle, Han Li reacted instantly. A glance from the corner of his eye confirmed that the light shield that had originally enveloped the golden small shuttle had disappeared. While cursing Liu Yun's in his heart, Han Li tapped his foot. Despite being almost unable to move, his entire body forcefully shifted several feet horizontally in midair, and he stepped onto the wall. At the same time, several green bamboo bee cloud swords transformed into several green lights, dispersing and converging from all directions towards Han Li's location. Suddenly, golden lights flashed repeatedly, and several green bamboo bee cloud swords were once again easily struck away. Then, Han Li only felt the threads on his body tighten, and he was lifted into the air, utterly powerless to resist. Chapter 438, Spirituality. Humph. Han Li felt a surge of anger at being inexplicably ambushed by a magic treasure. He let out a cold snort, and the zero glasses appeared before his eyes, instantly covering his entire body with a majestic three-colored armor. Feeling the immense power brought by this armor, Han Li exerted force, stabilized his figure in the air, and then two flying daggers shot out from above his head. They grew wildly against the wind in mid-air, transforming into two giant blades about 10 feet long, slashing towards the golden light. However, the golden light flickered left and right, moving as fast as if it were teleporting, and the two blades simply couldn't catch up. Han Li's heart stirred, and he quickly controlled the two blades to slash towards the golden thread connected to the golden light. However, the blades cut through, but did not touch any physical entity. The golden thread remained perfectly intact. This thing actually had no physical form. Then how was he restrained? Han Li's eyes widened suddenly, and then, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he instantly mobilized his powerful divine sense. Sure enough, the moment his divine sense was about to leave his body, Han Li clearly felt the existence of the golden thread, and felt his powerful divine sense being tightly bound. Although he could still control magic treasures from afar, he couldn't control his own body in the slightest. This thing could actually separate divine sense from the physical body. How did Liu Yun's make something like this? For some reason, the figure of Liu Yun's number 2 flashed through Han Li's mind. Before he could recover, the two light shields in midair shattered simultaneously. The small shield, glowing with a faint blue light, flew to the side without hesitation, as if intending to mind its own business. But the small mirror, composed of two concentric rings, emitted a brilliant white light. Han Li's vision blurred for a moment, and when he regained his senses, he was already standing on an altar. Han Li looked around. His location seemed to be the peak of a mountain piercing through the clouds, surrounded by mist, like an immortal realm. There was no sun in the sky, instead, those two concentric rings, magnified countless times, dominated the entire sky. Illusion? Space-type magic treasure. Han Li was horrified. He had never seen a magic treasure with such exaggerated effects. Runes flickered between the two concentric rings. These transparent runes, seemingly made of colored glaze, were also magnified countless times, carrying an incomparably powerful spiritual pressure that pinned Han Li firmly in place. The next moment, flames erupted, and a huge fiery meteor, seemingly occupying the entire sky, appeared out of thin air in the middle of the rings, smashing straight down. Han Li stared intently at the fiery meteor. Despite all his abilities, at this moment he could not unleash any of them, and could only watch helplessly as it crashed down. Just then, Han Li suddenly heard a voice, as if coming from an extremely distant place, gradually amplifying between heaven and earth. Holy crap! You're tearing the house down. The entire world suddenly shattered, and Han Li fell uncontrollably. After an unknown period, Han Li suddenly opened his eyes, and before him were still dozens of light shields floating in the air. Feeling the hard ground beneath his back, Han Li took a deep breath and sat up abruptly. Liu Yun squatted in front of him, looking at him a little sheepishly. Beside him, the shield, the small mirror, and the golden small shuttle stood upright on the ground, lined up like three children who had done something wrong, looking somewhat aggrieved. You really know how to pick. Out of dozens of things, you just had to choose these three, Liu Yun said, scratching the back of his head with a hint of helplessness. Han Li's mouth twitched, and he glared at him irritably. What's going on? Liu Yun spread his hands and pointed at the three magic treasures, saying to him, you can use all the other things without issue, but these three little guys, how should I put it? They have rather unique personalities. In short, these three guys are byproducts of one of my conjectures, different from other magic treasures. They can tentatively be considered half-lives. Lives? Han Li's eyes were a little dazed. That's right, lives, Liu Yun waved his hand casually, and the three magic treasures eagerly flew back into the air. I've always felt that the cultivation world, from ancient treasure to magic treasure, is actually a very remarkable technological upgrade process. The reason why the power of magic treasures is mostly inferior to ancient treasures is simply because modern magic treasures don't have the extravagant heaven and earth spiritual chi and advanced materials that ancient treasures did. In terms of technological rank alone, magic treasures, which can be stored within the body, whose power almost continuously increases with a cultivator's diligent refinement, and which possess spirituality, are actually far superior to most ancient treasures, which, apart from their power, are almost indistinguishable from magical artifacts. And in this technological upgrade process from ancient treasure to magic treasure, the most crucial point is that magic treasures achieved a spiritual connection with cultivators. The cultivator and the magic treasure are almost one. This allows the magic treasure to become a part of the cultivator to a certain extent. The prerequisite for achieving this is that the magic treasure itself is not a purely inanimate object, it possesses a certain degree of spirituality. Liu Yun raised his head, gazing at the dozens of different magic treasures above him. This spirituality is elusive. The only thing known is that the stronger the cultivator's own cultivation and the more effort they put into the magic treasure, the stronger the magic treasure's own spirituality will be. So I personally had a conjecture that magic treasures, this kind of thing, probably inherently possess a characteristic similar to life. To verify this conjecture, I tried refining a few magic treasures. During this process, I added a large amount of Yao Beast true essence and soul power into them, and nourished them with my own divine sense. The result can only be considered half successful at the moment. Han Li followed Liu Yun's gaze, looking at the three magic treasures chasing and playing in midair. The shield huddled in a corner, showing no reaction no matter how the other two guys teased it. The golden small shuttle, seeing that teasing the shield was fruitless, rushed in front of the small mirror, weaving back and forth in a provocative manner. The small mirror ignored it until the golden small shuttle happened to rush directly in front of it, then it suddenly emitted a white light, drawing the golden small shuttle into the middle of the small mirror, rendering its struggles futile. As you can see, the spirituality of these three guys has indeed greatly improved. They even have some of their own personalities and thoughts, but they still haven't developed a complete consciousness and divine sense. I currently don't have any good way to further enhance their spirituality, but I think that in the future, if I can continue to delve deeper into this area, I might be able to create some kind of true life. Han Li turned his head, looking at him with an odd gaze mixed with a hint of fear. He had a feeling that if Liu Yun's didn't destroy the world in the future, then he would definitely be destroyed by the world first. Chapter 439, Seclusion. Liu Yun's felt a chill in his heart from Han Li's strange gaze, thinking Han Li was still holding a grudge about him almost being killed by several magic treasures. He quickly said to him, "Why don't you take another look? There are many other good things, like this dazzling orb, which can seal a person's 5 senses. It's truly excellent to use." Before Liu Yun's could finish, Han Li pointed to the small shield floating independently in the air. "I want that," Han Li said decisively. The powerful might of the two magic treasures just now had made him quite envious, but he had to give up on them after considering that neither of them was very obedient. However, this small shield was completely different. Although it was a magic treasure of the same rank as the golden small shuttle and the small mirror, its personality was clearly much more stable and honest, which inevitably made Han Li's heart stir. Liu Yun stroked his chin with a peculiar look in his eyes and said sincerely, "Why don't you think again? This guy is very lazy. Even if you refine it, it might not necessarily listen to you." Han Li pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded very seriously. "It's decided. I'll take it." "All right then." Liu Yun spread his hands and whistled at the small shield in mid-air. The small shield immediately transformed into a soft blue light and flew to Liu Yun's front. "From today on, you'll follow him. Remember to be obedient and don't fight with other magic treasures," Liu Yun's earnestly instructed. Under Han Li's complex gaze, the blue light actually flickered, then circled Liu Yun's reluctantly before flying into Han Li's palm. As the blue light dissipated, this small shield, seemingly assembled from several regular rectangular metal plates, lay quietly in Han Li's palm. Only the faint blue light flowing in the gaps between the plates indicated its extraordinary nature. "Does it have a name?" Han Li couldn't help but smile, asking in a greatly improved mood. "Yes, it's called Plasma Blue Light Cyber Armor, it's..." "Understood. From today on, it's called the Crystalline Blue Shield." Han Li smiled and nodded, saying without hesitation. "TCH." Liu Yun's rolled his eyes in displeasure. His name was clearly much more imposing. After inspecting the crystalline blue shield with satisfaction for a few moments, Han Li looked up and said, "I need some time to refine the crystalline blue shield, and also..." Han Li hesitated slightly, then took out 4 5-colored round beads from his storage pouch. "You should have seen this item in that jade slip. Do you think this might be the true heaven-mending pill?" At this point, a glimmer of hope flashed in Han Li's eyes. Poor innate aptitude was a shortcoming he could hardly avoid. Liu Yun's could easily raise his cultivation by researching a bunch of projects while also taking some time to cultivate. But Han Li couldn't. Even with plenty of medicinal pills to aid his cultivation, he had to devote almost all his time to cultivation to barely keep up with Liu Yun's. The disparity in innate aptitude was too great, almost to the point of despair. Now, if what he held was truly the legendary heaven-mending pill that could cleanse innate spiritual roots, then he could solve his aptitude problem. Even if it couldn't achieve the heaven-defying effect of Liu Yun's spirit-gathering physique, it could still make him cultivate and break through bottlenecks a bit faster. Liu Yun's narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Han Li up and down. After confirming that what he held was the heaven-mending pill, he had always wanted to use it to study the composition of spiritual roots. He didn't aim to fully structure it, but at least to understand what this so-called spiritual root actually was, and what role it played in the entire spiritual chi system. This would have an irreplaceable role in his future efforts to break out of the spiritual power system. However, after researching these 5-colored round beads for a while, Liu Yun's had to admit that medicinal pills were indeed his shortcoming. To further study the composition of spiritual roots, Liu Yun's would have to make a living being consume these 5-colored round beads, then observe the changes occurring within its body. This would require an experimental subject, a volunteer dedicated to science. Originally, Liu Yun's was troubled by the choice of this volunteer, but Han Li's words suddenly enlightened him. "That's right. Isn't this an existing experimental subject, a volunteer? Old Han, I think there's a 90% chance this is the so-called heaven-mending pill." Liu Yun's affectionately placed a hand on Han Li's shoulder and said with a smile. "However, even though it's the heaven-mending pill, no one knows its specific effects, and no one has ever consumed it. Even Ling Yuling only learned from internal Star Palace records that the heaven-mending pill has the effect of cleansing innate spiritual roots. As for how effective it is, how does it work? Are there any specific side effects? All of these are unknown. So, I believe we should be rigorous." As Liu Yun spoke, he pulled out a headband from his storage pouch and handed it to Han Li. "Here, put this on." Han Li frowned as he took it, looking at Liu Yun's with some hesitation. "What is this thing?" "A little gadget I made when I had nothing to do." Liu Yun's grinned, his eyes exceptionally sincere as he said, This thing can constantly monitor your various vital signs, ensuring we can know every tiny change in your body after you consume the heaven-mending pill. If any side effects or anything like that appear, I can rush into your immortal cave in time to save you. How about it? Am I not particularly loyal? Liu Yun's asked with a smile. I don't think I've said I'm going to eat it yet. Liu Yun slapped Han Li on the shoulder. What are you talking about? We've known each other for so many years, do you think I don't understand you? You usually eat this kind of thing like it's a meal. Han Li stared at him expressionlessly, not saying a word. Liu Yun silently took out a 5-colored round bead and put it into Han Li's hand. Han Li immediately became happy. He very cooperatively put on Liu Yun's headband. The two then discussed their respective seclusion times, and Han Li returned to his immortal cave to begin refining the heaven-mending pill and the crystal and blue shield. Liu Yun's, on the other hand, took out a pile of materials and began making the formation tools needed to hunt Yao beasts. The doors of both immortal caves were tightly shut, and more than a year passed in an instant. In the secret room, Liu Yun's put away the newly refined sets of formation tools, then retrieved several sets of formations that Xin Ruyan had given him from a nearby shelf. With the help of these formations, even if the two were accidentally surrounded by dozens of high-rank Yao beasts in the outer sea, or encountered a Yao beast of rank 8 or above, they could still use the formations to retreat calmly. It could be said that their safety factor instantly increased by quite a bit. Liu Yun's nodded with satisfaction, then pondered for a moment before leaving the secret room and heading straight to the spirit beast room next door. Chapter 440, Setting Sail. Not far from the secret chamber, Liu Yun's had excavated several spirit beast rooms side by side in the stone wall. Inside, lived the green armored beast, Lee Turtle, golden silkworm, gold devouring insects, and 2 strange fire pythons obtained from Ji Yin. Liu Yun's planned to take the green armored beast with him. In the vast and boundless outer sea, having a spirit beast that could travel would help cultivators save a large amount of magic power and energy. The powerful aura of a spirit beast could also prevent them from being harassed by swarms of low-level Yao beasts, invisibly increasing the safety factor for cultivators in the outer sea by quite a bit. These were all experiences shared by cultivators who hunted Yao beasts in the outer sea year-round, and Liu Yun's felt that such practical advice should be heeded. What's more, the green armored beast itself was a 7th-level ancient exotic beast, with a formidable demonic body, much stronger than ordinary Yao beasts of the same level. Coupled with the specially customized armor Liu Yun's had made for it, it wouldn't necessarily fall into a disadvantage even when facing several 7th-level Yao beasts head-on, making it a very good helper. With the green armored beast's assistance, plus the several Void Heaven Palace ancient puppets he had repaired, ordinary 6th or 7th level Yao beasts wouldn't even require him to personally intervene. As for the 3 gold devouring insects, Liu Yun's planned to leave them behind to guard the immortal cave, to avoid being caught off guard in case of a surprise attack. The strange fire python's cultivation was too low at the moment, so Liu Yun simply threw in a few 5th level fire attribute Yao beast demonic cores and didn't bother with them anymore. However, the situation with the Lee Turtle and the golden silkworm was a bit more complicated. Ever since the Lee Turtle swallowed the azure blue ice flame bead, it had fallen into a deep slumber. Through its translucent body, Liu Yun's could clearly see wisps of white cold flame rising from the Lee Turtle's dantian, constantly grinding and colliding with the lotus formed by the Qunlan ice flame. Up until now, Liu Yun's could already see signs of the Qunlan ice flame within the Lee Turtle's body fusing with the cold flame. The Lee Turtle's aura had also been slowly and steadily increasing. It was expected that once it completely refined the Qunlan ice flame, its cultivation would definitely advance a level. By then, Liu Yun's would be able to see just how powerful a 9th-grade Lee Turtle, mastering the Qunlan ice flame, could be. If the Lee Turtle's situation was all good news, then the golden silkworm's side seemed a bit enigmatic. Ever since Liu Yun's handed these 4 golden silkworms over to Liu Yun's number 2, he hadn't inquired about them again. Now, more than 2 years had passed. When Liu Yun's looked at these golden silkworms again, there was only a several-foot-long pitch-black silk cocoon left in the spirit beast room. It looked lifeless, with no signs of life. What's going on? Liu Yun's couldn't help but ask. Liu Yun's number 2 appeared before him, spread his hands, and said to Liu Yun's, initially, I followed our plan, but I quickly discovered that while these golden silkworms' souls were fine, their bodies had been ravaged beyond recognition by the sky blue flower. Even if I gathered the true essence of all 4 golden silkworms into one, it wouldn't do any good. I had no other choice but to use the method you used to advance to core formation back then. I refined several high-level Yao beast corpses into true essence, hoping to replenish it. But this thing actually couldn't handle the nourishment. Liu Yun's number 2 sighed, and said helplessly, I couldn't do anything else, so I just went all out with the demonic path soul sacrifice and blood sacrifice, treating it as a last resort. The next day, it turned into this. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he rubbed his brow helplessly. Forget it, we don't know if this golden silkworm is alive or dead now, so let's just leave it here for now. Liu Yun's number 2 scratched his head a bit sheepishly, then flew back into Liu Yun's body. Where's the black flame needle? You promised to let me play with it. Alright, alright. There will definitely be a chance. Liu Yun's casually responded to him, then flew out of the immortal cave. At this time, Han Li had already been waiting high above the island for a long time. After more than a year of not seeing him, Han Li seemed even more spirited than before, and his mood appeared to be very good. Old Liu, did you feel it? Han Li laughed triumphantly. My speed of converting spiritual qi is now more than double what it was before, it should be equivalent to a 3 spiritual roots strength. This heaven-mending pill really works. Han Li looked at Liu Yun's, the corners of his mouth turned up high. Liu Yun scanned him up and down, his eyebrows moved slightly, and he thought to himself. The speed and amount of spiritual qi absorption haven't changed at all, but the efficiency of spiritual qi conversion has significantly improved. Is this the function of the spiritual root? Or did I overlook something important? His mind was filled with thoughts, but Liu Yun's was not in a hurry. The effect of the heaven-mending pill had clearly just begun to manifest. In the future, Liu Yun's would have plenty of time to study it slowly. Liu Yun's firmly believed that the crown of truth was right there, waiting for intelligent and persistent people to claim it, and Liu Yun's considered himself to lack neither. It seems this heaven-mending pill is quite effective. At this rate, in a few more decades, before nascent soul condensation, your spiritual root might be refined to the level of a dual spiritual root. As for whether it can go further, that's unclear, Liu Yun said very seriously. Han Li excitedly clenched his fist and said with a smile, a dual spiritual root is enough. The two exchanged a smile. Then, Han Li seemed to remember something, took out a string of 7 or 8 dark wooden beads from his storage pouch, and tossed it to him. Liu Yun took it, looked at it for a couple of seconds, and couldn't help but smack his lips, saying in surprise, this soul-nurturing wood grew so fast. Your golden Kila is really effective. Han Li didn't quite understand what golden Kila meant, but he was too lazy to argue with Liu Yun's and simply turned around and waved to him. Let's go, Kiwan Island is to the east, we should try to stay far away from it. After speaking, the two transformed into 2 escape lights and flew westward. Their destination was Coral Island, where Nishang grass could grow normally. Although neither of them was very familiar with the sea area, fortunately, the outer sea was vast, and there were many coral islands. They had barely flown far when they already saw the first suitable coral island. However, this island was too close to their immortal cave, so neither of them stopped, but continued flying westward. The two flew for over half a month like this. After estimating that they were far enough from the immortal cave, they chose a huge red coral island to land on. Liu Yun skillfully set up the formation, while Han Li took out a Nishang grass and solemnly planted it in the center of Coral Island. After Liu Yun's formation completely enveloped Coral Island, Han Li carefully took out a small bottle and dripped a drop of green liquid onto the Nishang grass. On the Nishang grass, the first leaf slowly unfolded and gradually began to emit a peculiar scent. The two sat cross-legged near the Nishang grass, waiting quietly. According to their previous experience, to attract 6th-level demonic beasts, the Nishang grass usually needed to be cultivated for 400 years. This meant that within the next month or so, the Nishang grass would only attract some low-level Yao beasts, at most not exceeding 5th level. Although hunting 5th-level Yao beasts held little significance for the two of them now, their demonic cores and materials were quite valuable and could be exchanged for a large amount of spirit stones. Liu Yun's also had a great demand for Yao beast souls and demonic cores. Neither of them would easily let these Yao beasts go. Chapter 441, First Battle. As they expected, before the 4th birth, 8 or 9 5th-level Yao beasts came searching and were easily killed by Liu Yun's and Han Li, each using their own methods, without much effort. It wasn't until Han Li dripped the 4th drop of green liquid onto the Nishang grass that the situation finally changed. With the unfolding of the 4th leaf on the Nishang grass, a peculiar scent, several times stronger than before, quietly diffused. Liu Yun's raised one hand and moved it slightly. A formation in the center of Coral Island instantly activated, and with a gentle breeze, it carried the scent far away. This was a small formation Liu Yun's had devised himself based on the Nishang grass's Yao-luring properties. Its purpose was to spread the scent released by the Nishang grass's unfolding leaves far and wide. According to the two's tests over the past month, this formation could expand the effective range of the Nishang grass by about 3 times. Expanding the Yao-luring distance to such an extent had both good and bad consequences. The advantage was that it could attract a large number of Yao beasts in a short time, greatly increasing the efficiency of hunting Yao beasts for their cores. Even those rare Yao beasts originally hidden in the deep sea could not escape the expanded effect of the Nishang grass. The disadvantage was that it was easy to attract several high-rank Yao beasts to attack at once, and a single misstep could lead to disaster. However, fortunately, Liu Yun's and Han Li were highly skilled and daring, able to assist each other, and with the aid of the formation, they had easily handled the previous waves of 5th-level Yao beast attacks. And now, the two were about to face an encirclement of several 6th-level demonic beasts and above. Han Li sat cross-legged in the middle of Coral Island, his expression a little tense. The Yao-luring range of the Nishang grass was not actually fixed. In the past, there had been incidents where 200- or 300-year-old Yao-luring grass attracted a 7th-level demon beast, which was ultimately killed on the spot by Liu Yun's using all his treasures. But this time, with the aid of the formation, if more than 10 6th-level or 7th-level Yao beasts were attracted at once, it would be extremely dangerous even for the two of them. Liu Yun's also noticed Han Li's unease, but he didn't feel anything special. After all, his and Han Li's strength was not comparable to what it was back then. As long as no Yao beasts of rank 8 or higher appeared, Liu Yun's was confident that even in the worst-case scenario, the two could calmly escape. With their differing states of mind, several powerful auras appeared within their divine sense range. 5 6th-level demonic beasts, Liu Yun's mouth curved upward. Good luck. Han Li also showed a relieved smile, and when the first Yao beast entered the formation, he soared into a green light and shot away. Liu Yun's was not in a hurry, he sat calmly in the center of the island, with several formation flags flying around him, one of which was flickering with a faint spiritual light. Then the remaining formation flags lit up in sequence, and when the fifth formation flag also lit up, Liu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Two streaks of white light shot out from his sleeves, transforming into two majestic puppets before him. They had eagle heads and human bodies, with a pair of wings on their backs. They were about 10 feet tall, clad in armor, and wielded two long halberds, appearing extremely mighty. These were precisely the eagle-headed puppets from the Void Heaven Palace that Liu Yun's had repaired during this period. These puppets appeared on the third floor of the inner hall. Each one possessed strength no less than that of a peak core formation cultivator, or what was known as a pseudo-nascent soul stage cultivator. Not only were their escape speeds incredibly fast and their movements eerily elusive, but the long halberds in their hands were also exceptionally sharp, capable of easily tearing through a core formation cultivator's defenses. In addition, the armor on these puppets also provided decent defensive capabilities. Inside the Void Heaven Palace, Savage Beard's punch failed to penetrate it, causing considerable trouble for everyone. Among the puppets acquired in the Void Heaven Palace at that time, apart from the golden-haired puppets on the fourth floor, these puppets were the most practical. The other snake-tailed puppets and wolf-headed puppets were more adept at combat in small confined spaces and ground battles. In the vast and boundless sea, they were far less useful than the eagle-headed puppets, which excelled at flying. As soon as these two puppets appeared, they shot off in two different directions. Liu Yun's only saw two blurry after-images, and the two eagle-headed puppets had already entered two separate formations. Seeing the eerie speed of these eagle-headed puppets, Liu Yun's face immediately showed a satisfied smile. Then he flicked his large sleeve, and thousands of slender black rays shot out from his two sleeves, converging before him into a jet-black giant sword. "Come out, let's test the power of this black flame needle together," Liu Yun said with a smile. A bizarre burst of laughter suddenly echoed around them, accompanied by a faint five-colored glow. The jet-black giant sword immediately trembled slightly, as if sentient, and shot up, circling Liu Yun's twice before transforming into an extremely fast black streak of light and shooting out. Liu Yun smiled slightly, and a slender golden light flashed past. Liu Yun's figure, along with the black streak, arrived above the north side of Coral Island. At this moment, in the two adjacent formations on the north side of the island, there was a powerful 6th-level demonic beast each, struggling desperately. One resembled a fish and a flood dragon, with a single horn on its head, a tiger's mouth, a dragon's eyes, a red back, and green scales. It was several feet long and appeared extraordinarily mighty. It was actually a crimson scale fish demon, renowned for its ferocity in the outer sea. The other had a strange appearance, resembling a giant leather pouch, several times larger than the crimson scale fish demon. Its enormous head almost occupied half of its entire body, with fangs protruding from a ferocious maw, yet its eyes were so small they were almost invisible. Liu Yun's looked left and right, unable to find any other facial features, as if its entire head was made solely for this enormous mouth. This was an unknown deep-sea Yao beast he had never seen before. Liu Yun's interest was instantly piqued. He pointed at the crimson scale fish demon and said to Liu Yun's number 2. "That one is yours, this one is mine." Tisk. Liu Yun's number 2 smacked his lips hard, then transformed into a black streak and shot out. The crimson scale fish demon instantly felt a great terror of life and death rushing over it. The rationality it had almost lost due to the Nishang grass returned, and it quickly raised its head, letting out a strange roar. Clusters of blue light shot out from the crimson scale fish demon's mouth, carrying the dull sound of wind and thunder, and struck directly at the black streak above its head. Liu Yun's number 2 let out a soft laugh. The black streak instantly disintegrated, transforming into thousands of slender black lines that shot down towards the crimson scale fish demon. The black lines instantly shattered the blue light. The crimson scale fish demon didn't even have time to react before it was pierced through by the dense black lines. The crimson scale fish demon's enormous body trembled slightly twice, then it fell limply onto the sea surface. Countless tiny, almost invisible wounds on its body did not ooze a trace of blood, instead, there was a faint burnt smell. The black streak reassembled in the air. Liu Yun's no 2 several-inch-long figure sat on the jet-black giant sword, holding the crimson scale fish demon's spirit, which had shrunk by an unknown number of times. Chapter 442 7 years. "Is that all?" Liu Yun's number 2 said, his face displeased. He had originally thought he would get the thrill of a head-on battle, but his opponent was too weak. The moment he made his opening move, the other party was already dead, leaving Liu Yun's number 2 feeling exceptionally stifled and unsatisfied. That was just a 6th-level demonic beast. "Don't be too hard on it," Liu Yun said with a helpless shrug. He understood Liu Yun's no 2's feelings. As Liu Yun's no 2's main body, the formless needle was an overspec, top-tier magic treasure, but it was meant for sneak attacks and ambushes. He couldn't expect it to play a significant role in direct confrontations. Therefore, whenever Liu Yun's number 2 fought someone, he would usually teleport into the opponent's sea of consciousness, deliver a fierce blow, and then teleport away. The entire process was exceptionally simple and direct, lacking any sense of engagement. Now, Liu Yun's had finally crafted a magic treasure specifically for direct assault, allowing Liu Yun's number 2 to have some fun, but there were no suitable opponents. Liu Yun's understood, but there was nothing he could do. Liu Yun's number 2 was, after all, merely a tool spirit. Although he could control other magic treasures due to his special existence, all the magical power used was pre-stored by Liu Yun's in the black flame needle. It was fine for occasional fun, but when it came to a truly formidable opponent, Liu Yun's himself would still have to rely on his own strength. "We'll think of other methods later. For now, this will have to do." Liu Yun smiled helplessly, then looked at the strange-looking deep-sea Yao beast in the formation next to him. Not only was this Yao beast bizarre in appearance, but its divine ability was also extremely strange. The Yao beast opened its terrifying mouth, which took up almost half its body. Its pouch-like body suddenly swelled up, then rapidly shrank, and an invisible sound wave instantly shot out from its wide mouth, viciously striking the formation. After only a few attacks, the entire formation showed signs of instability and began to shake slightly. This surprised Liu Yun's, as he had personally created this formation, designed to contend with 7th level or even 8th level demonic beasts. Its purpose was to stably control the vast majority of 7th level Yao beasts, or to buy some time for Liu Yun's and Han Li if an 8th level demonic beast attacked. Yet now, this formation was visibly shaking under the attack of a 6th level demonic beast, which made Liu Yun's look at the Yao beast with surprise. This deep-sea Yao beast seemed to be quite different from ordinary Yao beasts. Leaving aside its appearance, its attack power alone was comparable to that of a typical 7th level Yao beast. No wonder no cultivator dared to venture into the deep sea to hunt Yao beasts. Just imagining the deep sea filled with these bizarre, strangely shaped Yao beasts with strange divine abilities, countless in number, a dense sight stretching as far as the eye could see, made Liu Yun's hair stand on end. Seeing the Yao beast continue to attack the formation, Liu Yun's no longer hesitated. He slapped his storage pouch with one hand, and 2 dull yellow halberds immediately shot out, rapidly growing in size against the wind, instantly transforming into massive objects several zhang long. Liu Yun's pointed with one hand, and the 2 halberds instantly turned into 2 yellow streaks of light, like flood dragons, crossing left and right as they descended. The deep-sea Yao beast seemed to sense something. Its huge, strange body instantly stretched and thinned, transforming into an odd sea snake over 20 zhang long, and plunged into the seabed. Liu Yun's eyes widened in surprise. He formed a hand seal, and the formation immediately glowed with a brilliant blue light. Layers of sea waves surged, like invisible giant hands, forcibly squeezing the deep-sea Yao beast out. At this moment, the 2 dragon-like yellow streaks of light had already arrived, crossing left and right as they descended, instantly pinning the deep-sea Yao beast to the surface of the sea. Under the heaven-drying halberds, the sea surface was like flat ground. No matter how the deep-sea Yao beast struggled, it was futile. Liu Yun's flew around the deep-sea Yao beast with great interest. A golden light flew out from his sleeve, instantly slicing the deep-sea Yao beast in half. Even with its head severed, this strange deep-sea Yao beast still struggled for a while under the heaven-drying halberds. It wasn't until Liu Yun's used the spirit transformation talisman again, a golden light cutting open its head to extract its demon core and spirit, that the Yao beast finally quieted down. This guy has such strong vitality, Liu Yun's number 2 exclaimed from the side, sighing disappointedly. For dealing with this kind of enemy, magic treasures like the black flame needle were more effective. Next time, definitely next time, Liu Yun said with a rather insincere wave of his hand. He then put away the Yao beast's corpse and flew back to the center of Coral Island. At this time, Han Li and the 2 eagle-headed puppets also flew back. The 2 eagle-headed puppets each carried a Yao beast corpse, and light flickered in their mouths, where the spirits of the 2 Yao beasts were struggling ceaselessly. Han Li's eyes widened in surprise as he asked Liu Yun's. These 2 puppets have this kind of function. Liu Yun smiled proudly, stepping forward to collect the Yao beast corpses and spirits, and said with his head held high. Originally, of course not. The function of capturing Yao beast souls was something I added later. Han Li immediately chuckled, giving a thumbs up in admiration. For more than a month after that, Han Li continuously dripped green liquid onto the Nishang grass, attracting Yao beasts. More and more Yao beasts arrived, and they became increasingly powerful. Eventually, there were even situations where 5 or 6 7th level Yao beasts appeared together. But with Liu Yun's and Han Li employing their various methods, these Yao beasts were still slaughtered without any power to resist. After that, no matter how much Han Li cultivated the Nishang grass, no advanced Yao beast came. The 2 also understood that the advanced Yao beasts in the waters near the island had probably been wiped out, so they packed up their belongings and flew to the next coral island. 7 years later, above a certain sea area in the outer sea, 4 escape lights shot past, accompanied by angry curses. What's going on? Have these flood dragons gone mad? Following closely behind the escape lights were 2 flood dragons, one blue and one red. They were dozens of zhang long, with sharp claws and teeth, exceptionally fierce, and brimming with spiritual chi. They were 2 genuine 7th rank flood dragons. Flood dragons, rarely seen in the chaotic Star Sea, now appeared in pairs, chasing the human cultivators ahead. Normally, such advanced Yao beasts have their own territories. Heaven and earth spirit beasts like flood dragons value their territories far more than other Yao beasts, making it almost impossible for them to appear together. Moreover, generally speaking, advanced Yao beasts do not easily stray far from their territories. As long as human cultivators flee a sufficient distance, they will stop pursuing, otherwise, there is a risk of encountering other advanced Yao beasts. However, at this moment, these 2 flood dragons seemed to be possessed, relentlessly chasing the 4 human cultivators, in a never-ending pursuit. The 4 cultivators, 3 men and 1 woman fleeing in front, all had core formation stage cultivation. The leading middle-aged man even possessed the profound cultivation of the late core formation stage. However, such a team could barely handle 1 7th rank flood dragon at best. Facing 2 flood dragons simultaneously, they had no choice but to flee. Flood dragons are, after all, heaven and earth spirit beasts, with combat power far exceeding others of their rank. Although these people had years of experience in the outer sea, none of them had experience dealing with flood dragons. They had already been fleeing for several days and nights, and their magical power was almost exhausted. If this continued, everyone would inevitably die. Chapter 443, Mistaken Entry. Chapter 443, Accidental Intrusion. Seeing the flood dragon behind him getting closer and closer, the middle-aged man leading the group glanced at his companions, whose magical power was almost depleted, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Junior brother San, how many Crimson Sun Thunder Orbs do you have left? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. One of the three, a slightly plump young man with an honest appearance, was startled by the question and subconsciously replied, I have 3 left, but these Crimson Sun Thunder Orbs are only effective against 6th level demonic beasts. Against a 7th rank flood dragon, even if all 3 are used at once, they would at most only injure one. I understand, the middle-aged cultivator nodded expressionlessly and said to the others. A little later, we will slow down our escape lights and wait for those 2 flood dragons to catch up. Junior brother San, seize the opportunity to injure the blue flood dragon first, then the 3 of us will concentrate our magical power to deal with the red fire flood dragon. Remember, we cannot delay. We must strike with a single blow. Use whatever trump cards you have hidden away. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he himself slowed down his escape lights and at the same time took out a shimmering silver talisman from his storage pouch, a solemn expression on his face. The other 3 were stunned by his words and nodded with grave expressions. Just then, the slightly plump, honest young man suddenly frowned and subconsciously glanced behind him, asking without turning his head. The 3 of you, have those 2 flood dragons stopped? Hearing this, the other 3 were immediately startled and quickly extended their divine sense. Indeed, just as the slightly plump young man said. The 2 previously ferocious 7th rank flood dragons were now stopped on the sea surface about 10 li away from the 3, roaring in low voices. Whether it was the 4 people's illusion or not, they seemed to hear a deep-seated fear in the roars of these 2 flood dragons. The 2 flood dragons hesitated on the sea for a while, glared fiercely at the 4 from more than 10 li away, and then actually turned and left without the slightest hesitation. The 4 looked at each other, all a bit dazed. Suddenly, the middle-aged cultivator seemed to have thought of something, and his face instantly darkened. Damn it! We might have trespassed into the territory of an 8th level demonic beast. As soon as the middle-aged cultivator said this, the other 3's expressions changed dramatically. Senior brother. The only female cultivator among the 4 was a sweet-looking, petite woman in purple, who appeared to be only about 15 or 16 years old. At this moment, the female cultivator looked at the middle-aged cultivator with a panicked expression, her voice trembling slightly as she asked. Senior brother, are you sure? Did we really stumble into the territory of an 8th level demonic beast? The middle-aged cultivator's face was terrifyingly grim. He swept his gaze over the 3 of them expressionlessly and said in a cold tone. Otherwise? On this vast sea, besides an 8th level demonic beast, what else could make 2 7th rank flood dragons so afraid? The other 3 heard the middle-aged cultivator's blunt words and their hearts immediately sank, their last shred of hope vanishing without a trace. The slightly plump young man thought for a moment, forced an awkward smile, and said to the others. If you ask me, this can also be considered a good thing. Judging by the appearance of those 2 flood dragons, this should be the edge of that 8th level demonic beast's territory. How vast is an 8th level demonic beast's territory? How could we so easily encounter the main one? It's good that this 8th level demonic beast is here, there shouldn't be any difficult high-level Yao beasts around. We can find a nearby small island to recover our magical power, and once our magical power is restored, we can just change direction and leave. Upon hearing this, several people showed thoughtful expressions. The middle-aged cultivator thought for a moment and nodded to them. Junior brother San also has a point. The probability of encountering an 8th level demonic beast in this vast sea is still very low. As long as our luck isn't too bad, this might even be a good thing. Perhaps after we return alive, we can even make another fortune. The middle-aged cultivator grinned and said to them, the coordinates of an 8th level demonic beast's territory, I presume the major sects in Blackstone City would be very interested. Upon hearing this, the several people instantly became excited and quickly released their divine sense, wanting to find a small island to rest. Perhaps their luck had already run out, as there wasn't even a single island within the range of their divine sense. The 4 discussed it and quickly activated their remaining magical power, carefully flying in one direction. After flying for about several tens of li, they suddenly felt a faint spiritual chi appearing ahead, as if there was a small island. Excellent, senior brother, we. The slightly plump young man's face showed excitement, but in the next moment, the 4 instantly fell into shadow. The 4 subconsciously looked up, and just above their heads, a colossal creature over 20 jong long, with a fish body, an eagle head, and 2 wings on its back, flew past. Several people subconsciously held their breath, but in the next moment, this huge Yao beast plunged headfirst towards the small island that was their target. Accompanied by a crisp shattering sound, a transparent barrier was smashed to pieces by the giant beast, revealing a brutally tragic battlefield within. That's right, it was a battlefield. Besides this word, the several people could not think of any other word to describe everything they saw. Within the barrier, large areas of the sea had been dyed red with blood, and several enormous Yao beast carcasses floated on the surface of the sea. One could faintly discern their power in life from their massive size and the lingering spiritual pressure. And above the sea surface was where the true battlefield lay. As far as the eye could see, massive, terrifyingly powerful behemoths were flying in the sky, launching almost frenzied, suicidal attacks at their aerial enemies. The colossal beast that had just startled the several people so much that they couldn't even breathe was merely one among them, appearing insignificant on this tragic battlefield. 9 7th level demon beasts. The slightly plump young man's body trembled slightly. Within the barrier, the apocalyptic scene almost destroyed his sanity. More than that, there are 4 more dead in the sea. The middle-aged cultivator swallowed, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and shouted at the others. Go. The next second, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the barrier surrounding the entire island instantly shattered. Beast roars, explosions, whooshing sounds, enormous noises like heavy hammers pounded into the ears of the several people. An incomparably violent shockwave slammed into them. The several people quickly huddled together, activating all the magical power in their bodies, doing their utmost to resist this wave of impact. What's going on? Has a training team from a major sect been ambushed by Yao beasts? The short, plump young man yelled hysterically, not knowing if he was truly curious or just wanted to vent his inner fear. Are you stupid? What major sect's training team could withstand the encirclement of so many 7th level demon beasts? The middle-aged cultivator roared without turning his head. So many 7th level demon beasts are enough to besiege a cultivator island. The purple-clad woman bit her lip, her eyes filled with terror. Then what do you say is going on? The short, plump young man retorted subconsciously in his fear. You. The middle-aged cultivator glared at him fiercely, just about to say something. Just then, above the island, a black light suddenly erupted. The next moment, thousands of slender black lines rained down like a storm, directly piercing 3 7th level demon beasts that failed to dodge, turning them into sieves. Then, they heard another violent explosion and a mournful, indignant roar. Lu Yuns, I'll F you. Chapter 444, Bloody Battle. A torrent of violent flames surged forth, igniting a second sun over the ocean. Several 7th level demon beasts jointly withstood the burning sun. However, the next moment, 2 puppets with eagle heads and human bodies mysteriously appeared beside one of the Yao beasts. 4 long halberds in their hands glowed with spiritual light, cutting out several dazzling streaks that sliced the Yao beast into several pieces. At the center of the encirclement by numerous Yao beasts, the 20-foot-tall Galatron was already riddled with wounds, its white armor crumbling, and even one of its arms had gone missing. Han Li, dressed in a green robe, stood atop the Galatron, activating several azure streaks to attack a giant sea spider covered in crab-like armor. However, he was directly sent flying by the opponent's several giant pincer claws. At the same time, metal armor plates floated and danced around Han Li, connected by blue electric arcs, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier that firmly resisted the attacks of the other Yao beasts. Lu Yuns, you son of a bitch. I knew I shouldn't have listened to you. Han Li roared, while manipulating the Galatron to protect himself, and controlling a swarm of 3-colored gold-devouring insects to form several giant spears, which shot out in all directions, forcing back 2 pouncing Yao beasts. How the hell was I supposed to know there were so many 7th level demon beasts in this sea area? These guys must have planned this. Lu Yun's figure flickered like a ghost on the battlefield, countless exotic talismans flying non-stop in the air, blocking terrifying attacks. At the same time, thousands of slender black lines transformed into a black torrent in the air, with solid-like black flames spreading from within the black lines, merging and connecting with each other, forming a long, black smoke cloud. Looking out, it was as if a black dragon was stirring up trouble, fiercely pouncing on a Yao beast that resembled an armored whale. The Yao beast intended to dodge, but suddenly let out a painful roar, its protective Yao wind instantly dissipating, and it was instantly cut in half by the oncoming black torrent. In a short while, 5 of the 9 Yao beasts were gone. Only 4 7th level demon beasts remained, desperately resisting. These guys definitely planned this. I knew we went too far. Lu Yuns shouted without looking back. You're full of crap. Wasn't it you who refused to leave? Han Li roared. The sea beneath him suddenly surged with blood-red giant waves, and a giant sea ape nearly 10 feet tall broke through the waves, its 2 incredibly thick arms smashing fiercely towards Han Li. Not long ago, it was this guy's full-force blow that shattered the Galatron's armor. But Han Li showed no panic. The armor plates around him suddenly lit up, erupting a huge blue electric arc that sent the 7th level sea ape flying. Strong currents coursed through its body, instantly paralyzing it. Lu Yuns quickly followed, a golden light flying out from his sleeve, transforming into a small golden sword. With a whoosh, the golden light flashed past, instantly severing the sea ape's head. Was it me who refused to leave? Can you say you didn't have the idea to stay? By the way, you picked this place, didn't you? Damn it, wasn't it you who wanted to try the effects of the 1000-year Nishang grass? The 2 of them cursed at each other while pouncing on the remaining 3 7th level demon beasts. The spear formed by the gold-devouring insects flashed past, and the black torrent converged into 2 flying swords, shooting out with a scorching aura. The 3 Yao beasts whimpered, pierced through by these 3 attacks, and fell powerlessly into the ocean. The 2 of them hovered in the air, looking at the doomsday-like scene around them, and exchanged a weary glance. Temporary ceasefire. Agreed. The 2 landed on the corpse of a giant turtle on the sea surface and sat down weakly. I knew it. Shut up. Okay. The 2 exchanged glances and sighed simultaneously. By now, they had been at sea for 7 years. Setting up formations, planting Nishang grass, killing Yao beasts for their cores, relocating formations. These series of activities were interesting at first, but over time, this highly repetitive routine became boring. Especially out here on the vast ocean, the only humanoid creatures these two grown men saw all year round were each other, which undoubtedly amplified the boredom. For some, a monotonous and boring life is just a phase. They chew it up, swallow it, and silently store it in their hearts as motivation for further progress. Like Han Li. For others, life is a journey full of ups and downs, everything is permissible on the road, except for boredom. So, as soon as they get bored, they can't help but start stirring up trouble. Like Liu Yun's. Over 7 years, Liu Yun's had stirred up all sorts of trouble. This included, but was not limited to, the Sea Yao Beast Racing Competition, the Great Diving Challenge, the feasibility of a single person breaking through the cultivation world's atmosphere, and so on. Until recently, the two suddenly discovered that for some unknown reason, the Nishang grass no longer attracted Yao beasts. This not only puzzled them but also gave Liu Yun's an opportunity to stir up trouble. He had Han Li cultivate a Nishang grass to its maximum of 1,300 years, and from beginning to end, all its scents were sealed with a formation. Only at the moment the Nishang grass's last leaf unfurled did Liu Yun's release all the scents. The result was obvious, the Nishang grass's miraculous property of luring Yao beasts did not disappoint them. Over a dozen 7th-level demon beasts swarmed in, and Liu Yun's and Han Li were directly surrounded. In this battle, both used all their trump cards and even scrapped several sets of formations, barely managing to win. Old Han, I always feel something is not quite right. Do you think the Yao beasts in the surrounding sea area have already remembered us? Han Li's face was grim, he didn't speak. He also had similar suspicions, otherwise, he couldn't explain why the Nishang grass had suddenly become ineffective during this period. He just didn't know if this notoriety among Yao beasts was limited to the surrounding rank 6 and 7 Yao beasts, or if it had already alarmed rank 8 or higher Yao beasts. Thinking of this, Han Li took a deep breath and suddenly turned his head to look at the sky not far away. Liu Yun's followed Han Li's gaze, and his lips curled into a smile, showing a hint of interest. Friends, you are quite bold. Not only did you not run, but you even came closer. The middle-aged cultivator and his group were startled by the words, immediately freezing in place, somewhat at a loss. They were quite far away and dared not use their divine sense to probe casually, so they couldn't see the detailed situation on the battlefield. They only saw several huge Yao beasts fall into the sea and become still. While this deeply shocked the four, an inevitable hint of greed also surfaced in their hearts. Over a dozen 7th-level demon beasts, just their Yao cores alone could sell for nearly 200,000 spirit stones. Adding the materials from these Yao beasts, if put up for auction in Blackstone City, they could probably fetch over 300,000 spirit stones. With such a large sum of spirit stones before them, how could the few of them not be tempted? Not to mention, they had already clearly seen from a distance that the ones being attacked by these dozen 7th-level demon beasts were only 2 human cultivators. In their opinion, even if the opponents were nascent soul-old monsters, after facing and killing so many 7th-level demon beasts, their magical power was probably already depleted, and it was even possible that they were severely injured. Under such circumstances, the 4 of them were not without a chance. With this thought, the greed in the 4's hearts instantly overwhelmed their fear, and they actually approached. Hat. Liu Yun's grinned. What? You want to rob us? The 4 instinctively swallowed. In their divine sense, these 2 people were only a middle core formation stage and an early core formation stage cultivator. How is this possible? Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Liu Yun smiled, and his figure instantly vanished. The next second, the middle-aged cultivator suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Turning his head, Liu Yun stood beside him, his arm casually draped over his shoulder, grinning at him. Friend, let's chat. Chapter 445, Current State of the Abyss. The middle-aged cultivator and his group sat side by side on Coral Island, watching in horror as the 2 men skillfully extracted cores, drew out souls, and dismembered bodies, collecting all useful materials and casually putting them into their storage pouches. Being far away earlier, and not daring to look closely, the 4 had not noticed anything amiss. But now, upon closer inspection, they realized that the 2 men were covered in numerous storage pouches, each bulging, clearly filled with things. Surely, those aren't all Yao beast materials, are they? Such an absurd thought suddenly popped into their minds, but it was quickly dismissed by themselves. What a joke. If those were all Yao beast materials, how vast a collection would that be? How many Yao beasts would they have to kill to gather so much? They couldn't have possibly wiped out all the high-level Yao beasts in this sea area, could they? Under the 4 cultivators' uneasy gazes, Han Li and Liu Yun's cleaned up the scene. One was expressionless, the other smiled as they sat down in front of the 4. Fellow deists, tell us. Where are you from? Liu Yun's asked with a smile. His tone was very calm, yet it inexplicably sent a chill down the 4 cultivators' spines. To be honest, senior, we are from Kiwan Island, the middle-aged cultivator quickly replied. Liu Yun smiled and waved his hand, saying, don't be so nervous. What senior? We are all core formation cultivators, just call me fellow deist. Or you can also call me handsome guy. Why would cultivators from Kiwan Island come all the way here to hunt Yao beasts? Are there no Yao beasts left in the sea abyss? Seeing that Liu Yun's, that scoundrel, hadn't seen outsiders for 7 years and was showing signs of going a little crazy, Han Li quickly interrupted him and asked the 4 cultivators with an expressionless face. The middle-aged cultivator blinked his eyes in confusion, then exchanged a glance with the other 3 before saying with a bitter smile to the 2, it seems you 2 seniors haven't been to Kiwan Island in a long time. The original sea abyss, although not safe, was still quite livable as long as one was clever and didn't wander into the central area. But 8 years ago, a Yao beast riot occurred in the sea abyss. Large numbers of Yao beasts suddenly crawled out of the sea abyss and besieged Kiwan Island, including many rank 6 and 7 dragons. The cultivators on the island were caught off guard and were almost overrun. Hearing this, Lu Yun's and Han Li exchanged an expressionless glance, then quickly looked away, not revealing the slightest hint of surprise. The middle-aged cultivator didn't notice anything amiss and continued to speak to the two. Although several nascent soul seniors eventually joined forces to stabilize the situation, and the cultivators on the island repelled that wave of Yao beasts, since then, the entire sea abyss has become a forbidden zone. Almost all high-level cultivators who ventured in never returned. Lu Yun's, hearing this, couldn't help but rub his chin in confusion. The entire economic lifeline of Kiwan Island has been cut off. Don't those nascent soul old monsters have any reaction? Hearing Lu Yun's disrespectful tone, the middle-aged cultivator immediately exchanged a glance with the other three and said with a bitter smile, "That's naturally not the case. Just last year, several nascent soul stage seniors joined forces and charged into the central area to investigate. But they don't know what level of Yao beast they encountered, and they eventually fled in terror. Even for Dharma True Monarch, one of them, only survived with his nascent soul intact." Humph. Lu Yun's narrowed his eyes slightly, his lips curling back as he tapped his brow with a somewhat unreadable expression. To scare several nascent soul old monsters like that, with one even losing his physical body, ordinary 8th level demonic beasts couldn't do it. It must have been a 9th grade Yao beast that made a move. Lu Yun said, shaking his head and sighing. It seems these sea abyss Yao beasts are determined to remove Kiwan Island, this thorn in their side. The middle-aged cultivator nodded with a bitter smile and said to Lu Yun's, "To be honest, senior, we think so too. Currently, Kiwan Island probably won't last much longer. The powers and loose cultivators on the island are all looking for a way out. And precisely at this time, the inner sea is still at war." At this point, the middle-aged cultivator's face was full of bitterness. If they could, who would want to live a precarious life in the outer sea? Lu Yun's glanced at him but didn't tell him that it was precisely because Star Palace and the Reverse Star Alliance were fighting in the inner sea that the Sea Abyss Yao beasts could unhesitatingly remove Kiwan Island. Nevertheless, the Sea Abyss Yao beasts' patience with Kiwan Island was already reaching its limit. Although those guys were all looking for a way out, the entire outer sea was the territory of Yao beasts. Where could they find a way out? Unless these guys could find a way to return to the inner sea, but in that case, loose cultivators would be fine, but those major powers would probably not be able to escape the Great War between Star Palace and the Reverse Star Alliance. It was just unknown which side they would join. So, the market in Blackstone City is still open, right? Lu Yun's asked with a smile. The middle-aged cultivator looked at him with some confusion and naturally replied, "That's natural. Although Blackstone City has declined quite a bit in recent years because it's impossible to hunt Yao beasts from the sea abyss, even so, Blackstone City is still the largest human island in the nearby sea, so naturally." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a heavy sensation in his head, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. The other three also collapsed with him. Lu Yun's and Han Li watched this scene without any surprised expressions, until Lu Yun's number 2, with his several-inch-long body, emerged from the middle-aged cultivator's glabella, put his hands on his hips, and said to the two, "The memories of these guys have all been dealt with. Don't worry, I did it very cleanly. Even if a nascent soul cultivator were to search their souls, they wouldn't find any clues." Only then did Lu Yun's and Han Li breathe a sigh of relief. They naturally couldn't let these few people leave just like that, but it wasn't necessary to kill them. After all, neither of them was a bloodthirsty person, and inexplicably attacking strangers was something they were a bit reluctant to do. Fortunately, Lu Yun's number 2, this unconventional heart demon, was best at manipulating people's memories and emotions, which allowed him to clean up the memories of these few cultivators. However, this also made Lu Yun's begin to reflect on whether he had been using the formless needle incorrectly all along. Formless and intangible, without a trace, manipulating enemies subtly and effortlessly. Perhaps this was the correct way to use his formless needle. He might have really been using this magic treasure in the wrong way all along. Lu Yun's eyes flickered as he turned to Han Li and said, "I plan to go to Kiwan Island to replenish some materials and spirit stones before it's taken over by the Yao beasts. Are you coming?" Chapter 446, Startling Changes at Miao Insect. A month later, above a certain sea area not far from Kiwan Island, 5 cultivators, 3 men and 2 women were flying through the air, looking exhausted. These 5 were all only at the foundation establishment stage of cultivation. The one with the highest cultivation was a burly, dark-faced man, who had reached the false core realm of foundation establishment peak. None of the others had a cultivation lower than foundation establishment middle stage. The cultivation of this group was truly nothing in the outer sea, barely enough to ensure their survival. However, at this moment, besides their fatigue, their faces subtly hinted at a touch of excitement. "Brother Zhou, since this mission was completed so smoothly, I wonder how Elder Yun will reward us." One of the women among the 5 asked the leading dark-faced man with a smile. As she spoke, she seemingly casually tucked a strand of black hair behind her ear, her eyes subtly hinting at a flirtatious charm. The 2 women among the 5 were dressed in purple and white, looking alluring and graceful, with their eyes full of charm. Now, with their deliberate attempts at flattery, the other 2 men stared blankly, somewhat distracted. The leading dark-faced man, however, merely gave her a cold glance and remained silent. The woman, having been rebuffed, didn't seem to mind. She smiled as she glanced at the other two, then reined in her alluring demeanor and focused on their journey. Just then, a five-colored streaking light suddenly flashed above the heads of the five. Its speed was incredibly fast, almost unbelievable. The five only saw a flash of streaking light, and the next second, the five-colored streaking light had already reached the edge of their vision. What fast escape lights! One of them blurted out instinctively. The dark-faced man frowned deeply and said to the others in a low voice, "Be careful. With such fast escape lights, even if the other party isn't a senior at the nascent soul stage, they must be a figure at the peak core formation stage. Fortunately, he doesn't seem interested in us, otherwise." Before the dark-faced man could finish his sentence, the five-colored streaking light in the distance suddenly vanished. The group froze for a moment, and the next second, a powerful spiritual pressure spread out from behind them. "I flew too fast just now, almost didn't get a clear look." The calm and slow tone was like a cold gust of wind, blowing directly into their chests and tightly gripping their hearts. "You two, are you from Miao Insect?" Upon hearing this, the two women among the five immediately felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. They quickly turned back, instinctively saying, "Senior has a wisdom eye like a torch. Our sisters are indeed disciples of Protector Fan of Miao Insect. May we ask who Senior is?" "Ah." The two were speaking perfectly fine when they suddenly saw the face of the person behind them. They instinctively cried out, their faces filled with terror. "Senior Lu! Senior Lu! Venerable Tian Mu!" The three men, led by the dark-faced man, were suddenly stunned, their hearts sinking instantly. "You know me?" Lu Yun's frowned tightly, his gaze sweeping over the five. He asked expressionlessly, "Why this reaction? Did something happen to Miao Insect? Why are you in the outer sea?" The five instantly fell silent. The two women's faces were pale, and they lowered their heads, saying nothing. The three men exchanged glances, swallowing nervously, a hint of fear in their eyes. After a while, when Lu Yun's was starting to get a little impatient, the dark-faced man stepped forward and respectfully said to Lu Yun's, "Junior is a disciple under Elder Yun of Miao Insect." "Stop." Lu Yun's eyes suddenly turned cold, causing cold sweat to break out on the backs of the group. The two women from Miao Insect even trembled slightly. "Elder Yun? When did Miao Insect get an Elder Yun? Where is Wang Yueying?" Lu Yun's tone grew increasingly unkind. The dark-faced man quickly forced a fawning smile and said with utmost respect, "Senior Lu, you may not know, but Miao Insect joined our Reverse Star Alliance several years ago. Elder Yun was sent by the Reverse Star Alliance." Boom! Before the dark-faced man could finish his sentence, the bodies of the three male cultivators, including him, instantly exploded. The two female cultivators, caught off guard, were splattered with blood and minced meat, and instinctively opened their mouths, but no sound came out. Lu Yun's eyes were filled with icy killing intent, and the words he uttered were like blood-stained butcher knives, fiercely piercing their hearts. "Speak. What happened to Miao Insect? Where is Wang Yueying?" The two female cultivators ignored the blood and minced meat on them, quickly bending over, almost folding their bodies in two. "Senior Lu. We were also acting under orders, forced to do so. Please, Senior, spare our lives." Next, through their stammering narration, Lu Yun's came to understand Miao Insect's experiences over the past few years. About 8 or 9 years ago, around the time Lu Yun's and Han Li had just arrived in the Outer Sea, people from the Reverse Star Alliance suddenly came to Miao Insect, inviting them to join the Reverse Star Alliance. They also proposed marriage on behalf of Wen Tianren, the Hall Master of the Shenjiu Hall of the Reverse Star Alliance and the sole successor of the Six Paths Extreme Sage, to Purple Spirit, hoping to take her as a concubine. Wang Yueying naturally wouldn't get involved in such a mess at that time, nor would she allow Purple Spirit to become someone else's concubine. However, constrained by the power of the Reverse Star Alliance, she merely said she needed to consider it carefully. However, the other party's attitude was exceptionally firm, and without a word, they directly started a fight. Wang Yueying and left emissary Zhou, who was present at the scene, died in battle. The remaining Miao Insect disciples were heavily surrounded by the Reverse Star Alliance. Left emissary Fan, whom Lu Yun's had met once before, took this opportunity to directly defect to the Reverse Star Alliance and persuaded a significant portion of the disciples within the sect to surrender to the Reverse Star Alliance with her. It was at this time that Purple Spirit stepped forward, willingly agreeing to go with them to the Reverse Star Alliance, thereby protecting the most core members of Miao Insect and taking them away from Miao Insect to avoid future purges by left emissary Fan. After that, for some unknown reason, the Reverse Star Alliance suddenly listed Lu Yun's as a Star Palace partisan and set an extremely high bounty. If he could be killed, one could join any hall of the Reverse Star Alliance and hold the position of Vice Hall Master. If Lu Yun's could be captured alive, then any Hall Master position within the Reverse Star Alliance, excluding the 4 core halls, could be chosen by him. Hall Master. Lu Yun's raised his head, looking at the sky and letting out a long sigh. That's quite generous. The two female cultivators from Miao Insect watched him nervously. They were left emissary Fan's people, and in the eyes of Senior Lu, they were probably traitors to Miao Insect, just like left emissary Fan. "Why did you come to the Outer Sea?" Lu Yun's asked calmly. "To be honest, Senior Lu, this was a mission given to Miao Insect by the Reverse Star Alliance. They wanted us to come to Kiwan Island to win over the major forces on the island, and if possible, persuade them to join the Reverse Star Alliance to jointly resist the Star Palace. Elder Yun Tianxiao, who was sent by the Reverse Star Alliance, was the executor of this mission. He was also responsible for monitoring us disciples of Miao insect. At this point, a hint of dissatisfaction subtly emerged in the female cultivator's voice, though it was unclear whether this dissatisfaction was directed at Yun Tianxiao or at left emissary Fan, who had dragged them into this situation. Senior Lu, we truly were just following orders, forced to do so. When Miao insect was in trouble, we also fought desperately against the people of the Reverse Star Alliance, but our section left emissary Fan surrendered first, and we were forced to join the Reverse Star Alliance. Please, Senior, spare our two sisters' lives. Lu Yuns looked at them, closed his eyes, and softly said, "You may go." The two women immediately felt as if they had been granted a great pardon and quickly transformed into two escape lights, flying far away. Only Lu Yuns remained standing on the sea, closing his eyes and letting out a long sigh. Yunming, I broke my promise. Chapter 447, Blood Wine. On Kiwan Island, within Blackstone City. Blackstone City at this time no longer had the bustling and lively scene of 8 or 9 years ago. The number of cultivators on the streets had greatly decreased, and not a single mortal could be seen. Many shops along the street were still open, but they looked half dead, with only a few customers. The major powers on the island had now focused all their energy on finding other habitable islands. Their control over Kiwan Island was becoming increasingly lax. Their business practices also became increasingly perfunctory, with acquisition prices getting lower and selling prices getting higher. Recently, there had even been many rumors of forced buying and selling, which greatly damaged the reputation of the major powers. Many cultivators on the island also noticed this, but Blackstone City was still the largest cultivator island nearby, and they had no other choice but to grudgingly accept it. Meanwhile, in a stone house in the central district of Blackstone City, a woman with a light veil over her face and picturesque features sat anxiously on a chair, her eyes fixed on a gloomy middle-aged cultivator nearby. You and the others still haven't returned. Did something happen? The woman asked anxiously. The middle-aged cultivator glanced at her, a smile playing on his lips as he said, Sect Master Fan, preparing the teleportation array in the outer sea is an extremely dangerous task. I made that very clear before they departed. Even if something truly happened, we have no other choice but to send more people out. After all, persuading these major powers to join the Reverse Star Alliance takes time. Even if they have now relented, we must first prepare a fallback. If the day comes when Yao beasts attack the island, we will be prepared and won't have to stay here and perish with these major powers. Sect Master Fan, you probably don't want to stay in this outer sea for a lifetime, do you? Seeing the woman's expression worsen, the middle-aged cultivator's lips curled into a cold sneer, and he continued speaking to himself. Sect Master Fan, don't forget, I also sent 3 people to go with them this time. If something happens, it will happen to all of us. Sect Master Fan won't be the only one to suffer losses. The woman clenched her fist. The other party's words sounded good, but she didn't have many subordinates to begin with, one less meant one gone. The other party, however, was backed by the Reverse Star Alliance and didn't care how many of his subordinates died. If this continued, she would truly be marginalized. Sect Master Fan, just as the two were lost in their own thoughts, a delicate female voice suddenly sounded outside the door, trembling slightly and sounding exceptionally helpless. The woman's brows furrowed instantly, and she asked sharply, what happened? Sect leader, an old acquaintance has come to visit. An old acquaintance? The woman paused slightly, and suddenly, a flowing purple and white garment appeared within her line of sight. Left emissary Fan, long time no see. The woman's body instantly stiffened. She turned her head with difficulty, her neck making tiny, strange noises, like a rotting, rusty machine still barely running. Finally, a handsome face with sharp brows and bright eyes entered her vision. Lu. Lu, the woman opened her mouth, her throat seeming to be blocked by something, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. With a ripping sound, a layer of white yin fire suddenly ignited on the middle-aged cultivator's body, and then he rushed towards the door without hesitation, moving as fast as a ghost. In the blink of an eye, half of his foot was already on the threshold. Thud. The middle-aged cultivator fell in front of the door, lifeless. The woman seemed to be startled awake, subconsciously swallowed, and bowed slightly to Lu Yun's, saying with a bitter smile. It seems Senior Lu's cultivation has advanced again. This junior congratulates Senior. No need. Lu Yun's held a wine pot in his hand and took out 3 wine cups from his storage pouch, placing them on the table one by one. Left emissary Fan's smile froze. 3 wine cups, none of them placed in front of her. I like to make friends, but in this damn world, I don't have many friends. One less means one gone. So many times, I can only meet them in my imagination, chat with them, brag a bit, and talk about interesting things that have happened recently. I know it's not normal, but I can't help it. Sometimes, when you get older, you just like to recall past events and easily become sentimental. For me, this is also a good thing. At least in my imagination, none of my friends are missing, they are all by my side, and I can find them whenever I want. But today, I lost a friend forever. Left emissary Fan, do you know why? Lu Yun's filled the 3 wine cups with wine, picked one up, and drank it all. His face immediately flushed. After finishing the wine, he didn't wait for left emissary Fan to answer and continued speaking to himself. Because starting today, I have no face to see him. Do you understand? Left emissary Fan's face stiffened. She kept her face taut, forcing an ugly expression that was a mix of crying and laughing with great difficulty. Senior Lu, Sect Master Wang's death truly has nothing to do with me, it was. Lu Yun's extended a hand, stopping left emissary Fan from saying anything further. I know. The Reverse Star Alliance, Shenjiu Hall, Wen Tianren. I will slowly seek them out, one by one. But before that, I must first fulfill the wish of a new friend of mine. Lu Yun smiled and spoke towards one of the wine cups, right? Wang Yueying. As his voice fell, a head of unparalleled beauty rolled to the center of the table, a pair of eyes looking at him with confusion and terror, as if she couldn't understand how she had fallen to such a state. Blood overflowed the table, knocking over 2 wine cups. Wine with a strong alcoholic scent spilled onto the floor, mixing with the fresh blood, brewing a cup of blood wine tinged with both satisfaction and sorrow. Lu Yuns got up, staggered out of the door, walked past a group of Foundation establishment cultivators kneeling on the ground, not daring to move, and swaggered onto the street. When Wang Yueying was alive, Lu Yuns actually looked down on this woman a bit. There was no friendship between them, at most just a promise. But when she died, and Lu Yuns suddenly realized he would never see this woman again, a hint of sadness inevitably arose in his heart. Wang Yueying hadn't done anything wrong, she was merely ordinary as most cultivators in this world. She flattered the powerful and scorned the weak. She was naturally oppressed by the strong, and even more naturally oppressed the weaker. Was she wrong? When the entire world was like this, who dared say she was wrong? Who could say she was wrong? Lu Yuns was too lazy to despise her, and he couldn't hold her in high regard either. If not for Yun Ming, there would probably be no intersection between them. Even if there were, it would be her being casually killed by Lu Yuns one day. But now she died at the hands of others. Before that, she had done everything a mother and a wife could do. Lu Yuns couldn't articulate his feelings, nor could he sort out his thoughts. He was just very annoyed, very angry, but he didn't know who to direct this anger at. When he was young, he liked to direct this anger at the cultivator community. Later, he directed this anger at the Heavenly Dao, at Heavenly Venerable Han. And now, he didn't even know what he was angry about anymore. He just wanted to drink with his friends, make a big scene, and set a raging fire. It would be best to burn this damn world to ashes. Then he could lie on a pile of ruins, holding a wine pot, laughing loudly, and partying all night with his imaginary friends. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Because this world wasn't really that bad. Many people were still alive and would continue to live. This was Lu Yun's sorrow, he was neither normal enough nor completely mad. Light flickered in the sky. Lu Yuns looked up. The people from Blackstone City had arrived. Chapter 448, Formless and Traceless. The newcomer was a middle-aged Daoist priest dressed in a robe with a white crane pattern. His face was covered in white pockmarks, yet it was subtly veiled by a layer of warm, lustrous jade light, giving him an extraordinary aura. The moment he appeared, the powerful spiritual pressure unique to a nascent soul cultivator surged out, causing the surroundings to tremble and emit strange humming sounds. The people around had long since fled far away, fearing involvement. Lu Yuns looked up, his eyes, 7 parts drunk, fixated on the figure in the air, appearing somewhat uninterested. Miao he? Lu Yuns asked, puzzled. He vaguely remembered having seen this person before. How audacious, to dare to kill someone in Blackstone City. Miao he didn't bother to answer him, merely sneering as he spoke this single sentence. A white light then shot out from his sleeve, slashing down towards Lu Yuns. Recently, the loose cultivators in Blackstone City had grown increasingly resentful of the major powers, and things were subtly getting out of control. This young man's timing was perfect, he could be used as an example to warn and deter this group of loose cultivators. Miao he thought so, and the white light in the air immediately intensified by 3 parts, intending to cleanly and decisively kill this person with an irresistible posture. The white light descended, and the earth trembled. A huge chasm split the entire street in 2. However, within the chasm, there was no corpse of Lu Yuns. He had vanished so strangely, as if from beginning to end, his appearance in Blackstone City had merely been an illusion. Miao He's eyes widened in surprise, then a sharp glint flashed through them. His powerful divine sense spread out without reservation, refusing to miss a single corner. Yet, no matter how he searched, he couldn't find a trace of Lu Yuns. He had simply evaporated. A monstrous rage spread through Miao He's heart. He felt as if countless eyes were watching him mockingly, looking at him, a nascent soul cultivator, as a joke. Immortal Master Miao He can't even keep a mid-stage core formation cultivator. The Grand Elder of Azure Cloud Sect is nothing special, he just bullies lower-level cultivators by relying on his Nascent Soul Cultivator title. Nascent Soul Cultivator? Does he even deserve it? If Golden Sunset Venerable hadn't shown mercy back then, he would have died outside Blackstone City long ago. As fellow early Nascent Soul stage cultivators, Immortal Master Miao He is truly laughably weak. Ha ha ha. Stop talking, he's so petty, what if he hears us? Ha ha ha. I can't take it. Let him laugh, what can he do to me? What a joke. Ha ha ha. Soul-stirring demonic sounds echoed in his ears, male and female, old and young. Every voice was familiar to him, the senior brother who had stepped on him and humiliated him in his youth, the senior sister who had discarded his affections, the master who had never given him a second glance, and the seniors who had bullied him when he was young, the shop owners who had used their power to force sales, the treacherous subordinates, the conniving concubines, everyone was mocking him. Everyone looked down on him. Why? I am a nascent soul cultivator. Elder, should we seal off Blackstone City now? To find that guy. At this moment, the cultivators of Azure Cloud Sect had all arrived. The highest cultivated core formation cultivator among them came forward, asking respectfully with a smile. But in Miao He's eyes, those slightly curved eyes seemed to hide incredibly harsh sarcasm and malice. You think I don't even know this? You need to teach me. A cold smile gradually appeared on Miao He's lips. Ah. This subordinate wouldn't dare. The cultivator quickly lowered his head, stammering. Wouldn't dare. Miao He smiled even more happily. Whoosh. White light flared. This core formation cultivator was instantly cut in half. The rest of the cultivators were stunned. Before they could figure out why their grand elder suddenly killed someone, they felt a cold, powerful divine sense lock onto them. Him. And you all. Miao He bared his teeth, a blood-red light flickering in his eyes. A small jade hammer and an ancient blue mirror flew out from his storage pouch, grasped by Miao He. A bunch of ungrateful traitors. I'll kill you all right now. In an instant, various lights intertwined and illuminated. Many core formation cultivators didn't even have time to react before Miao He easily killed 2 of them. At this moment, everyone understood, Miao He was mad. He wanted everyone's lives. The nearly 10 remaining core formation cultivators immediately surrounded him, attacking Miao He with all their might. Just as I thought. A bunch of heartless beasts. All of you, die for this venerable. Miao He roared, red light surging all over his body. He actually cast a divine ability similar to the demonic path's great disintegration technique without regard for the cost, dramatically elevating his aura. Violent lights flashed incessantly, engulfing half of Blackstone City. Loose cultivators fled towards the outer sea from Kiwan Island, fearing to be caught up in the affair. People from other forces activated their respective formations, watching the situation unfold. They didn't want to interfere, nor did they have the ability to. The duty nascent soul cultivator on shift in Blackstone City today was Miao He. The nascent soul cultivators from other forces were currently hundreds of miles away from Kiwan Island, searching for suitable islands for their sects as a fallback. And at this very moment, in the auction house subordinate to Azure Cloud Sect, Liu Yun sat in a chair, drinking wine and watching this group of people flatten half of Blackstone City. His slightly narrowed eyes were incredibly deep, showing no discernible emotion. He simply poured himself glass after glass of wine, not forgetting to sprinkle a little on the ground for his friends to drink with him. Formless and intangible, without shadow or trace, playing enemies in the palm of one's hand without them even realizing it. Master, do you see? This is the true essence of the formless escape technique. Liu Yun chuckled, closed his eyes, and tilted his head back, gulping down a full pot of wine. Then he swayed unsteadily to his feet and walked all the way to the deepest storeroom of the auction house. The high-ranking members of Azure Cloud Sect were all above, fighting their grand elder. The others had either fled or had too low a cultivation to be allowed into this storeroom. The vast auction house was wide open, allowing Liu Yun's free entry and exit. As for the formations, let alone Liu Yun's being only 7 parts drunk, even if he were a puddle of mud, he could still pry open all the formations here with one hand. I knew it, these guys still have a lot of good stuff, Liu Yun said, picking up a flashing red ore, looking at it for a moment, then throwing it back. A major power is a major power, see? Their foundation is right here. But speaking of which, I heard these guys have been collecting all sorts of resources by any means necessary lately. They're probably hoping to start over somewhere else. Hat. They can dream on. In the vast outer sea, where isn't the territory of Yao beasts? Still want to start over? You're killing me. Ha ha ha. Liu Yun's collapsed onto a small mountain of spirit stones, roaring with laughter like a child playing in the snow. What do you say, should we go for a big one? Good. Since we're here, let's go for a big one. Liu Yun suddenly jumped up, collected everything in the storeroom into his storage pouch, and then transformed into a crooked 5-colored escape light that shot into the sky, shattering the warehouse ceiling, soaring into the heavens, and overlooking the entire Blackstone City. Robbery. Everything in Blackstone City now belongs to me. High in the sky, Liu Yun's laughed heartily, then plummeted back to the mortal world like a meteor, heading straight for Blackstone City. Chapter 449, Slaughter, Monthly Ticket Bonus Chapter. The 5-colored stream of light, like a meteor, flashed and disappeared, only to vanish suddenly just as it was about to reach the sky above Blackstone City. In this great melee involving a nascent soul cultivator and nearly 10 core formation cultivators, this suddenly appearing and disappearing 5-colored stream of light was like a pebble dropped into the turbulent sea during a storm, failing to attract anyone's attention. It wasn't until thin black lines gradually appeared in the battlefield that a core formation cultivator, who had just managed to fend off an attack from Miao He with his companion, directly crashed into these suddenly appearing black lines. With a sizzle. Before the person could even let out a scream, black demonic fire instantly spread over his entire body, turning him into ashes in the blink of an eye. The other few, shocked, quickly turned to dodge, but the surrounding black lines sharply increased. Looking out, their vision was filled with dense, fine black lines, as if they were obscuring the sky and sun. Several more people, caught off guard, were swept into these black lines and instantly turned into nothing by the black demonic fire. Seeing this, the faces of the others turned pale, and they fled without looking back. Miao He stared blankly at the scene before him, his chaotic brain struggling to process it, as if he had overlooked something. He lowered his head, looking at his hands. How could he attack his own disciples? Where did these black lines come from? What exactly happened just now? Meow he raised his head in confusion and suddenly saw one of the retreating figures in midair. It was clearly that junior who had been killing people in Blackstone City. So it was you. Meow he roared in fury, his eyes filled with an incredibly dense blood light, as if mountains of corpses and seas of blood were contained within them. With a roar, Meow he poured all his magical power into the jade hammer in his hand without reservation. In an instant, the treasure glowed brightly, emitting a hum and transforming into a white light that shot out. The white light was extremely fast, instantly catching up to the figure in Meow He's eyes. Ah! That person let out a scream, instantly exploding from the white light, his splattered flesh and blood raining down on the streets of Blackstone City. Meow He's mouth gradually stretched into a ferocious grin that spread across his face, his upturned lips even reaching his ears, making him look terrifyingly hideous. Not dead, Meow He exhaled. In his eyes, that junior had manifested several clones, each shooting off in a different direction. Where are you going? Meow He brought out a small blue mirror, which shot out an incredibly fast blue light. Several people were swept by the blue light, and their bodies instantly became covered in a layer of ice, causing them to fall helplessly. The jade hammer once again transformed into white fluorescence, instantly catching up to the several people, and the terrifying immense power smashed them into a sky full of blue fireflies in an instant. Meow He laughed heartily in the air, he had finally eliminated this junior. Suddenly, Meow He felt several malicious gazes. He lowered his head and glanced at the scattered corpses on the ground, they were the mainstays of his Azure Cloud sect. Now, they were all gone. Meow He blinked, a momentary sadness appearing on his face. Suddenly, he raised his head, following those malicious gazes back, and saw people from other major factions hiding within formations, looking at him with greedy and mocking eyes. Those malicious gazes were like steel knives, piercing into Meow He's heart. No. All of Azure Cloud Sect's core formation cultivators are dead. But the strength of other factions is still intact. After today, Azure Cloud Sect will definitely be driven out of Kiwan Island, and might even be jointly divided by the other major factions. Meow He's eyes widened in horror, but then immediately lowered, making it impossible to discern his emotions. I absolutely cannot let this happen to me. I must strike first. As long as the other factions suffer the same losses as Azure Cloud Sect, then our strength will still be balanced. Thinking this, Meow He suddenly raised his head, his murderous gaze sweeping over the core formation cultivators hiding in the formations one by one, and his aura, which had originally weakened, actually became powerful again. At this moment, he ignored all possibilities, there was only one thing in his mind, to kill all the core formation cultivators on the island. He took a deep breath, and the jade hammer glowed brightly, smashing down towards a certain formation. Not good. Meow He is coming for us. Inside the formation, the highest cultivated core formation cultivator roared in anger and alarm. Another person instructed the surrounding disciples, quick. Activate all the formations. Junior Martial Uncle, facing the gazes of their martial elders, several Foundation establishment disciples swallowed, saying with despair in their eyes. The formation has malfunctioned. What? Boom. Before the few could react, the glowing jade hammer had already smashed fiercely onto the formation's light shield. The formation, originally as solid as a rock, for some unknown reason, began to flicker erratically and emit strange low moans. Layers of ripple-like waves appeared on the light shield. Meow He activated the jade hammer and smashed it down again. With a bang. The light shield instantly shattered, and the jade hammer plunged straight in, smashing fiercely into the crowd. Not long after, the several core formation cultivators guarding the island were all killed by Meow He. Amidst a pile of rubble, Meow He raised his head, his blood-filled eyes sweeping towards the stone houses of the other factions. Half a day later, Blackstone City was a scene of apocalypse. More than half of Blackstone City had been smashed into ruins by Meow He. He did not spare a single building belonging to the major factions, killing all the core formation cultivators guarding them. As for the other low to mid-level cultivators, except for those who were a bit slow to react, the rest took advantage of Meow He's attention being entirely on their martial elders and secretly fled. The vast Blackstone City, in just half a day, had completely turned into an empty city, with only Meow He sitting on the ruins, laughing heartily up at the sky. Satisfying. Satisfying. Ha ha ha, at this moment, Meow He's clothes were disheveled, his long hair casually spread out, and he laughed like a madman, yet he seemed incredibly pleased. Liu Yun's figure appeared before him, carrying a strong scent of alcohol. He lowered his head, looking inexplicably at this person who had lost everything. Fellow Daoist finally decided to show himself. Meow He asked with a smile. Liu Yun's did not answer, but watched Liu Yun's number 2, a few inches tall, fly out from Meow He's glabella. After circling in front of Liu Yun's, he also looked at Meow He with an inexplicable gaze. So that's it. This is what has been controlling this old man's mind? Is this fellow Daoist's incarnation? Or some divine soul secret technique? Ha ha ha. Fellow Daoist's divine ability is truly formidable, this old man is impressed. Meow He laughed heartily, his gaze towards Liu Yun's filled with undisguised admiration and envy. When did you find out? Liu Yun's originally wanted to ask Meow He many things, but for some reason, in the end, he only managed to squeeze out this one sentence from his throat. Probably halfway through the killing. Meow He let out a long breath, turned to look at the setting sun on the horizon, his eyes almost greedily watching the golden sunlight spread across the sea. Those shrewd eyes, which had always been calculating, now showed a hint of softness, and even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes piled up with satisfaction. Fellow deist, thank you. Chapter 450, Delirious Dream. Miao He looked at Liu Yun's confused eyes, smiled somewhat triumphantly, and raised his head, gazing at the sky gradually covered in a golden glow. Fish scale-like white clouds floated in the air, dyed a brilliant golden red by the rosy light, like a vibrant and magnificent flame dancing. It's truly beautiful, Miao He said with a smile. Cultivating the Dao until now, soaring through the sky and diving into the sea is trivial for me, but when was the last time I saw such a beautiful scene? I don't even remember, Miao He chuckled self-deprecatingly, his eyes, which had always been slightly squinted, were now wide open, as if trying to engrave the entire sky into his vision. Liu Yun sat on the ruins, in front of Miao He, and said calmly. Evening glow appears every day, you just haven't looked at it. Miao He nodded, let out a long breath, and said, yes, how long has it been? How long since I last looked up at the evening glow, at the starry sky? How long since I gathered with old friends? How long since I went home? Fellow deist, I can't remember. Having cultivated the Dao until now, I should have an eidetic memory. But I truly can't remember. Miao He reached out his hand, scooped up a handful of mud and sand from under his feet, and watched them slip through his fingers. When I was young, I cultivated the Dao for eternal life, for freedom in the world. But when I truly embarked on this path to longevity, I found no freedom, only countless entanglements of interests, scheming, and power struggles. In a blink of an eye, over 600 years of time have rushed by. Looking back, I realized that in this long life of over 600 years, there wasn't a single thing worth reminiscing about. Longevity? Longevity. Miao He's lips curved slightly as he raised his head. The golden sunlight illuminated his face brightly, even his fluttering hair and beard were touched by a golden glow. In the vast cultivation world, filled with fame and fortune, it's a world where the strong prey on the weak. All I could do was climb upwards by any means necessary. I thought this was my own choice, but now that I think about it, I had no choice at all. What I considered a choice was merely a path that everyone takes, forced upon me within this fixed framework and set of rules. I originally thought that becoming a nascent soul cultivator would mean something. But in reality, it was just over 600 years wasted, without a single day of joy, without a moment of freedom. Cultivating, fighting, power struggles, vying for profit, not a moment of leisure. Is this what I wanted? Is this what I chose? What is the meaning of such longevity? I should have stopped to think carefully, to think about what this life was all for. But, fellow deist, I didn't dare. I was afraid that if I truly stopped, I would be surpassed, I would be trampled underfoot again, and everything I possessed would vanish in an instant. I was afraid that if I truly thought about it, I would discover that everything I had gained by unscrupulous means over the past 600 years was just me constantly putting layer after layer of shackles on myself, like a beast that ties its own rope. So I truly acted like a beast, only moving forward without thinking why I was moving forward. I'm afraid that all of this truly has no meaning. Miao He spoke incessantly, his spittle flying. Liu Yun's offered a flask of wine, which Miao He took without hesitation and drank in one gulp. What a thrill! Today is truly thrilling. Ha ha ha. Miao He held the empty flask and laughed unrestrainedly towards the sky. Doing as I please. Free and unrestrained. It turns out letting go of all worries feels so good. So thrilling. Long life and eternal vision? Freedom in the world? This old man has already been free. One such day is worth 10 600-year springs and autumns. This is what it means to be alive. Ha ha ha. The laughter echoed further and further across the ruins of Blackstone City, then gradually became low, until only hollow echoes remained. Liu Yun silently looked at Miao He's corpse. His origin had long been exhausted. It is said that when a man is about to die, his words are good. This is not entirely accurate. But some things can indeed only be seen clearly before death. Liu Yun's just sat there on the ruins, staring blankly at Miao He's corpse. He originally thought this would make him feel better, but now, he only felt an endless emptiness. For Miao He, and for himself. Whenever this happened, Liu Yun's would envy Han Li immensely. He seemed to never have such worries, able to move forward with clear goals and unwavering determination. But Liu Yun's couldn't do that. Undoubtedly, Liu Yun's was a smart person. And the biggest problem with smart people is that they tend to overthink. Worries arise from these many superfluous thoughts, like a disease rooted in human consciousness, hindering all who try to step out of the cage of thought. He didn't know how long he had been lost in thought. The sun on the horizon had already sunk into the sea, and the bright moon and starry sky gradually filled the heavens, like another mirrored ocean. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, placed a hand in front of his mouth, and let out a clear whistle. Countless puppets, each the size of a faceplate and resembling spiders, swarmed from all directions, encircling Liu Yun's. These large spiders, seemingly composed purely of machinery, all raised their two sharp front claws, each clutching a storage pouch in between. Looking around, there were hundreds of them. A bit too many. Liu Yun's took a deep breath and waved his hand towards the many puppets. Immediately, each spider spat out a pure white silk thread into the sky. These threads intertwined in the air, forming a large white net. The spiders threw their storage pouches into the large net, then transformed into mechanical spheres, which Liu Yun's casually put into his storage pouch. Miao He. Senior, thank you. Liu Yun's bowed to Miao He's corpse, then collected his storage pouch, released a fireball with one hand, and turned his corpse to ashes. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Longevity? Just a joke. Liu Yun's grinned, then leaped into the other great sea above his head. The large net transformed into a large net bag, which Liu Yun's grabbed. Immediately, a giant shadow flew out from Liu Yun's spirit beast pouch. It was a giant beast, seemingly cast from steel, resembling a water buffalo, nearly 10 zhang long, covered in steel armor from head to foot. At first glance, it looked like an impenetrable steel fortress. Liu Yun's landed on its back, placed the net bag behind him, and patted the terrifying giant beast beneath him. Let's go, we're returning to Misty Isle. The green-armored beast, clad in steel armor, let out a low growl, its forehooves treading on air, auspicious clouds forming beneath its feet, carrying its massive body to wander under the star sea. Liu Yun's lay on the back of the green-armored beast, with the vast star sea before his eyes and shimmering waters beneath him. The sound of wind, the sound of water, the sound of waves, and the occasional low beast roars from afar. Liu Yun's unconsciously closed his eyes and had a beautiful dream. Chapter 451, The Union of Yin and Yang. When Liu Yun's woke up again, he was already above the Misty Island. The green-armored beast let out a low growl to wake him, then exhaled a long, somewhat helpless sigh, as if urging Liu Yun's to come down quickly. Liu Yun's rubbed his eyes and stretched, feeling his bones pop all over his body, a sensation so comfortable he almost hummed aloud. Thanks. I'll get you something good later. Liu Yun's patted the green-armored beast's massive head, then stored it in his spirit beast pouch. Carrying the huge net bag with one hand, he landed on Misty Island. Han Li had already been alerted by the formation and was now hovering above the island. He had intended to greet Liu Yun's, but his eyes immediately fell upon the massive net bag in Liu Yun's hand. You, went shopping. Han Li's eyelid twitched. This familiar scene brought back some memories he'd rather not revisit. He already guessed what was inside. Of course not, I went on a robbery. Liu Yun slung the net bag over his shoulder, looking exactly like a third-rate thief who had just completed a criminal act. I can tell. Han Li was at a loss for words. After much hesitation, he could only ask. No one saw you, right? Don't worry, I'm a professional at this. Liu Yun grinned, carrying the net bag as he flew towards his immortal cave. Watching his sneaky figure, Han Li used great willpower to restrain the urge to kick him, sighing as he flew back to his own immortal cave. He still had a large batch of medicinal pills to refine and simply couldn't spare any time to fool around with Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's returned to his immortal cave, casually tossing the net bag into a corner. He quickly returned the green-armored beast to the spirit beast room, then walked towards the other stone chambers. Having not returned for 7 years, the interior of the immortal cave was free of dust or similar things, thanks to the formation's maintenance. Liu Yun's opened the stone chamber door and easily saw the current state of several spirit beasts. The black silk cocoon formed by the golden silk silkworm remained inside, unchanged. The 2 strange fire pythons, however, had advanced 1 stage and were now legitimate level 4 Yao beasts. When Liu Yun saw them, they were playing inside. Upon seeing Liu Yun's enter, the 2 fire pythons immediately shot over, their thick tails directly coiling around Liu Yun's arms, rubbing against him affectionately. Liu Yun's immediately felt his arms go numb. These 2 creatures were each over 5 zhang long, genuine behemoths to humans. Even just their tails were thicker than Liu Yun's waist. Liu Yun's quickly shook off the 2 creatures, letting them go play by themselves, while he opened the last stone chamber. Inside the stone chamber, the Li turtle, which had devoured the azure blue ice flame bead, was still in a deep slumber. Liu Yun stood at the entrance of the stone chamber, his brows gradually furrowing. At this moment, aside from a slightly stronger aura, the Li turtle was almost identical to how it was 7 years ago. The degree of fusion between the white cold flame within its body and the blue lotus formed by the Kunlan ice flame had only increased by a tiny bit compared to 7 years ago. If it continued to refine at this speed, it would take at least 100 years for the Li turtle to fully refine the Kunlan ice flame. Given that much time, why would he hand the Kunlan ice flame to the Li turtle? He could probably learn and master an ice attribute cultivation technique himself. Looking at the sleeping Li turtle, Liu Yun's brows furrowed even deeper. He drew a wisp of cold chi from the Li turtle's body with one hand, intending to study it thoroughly to see if there was a good method to accelerate the Li turtle's refinement of the Kunlan ice flame. Just then, the 2 strange fire pythons, who had been frolicking inside the immortal cave, suddenly turned their heads. Their 4 ruby-like eyes stared intently at the blue and white cold chi in Liu Yun's hand, not even blinking. Seeing their reaction, Liu Yun's heart stirred slightly, and he flicked the wisp of cold chi out. The 2 strange fire pythons immediately shot out, each swallowing half of the cold chi into their bellies. In an instant, a faint layer of blue and white cold flame seemed to flash across the fire pythons' bodies. The 2 strange fire pythons shivered, becoming even more energetic, as if they had devoured some great tonic. Yin and Yang Union. Liu Yun tilted his head, looking at the 2 fire pythons in confusion. These strange fire pythons were naturally extraordinary. Ji Yin had painstakingly selected them from hundreds of fire pythons on Li Huo Island as rare variants. At level 3, they could directly interact with the Kunlan ice flame, a demonic flame that even ordinary nascent soul old monsters dared not touch, possessing terrifying talent and potential. Back in the Void Heaven Palace, as soon as Liu Yun killed Ji Yin, he unhesitatingly snatched these 2 strange fire pythons. On one hand, he needed them to provide cover for Han Li's blood jade spiders. On the other hand, Liu Yun genuinely valued the potential of these 2 strange fire pythons. Now, after both strange fire pythons had advanced to level 4, these two creatures seemed capable of directly devouring the cold chi released by the cold flame, using it to stimulate their internal true essence and advance their cultivation. Advancing cultivation by leveraging the power of yin and yang alternation was often the privilege of Yao beasts with powerful physiques. Humans' smaller bodies simply couldn't withstand such stimulating torment. However, among humans, there were countless brilliant and talented individuals who managed to devise methods to utilize the power of yin and yang union for cultivation without any side effects, even with a human body. That was the widely circulated dual cultivation technique in the cultivation world. Regardless of whether this technique was created for lewd purposes, the concept of dual cultivation itself was absolutely profound. It was applicable to everyone, from low-level cultivators with shallow cultivation to high-level cultivators with vast, ocean-like magical power. Moreover, it came with no side effects or prerequisites. In Liu Yun's opinion, this was truly a good thing that could benefit the cultivation world. Therefore, during his studies at the Yunyu sect, he was particularly interested in this particular subject. According to Liu Yun's, he might not use it, but he absolutely had to know how to. Now, upon seeing the peculiar behavior of these two strange fire pythons, Liu Yun's mind instantly recalled the various dual cultivation methods he had learned at the Yunyu sect. It must be said that the Yunyu sect's collection in this regard could definitely be described as vast and boundless. In the entire Tianese, perhaps only the Joyful Union sect could surpass the Yunyu sect in this area. Thus, at this moment, various dual cultivation methods, some gentle, some intense, some calm, some violent, flashed through Liu Yun's mind, ultimately settling on several techniques most suitable for promoting spiritual energy fusion. Liu Yun's immediately grinned and waved at the two strange fire pythons. The two innocent little creatures hadn't yet realized what they were about to encounter. Upon seeing their master beckon, they immediately pounced on him with joyous expressions. Liu Yun's held one in each hand, pressing down on the heads of the two strange fire pythons, then directly poured a dual cultivation technique into their brains. These two strange fire pythons were just children by their species age, they had never seen such an intricate technique before. They instantly froze in place, taking a long time to recover. But after a while, the two strange fire pythons suddenly realized that this cultivation method was greatly beneficial to their own cultivation. They quickly straightened their bodies and, under Liu Yun's command, climbed onto the lead turtle's back. A faint wisp of blue and white cold chi overflowed from the lead turtle's mouth, which was then inhaled by the two strange fire pythons. This cold chi was much more abundant than the previous wisp. The two level 4 spirit beasts instantly swayed their heads and tails as if drunk. At the same time, two faint red gases also spread from the mouths of the two fire pythons, drilling into the lead turtle's body along its nostrils. As soon as the red gas entered the lead turtle's body, the white cold flame and the blue lotus trembled simultaneously. To Liu Yun's delighted gaze, this red gas directly merged into the white cold flame. In an instant, it was as if firewood had been added to a fire. The white cold flame surged slightly, even enveloping the blue lotus. The white cold flame and the blue lotus began to accelerate their fusion at a visible rate. Although it was only a tiny bit, it was already close to half of the progress made in the past 7 years. Chapter 452, The Road Ahead. Seeing that the lead turtle's problem had been resolved, Liu Yun's turned his attention to the black silk cocoon formed by the golden silk silkworm. The black silk cocoon was exactly the same as it was 7 years ago, without any changes, and even its aura was like that of a dead object. If Liu Yun's number 2 hadn't been able to sense a faint consciousness within the black silk cocoon, Liu Yun's would have thought that this golden silk silkworm had already died inside. How is this guy doing now? Liu Yun's asked Liu Yun's number 2. Liu Yun's number 2 flew out from Liu Yun's glabella, sensed it for a moment, and then said to Liu Yun's. Compared to 7 years ago, the degree of consciousness condensation has increased slightly, but not by much. At this rate, it will probably take another 100 years before a faint self-consciousness begins to form. 100 years. Liu Yun's helplessly pinched his glabella. It's too long. Do you have any way to speed up this process? There is a way. Liu Yun's number 2 sighed deeply and said to Liu Yun somewhat helplessly, but I don't really want to use this method. Liu Yun's heard this and gave him a strange look. Liu Yun's number 2, feeling helpless, could only say, the biggest problem with this golden silk silkworm right now is that its consciousness was forcibly pieced together by us. And it will take a certain amount of time for these chaotic, disparate abnormal consciousnesses to integrate into a single self-consciousness. So, if there's an existing self-consciousness to possess this golden silk silkworm, then there won't be any problem. Yes. Liu Yun's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, you mean, we create a Liu Yun's number 3? No. Don't even think about it. Liu Yun's number 2 instantly bristled, and even the 5 colored light spots that made up his body became unstable. There are strict restrictions on divided soul possession. The reason I was able to survive was because the situation at the time was special. On the one hand, a part of the materials for your formless needle was my divine soul. On the other hand, after the formless needle took shape, I used the returning to one secret art to eradicate the heart demon consciousness within it. This was equivalent to the heart demon dying and vacating a spot for me. Strictly speaking, what I did wasn't possession, I was a part of the formless needle, its tool spirit. But the golden silk silkworm is different. This guy is a spirit beast, and a half-dead one at that. Have you ever seen a cultivator successfully possess a spirit beast? Not to mention the success rate, even if it were truly successful, the mismatch between the divine soul and the physical body would cause extremely serious consequences. Even a nascent soul cultivator, whose divine soul is completely stable, needs to choose a suitable physical body to possess a human. Let alone a remnant soul trying to possess a spirit beast. Tisk. Liu Yun's clicked his tongue, somewhat disappointed. Then what is your method? Liu Yun's number 2 breathed a sigh of relief and said cheerfully, it's simple. Just like Han Li refined a clone from a fiendish medicinal pill back then, you can refine this golden silkworm into a clone that is essentially a puppet. Liu Yun's looked at him suspiciously and asked, is there a difference between this and having Liu Yun's number 3 possess the golden silkworm? Of course there's a difference. The former is a legitimate possession, while the latter, to put it plainly, is just a relatively advanced puppet refining method. Refining puppets, well, you're a professional at that. Hearing Liu Yun's no two's words, Liu Yun's began to think very seriously. It sounds very feasible, but it might be a bit troublesome for an ordinary divided soul to control the golden silkworm's physical body. Leave this to me, Liu Yun's number 2 said without hesitation. I can assist the divided soul in taking over this body and help him absorb all the consciousness fragments simultaneously, ensuring no accidents. Liu Yun's looked at him suspiciously twice and couldn't help but ask, why do I feel like you're so enthusiastic about this? What? Is it wrong for me to help you? Liu Yun's number 2 pouted and looked at the black silk cocoon with a guilty conscience. Humans possessing spirit beasts, this matter is absurd, but not that absurd. If there is a heart demon specifically responsible for dealing with divine soul and consciousness to assist, then this matter is still very feasible. But personally, Liu Yun's number 2 felt that there were already enough Liu Yunses in this world. If there were any more, this world would be utterly ruined. Liu Yun's thought about it and didn't dwell on the matter, directly discussing the specific details with Liu Yun's number 2. After all, it was different from normal methods of refining a clone, so the details needed to be carefully designed. The two quickly discussed the entire process and, after confirming that no flaws were left, they began to create the golden silkworm clone. Just like that, the gate to Liu Yun's immortal cave was once again tightly shut. 2 years later, Han Li sent the batch of medicinal pills refined from demonic cores, and Liu Yun's had made all preparations, officially entering secluded cultivation. This time, Liu Yun's handed over all research projects to Liu Yun's number 2. He himself focused all his attention on improving his cultivation. Nearly 100 years had passed since he advanced to core formation, and Liu Yun's had spent very little time truly cultivating. Now, when he finally dedicated himself to it, the luxurious combination of 2 spiritual eye objects, a spirit-gathering physique, and a large quantity of medicinal pills caused his cultivation to soar like a rocket. In the 13th year of his secluded cultivation, he had already broken through the last bottleneck of the core formation stage and successfully advanced to the late core formation stage. After that, Liu Yun's did not emerge from seclusion but continued to consume medicinal pills and cultivate in seclusion. Under the effect of the spirit-gathering physique, the spiritual qi contained within these medicinal pills was rapidly absorbed by his body. In the 21st year of his secluded cultivation, Liu Yun's cultivation reached the peak of core formation, which is also known as the pseudo-nascent soul stage. At this point, Liu Yun stopped advancing his cultivation and began to ponder his future path. Should he, like others in this world, risk being assimilated in the future and use the heaven and earth spiritual qi to combine with his life essence and form a nascent soul? Or should he forge his own Dao, a path with an unknown future? Undoubtedly, the former was the fastest and most stable. With Liu Yun's talent and his current preparations, he could even immediately go to pick companion demonic grass, and then within a few years, successfully achieve nascent soul condensation, becoming one of the top few people in the human realm. Even if there was a risk of being assimilated in the future, it wouldn't happen at the nascent soul stage. In fact, for a considerable period of time in the future, Liu Yun's wouldn't need to worry about such things. He had plenty of time to research countermeasures and find methods beyond the spiritual power system. But the problem was, once he successfully achieved nascent soul condensation using the spiritual power system, it would mean that he would have to follow the rules of the spiritual power system from then on. If there was a major trap in it, Liu Yun's would only be able to adapt as he went, passively enduring everything. This was equivalent to joining a large company with extremely strict rules and a CEO who held absolute power, starting as a grassroots employee. Although there would be opportunities for promotion in the future, the company's CEO had a deep-seated grudge against him. Thinking this, Liu Yun's immediately became pessimistic about his future. Finally, unable to figure out what to do, Liu Yun simply put aside the improvement of his cultivation and instead began cultivating the 4th layer of the Great Evolution Art. Just like that, another 11 years passed. Chapter 453, Separating Fire Flood Dragon. In a certain sea area of the chaotic Star Sea, a giant spirit beast, 30 meters long, resembling a water buffalo, and like a steel fortress, was running through the air on auspicious clouds. A pale, beardless middle-aged man sat on the back of the giant beast, currently closing his eyes to rest. This person was Liu Yun's, after changing his appearance. He was currently quietly experiencing the surging divine sense after successfully cultivating the 4th layer of the Great Evolution Art. He had a feeling that his divine sense, which was already much stronger than ordinary people's, seemed to have broken through a certain critical point and reached a new realm after being strengthened by the 4th layer of the Great Evolution Art and nourished by the soul-nurturing wood for decades. At this moment, the range his divine sense could explore alone reached an exaggerated 200 li, and the quality of his divine sense far surpassed the past. This also allowed him to reach a new realm in the use of his various methods. Coupled with his current peak core formation stage cultivation, his strength was now significantly stronger than before. This also filled him with confidence for the goal of this trip. This time, Liu Yun's naturally came out of seclusion to refine the last medicinal pill ingredient for the 9-ben spirit ginseng pill, the companion demonic grass by the 8th level demonic beast Immortal cave. Regarding the whereabouts of this herb, Liu Yun's and Han Li had already found clues from the memory of that 8th grade poison flood dragon decades ago. Excluding the Heaven and Earth Spirit Beast clan, which had overly strong combat power and always clustered together in the poison flood dragon's memory, among the remaining 8th level demonic beast, the easiest to deal with was a wind-splitting beast named Feng Xi, who was at the peak of rank 8. The wind-splitting beast clan is a type of Yao beast that is between sea beasts and birds, possessing extremely fast speed. However, compared to their astonishing speed, the attack and defense of the wind-splitting beast clan are not very outstanding, ranking in the lower middle among demonic beast of the same rank. At the same time, they do not have any particularly impressive divine ability to show off, and their internal unity is not very strong. This wind-splitting beast naturally became the best target for the two of them. Its greatest strength, speed, would be a big problem for others, but for Liu Yun's and Han Li, who knew the wind-splitting beast's intelligence beforehand, only a few specialized formations were needed to easily restrict its speed. Although they had decided to target the wind-splitting beast first, the companion demonic grass next to a rank 8 Yao beast might not be enough for two people. Liu Yun's hadn't decided whether to use the normal method for nascent soul condensation, but the 9-ben spirit ginseng medicinal pill itself actually had the effect of protecting the cultivator's physical body during the process of shattering the golden core and condensing the nascent soul. Even if Liu Yun's ultimately didn't choose the normal method for nascent soul condensation, this effect would likely still be useful. After all, no matter which method is used for nascent soul condensation, the high purity true essence contained in the golden core is indispensable. The step of shattering the golden core is almost unavoidable. With the protection of the 9-ben spirit ginseng medicinal pill, he would find it much easier during the shattering process. Thus, Liu Yun's naturally thought of that rank 8 jade flood dragon, Qing Li, who wasn't very bright. Although he didn't have her exact location, Liu Yun still obtained some clues from the poison flood dragon's memory. For Liu Yun's, this was already enough. Even Liu Yun's himself couldn't clearly say how many restrictions he had secretly placed on Qing Li before she transformed. After all, at that time, Liu Yun's didn't have a concrete concept of a nascent soul level divine soul. To be safe, he directly applied all the restrictions he knew. This led to Qing Li being almost covered in Liu Yun's restrictions, from her physical body to her divine soul, with all sorts of strange functions. Among them, there were at least 20 types of positioning restrictions. As long as she entered a specific range, Liu Yun's could easily pinpoint her location. After the two discussed the specific details, Han Li did not immediately come out of seclusion with Liu Yun's. His cultivation had long since reached the peak of the middle core formation stage, but he was firmly stuck at this final bottleneck of the core formation stage. Before coming out of seclusion, Han Li wanted to make one last attempt to break through to the late core formation stage, so he stayed behind. Liu Yun's went ahead to search for Qing Li. If this trip went smoothly, he could still return and deal with the wind-splitting beast Feng Xi with Han Li. If it didn't go smoothly, with Han Li's current divine ability, plus the Galatron that Liu Yun specially lent him and several formations specifically designed to counter the wind-splitting beast's speed, killing a rank 8 peak wind-splitting beast alone would not be a particularly difficult task. The two agreed on a time to contact each other using primordial spirit beads, and Liu Yun's left the small island in the mist first. To be safe, Liu Yun's did not use his true face, but disguised himself in this appearance using a special magical artifact called face-changing veil recorded in the Immortal Tianjing's jade slip. After all, he was currently a wanted criminal of the Reverse Star Alliance, so he still needed to be careful in his actions. According to the clues in the Poison Flood Dragon's memory, in another sea area not far from the small island in the mist, someone had once seen a rank 8 female Jade Flood Dragon. Jade Flood Dragon, this special type of Flood Dragon, is an extremely rare existence even within the Flood Dragon clan. Not to mention a female rank 8 Jade Flood Dragon. This matter was considered news even within the Flood Dragon clan, which is why it reached the Poison Flood Dragon's ears. Liu Yun's also didn't think his luck would be good enough to encounter two different rank 8 Jade Flood Dragons, so he followed this clue and searched all the way to the current sea area. The sea was vast, and Liu Yun's wandered on the surface for over a month without finding any trace of that Jade Flood Dragon. Because the green armored beast's aura deterred all directions, Liu Yun's was not disturbed by any Yao beast, and the journey was quite boring. During this process, he even chatted about life with the green armored beast, annoying it to the point where it shook him off its back several times. Just like that, one person and one ox flew over the sea for another half a month. The person was still as neurotic, and the ox was basically getting there too. If this continued, the green armored beast was likely to become the first great philosopher of its kind to start contemplating the meaning of ox life, though it might also lose its patience and choose to fight Liu Yun's before that. Fortunately, none of that happened. 100 li away from the person and the ox, a sudden surge of massive spiritual chi made the green armored beast so excited it almost cried out. Liu Yun's divine sense instantly spread out. 100 li away, over the sea, an incredibly bloody hunt was unfolding. A rank 7 peak thunder whale stirred up giant waves nearly 100 jong high, and the single horn extending from its head flashed with scorching white lightning, striking down in all directions. As one of the few lightning elemental Yao beast in the chaotic star sea, the thunder whale was one of the few Yao beasts that could directly confront a flood dragon of the same rank. A rank 7 peak thunder whale was almost invincible below rank 8. However, at this very moment, it was the hunted object. Above the lightning illuminated sea, a 300-meter-long crimson gold flood dragon broke out of the water, its crimson vertical pupils instantly locking onto the thunder whale's massive body. Rank 8, Separating Fire Flood Dragon. Chapter 454, Jade Flood Dragon Qingli. 100 Zhonglong Flood Dragon broke through the sea, its golden red scales, illuminated by thunder and lightning, seemed like boiling gold, reflecting dazzling light. Thunder flashed wildly, and electric light was pressing. Vast, scorching white lightning spread across the sea, transforming an area of 100 zhong into a purgatory of thunder. The powerful divine ability of a rank 7 thunder whale was displayed to its fullest at this moment. However, it was facing a flood dragon that was a whole rank higher than it. Golden red flowing flames seemed to course around the separating fire flood dragon's body, easily fending off the lightning. Its long, massive tail slammed into the sea, raising a huge wave. The thunder whale roared, and a massive thunderbolt shot from the poison flood dragon on its head, easily tearing through the wave. However, the separating fire flood dragon had already seized the opportunity to tear through layers of lightning. Its slender body, like a giant python, coiled around the thunder whale and began to tighten rapidly. The thunder whale wailed, its single horn on its head began to gather power, shimmering with a terrifying thunderous might. However, the separating fire flood dragon was experienced. Its sharp claws instantly clamped the thunder whale's massive mouth, then it exerted force. The thunder whale's large mouth was forcibly pried open by the separating fire flood dragon. Explosive golden red flames surged from the separating fire flood dragon's mouth, like a golden red beam of light shooting into the thunder whale's open mouth. Moments later, the thunder whale stopped struggling. The separating fire flood dragon released its coils from the thunder whale's body. A giant claw forcibly ripped out the single horn from its head, then tore open its skull, extracting a silver-white Yao beast core from within. The separating fire flood dragon's body began to shrink rapidly, eventually transforming into a human-shaped flood dragon. With the thunder whale's horn and the Yao beast core in each hand, it stood in midair above the sea. After glancing at its trophies, the separating fire flood dragon let out a triumphant laugh, then shot up into the sky, transforming into a golden red escape lights that streaked away. Liu Yun's put away the green armored beast and, using the formless escape technique by himself, silently followed. One person and one flood dragon thus flew across the vast, boundless sea. It didn't take long for them to leave the sea area, gradually flying towards the depths of the outer sea. For some reason, Liu Yun suddenly felt that the scenery of the nearby sea seemed a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. As they flew further and further, Liu Yun's strange feeling became increasingly pronounced. It wasn't until they passed a rather peculiar group of small islands that Liu Yun suddenly remembered where this was, and immediately showed a very strange expression. After passing through the island group, another half-day passed. The separating fire flood dragon finally arrived at a small island that looked quite picturesque, which made Liu Yun's expression completely strange. This was precisely the small island where Liu Yun's had refined the formless needle. And in Liu Yun's perception, that 8th level jade flood dragon, Qingli, was actually on this island. This fellow had actually never left and had made this place her home. This was too, well, this kind of behavior actually seemed quite consistent with her intelligence. Liu Yun's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He silently followed the separating fire flood dragon to the island. Qingli, I found the thunder whale horn you wanted, the separating fire flood dragon shouted loudly on the mountain peak, waving the single horn, which was even larger than its current human form. In its tone, there was a hint of a not very intelligent demeanor. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he slapped his forehead. What was this? Like attracts like? Before this separating fire flood dragon could continue to embarrass herself, a green shadow flashed across the mountain peak, instantly appearing before the separating fire flood dragon. The figure of the jade flood dragon Qingli emerged before the separating fire flood dragon. At this moment, she was clad in a tight-fitting armor that seemed to be pieced together from some kind of azure metallic scales. Metal spikes were attached to her spine, like an external backbone. On her head, she wore a metallic helmet that resembled a giant dragon's open mouth, and 2 faint golden dragon horns extended from the back of her head, giving her an air of grace and nobility. The separating fire flood dragon was originally showing off its trophies, but when Qingli appeared before it, it was utterly dumbfounded. This set of armor, to most normal humans, would at most feel quite imposing. But in the eyes of the Flood Dragon clan, this armor, resembling a true dragon, almost perfectly hit their XP system, somewhat akin to a human's view of a tight black latex suit. He was just a young flood dragon, barely over 10,000 years old. How could he have seen something like this? While the separating fire flood dragon was stunned, Liu Yun's on the other side was completely dumbfounded. This fellow actually refined the azure dragon armor he made into a magic treasure. Wasn't she afraid there might be some hidden tricks inside? Oh, right. With her intelligence, she probably didn't even consider that possibility. Liu Yun's immediately felt immense regret in his heart. If he had known, he would have added a few more backdoors to the azure dragon armor. As soon as Qingli appeared, her eyes were fixed on the single horn in the separating fire flood dragon's hand, subtly revealing excitement. Back then, she had found the armor Liu Yun's refined to be both aesthetically pleasing and practical, so she simply refined it into a magic treasure. She wanted to relieve her heroic stance during the heavenly tribulation. But soon she discovered that this item was, after all, just a specialized defensive measure against heavenly tribulation. Besides basic defensive capabilities, it only had the function of absorbing and releasing lightning. And Qingli, as a jade flood dragon, did not possess any lightning-attributed divine ability. Unless there was a lightning-attributed Yao beast constantly by her side to help recharge it, this azure dragon armor would only serve as a regular armor, completely useless otherwise. Naturally, Qingli was somewhat unwilling. She had personally experienced the power of this azure dragon armor. To fix this flaw, Qing Li left the island and visited many of her Flood Dragon clan kin. Finally, under the guidance of one of her kin, she traded some human artifact refining books with other transformed Yao beasts. And surprisingly, Qing Li felt that she might actually have some talent in this area. It didn't take long for her to learn most of the artifact refining techniques, and she even came up with her own plan to refine the electric organ of a lightning attributed Yao beast into the azure dragon armor, allowing her to also wield lightning. However, even in the chaotic Star Sea, lightning attributed Yao beasts were quite rare, and those qualified to be refined into the azure dragon armor were even fewer. So, out of necessity, the re-refining of the azure dragon armor had been postponed until now. Who would have thought that this seemingly foolish separating fire flood dragon in front of her had actually remembered something she had casually mentioned and had even found a rank 7 thunder whale? Yes, even by Qing Li's standards, this separating fire flood dragon was quite foolish. In Qing Li's somewhat complex gaze, the separating fire flood dragon grinned, revealing a smile of unclear meaning. It made him look even more foolish. Chapter 455, The Flood Dragon Ancestral Land. Looking at the two 8th rank flood dragons, Liu Yun's couldn't help but feel a deep concern for the average intelligence of the Flood Dragon clan. Were all the ones he met exceptions, or was the intelligence of the Flood Dragon clan generally not very good? Why did they all seem so foolish? After much thought, Liu Yun's decided to observe the situation first. Although for him now, dealing with an 8th rank flood dragon was not difficult, on one hand, the thing below looked like Qing Li's companion, and Qing Li was an 8th level jade flood dragon he had personally nurtured, so there was some sentimentality. On the other hand, casually attacking an 8th rank flood dragon could easily lead to the Flood Dragon clan coming after him. Encountering them at sea would be one thing, but if he fought here, the Flood Dragon clan would certainly not overlook a clear clue like Qing Li. Whether the restrictions on Qing Li's body could deceive the great divine ability users within the Flood Dragon clan was truly an uncertain matter. Anyway, he didn't need 8th level Yao beast cores or Flood Dragon materials now, so it was better to avoid trouble. With such a high-sounding thought, Liu Yun's naturally squatted to the side and watched the show. Qing Li gave 2 lingering glances at the thunder whale's horn in Li Huojiao's hand, then looked at Li Huojiao with some vigilance. First, make it clear, what do you want to do? Qing Li asked cautiously. This question startled Li Huojiao, who quickly said to Qing Li, I don't want to do anything. Then this thing is a free gift to me. Qing Li was even more puzzled. Although this guy didn't seem very smart, he couldn't be that dumb, could he? Yes, no. No. I really have something to ask you. Li Huojiao subconsciously agreed, then immediately reacted and quickly corrected himself. It's still about the matter the elders in the clan mentioned last time. Since you have reached rank 8 and opened your spiritual intelligence, you should return to Dragon Island to acknowledge your kin, Li Huojiao said very seriously. We are not those ignorant fools, nor are we those low-born Yao beasts. Our Flood Dragon clan is a descendant of true dragons, with our own legacy and ancestral land. You are now one of us, so you should go back and join us. Qing Li frowned helplessly. She had heard similar words countless times before. But to be honest, she really wasn't interested. The Jade Flood Dragon lineage was already rare, and she had drifted to the inner sea for various reasons. She had never seen other Flood Dragons since she was young, let alone enjoyed any care or protection from the Flood Dragon clan. In all her memories, the only one who had truly helped her was just a human. Now she had finally advanced to rank 8, gaining the capital to roam the seas. But suddenly, a few old-fashioned guys stood up and told her that she should return to her ancestors in her ancestral land to obey the clan chief and elders. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat them, Qing Li would have already punched them in the face. Seeing Qing Li's noncommittal expression, Li Huojiao also seemed anxious and quickly said to her. I understand what you mean, but returning to Dragon Island is not just about you accepting the command of the clan chief and elders. More importantly, with the entire Flood Dragon clan backing you, no one will ever dare to touch you again. Hey! Qing Li expressed her confusion with both sound and expression. You mean, if I don't have the Flood Dragon clan backing me, I'll be in danger? Qing Li asked with a hint of disdain in her tone. An 8th rank Flood Dragon, above the sea, was by no means weaker than a typical 9th level, cultivation rank, Yao beast, a genuine top predator. To say she could run rampant in the chaotic Star Sea might be an exaggeration, but in terms of strength, there were indeed few who could pose a life threat to her. You don't understand, while our Flood Dragon clan is strong, that doesn't mean we are invincible. Li Huojiao looked somewhat anxious, even releasing his divine sense and sweeping it around several times. His powerful divine sense was actually 3 points stronger than that of an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator. If Liu Yun's formless escape technique hadn't reached the transcendent realm, he might have actually been discovered. Seeing no one around, Li Huojiao then said to Qing Li with a serious expression, some time ago, Wu Ji, the famous poison flood dragon, was killed by human cultivators. I heard that even his divine soul was captured by them. They must want to refine him into a spirit tool, so he can never reincarnate. At this point, Li Huojiao clenched his fist, and that slightly foolish face finally showed some of the ferocity of a Yao beast. Humans. Qing Li was suddenly startled. Who is so powerful? Was it a late nascent soul stage cultivator among humans who made a move? Qing Li quickly asked. The word human touched upon some of her unbearable past, and the entire Flood Dragon fell into a state of agitation. No, I heard it was 2 late core formation stage cultivators among humans who made the move. At this point, Li Huojiao's expression became extremely grim, but he still patiently said to Qing Li. Qing Li, human cultivators should not be underestimated. Although the outer sea is our Yao beast's territory, those human cultivators who dare to venture into the outer sea are not easy to deal with. Many of them cannot be judged by their cultivation realm. And these years, human cultivators have become increasingly bold. I heard from other Yao beasts that some human cultivators even used some unknown method to almost wipe out the 6th and 7th level Yao beasts in a certain sea area. The dismembered bodies of those Yao beasts floated on the sea, and the blood that flowed out almost dyed that sea area red. As Li Huojiao spoke, a hint of fear even appeared in his eyes. Qing Li also subconsciously swallowed, feeling a chill run down her spine for some reason. Besides those humans, there are also other heaven and earth spirit beast clans, and we are only nominally allied with them. This is especially true for the Suani clan, who are known as the 10,000 Jiangxi King clan. For many years, our Flood Dragon clan has only superficially obeyed them. They also know that the Flood Dragon clan is the most likely group to challenge their status as Sea Kings, so they have always been strictly on guard against us. If there is an opportunity to weaken the Flood Dragon clan's strength, they will never let it go. At this point, Li Huojiao's unusually serious eyes looked directly at Qing Li, making her feel uneasy. She was both a little scared and a little worried about whether the other party was trying to trick her. For a moment, she was somewhat indecisive. Seeing Qing Li's expression, Li Huojiao suddenly became a little excited and slightly opened his mouth, subconsciously wanting to add another bargaining chip to make her agree to the matter as soon as possible. Besides that, our Flood Dragon clan is actually executing a grand plan. If this plan succeeds, the number of transformed members of our Flood Dragon clan will increase several times over, enough to suppress the Suani clan and become the royal clan in the chaotic Star Sea. At that time, the status of us members of the clan will also rise accordingly. Think about it, Qing Li, whatever you want in the future, you'll just need to give a command, and countless Yao beasts will naturally go and do it for you, instead of hiding on a remote small island like now, searching for materials by yourself. Besides that, there are all sorts of other benefits that can't even be fully explained. Aren't all these worth you visiting the ancestral land? Hearing this, Qing Li hesitated again. Until a voice entered her ears. Agree to him. Chapter 456, Playing with Hearts. Qing Li blinked, tilted her head in confusion, and her eyes became a bit strange. What's wrong with you? Separating Fire Flood Dragon asked worriedly when he saw Qing Li's expression. Nothing, just an old problem, Qing Li sighed helplessly. I can't believe that even now, I'm still troubled by these illusions. It must be that damned human who tampered with me. Thinking of this, Qing Li couldn't help but grit her teeth fiercely. Damned human. Qing Li cursed in anger. Indeed, these humans deserve to die. Although he didn't know what Qing Li meant, separating Fire Flood Dragon was happy that he finally had a common topic with her. Liu Yun's floated in the air, his gaze towards Qing Li extremely complex. After a while, perhaps thinking it wasn't worth arguing with such a thing, he could only continue to transmit his voice to her. You didn't mishear, it's me who has come. As Liu Yun spoke, he activated a small restriction within Qing Li's body. Qing Li was startled, her tail behind her instantly stiffened and began to twitch uncontrollably. Qing Li. Separating Fire Flood Dragon looked at her in confusion. Due to the angle, he could only see Qing Li's body suddenly stiffen, then emit a series of strange sounds from her throat, looking like. Separating Fire Flood Dragon's face flushed, and he swallowed, somewhat at a loss. Liu Yun's was too lazy to care about the thoughts of the two flood dragons below, and directly continued to transmit his voice to Qing Li. First agree to him, then. Okay. Qing Li nodded sharply at separating Fire Flood Dragon. I agree to you. She spoke so quickly that it caused both the human and the flood dragon to fall silent. Even if separating Fire Flood Dragon's mind was unclear, he now noticed Qing Li's abnormality and quickly asked. Is something wrong? Qing Li's wide eyes held a stiff smile at the corners of her mouth as she directly told separating Fire Flood Dragon, no, I just think what you said makes a lot of sense. Shall we go now? Liu Yun slapped himself on the forehead, directly flinging Liu Yun's number 2 down. Separating Fire Flood Dragon was originally still a bit strange about Qing Li's current abnormality, so he quickly released his divine sense and swept the area within 100 li several times. However, suddenly, the corner of Qing Li's mouth curled up, as if holding 1,000 kinds of tenderness and 10,000 kinds of charm. Her eyes, wanting to speak yet holding back, were like two hooks, making one's heart itch, making one wish to cut out their heart. Separating Fire Flood Dragon was instantly mesmerized, feeling only a dizzying sensation before his eyes, and the entire world was left with only this beautiful figure. In midair, Liu Yun's rubbed his temples, trying his best to ignore Liu Yun's no 2's verbal abuse. The new formless escape technique combined with charm technique currently seemed to have good results, the only problem was Liu Yun's no 2's psychological acceptance. Using charm technique on a man, and a male flood dragon at that, Liu Yun's number 2 felt utterly defiled from the inside out. He was currently in a state of semi-collapse. The symptoms manifested as him verbally abusing Liu Yun's in divine sense transmissions, attempting to have super-friendly relations with all female direct relatives who had appeared in Liu Yun's ancestry in the spiritual world. He even selectively ignored the fact that he was also Liu Yun's, and unhesitatingly tried to turn the Liu family's clan genealogy into an incestuous history for adults only. Liu Yun silently blocked Liu Yun's no 2's transmission while refocusing his attention on the two flood dragons below. Qing Li's divine soul was manipulated by Liu Yun's number 2. Although both a heart demon and a flood dragon were not very satisfied with the current situation, under Liu Yun's control, they continued to cast charm technique on separating fire flood dragon. Clan brother. Qing Li said softly to him in a charming tone separating fire flood dragon had never heard before. I actually also want to quickly return to my clan, but after all, I grew up in the inner sea, and in the outer sea, I am like rootless duckweed. Even if I join the clan, I will inevitably be ostracized and bullied. That's impossible. At this moment, separating fire flood dragon felt his heart melting, and quickly assured Qing Li. The flood dragon clan has always been united, not to mention Qing Li, your origins are extraordinary. The jade flood dragon lineage is also outstanding within the flood dragon clan, who would dare to bully you? Separating fire flood dragon suddenly realized that what he said was inappropriate, and quickly continued. Even if there really are such scoundrels who suppress their own clan members, our separating fire flood dragon lineage is not to be trifled with. I will definitely make such scum pay the price and will never let you suffer any grievance. Separating fire flood dragon spoke these words with immense conviction. Regardless of whether these words would count later, at least for now, he truly believed he would do anything for Qing Li. Since ancient times, as long as a beautiful woman smiles slightly, men will immediately start thinking with their lower bodies. Flood dragons are not humans, but as long as they are male creatures, they mostly cannot escape this strange loop. At this moment, this rank 8 separating fire flood dragon's brain had already begun to automatically make way for his lower body. Clan brother. Qing Li's eyes sparkled with joyful light, the flickering glimmers like a descending galaxy, directly striking separating fire flood dragon's heart. That's what you say, but to your separating fire flood dragon lineage, I am, after all, just an outsider. Nonsense. How can you be considered an outsider? Separating fire flood dragon almost jumped up on the spot when he heard this, and the scales all over his body trembled slightly. I'll go back and find uncle to preside over this. You wait for me. This fellow was not the particularly rational type to begin with. Now, with the charm technique enhanced by the heart demon, his entire brain was left with nothing but white viscous fluid. At this moment, in separating fire flood dragon's imagination, he and Qing Li were already a pair, frolicking on the sea, intertwining intimately under the sunset, soaring to the sky, diving into the sea, in the deep seabed, in the pure white clouds, devoted until death. Clan brother, wait! Qing Li quickly called out to separating fire flood dragon. In midair, Liu Yun's gasped in slight horror. This combination of heart demon plus charm technique seemed to be a bit too effective. This separating fire flood dragon was, after all, an 8th rank flood dragon, yet he was being played in the palm of someone's hand without realizing it. Liu Yun's even had a feeling that if Liu Yun's No-2's charm technique attainments could be a bit deeper, then if he told this separating fire flood dragon to die directly, the other party wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. This ability to play with hearts was indeed a bit frightening. However, on second thought, perhaps this was the true divine ability of the formless needle. Liu Yun's frowned, beginning to ponder his future use of this magic treasure. Meanwhile, Liu Yun's number 2 manipulated Qing Li, who spoke in a gentle tone, charming yet with a hint of tenderness. Clan brother, Qing Li asks for nothing else, only to ask clan brother to give me a token of your affection. Chapter 457 The Great Vortex. A token of appreciation. Separating fire flood dragon was slightly stunned. His rationality told him that things were starting to go awry. However, the next second, Qing Li smiled faintly at him. Separating fire flood dragon instantly kicked rationality aside and hurriedly asked Qing Li, what kind of token of appreciation does clan sister want? As long as I have it, clan sister can take it. Anything at all. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Qing Li let out a series of bell-like giggles. Separating fire flood dragon stared at her foolishly, completely dazed. Liu Yun's was also taken aback. Liu Yun's number 2 had previously claimed how unwilling he was and how disgusted he was with such matters. But wasn't she quite skilled now? Every gesture and smile held a hint of Dong Xianer's charm from back then. Clan brother, why would I want your things? I said I just wanted a token of appreciation to prove that you don't treat me as an outsider. For me, just proving that much is enough. Qing Li smiled sweetly, making separating fire flood dragon nod repeatedly. He only felt that she was the most perfect mate in the world. Not only was she beautiful, but her heart was also so kind and considerate of him. He didn't even hear clearly what Qing Li was saying, only feeling that everything she said was so beautiful. How about this, clan brother? I heard you mention earlier that there's a grand plan within the clan that could increase the number of shape-shifted flood dragons by several times. Qing Li smiled, her eyes meeting separating fire flood dragons. It was as if an invisible force pierced through his eyeballs, directly touching the depths of his soul, making his divine soul tremble. Can you tell me what that is? Qing Li asked with a smile. Separating fire flood dragon was startled, instinctively wanting to refuse. But as soon as his eyes met Qing Li's, the words of refusal that had reached his throat simply couldn't be uttered. I. Separating fire flood dragon's body trembled slightly, his gaze began to waver, and he even showed faint signs of exceeding Liu Yun's No-2's charm technique control. Seeing this, Liu Yun's frowned tightly and quickly told Liu Yun's number 2 to increase the intensity. Initially, he had been somewhat puzzled, feeling that these words might have been made up by the separating fire flood dragon to scare people. After all, the matter of increasing the number of shape-shifted flood dragons by several times was simply too shocking and indeed didn't sound real. Moreover, when pursuing a girl, who hasn't told a few white lies? Liu Yun's was also an experienced person, he understood all of this. Back when he was hitting on Fairy Nishang, the things he said were far more outrageous than this. However, at this very moment, looking at separating Fire Flood Dragon's intense reaction, a sense of unease suddenly arose in Liu Yun's heart. Judging by this reaction, this matter might actually be true. That would be a huge problem. The Flood Dragon clan, as long as they can successfully shapeshift, immediately become a powerful combat force that is only stronger, not weaker, than a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. If such a powerful combat force could truly multiply several times as separating Fire Flood Dragon claimed, then these powerful Flood Dragons would bring about incredibly terrifying chain reactions. Not to mention the Flood Dragon clan surpassing the Suani clan to become the new Sea King clan. The mere expansion of the outer sea monster beast strength that this matter would bring is an extremely terrifying thing for human cultivators. Currently, in the inner sea, the Star Palace and the Reverse Star Alliance are practically beating each other to a pulp. The human cultivators of the inner sea are busy with internal strife, currently in their weakest period in 1,000 years. If at this time, the outer sea Flood Dragon clan rises and brings forth a large number of shapeshifted Flood Dragons, the fragile balance between human cultivators and Yao beasts will be instantly shattered. The outer sea and inner sea, human cultivators and Yao beasts, will usher in a brutal, life and death struggle. Thinking of this, even a reckless person like Liu Yun's, who fears nothing, felt a chill run down his spine. Liu Yun's number 2 also realized that something was amiss and quickly pushed his heart demon's innate talent to its limit, as if igniting an invisible fire of desire that burned fiercely within separating Fire Flood Dragon's divine soul. Separating Fire Flood Dragon's previously struggling expression instantly became numb and infatuated. His 2 eyes gazed adoringly at Qing Li, almost devoid of any spirit. Humph. Liu Yun's number 2 let out a somewhat weak snort. Indeed, in Clan Brother's eyes, I am ultimately an outsider. Qing Li's eyes turned cold, and she said in an icy tone. Then, Qing Li actually turned and left, without the slightest reluctance. Clan sister. Separating Fire Flood Dragon cried out heartbrokenly. Listen to me, I only heard about this matter from the elders within the clan. I truly don't know the details. I only know that at the very bottom of the deep abyss beneath Kiwan Island, there is a massive underwater vortex. Every 100 years, the clan sends an elder at the middle stage of shapeshifting to take turns guarding it. Currently, the one guarding it there is an elder from our Separating Fire Flood Dragon lineage. Separating Fire Flood Dragon impatiently blurted out this string of words. Although there was still a trace of apprehension in his heart, seeing Qing Li's resolute back, he directly kicked that trace of apprehension aside, letting it roll far away with his long offline rationality. Hearing this, Qing Li slowly turned her head. Underwater abyss, great vortex. Qing Li mumbled a few words, then smiled sweetly at Separating Fire Flood Dragon. This smile directly carried his soul to the 9th heaven, suspended in the air, unable to return to his physical body for a long time. Then, clan brother, would you be able to take me to meet this elder? Qing Li asked with a smile. And within Qing Li's sea of consciousness, the real Qing Li was roaring loudly. Wait. What exactly do you human cultivator want to do? That's my clan. I warn you, if you... I'll help you improve your Azure Dragon armor. Deal. When do we act? Qing Li instantly agreed, a look of eagerness on her face. One has to admit, having a low IQ does have some benefits. At least, with fewer worries, adaptability also becomes top-notch. Since she couldn't resist anyway, she might as well try to gain some benefits for herself. Besides, who did she even know in the Flood Dragon clan? What good would a bunch of extra shapeshifted Flood Dragons in the clan do for her? It's better to get something practical. Qing Li's thought process was unusually direct, and she quickly reached a consensus with Liu Yun's. Outside, Separating Fire Flood Dragon was so enchanted by Qing Li's words that he didn't even know his own name. He dazedly agreed to introduce Qing Li to the clan's elder. The 2 Flood Dragons wasted no time, directly transforming into their original forms and diving into the water. Flood Dragons are, after all, sea beasts, and most possess extremely exquisite water evasion techniques. Even a fire-attributed Flood Dragon like Separating Fire Flood Dragon was not slow in the sea, in fact, their speed was even faster than when they flew through the sky. Liu Yun's followed them unhurriedly. With the restriction on Qing Li guiding the way, Liu Yun's wasn't worried about losing them. The only problem was how to deal with that 9th grade Separating Fire Flood Dragon once they reached the Great Vortex in the underwater abyss. A 9th grade Flood Dragon's strength is absolutely no less than that of a late nascent soul stage cultivator among human cultivators. Aside from the legendary soul transformation stage, they are undoubtedly the peak combat power in the human realm. Even if Liu Yun's used all his trump cards, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against an opponent of this caliber. What's more, if that Great Vortex was truly that important, the Flood Dragon clan wouldn't just send one 9th grade Flood Dragon to guard it. One misstep, and Liu Yun's might very well be facing a whole nest of shapeshifted Flood Dragons. Chapter 458, Descending into the Sea Abyss. A muffled, thunderous roar echoed across the vast sea. On the surface of the sea, 2 fin-like dorsal fins cut through the water, only to disappear beneath the waves in an instant. The next moment, accompanied by a loud bang, 200 Zhonglong behemoths burst out of the water, quickly soaring into the clouds, where they transformed into 2 monstrous beings with Flood Dragon heads and human bodies. Is this the former Kiwan Island? Qing Li asked, examining the island below with a look of surprise. The island was now covered in green vegetation, and amidst the lush plants, remnants of black stone houses and broken black flagstone paths could still be seen. Liu Yun's, operating his formless escape technique, silently followed behind the two flood dragons, his gaze somewhat complex as he surveyed Kiwan Island. The island appeared to have shrunk considerably compared to what he had seen decades ago. Several mountain peaks on the island had also been leveled, clearly indicating that a major battle had once occurred here, altering the terrain. There was no need to discuss the outcome, but after several decades, the power of time had buried all traces. Now, it seemed like nothing more than an ordinary deserted island. Everything that had once transpired on the island had ultimately scattered like dust. Clan sister, you may not know, but the humans on this island were once extremely arrogant. Not only did they extensively hunt 7th level demon beasts, but they even set their sights on fellow cultivators like you and me, who have achieved human forms. If we didn't teach these humans a lesson, wouldn't they truly believe this chaotic star sea belonged to them? Separating Fire Flood Dragon sneered, speaking with disdain. Qingli tilted her head in confusion. She couldn't quite understand these convoluted matters, but thinking back to how she was almost hunted by humans, then escaping one den of wolves only to fall into another, having a restriction placed on her, and now being threatened by him, bossed around, and even called stupid. The thought made Qingli feel like crying. The separating Fire Flood Dragon beside her was busy boasting to Qingli about the past deeds of his clan elders, so much so that he didn't even notice Qingli's slightly off expression. Back then, our fellow deists in the abyss had reached their limit. The old Suni in the 10,000 Zhang abyss, enraged by the killing of his direct grandson, issued the myriad demon token. This led several fellow deists to lead a large group of 6th and 7th level demon beasts, directly flattening Kiwan Island in one fell swoop. Among the leaders was a mid-stage human form elder from our separating Fire Flood Dragon lineage, who is also my uncle currently guarding the Great Maelstrom. Back then, my uncle almost single-handedly broke through Kiwan Island's grand formation, leading many fellow deists to charge straight in. Those humans were so terrified they fled without looking back, not even putting up any decent resistance. Qingli didn't react much to this, but Liu Yun's, hidden nearby, twitched his mouth and felt a drum beating in his heart. This matter, it seemed he also bore some responsibility. Back then, he had controlled Miao He, practically slaughtering all the core formation cultivators guarding the island, and incidentally plundering a large amount of resources and spirit stones accumulated by the major forces over the years. The major forces had left Kiwan Island with almost no resistance, which looked suspiciously like they hadn't recovered their origin chi at the time and were utterly incapable of resisting the Yao Beast invasion. However, on second thought, with the Star Palace in the inner sea preoccupied, it would have been a pipe dream for those major forces to defend Kiwan Island against the Yao Beasts of the 10,000 Zhang abyss. In a sense, his actions could also be considered as reducing some unnecessary casualties on Kiwan Island, right? Liu Yun's rationally stopped thinking and refocused his attention on the separating Fire Flood Dragon. He was still boasting about his elder's glorious achievements. Those who knew understood he wanted to show off in front of his crush. Those who didn't might think this filial child was trying to set his uncle up on a blind date. This behavior made Liu Yun's anxious, and Han Li's image automatically flashed through his mind. No, this foolish boy was much better than Han Li, at least he could speak. How many times had Han Li, facing Nangang Wan, been unable to utter a single coherent sentence? Qingli had initially listened with interest, but as she continued to listen, she realized he kept repeating the same few phrases over and over, and she quickly grew bored. Clan brother, where is the great maelstrom you mentioned? Qingli directly interrupted the separating Fire Flood Dragon's boasting, asking on her own accord. She just wanted to finish this annoying business quickly and then go back to her immortal cave for a good sleep. The separating Fire Flood Dragon, interrupted unceremoniously by Qingli in the middle of his boasting, immediately looked a bit awkward. But he quickly cast aside his embarrassment and eagerly said to Qingli, soon, that great maelstrom is somewhere at the very bottom of the 10,000 Zhang abyss, guarded by my uncle. Seeing that he was about to start boasting about his elder's deeds again, Qingli quickly interrupted him, her head aching, and said directly. Since that's the case, let's hurry up. With that, Qingli directly transformed into her original form in the air. Initially, the separating Fire Flood Dragon was somewhat displeased in his heart from being cut off by Qingli. But upon seeing her slender and beautiful figure, her emerald-like dazzling scales, and the armor covering her body, like an azure dragon, his heart immediately seemed to soar to the heavens. The bit of grievance and displeasure in his heart was instantly kicked out, and only her figure remained in his eyes and heart. Clan brother, let's go. Qingli's azure dragon-like form coiled up, gracefully and swiftly disappearing into the seabed. This scene made the separating Fire Flood Dragon's heart tremble. He quickly revealed his original form and cautiously approached her. Youth, Liu Yun sighed with emotion. He thought back to his own youth. No, why should I reminisce about my youth while watching two flood dragons in heat? Was my youth that miserable? Liu Yun's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, then he let out a deep sigh. He might, probably, most likely, possibly, be missing someone. Pushing aside the slight ripples in his heart, Liu Yun unhurriedly activated his water evasion technique and followed them directly. The two flood dragons quickly dived, soon leaving behind the shimmering light of the sea surface and gradually entering a deep, dark abyss. In the depths of this great sea, it was unexpectedly vast. A faint white light flickered in Liu Yun's eyes as he looked around in all directions. Besides some huge, eerie dark shadows faintly flashing in the distant darkness, the vast depths of the ocean contained only the two flood dragons in front of him. He didn't know if the deep sea bed was naturally so vast, or if the pressure from the two rank 8 flood dragons had scared away many of the original inhabitants. Along the way, Liu Yun barely saw any other Yao beasts. It wasn't until the two flood dragons swam all the way to the seabed, following a clear route, and reached a massive submarine trench. Only then did Liu Yun's finally see the appearance of the Yao beasts in the deep sea. The second update will be posted later. Chapter 459, Bottom of the Abyss. Deep in the sea, a massive fissure, like the gaping maw of the ocean, stretched far beyond Qing Li's line of sight, its end nowhere to be seen. Looking down, the bottom of the abyss was even more unfathomable. The Jade Flood Dragon, among the Flood Dragon clan, was considered exceptionally gifted. Her eyes were naturally suited for the deep sea, allowing her to see extremely far even in the lightless conditions of the seabed. However, even in her eyes, the bottom of this abyss was a pitch-black expanse, its depth utterly unknown. The 10,000 zhang abyss, it seemed, truly lived up to its name, possibly even exceeding 10,000 zhang. Just as Qing Li was gazing into the abyss, a red light suddenly flickered from below. Qing Li was slightly startled, instinctively wanting to release her divine sense to investigate. However, the next moment, those two red lights suddenly flared brightly and rapidly grew larger in Qing Li's vision, as if something had been disturbed by her and was rushing towards her at high speed. Ah! Qing Li exclaimed in surprise, instinctively activating her azure dragon armor. Steel-like spines extended from her back, and the two faint golden dragon horns on her head emitted a subtle glow, protecting her entire body. With a whoosh, a colossal creature, far larger than two flood dragons, surged out of the abyss. A single red giant eye, over 10 zhang in size, instantly locked onto Qing Li, terrifying her into immobility. Scram! At this moment, the separating fire flood dragon actually displayed a hint of imposing aura, roaring directly at the colossal creature. Initially, Qing Li felt a touch of gratitude, but the very next second, the colossal creature whooshed and dissipated into thin air. Qing Li immediately froze in place. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the colossal creature was actually a school of eyeless giant fish, each about a zhang long, clustered together. The red giant eye was merely a spherical, one-eyed Yao beast, whose aura suggested it was only around rank 6. Seeing Qing Li looking somewhat bewildered, the separating fire flood dragon smiled smugly and said to her, "Clan sister, the deep sea environment is harsh. Besides us shape-shifting Yao cultivators with powerful physical bodies and water attribute Yao beasts skilled in water evasion technique, only these naturally occurring deep sea Yao beasts can move freely in this 10,000 zhang abyss. These Yao beasts are born in this lightless place and constantly endure the water pressure of the 10,000 zhang abyss. Most of them have powerful Yao bodies and possess some extremely strange divine abilities. They should never be underestimated." At this point, the separating fire flood dragon's tone suddenly became serious, clearly indicating that he had suffered significant losses in this regard. Qing Li nodded blankly, sending a telepathic message without turning her head. Is it still not too late for me to back out?" Humph. Liu Yun's let out a scoff, letting her experience it for herself. Qing Li immediately lowered her head in frustration. She was already regretting it. The separating fire flood dragon also noticed this, but he naturally interpreted Qing Li's reaction as fear of the unknown. "Don't worry, our flood dragon clan is the undisputed overlord, whether in the sky, on land, or in the deep sea," the separating fire flood dragon said proudly, then led Qing Li towards the deepest part of the 10,000 zhang abyss. Liu Yun's followed closely behind, his water evasion technique and formless escape technique pushed to their limits. His figure glided silently, not even stirring a ripple. If Liu Yun's were to find an adjective for the 10,000 zhang abyss, it would probably be darkness, extreme darkness. It was as if all light was abandoning him. At first, with the power of his mysterious yin eyes, Liu Yun's could still discern the figures of the two flood dragons in this darkness. But as they descended further and further, even his mysterious yin eyes gradually lost their light. The figures of the two flood dragons slowly vanished into the darkness, with only the perception of his divine sense and the currents they stirred as they swam proving their existence. After an unknown amount of time, Liu Yun's felt that he had descended at least several hundred li, yet the darkness before him remained unchanged. Suddenly, light burst forth. A kaleidoscope of colorful light directly flooded into Liu Yun's vision. This sudden illumination even shook Liu Yun's mind, almost causing him to lose the effect of his water evasion technique. In his shock, Liu Yun's quickly poured his magical power into his eyes. As points of white light rekindled in his pupils, Liu Yun's finally saw clearly what was before him. This was a world of vibrant colors. As far as the eye could see, multicolored corals and gems carpeted the seabed. Giant clams, some a zhang long, others up to 100 zhang, were scattered around, all opening their shells to reveal equally enormous luminous pearls within. The light on this seabed emanated from these luminous pearls, refracted by the surrounding colorful corals and gems, transforming this once dark seabed into a dazzling, vibrant world. Liu Yun's looked around in astonishment, then subconsciously turned his head. Only then did he realize that all the light only extended upwards for 100 li before being completely absorbed by black crystals, embedded in the cliff face, which Liu Yun's had never seen before. Not a single trace of light leaked out. No wonder he hadn't seen even a glimmer of light before. And in this vast space, hundreds of giant, peculiar, or eerie Yao beasts patrolled. Most of them were only rank 6 or 7 Yao beasts. Although they mostly had strange appearances, they didn't exert a particularly strong sense of pressure on Liu Yun's. What truly surprised Liu Yun's was that among these Yao beasts, there were quite a few 8th level demonic beasts like Qing Li. Within Liu Yun's divine sense range alone, there were 7 or 8 auras of rank 8 or higher Yao beasts faintly discernible, which made Liu Yun's click his tongue in amazement. Who would have thought that 8th level demonic beasts, so rare to see in the outside world, would actually be clustered at the bottom of this abyss? "Clan sister, this is the 10,000 Zhang Abyss, the separating fire flood dragon proudly told Qing Li. Qing Li, like Liu Yun's, was also stunned, speechless for a long time. Immediately after, she sensed the auras of many 8th level demonic beasts, which made Qing Li subconsciously become vigilant. In the chaotic Star Sea, although 8th level demonic beasts wouldn't immediately engage in a fight like lower level Yao beasts upon meeting, they weren't exactly friendly either. Any advanced Yao beast had an incredibly strong obsession with territory, and 8th level demonic beasts were naturally no exception. So when two 8th level demonic beasts appeared in the same sea area, unless they already knew each other, or one of them voluntarily submitted, a major battle was inevitable. And now, within Qing Li's divine sense range, there were 5 or 6 8th level demonic beasts whose cultivation was no less than hers, openly releasing their auras. This instantly made her wary and ready to flee at any moment. Clan sister, there's no need to worry, the separating fire flood dragon said with a chuckle, clearly having anticipated Qing Li's current reaction. This 10,000 Zhang Abyss is jointly managed by our several heaven and earth spirit beast clans. No one is allowed to fight here. Violators will be lightly expelled from the sea abyss, or severely, executed on the spot. To ensure the safety of this place, there are even members of the spirit beast clan specifically guarding it. So clan sister, rest assured, no one will be so foolish as to provoke us. As the separating fire flood dragon spoke, he subtly glanced in a certain direction. There, a strange sea beast resembling a lion, covered in azure scales, was coldly staring at them. Chapter 460, Suoni. With a lion's body and a dragon's head, covered in scales, a faint mist of smoke encircled its body with every breath, like a divine beast or dragon god from myths and legends. The Suoni clan. Separating fire flood dragon snorted coldly in his heart, but he didn't dare to show any displeasure in front of the other party. For no other reason than that the other party was a 9th level Suoni beast. Both were legendary dragon descendants, both were heaven and earth spirit beasts blessed by nature. The strength of the Suoni clan was absolutely no less than that of the Flood Dragon clan. An 8th rank Flood Dragon facing a 9th grade Suoni beasts would not end well. Clan sister, let's go. Today is the Suoni clan's turn to be on duty, don't get too close to them, separating fire Flood Dragon snorted coldly, speaking with ill intent. Qing Li looked at the Suoni beasts with a hint of surprise. The 10,000 Jiangxi King clan, whose fame was astonishing, she was seeing for the first time. This glance was originally nothing, but once it fell into separating fire Flood Dragon's eyes, it immediately made him uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but say to Qing Li. There's nothing good to see. In terms of divine ability and methods, our Flood Dragon clan is not inferior to the Suoni clan in the slightest. The reason they are the 10,000 Jiangxi King clan is simply because they have 2 old Suonis in their clan who are in the late stage of transformation. At this point, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of separating fire Flood Dragon's mouth. This won't last much longer. That old Suoni's lifespan is almost at its end, while our Flood Dragon clan's clan chief is in his prime and possesses great divine ability. Before long, the position of the 10,000 Jiangxi King clan will belong to our Flood Dragon clan, separating fire Flood Dragon said with an arrogant tone, but his voice was kept very low, fearing that the 9th level Suoni beast might hear him. To be honest, this scene was quite amusing in Qing Li's eyes. She also couldn't understand, why bother fighting for the 10,000 Jiangxi King clan? What was the use of that thing? She had never received any special treatment because she was a member of the Flood Dragon clan, but this did not prevent her from living well on her small island. If possible, she could stay on that island until the end of time. There was no need to risk her life for some inexplicable thing. To put it bluntly, the chaotic Star Sea is so vast that one can live without worry by simply finding a small island, and there's no need to fear any trouble coming to their doorstep. As for fighting over resources for cultivation, that's even more ridiculous. If they weren't constantly thinking about who to attack, senselessly wasting a large amount of resources on that, there wouldn't be such a large resource deficit. The saved resources would be more than enough for cultivation. Qing Li looked at the agitated and indignant separating fire Flood Dragon, then at the cold-eyed Suoni beasts. Somehow, in Qing Li's eyes, their figures highly overlapped with the humans she had seen in the inner sea, as if there was no difference at all except for their appearance. The same greed for profit, the same insatiable nature. Are these the descendants of true dragons? Are these the spirit beasts favored by heaven and earth? How did their appearance become human-like, and their state of mind become the same as theirs? Qing Li fell into a brief moment of confusion, then chose to stop thinking and directly said to separating fire Flood Dragon, where is that great vortex? Take me to see it. Her not-so-effective brain seemed to have briefly overclocked, then instantly gave up, choosing to quickly finish these troublesome matters as Liu Yun's instructed. Separating fire Flood Dragon was slightly stunned, then for some reason, he suddenly became happy. After discreetly glaring at the Suoni beasts, separating fire Flood Dragon led Qing Li, swimming towards the other side of the abyss. The 9th level Suoni beast slightly frowned, and his golden vertical pupils narrowed imperceptibly. Jade Flood Dragon? I thought this lineage was almost extinct, I didn't expect there to be any left. But I don't seem to have seen her before, it's like she's here in the sea abyss for the first time. The Suoni beasts thought for a moment with a cold expression, then was about to put the matter aside for now. Just then, a thought that had been weighing on his mind suddenly surfaced. That separating fire Flood Dragon seems to have been seen a few times, and he's very close to the Flood Dragon clan's administrator in this area. That middle stage transformed separating fire Flood Dragon has always been mysterious, I don't know what he's up to. Now this kid has brought another early stage transformed Jade Flood Dragon. What is the Flood Dragon clan trying to do? This thought had been suppressed in his heart for many years, but he had never given it much importance. But today, for some reason, this thought suddenly emerged, and not only could he not suppress it, but it also gave rise to more thoughts. The Flood Dragon clan has always been dissatisfied with the Suoni clan and wants to replace them. The 10,000 Zhang Abyss is the lifeline of the Suoni clan, could they be secretly plotting something? Thinking of this, the Suoni beasts immediately let out an uneasy growl, startling many nearby Yao beasts who quickly scattered. He also knew that his idea was far-fetched and even absurd. But somehow, these thoughts were like threads, tangled together in his mind. Should I follow them and take a look? As soon as this thought emerged, all the chaotic thoughts seemed to instantly find an outlet, making the Suoni beasts feel a sense of relief, and he subconsciously prepared to act. No. If I just follow them like this, if they discover me, it might become an excuse for the Flood Dragon clan to make trouble for the Suoni clan. Rational thoughts gradually surfaced, but in the next moment, another thought emerged. No. So what if they discover me? The Suoni clan is the 10,000 Jiangxi King clan, even the Flood Dragon clan must be subservient to us. Make trouble? On what grounds would they make trouble? What right do they have to make trouble? If the Flood Dragon clan truly wants to continue being unreasonable, we can take this opportunity to properly discipline them and make them remember who is the master of this chaotic star sea. Thinking of this, the Suoni beast stood up with a whoosh, letting out 2 low growls. Immediately, 2 slightly smaller Suoni beasts came out and, together with him, used the water escape divine ability to silently follow them. The hidden Liu Yun silently gave Liu Yun's number 2 a thumbs up, receiving a look of disdain from the latter. Don't ask me to do this again. Do you know how tiring it is to constantly pull and tug with a middle stage nascent soul level divine soul? Liu Yun's number 2 complained unhappily. This is different from guiding Miao He. This guy's divine soul is too strong, if I'm not careful, he'll easily discover me. I can only, like finding a thread, pick out the most suitable one from his pile of thoughts, and then slowly guide him. After this whole process, my head still hurts. Got it, got it. Liu Yun's casually brushed him off, then silently followed. Chapter 461, The Great Pit Cave. Qing Li followed the separating fire flood dragon as they swam, gradually moving away from the colorful space behind them and into deeper darkness. As the light faded, Qing Li began to feel the surrounding water currents moving erratically, as if affected by some abnormal influence. This caused her water evasion technique to slow down involuntarily, adapting to the constantly changing currents. In contrast, the separating fire flood dragon, being a fire attribute flood dragon, showed no signs of abnormality and instead seemed quite at ease in the turbulent currents. The 2 flood dragons stretched their 100-jong long bodies, gradually approaching the edge of a giant pit cave amidst the increasingly chaotic water currents. By the time they reached this point, the confusion of the nearby water currents had reached an extremely terrifying level. If ordinary 7th-level demon beasts were to come here, they would at best be severely injured, and at worst, they might be directly torn to shreds by the currents. Qing Li, relying on her powerful physical body as an 8th-rank flood dragon and her innate water evasion technique, barely managed to hold on here. Even so, she had to fully operate her water evasion technique, not daring to relax in the slightest, fearing that she would be swept into the turbulent currents if she wasn't careful. The separating fire flood dragon also put away its indifferent expression, digging its flood dragon claws deep into the ground to anchor its massive body. Clan sister, this is the great whirlpool I spoke of, the separating fire flood dragon said with a hint of pride. Qing Li's eyes widened. All she could see was the bottom of the giant pit cave in front of her, which was pitch black, making it impossible to discern what lay beneath. However, the next moment, the jade flood dragon's innate affinity for water allowed her to discover a clue. As soon as the surrounding chaotic water currents entered the pit cave, they immediately became docile, as if being pulled by an even greater force towards the bottom of the pit cave. Before Qing Li could carefully observe the direction of this water current, a golden red flame suddenly ignited at the bottom of the dark pit cave. The next second, a golden red beam of light shot out, instantly shattering all the turbulent water currents. Even the separating fire flood dragon and Qing Li were pushed back dozens of zhong by this powerful force, both looking up in shock. They saw a giant flood dragon, over 200 zhong long, whose entire body seemed to be burning with golden red flames, hovering above the pit cave, its vertical pupils coldly scrutinizing them. Uncle, the separating fire flood dragon suddenly shouted. The giant flood dragon glared at him coldly, then descended to the ground, its huge tail resting on the edge of the pit cave, ready to strike at any moment. Who told you two to come here? The giant flood dragon asked in a cold tone. The separating fire flood dragon trembled, startled by his tone, and immediately said instinctively. It's me. I wanted to come. We heard that the Suoni clan already knew the location of the Great Whirlpool and were afraid they would harm Uncle, so we rushed over to help. At this moment, under the pressure of life and death, this separating fire flood dragon successfully unlocked a prerequisite skill for all intelligent adult males, fabricating lies. Upon hearing the separating fire flood dragon's statement, the giant flood dragon's gaze softened considerably, but it still gave him an angry glare and cursed. Nonsense. Get out of here immediately. Yes, the separating fire flood dragon instantly replied, quickly trying to pull Qing Li to leave with him. Wait, the giant flood dragon suddenly stopped him, its vertical pupils turning to Qing Li, its gaze lingering on her azure dragon-like armor for a moment, and then a hint of killing intent immediately overflowed from its pupils. Who are you? I haven't seen you before, the giant flood dragon asked in a chilling tone. The separating fire flood dragon beside him was about to speak but was silenced by a glare from the giant flood dragon. Qing Li nervously swallowed, carefully saying, I am a jade flood dragon who recently advanced to rank 8, and I just joined the clan not long ago. Is that so? The giant flood dragon said noncommittally, its huge flood dragon claw pointing to the pale golden dragon horns on her head. Where did you get this magic treasure armor? Qing Li's heart suddenly trembled twice, and she subconsciously wanted to seek Liu Yun's help. But in these turbulent currents, even with Liu Yun's mastery of evasion techniques, he could only barely maintain his footing and was unable to concentrate on anything else, fearing that a slight distraction would reveal his whereabouts to that terrifying 9th rank Luo flood dragon. I stole it. At this moment, Qing Li's mind was racing, and she instantly blurted out what she had fantasized about in her idle moments. I stole this armor from a hideous, cowardly human cultivator. At that time, that human cultivator knelt on the ground, begging me to spare his life, even willing to hand over this treasure in exchange for his survival. Qing Li spoke more and more smoothly, becoming more and more engrossed, and at this moment, even she herself began to believe it. I took his magic treasure, and with one flick of my tail, I smashed that cowardly human cultivator into a pulp. At this point, Qing Li even proudly raised her head. The giant flood dragon slowly lowered its head, looking directly into the eyes of this 8th level jade flood dragon. Humph. I'll believe you this once, the giant flood dragon snorted coldly, then turned to swim back into the pit cave. Get out immediately. If I see you here again next time, I won't be so polite. Who's lurking there? Get out here. Mid-sentence, the giant flood dragon suddenly roared, spitting out a golden red pillar of light that seemed corporeal, shooting towards the area behind the 2 flood dragons. The terrifying temperature contained within that pillar of light secretly alarmed Qing Li, and her heart sank to rock bottom. It's over, we're doomed. Qing Li closed her eyes in despair. She had already envisioned Liu Yun's being blasted into dust by this pillar of light, and herself being branded a flood dragon traitor and torn to shreds by the giant flood dragon before her. However, the next second, an incredibly powerful spiritual pressure suddenly erupted, and a deep blue smoke pillar, carrying the terrifying surrounding water currents, met the golden red pillar of light head-on. With a boom, the two collided violently, producing an earth-shattering roar. The terrifying force even temporarily pushed back the surrounding seawater, carving out a huge vacuum zone deep beneath the 10,000 Zhang Sea. Immediately afterward, the water currents receded, and the incomparably violent water pressure transformed into a substantial, powerful force, causing the surroundings to oscillate wildly. The figures of the newcomers also became visible. Humph. I knew it was you, the giant flood dragon snorted coldly, using its claws to prop up its massive body. Appearing behind the 2 flood dragons were the 3 Suoni beasts who had been trailing them. The 9th level Suoni beast leading them gave him a cold look and calmly said, Li Wei, not only have you been hiding here furtively, but you dare to attack me? Are you not afraid of provoking a war between the Suoni clan and the Flood Dragon clan? Chapter 462, Fierce Battle. War. The giant flood dragon raised its head, 2 streams of golden red flames, like drool, flowed from the corners of its mouth, resembling 2 shimmering golden red ribbons. The 10,000 Jiangxi King clan? Humph. Just an empty shell. Does that old Suoni really dare to start a war with us? Blazing killing intent and fury burned in the giant flood dragon's heart. Accompanied by a low growl, several intensely bright lights gradually illuminated the pit below. 3 flood dragons, either crimson, golden red, or deep red, stretched their 100 jung long bodies, slowly swimming out from the bottom of the pit. Their massive bodies, a full size larger than Qing Li and the Li Huojiao, coiled upwards, their eyes, like burning flames, staring directly at the 3 Suoni beasts. Extreme heat, accompanied by boiling killing intent, seemed to want to boil all the surrounding seawater. Li Huojiao, red fire flood dragon, Qi Muxian Huojiao, the 9th level Suoni beast was startled, then its pupils contracted slightly, its eyes fixed on the giant flood dragon. 3 rank 8 fire attribute flood dragons, and none of them seem like ordinary flood dragons. What exactly do you want to do? Do what? The giant flood dragon bared its fangs, revealing an incredibly ferocious grin. You don't need to know any more. As soon as its voice fell, a Qi Muxian Huojiao behind it, with blood-red eyes, roared impatiently. Its 100 jung long body instantly broke through the turbulent currents, spewing flames from its mouth, and bit down at the 9th level Suoni beast. The 9th level Suoni beast's eyes flashed with evil chi. Blue smoke and clouds swirled around its body, lifting deep sea currents weighing over 10,000 catties, and slammed them fiercely onto the head of this arrogant flood dragon. However, the next moment, this Qi Muxian Huojiao suddenly swung its massive claw, deflecting the attack with brute force. Its huge maw bit down unimpeded towards the 9th level Suoni beast's head. This caught the 9th level Suoni beast by surprise. It quickly spat out blue light, manipulating the seawater to form an incredibly thick blue chain, directly whipping the Qi Muxian Huojiao back. At the same time, the blue chain also disintegrated. This guy is not right. Its physical body strength is at least 30% stronger than other flood dragons of the same rank. A bad premonition instantly arose in the 9th level Suoni beast's heart. But it was already too late. The other 2 flood dragons roared and pounced towards the other 2 rank 8 Suoni beasts. The giant flood dragon, meanwhile, sneered, spitting golden red flames that radiated in all directions, forcing all the surrounding seawater away. With this, the Suoni beasts temporarily lost their proud water-controlling divine ability, while Liu Yun's, who had been hidden nearby, struggling to resist the turbulent currents, suddenly let out a sigh of relief. He activated his fire evasion technique to conceal his figure and finally freed his hands to ask Liu Yun's number 2. What's going on? Why are you so powerful this time? Did these guys just start fighting? This has nothing to do with me. Liu Yun's number 2 said with a trembling voice. These flood dragons were already problematic, each one like a lunatic. As soon as I entered their sea of consciousness, before I even had a chance to act, I was scared out. Hearing this, Liu Yun took a deep breath, his eyes looking towards the darkness at the bottom of the large pit. This place is definitely problematic. Perhaps it was his imagination, but ever since he got close to the large pit, Liu Yun felt a sense of trepidation, as if something extremely dangerous was hidden below. After much thought, Liu Yun took a deep breath. Layers of ethereal metal armor gradually appeared on his body, then began to solidify. I'll go down in a bit to see what these flood dragons are guarding. You stay here and keep an eye on them. Let me know immediately when a victor is decided. Currently, 6 flood dragons against 3 Suoni beasts, the situation was completely one-sided. Not to mention the numerical advantage, the disparity in strength alone was not small. As heaven and earth spirit beasts of the same 9th grade, the 9th level Suoni beast was completely overwhelmed by the unusually large giant flood dragon. It could only barely hold on with its exceptionally skilled water-controlling divine ability. The 2 rank 8 Suoni beasts were even more unlucky, facing the encirclement of 5 other flood dragons of the same rank, 3 of which could steadily overpower them. If not for Qing Li slacking off and not exerting her full strength, and the Li Huojiao overexerting itself and repeatedly blocking the attacks of the other flood dragons, then these 2 Suoni beasts would likely have already been defeated. Of course, this doesn't mean the Suoni beast side was doomed to lose. Deep in the sea, Suoni beasts, proficient in water attribute divine abilities, had a natural advantage against fire attribute flood dragons. If they wanted to leave, they only needed to activate their water evasion technique to instantly escape. These flood dragons, even if they fought with their lives, couldn't possibly keep them. This is precisely why the giant flood dragon had to forcibly clear the surrounding seawater. If these Suoni beasts were to escape using their water evasion technique, then what they would face would be the encirclement of the Suoni beast clan. Even if the flood dragon clan had reinforcements, it couldn't compare to the opponent's main base being right next door. If they weren't careful, being surrounded by Suoni beasts would be a minor issue. If these Suoni beasts discovered the flood dragon clan's plan. As soon as it thought of this, the giant flood dragon's killing intent instantly boiled, and its attacks became even more ruthless. Seeing that this guy wanted to kill the Suoni beasts in a short amount of time, Liu Yun's No 2's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Hurry up, I see from this situation that they might not take much longer. Liu Yun waved his hand casually. At this moment, the metal armor on his body was already assembled. This armor was silver and red overall, with red as the base, and silver parts like armor covering the whole body. The silver-white helmet-covered head also had a short blade fitted to the top, exuding unparalleled sharpness. His 2 eyes, flickering with a faint bloody color, contained evil chi, like a steel warrior who had experienced 1,000 death battles. This was one of Liu Yun's most proud creations, which he had begun preparing decades ago in Tianxing City, and which Liu Yun's number 2 finally completed a few years ago, a peak masterpiece. Mobile 7 armor. It could be used as armor or enlarged to be used as a puppet. It was the first epic-making product that perfectly combined puppet techniques and artifact refining techniques. With this confidence, Liu Yun dared to venture alone into the 10,000 Zhang abyss and had enough confidence to calmly leave even when besieged by multiple Yao beasts of rank 8 and above. Liu Yun clenched his fist slightly, feeling the powerful strength flowing through his limbs and bones. With this armor on, Liu Yun even dared to challenge Savage Beard to a brawl. Without further hesitation, Liu Yun immediately operated his evasion technique at full power, silently flying down towards the bottom of the large pit. The deep darkness quickly enveloped him, but with the dual enhancement of the mysterious Yin eyes and the 7 armor, the direction of the water currents was soon easily detected by Liu Yun. Liu Yun activated his water evasion technique and followed the water currents, swimming towards the deepest part of the large pit. Chapter 463, Array Diagram. Following the direction of the water flow, Liu Yun dived deeper. As the depth increased, the surrounding water pressure began to skyrocket exponentially. If it weren't for the 7 armor supporting him, Liu Yun would have been crushed by the surrounding water pressure before even reaching this point. Even if his water evasion technique was perfectly practiced, it would be useless. His physical body strength alone destined him to be unable to survive in such an environment. Those few dragons have such formidable physical bodies. Could it be that they were trained in this kind of environment? Liu Yun couldn't help but wonder, then realized that this conjecture was very likely true. But at the same time, this also brought up another question. Why send several fire attribute dragons to guard this place? Wouldn't water attribute dragons, proficient in the water evasion technique, be more comfortable here? With this question in mind, Liu Yun gradually approached the bottom of the large pit. It was already pitch black here. Looking around, there wasn't a trace of light. Liu Yun instinctively tried to release his divine sense, but the moment his divine sense left his body, an invisible force immediately pressed it back. A formation. Liu Yun was stunned. He had never heard of Yao beasts knowing formations. Seeing that his divine sense couldn't leave his body, Liu Yun decisively took a deep breath. The bloodlight in the 7 armor's eyes lit up, and everything before him came into his sight. What appeared before Liu Yun was a silent, colossal vortex. Endless water flowed silently into the vortex. Liu Yun looked around and felt that the enormous vortex before him was abnormally large. With his current eyesight, he couldn't even see its end, only a barrier formed by the extremely rapid rotation of endless water. And all of this happened without a sound. In front of this incredibly large vortex, it seemed all sounds were sucked in along with the water, like a silent, dynamic painting. Liu Yun's tiny body floated before the great vortex, his eyes filled with shock. After a while, Liu Yun finally recovered from this wondrous sight and reached out, forcefully intercepting a mass of water from the great vortex. The moment it entered his hand, Liu Yun felt that this mass of water was incredibly heavy. Even with his immense strength, amplified by the 7 armor to be on par with a grade 9 demonic beasts, he could still feel a noticeable weight, even a slight pressure on his hand. Primal heavy water. Liu Yun frowned deeply. A primal is 12 cycles, a cycle is 30 fortunes, a fortune is 12 epochs, and an epoch is 30 years. Therefore, the number of a primal is 129,600 years. The so-called primal heavy water takes its name from the number of a primal. That is to say, 1 drop of primal heavy water is equivalent to 129,600 drops of ordinary water. This is a true water element supreme treasure of the human realm. Whether used for refining against enemies or as materials for refining water attribute magic treasures, its uses are endless, it is a true treasure. In Tianese, this item was a legendary material, only existing in ancient texts. In the chaotic Star Sea, while this item existed, it was exceptionally rare. Only in the depths of 10,000 Zhang deep seas, after being tempered by immense water pressure, was it possible to obtain a few drops. In Liu Yun's memory, this item, when brought outside, was priced by the drop. 1 drop of primal heavy water was worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, and it was still a state of having a price but no market. And now, the astonishingly huge vortex appearing before Liu Yun's was entirely composed of primal heavy water. A curse word was stuck in Liu Yun's throat, he couldn't utter it for a long time. No wonder the physical bodies of those few dragons were tempered to be so powerful. Dealing with something like this every day, without a strong physical body, they would have been sucked into the vortex and crushed into meat paste long ago. At the same time, Liu Yun's also understood why several fire attribute dragons were sent here to guard it. To form primal heavy water, not only water pressure is needed, but also an exceptionally rich water attribute spiritual qi. With so much primal heavy water, Liu Yun's couldn't even imagine how powerful the water attribute spiritual qi contained within it was. If there were truly water attribute dragons in the vicinity, they might be fine for a short period, but over time, their internal magic power would likely be attracted and assimilated by this great vortex. At best, their cultivation would be severely damaged, at worst, they would be immediately sucked into the great vortex and then crushed into meat paste by this primal heavy water. This thing absolutely cannot be naturally formed. Liu Yun's immediately thought of this, connecting it to the scene where his divine sense was suppressed just now. There must be an incredibly huge formation around here. A white light flickered in Liu Yun's eyes as he continued to fly downwards, following the perimeter of the great vortex, all the way to its bottom. What exceeded his expectations was that while the great vortex was incredibly huge at the top, its diameter continuously shrank as he descended. Later, Liu Yun could even see the end of the vortex with his naked eye. Correspondingly, the quality of the primal heavy water forming the great vortex also became higher and higher. Towards the end, it even subtly took on a viscous, gelatinous form, and its color deepened, gradually changing from its original colorless state to blue, and finally to deep blue. This could no longer be considered primal heavy water, it should be a new type of material formed by the combination of primal heavy water and a massive amount of water attribute spiritual qi. Liu Yun continued to dive. Here, the suction force generated by the great vortex had weakened considerably, allowing Liu Yun to descend at a faster rate. Finally, after seemingly breaking through a certain boundary, the surrounding space instantly became spacious. Almost at that instant, Liu Yun felt an extremely powerful water attribute spiritual qi. His spirit-gathering physique activated almost simultaneously, instinctively wanting to absorb all the surrounding spiritual qi. Liu Yun quickly stopped it, fully activating the formless escape technique to isolate himself from the surrounding spiritual qi, thus avoiding the outcome of being directly burst by the spiritual qi here. How can there be such concentrated spiritual qi here? Liu Yun frowned deeply. This level of spiritual qi far exceeded what a spiritual qi gathering place should have, it was so rich that it didn't even seem like the human realm. Looking around, besides the vortex, which had shrunk to a normal size, there was only this terrifyingly rich water spiritual qi. Other than that, nothing else was visible. Liu Yun pondered for a moment, then followed the direction of the vortex, looking towards the bottom of the great vortex. There was a layer of shimmering blue water, connected to the bottom of the great vortex, continuously absorbing the spiritual qi within the vortex, like a flowing barrier. Liu Yun slowly descended. Above this barrier, faint spiritual patterns and talismanic incantations interconnected, forming a colossal array diagram that far exceeded Liu Yun's imagination. What Liu Yun saw was merely the tip of the iceberg of this array diagram. He could only see that this array diagram seemed to have the function of absorbing water attribute spiritual qi and strengthening itself. Its other functions were too complex and profound, even with Liu Yun's attainments and ancient restrictions/seals, he could only understand a superficial amount. Chapter 464 Profound Origin Heavy Thunder. This is the work of ancient cultivators. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched, and he murmured in disbelief. He couldn't imagine how those incredibly powerful ancient cultivators of yesteryear managed to delve so deep into the seabed, an unknown number of miles, and set up such a magnificent and colossal array diagram here. After an unknown number of tens of thousands of years, the array diagram here was still operating on its own, and the spiritual chi it had absorbed had reached such a terrifying level. The immense power of time and the divine abilities of the ancient cultivators together created the miracle before Liu Yun's. Suddenly, a profound blackness intruded into Liu Yun's line of sight. It was directly above the water barrier, at the part connected to the great vortex. The water flow here had completely transformed from its original colorless state to an ink-black hue, and what it presented was no longer the texture of a liquid, but rather a peculiar, black, flowing substance. Just by looking at it, Liu Yun's felt that this thing was incredibly heavy and solid, as if it were heavier than thousands of towering mountains. Liu Yun slowly approached. The connection point between the bottom of the great vortex and the array diagram was only a few feet in circumference. This black substance was spherical, like a solidified mass of black mist. A massive amount of water attribute spiritual chi circulated within it, seemingly nurturing something. Liu Yun subconsciously tried to probe it with his divine sense, then suddenly remembered that divine sense could not leave the body here. But it was this momentary change that seemed to stimulate something. The array diagram beneath his feet suddenly lit up, and the black substance vibrated in response, with a faint glimmer of light flashing within. Unfortunately, all of this happened too quickly. Before Liu Yun could clearly see what that glimmer of light was, everything around him returned to silence. Liu Yun stood frozen, pondering for a moment, then abruptly channeled his magical power into his eyes. His mysterious yin eyes pierced through the deep darkness, directly focusing on the barrier beneath his feet. Right at the connection point between this barrier and the great vortex, a faint, continuous fissure was constantly releasing incredibly pure water spiritual chi. The formation here had been damaged. It was as if a lightning bolt flashed through Liu Yun's mind. He instantly understood that the colossal vortex of heavy yuan bead before him was not formed by a formation or naturally, but rather was a spectacle created by the dual effect of the massive amount of water spiritual chi leaking out after the formation was artificially damaged, and the formation's function of absorbing water spiritual chi. After a massive amount of water spiritual chi leaked out, it was unable to diffuse due to the formation's powerful absorption capacity. It then clashed and combined with a large amount of water spiritual chi that had been absorbed, ultimately forming this astonishing giant vortex. And the dark mass before him was the product of a massive amount of water spiritual chi being doubly absorbed, compressed, and refined by the great vortex and the formation. It was a mass of innate water that had been born here after an unknown number of tens of thousands of years. This transformation was a miracle entirely brought about by both nature and the formation, an outcome no one could have predicted. And to Liu Yun's knowledge, under such circumstances, it was highly possible for another type of spiritual object to be born, one that was already extinct in the modern cultivation world but was renowned in the ancient era. Profound origin true water. This spiritual object, rumored to be able to turn a single drop into rivers and lakes, was not only the top-tier water attribute treasure in the ancient era, but also the only raw materials for the legendary water attribute treasure, the heavy yuan bead. In Immortal Tianjing's jade slip, the power of this treasure and his conjecture about its refining method were heavily described. The detailed content made Liu Yun's highly suspect that this guy might have seen the genuine article back in his day. After all, in his era, many things from the ancient era were not just mere legends. Immortal Tianjing even created a replica of the heavy yuan bead himself, which was the life-bound treasure of Bai Ruxi, a descendant of Immortal Tianjing whom Liu Yun had once seen. Liu Yun had personally witnessed the power of that magic treasure. Ordinary magic treasure would almost instantly collapse upon contact with it, and common cultivators had virtually no way to deal with it other than to evade. And according to Immortal Tianjing, the power of this heavy yuan bead might not even be 1/10 of the original. And now, the only materials for refining such a powerful treasure was right before Liu Yun's eyes. He could take it whenever he wished. So, what exactly have these flood dragons been guarding here for so long? Liu Yun muttered in confusion, his eyes fixed on the black sphere before him. Suddenly, Liu Yun's eyes widened abruptly, as if he had thought of something extraordinary. He saw the faint golden magic array behind him light up, and wisps of magical power transformed into pure wood attribute spiritual chi, directly injecting into the magic array. Faint golden electric arcs extended from the magic array, along Liu Yun's arm, all the way to the tip of his right index finger. Liu Yun's gaze was solemn. With a slight flick of his single hand, a slender, faint golden electric arc instantly shot out, heading straight for the black sphere. Just as the faint golden electric arc was about to hit the sphere, a deep black light illuminated within the sphere. To Liu Yun's delighted gaze, an ink-black lightning bolt flashed across the surface of the sphere. As soon as the faint golden electric arc touched the black lightning, it instantly withered and was easily dispersed by the black lightning. It really is like this. Liu Yun took a sharp breath, a hint of lingering fear hidden within his delighted eyes. In an environment where extreme high pressure and a massive amount of water attribute spiritual chi coexisted, besides profound origin true water, there was also a high possibility of another thing being born. Profound origin heavy thunder. A legendary, extremely heavy, and indestructible variant of divine lightning, said to almost suppress all lightning divine abilities in the world. No wonder the Flood Dragon clan arranged such powerful combat strength to guard this place. No wonder they were indifferent to a spiritual object like profound origin true water. Between heaven and earth, with the exception of a few legendary types of lightning, almost all lightning was suppressed by profound origin heavy thunder, including the shape-shifting thunder tribulation that made countless Yao beasts turn pale with fright. If this lightning were to assist them, the number of flood dragons who could successfully pass the shape-shifting thunder tribulation would likely increase by far more than just a few times. This divine lightning, capable of minimizing the risks of the shape-shifting thunder tribulation, combined with the incredibly profound heritage of the Flood Dragon clan, would likely change the entire chaotic star sea in just a few decades. And now, this lightning had already taken initial shape. It only needed a few more years to completely stabilize its form and become independent from the profound origin true water. By then, Liu Yun's took a deep breath, his eyes burning as he looked at the black sphere before him. Profound origin heavy thunder was already an existence that only appeared in certain ancient texts in the cultivation world, but in the ancient era, it had another, even more unknown name. Ultimate Water Divine Lightning. Chapter 465, Restriction. Liu Yun's took a few deep breaths, forcefully suppressing his agitated emotions. Not to mention that the profound origin heavy thunder in front of him hadn't fully formed yet, even if it had, the Flood Dragon clan would never let it go easily. They would still have to fight, and he definitely wouldn't win. Even putting that aside, it would take several years, possibly even more than 10 years, for the profound origin heavy thunder to fully form. And while he wasn't in a hurry, he couldn't possibly stay in this place for such a long time. He wasn't a transformed flood dragon that could live perfectly well here relying solely on his physical body. Every moment, Liu Yun's had to expend a large amount of magical power to maintain his normal activities at the bottom of the Great Whirlpool. These magical powers, when converted, were all spirit stones. Although Liu Yun's wasn't short on spirit stones now, he couldn't spend money like this. So, I still need to find a way to make this thing appear prematurely, and preferably without making any noise, to avoid alerting the guys above. Besides that, there's also... Liu Yun's gaze left the profound origin true water, which was nurturing the profound origin heavy thunder, and turned to the barrier beneath his feet. This barrier almost redefined Liu Yun's understanding of ancient restriction. In the past, no matter how powerful or profound ancient restriction were, they always required a physical entity as a foundation. But the barrier in front of him was entirely composed of a massive amount of water attribute spiritual chi. It was hard to imagine where those ancient cultivators had gathered so much water spiritual chi back then, and how they had sealed it here to form a formation. Liu Yun circulated his water escape technique and slowly approached the barrier. To Liu Yun's surprise, the barrier in front of him showed no reaction to him. Liu Yun's tried again to release his divine sense. The array diagram on the barrier lit up again, gradually revealing a series of talismanic incantations and formation patterns. This time, Liu Yun's finally saw clearly, but... These restrictions, how are they so similar to the restrictions of the Void Heaven Palace? Liu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the types were different and the structures were completely distinct, the techniques of the runes and formation patterns, as well as the method of setting up the formation, clearly originated from the same source as the Void Heaven Palace's restrictions. It was like two complex math problems, although the problems and numbers had no resemblance, they clearly used the same formula and principle. Liu Yun's had studied this principle of ancient restriction for decades, so he naturally recognized the connection between the two at a glance. After a long silence, Liu Yun suddenly stretched out his hands and pointed at a rune on the barrier. During this process, Liu Yun concentrated his chi, silently circulating the magical power within his body to its peak, ready to retreat at any moment. The moment his fingertip touched the rune, ripples suddenly appeared on the barrier, and the entire array diagram, as far as the eye could see, lit up with it. At this instant, the cracks on the barrier seemed to widen slightly, and the profound origin true water instantly became unstable. Liu Yun quickly withdrew his finger, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He was right. Although the problem types were different, they all used the same set of theorems, so the problem-solving approach was naturally similar, just a matter of taking a few more detours. Liu Yun was really curious, what exactly was this array diagram, which was many times grander and more magnificent than the Void Heaven Palace, used to seal? As one rune after another lit up, the white light in Liu Yun's eyes began to flash rapidly. Within Liu Yun's sea of consciousness, Liu Yun's and Liu Yun's number 2, like a powerful dual-core processor, began to deeply analyze the magnificent and colossal array diagram before them. In a daze, time passed quickly. After an unknown period, a very feasible plan was proposed by Liu Yun's number 2. Liu Yun's thoroughly refined it, and the two then carefully discussed the details. Finally, a perfect plan for infiltration appeared before them. Meanwhile, above the Great Whirlpool, the giant flood dragon's fiery breath dried up the seawater around the 9th level Suoni beast, and two huge flood dragon claws grabbed down at the Suoni beast. The 9th level Suoni beast was surrounded by smoke and clouds, barely resisting the giant flood dragon's offensive. Something's wrong. How is he so strong? As fellow dragonkin, and both heaven and earth spirit beasts, logically speaking, Suoni beasts and flood dragons of the same rank should not have too much difference. Even if the opponent used some method to make his physical body stronger, at most he would only have an advantage. It was impossible for a crushing situation like this to occur. The 9th level Suoni beast had already sensed it, the opponent's strength was not just limited to his physical body. This giant flood dragon's divine ability, magical power and even divine sense exceeded those of a flood dragon of the same rank by at least 30%. Although he didn't know what method they used to achieve such an exaggerated increase in strength, this matter could not possibly be limited to just these few flood dragons. What if other flood dragons could also use their method? What if the clan chief of the Flood Dragon clan, that rank 10 Golden Light Flood Dragon, could also use this method? The 9th level Suoni beast grew more and more fearful the more he thought about it, and his eyes instantly became fierce. No matter what, he had to escape as quickly as possible and report what happened here. The giant flood dragon immediately felt some pressure, but after a disdainful laugh, he again breathed out flames and charged forward. His massive size churned the surroundings, even affecting the battlefield of the 5 flood dragons and 2 Suoni beasts not far away. At this time, Those two 8th level Suoni beasts were already covered in wounds, barely holding on by relying on their courage and fighting with a willingness to trade injuries. Around them, the 3 8th rank flood dragons, noticeably different from the other flood dragons, had sealed off all their possible escape routes. 3 pairs of vertical pupils, glowing red, were filled with cruel and bloodthirsty expressions. Separating Fire Flood Dragon was one step behind his kinsman, his expression very excited, clearly thrilled to have the opportunity to encircle and kill the Suoni beasts. Qing Li, on the other hand, had been trying her best to reduce her presence from the very beginning, slacking off whenever possible, afraid of being noticed by either side. She still thought she was doing very well, but her highly conspicuous azure dragon armor was constantly attracting the attention of both sides. Under these circumstances, she still thought she was being low-key, which only goes to show that this guy's brain was completely beyond saving. Sure enough, after the two 8th level Suoni beasts, who had no escape route, exchanged glances, they directly pounced in Qing Li's direction. Qing Li's heart trembled, and she instinctively dodged. The originally airtight encirclement immediately revealed a huge gap. The two 8th level Suoni beasts unleashed their escape techniques with all their might, directly breaking out of the encirclement. The giant flood dragon had just slapped away the 9th level Suoni beast with one claw when he saw them break out of the encirclement. Accompanied by a roar, the entire large pit seemed to tremble twice. Chapter 466, The Black Chi. At the bottom of the great whirlpool, Liu Yun's, unaware of the fierce battle raging above, floated cross-legged in the water, his expression solemn as he chanted scriptures with his eyes closed. 4 magical artifacts encircled Liu Yun's, a jade ring, a jade talisman, a jade cauldron, and a jade ruhi, all emitting a faint spiritual light and rotating slowly around Liu Yun's with a specific rhythm. Accompanied by the sometimes clear, sometimes muffled chanting, blue runes emerged from the 4 magical artifacts, adhering to Liu Yun's body like scales. After an unknown period, the spiritual light on the 4 magical artifacts dimmed considerably, finally shattering with a bang. At this moment, Liu Yun's had transformed into a strange, entirely blue entity. He slowly opened his eyes, his body floating naturally towards the bottom of the great whirlpool like an object impervious to force. As he drew closer to the profound origin true water at the bottom, his body gradually became blurred, rippling like flowing water. Finally, when he neared the profound origin true water, his body had completely transformed into a stream of blue water. This was not some profound evasion technique that used water to escape, nor was it a pseudo-transformation art. Instead, Liu Yun's had genuinely transformed into a stream of water in a short period, utilizing magical artifacts and his own evasion technique attainments. This kind of divine ability is usually only seen in some naturally unique Yao beasts, but Liu Yun's, relying on his profound attainments in artifact refining, formation, and evasion technique, forcibly simulated this divine ability. Almost without any resistance, the stream of water that Liu Yun's had transformed into was directly absorbed into the profound origin true water. Using the concealment of this water attribute wonder, he was directly absorbed by the array diagram on the barrier, just like other normal water attributed spiritual chi. The bottom of the great whirlpool returned to silence, and the fragments of the magical artifacts, after losing the protection of spiritual power, were crushed into powder by the water pressure of the place. Below the barrier, Liu Yun slowly delved deeper, guided by the power of the array diagram. After passing through an unknown thickness of barrier, he finally found a deep black in the endless deep blue. Without any hesitation, Liu Yun's immediately revealed his original form, and the surrounding formation instantly detected this uninvited guest. In an instant, tens of thousands of pounds of immense force bore down, threatening to crush Liu Yun's into a pulp. However, Liu Yun's merely activated his water evasion technique with all his might, and his entire being, along the cracks of the great formation, instantly escaped more than 10 li away, directly rushing out from within the barrier. Holy crap! As soon as he burst out of the barrier, Liu Yun's instinctively blurted out a national curse. The faint golden array diagram on his back instantly lit up, summoning a large area of evil warding divine thunder to sweep his surroundings. What appeared before him was an infinite expanse of black. Incredibly deep black chi intertwined and overlapped before him, like formless tentacles, wildly dancing in the darkness. These black chi seemed to possess a certain consciousness of their own. As soon as Liu Yun's appeared, large swathes of black chi swarmed towards him like a tide of locusts. Looking intently, it was like a sky-obscuring darkness, surging towards Liu Yun's like a tide. Fortunately, Liu Yun's had already anticipated such a situation and directly activated the evil warding divine thunder array diagram behind him. A large amount of evil warding divine thunder shot out, accompanied by deafening thunder, sweeping away the massive black chi that rushed towards him. Looking at the seemingly endless black chi around him, Liu Yun's gasped in awe. The evil warding divine thunder around him automatically closed inward, forming a faint golden lightning shield that enveloped his body. After his cultivation reached the peak of core formation and his divine sense advanced further, Liu Yun's was finally able to perform more in-depth operations with the evil warding divine thunder. No longer was it like before, where he could only release it simply and crudely to harm enemies. Now, after protecting himself with the evil warding divine thunder, Liu Yun's, with a solemn expression, extended one hand and drew a wisp of black chi from outside the evil warding divine thunder. Profound yin demonic chi? Doesn't seem like it. Liu Yun's frowned, lost in thought. Then, as if he had thought of something, Liu Yun's abruptly inhaled this wisp of black chi into his mouth. In an instant, the magical power within his body seemed to be stimulated and began to circulate at high speed. At the same time, a violent, dark emotion began to grow in Liu Yun's heart, making his expression somewhat twisted. The next second, the 5 elements escape heaven art in Liu Yun's body automatically circulated, forcibly expelling this wisp of black qi from his body. Liu Yun's eyes instantly regained their clarity, and he widened them in surprise. This stuff is powerful. Just that tiny wisp of black qi actually caused such a strong reaction in him. As if remembering something, Liu Yun subconsciously looked up. He saw wisps of black qi slowly and painstakingly permeating outwards through the narrow crack in the barrier. Although the great formation was still operating on its own, clearing the internal black qi, a small portion of it inevitably seeped out. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Although the black qi penetration speed was astonishingly slow, accumulated over time, there should have been a considerable amount of diluted black qi at the bottom of the original Great Whirlpool. But when he arrived at the bottom of the Great Whirlpool, there was no black qi around, only extremely pure water spiritual power. Recalling the strange state of those few flood dragons, a conjecture couldn't help but leap into Liu Yun's mind. Those guys, they couldn't have refined the black qi from outside, could they? This conjecture was extremely absurd, but the more Liu Yun's thought about it, the more he felt it was highly possible. Although, from the current perspective, this black qi was probably not a good thing, it also depended on the person. Liu Yun's 5 elements escape heaven art was a proper Daoist cultivation technique, so it naturally repelled this thing to the extreme. But if it were someone like Ji Yin, a demonic cultivator who cultivated top-tier demonic technique, they would probably be overjoyed to the point of fainting. Such pure demonic qi was almost not inferior to the profound Yin demonic qi that Ji Yin had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years. And the Flood Dragon clan had existed for so many years, with deep foundations, no one could guarantee whether they would have similar cultivation techniques capable of refining demonic qi within their ranks. But then again, facing something of unknown origin like this, were those few flood dragons really so bold as to casually refine it? Or did they know what this thing was? Liu Yun's pondered for a moment, then, with a grim expression, delved deeper into the black qi. He had a vague feeling that this time, he might have touched upon the true secrets of the ancient era. Meanwhile, above the great pit, the giant flood dragon bit off half of a Suani beast's body and swallowed it directly like a wild beast. Blood oozed from his teeth, reflecting in his faintly blood-colored vertical pupils, making him look exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. This scene made not only Qing Li but also Li Huojiao, who was from the same lineage, shrink his neck, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Yao beasts of the transformation stage should have already surpassed the animal kingdom and become intelligent creatures. Yet, this 9th-level giant flood dragon looked exactly like a bloodthirsty beast, and even the other 3 rank 8 flood dragons were in the same state, devouring the other 2 Suani beasts like starving wild dogs. In a daze, Li Huojiao met the gaze of his senior from the clan. In those blood-filled vertical pupils, his terrified appearance was clearly reflected. Chapter 467, The Bait. What are you looking at? The icy words, laced with an almost suffocating scent of blood, sent a shiver down the Li Huojiao's spine. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. The giant flood dragon slowly turned its body, its 2 eyes fixed intently on him. They followed you here. A tyrannical killing intent enveloped the Li Huojiao. The giant flood dragon slightly opened its massive maw, and between its teeth, blood-red minced meat and fresh blood merged, staining the seawater a vivid crimson. I. The Li Huojiao couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Just as the giant flood dragon's gaze grew colder, a green blur suddenly shot past. Qing Li bolted without hesitation, heading straight for the bottom of the Great Whirlpool. Liu Yun's. Help! At this very moment, Liu Yun's had already approached the bottom of the abyss. Contrary to his expectations, this abyss, filled with black qi, was much shallower than he had imagined. Liu Yun's reached the bottom with little effort. This discovery surprised Liu Yun's, and he quickly released several mechanical spiders from his storage pouch. Unlike the small mechanical spiders he had released on Kiwan Island before, these mechanical spiders released by Liu Yun's were each over a person tall, brimming with spiritual qi, and each had an evil warding divine thunder array diagram carved onto its back. They could continuously convert would attribute spiritual qi into evil warding divine thunder. With a flash of green spiritual light on the backs of these mechanical spiders, faint golden electrical arcs immediately covered their entire bodies, and they quickly scurried along the bottom of the abyss. Liu Yun's watched them leave, then began to search the bottom of the abyss himself, inch by inch. He hadn't noticed it before, but now, upon closer inspection, there were very obvious signs of artificial excavation at the bottom of this abyss. The solid ground beneath his feet, the straight and smooth surrounding walls, and the faint outlines of remnants barely visible in the darkness, all indicated that, countless years ago, an artificial structure had existed here. This discovery was within Liu Yun's expectations and saved him a lot of effort, as he simply followed the traces of artificial excavation. The devilish qi at the bottom of the abyss was much purer than above. Liu Yun silently increased the magical power output to the evil warding divine thunder array diagram. After briefly calculating the rate of spirit stone consumption, Liu Yun's relaxed. At this rate, there would be no problems in the short term, and the spirit stones he carried were entirely sufficient. Following the direction of the artificial ruins, Liu Yun's walked for less than half an hour before vaguely seeing a towering altar in the darkness. This discovery both invigorated Liu Yun's and made him silently vigilant. In such a desolate place, who knew what might emerge? As Liu Yun's gradually approached, the true appearance of the altar slowly became clearer. It was a stone altar several zhang square and about a zhang high, entirely carved with exotic beast patterns popular in the ancient cultivators' ruins of the chaotic Star Sea. Liu Yun's went over and took a look, his expression instantly becoming strange. After a brief thought, Liu Yun stepped onto the altar. At the center of the altar lay a skeleton, already soaked black as ink by the devilish qi. Liu Yun leaned in to examine it, and the evil warding divine thunder around him almost incinerated this ancient skeleton. Fortunately, Liu Yun reacted quickly, immediately using a magic spell to stabilize the restless evil warding divine thunder, thus preserving the skeleton. In front of this skeleton was a grayish-white stone tablet, broken into several pieces. Even in this abyss filled with devilish qi, it remained steadily in place, completely unaffected. Liu Yun curiously approached, casually picked up a broken fragment of the stone tablet, and after a quick glance, he exerted a little force with his 5 fingers. Immediately, his 5 fingers sank directly into the stone tablet fragment. Huai divine clay. No. This thing is chilling soft jade. Liu Yun's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. This was a good item. After refining, this divine clay not only possessed extremely terrifying deformation and repair capabilities but could also absorb a cultivator's magical power attacks. A fully spiritually charged attack, upon contact with this material, could be weakened by more than half. Its only drawback was its fear of direct physical attacks, as it had no defensive capabilities itself. But even so, this was one of the top-tier materials in the human realm, an unparalleled choice for refining certain complex magic treasures. For Liu Yun's, such a material offered far too many possibilities. So much chilling soft jade, quite the investment. A cryptic smile played on Liu Yun's lips as he turned to examine the skeleton at his feet. It was evident that this skeleton, in life, must have been a human cultivator, and of no low cultivation level. Liu Yun's even found clear traces on his skull, left only after a nascent soul emergence, which proved that this individual was at least a nascent soul cultivator in life. Besides that, the most striking feature of this skeleton was its back. The entire upper half of the spine was completely shattered, and the surrounding ribs were damaged to varying degrees. Liu Yun's briefly reached out to compare and found that it appeared to have been caused by a human, struck with a fist. Presumably, at that time, he was not the only one present. A cultivator with profound body refining attainments stood behind him, and for some unknown reason, decisively struck him with a punch through his back, killing him instantly. Liu Yun's speculation, besides the skeleton's injuries, was also due to the fact that Liu Yun's had not found this skeleton's storage pouch. It was probably taken by the person who launched the sneak attack. After a while longer, several mechanical spiders quickly climbed onto the altar, each handing Liu Yun's a dark, glistening ore. These were ores they had dug up from the boundary of the demonic qi abyss. The entire abyss containing demonic qi was only a few li long and several hundred meters deep. Liu Yun's glanced at them, then squeezed the ore in his hand into dust with a slight exertion of his fingers. It really is like this. Liu Yun's let out a long breath, secretly admiring the ancient cultivators who had built this place. From the very beginning, Liu Yun's had found this place to be somewhat off. The quantity and quality of the demonic qi here clearly had a major problem. Although the demonic qi here was indeed exaggeratedly abundant and of extremely high quality, compared to the massive amount of water spiritual qi suppressing this place, it was like the difference between an adult and a child. Gathering so much water spiritual qi to suppress this place, to say it was overkill would be a polite understatement, it was clearly a waste of resources. It wasn't until Liu Yun saw this altar that he understood what was going on. This place was clearly a bait. Chapter 468, Demonic Qi Riot. On the surface, this altar appeared to be the core of the massive array diagram above. Destroying the core would naturally dismantle the formation. However, to Liu Yun's, who had studied such restrictions for decades, this altar was clearly a false core. The true core was well hidden, its location unknown. Considering the abnormally high amount of devilish qi here and the imposing aura of the grand formation above, Liu Yun's had reason to believe that this place was merely a decoy. Presumably, in the ancient era, a group of ancient cultivators constructed a similar ruin to suppress this abnormal devilish qi. But there were also many, like the skeleton, who wanted to release this devilish qi. So, the ancient cultivators created this decoy, partly to cover up the true location where a large amount of devilish qi was suppressed, and partly, it was probably to dig a deep pit for the Yao beasts in the sea. Leaving aside other matters, with such a large formation constantly drawing water spirit energy from the sea, it would be almost impossible for a soul transformation rank existence to emerge among the Yao beasts. And with such a massive formation placed here, ordinary Yao beasts might not know of its existence, but the heaven and earth spirit beast clans, with their long lifespans and deep foundations, might not be so ignorant. The Flood Dragon clan, for one, must have known the general idea, though they probably didn't know that this was just a decoy. Otherwise, they would have tried to dismantle this formation long ago. However, on the other hand, without a soul transformation rank existence, trying to break the outer formation by external force alone would likely be a pipe dream. No problem, the logic is sound. Liu Yun's nodded respectfully. Breaking the grand formation required a soul transformation rank Yao beast, but the grand formation wouldn't break, preventing the emergence of a soul transformation rank Yao beast. Even if by some incredible fluke, a prodigy among Yao beasts could advance to soul transformation under these conditions, they wouldn't dare act rashly without knowing that this was just a decoy. The wisdom of the ancients was truly insidious. I like it. As he pondered, Liu Yun's gaze returned to the skeleton before him. Friend, you weren't a soul transformation cultivator when you were alive, were you? Liu Yun's asked, puzzled. Of course, the skeleton couldn't jump up and answer him. To be able to create a crack in a grand formation of this rank was not something an ordinary nascent soul cultivator could achieve, even if this skeleton was a cultivator from the ancient era. Tisk. Although I don't know who you are, or why you wanted to release this devilish chi. But so much time has passed, and those old matters have nothing to do with me anymore. Liu Yun's shook his head helplessly, and a bolt of evil warding divine thunder struck down, instantly reducing the dark skeleton to ashes. Don't be modest, this is what we juniors should do. After expressing his respect to the ancient person from countless millennia ago, Liu Yun's put away all the chilling soft jade and turned to fly upwards. Suddenly, Liu Yun's remembered something. A yellow light flashed on his body, and he burrowed underground. A moment later, Liu Yun's figure reappeared on the altar, holding a small black crystal in his hand. Demon marrow drill, this place actually has this thing. Liu Yun's put away the item with a look of pleasant surprise, then took out a black alms bowl from his storage pouch. As soon as the alms bowl appeared, it let out a clear chime on its own, erupting with a powerful suction force out of thin air. The surrounding dark devilish chi immediately transformed into a black tornado, surging towards the alms bowl. The devilish chi here was so overbearing, and it seemed to have some connection to the profound yin demonic chi, so Liu Yun's was naturally very interested and planned to take some back for research. However, he hadn't expected that this black alms bowl seemed to have a special effect on this type of devilish chi that was beyond ordinary comprehension. As soon as it was released, it began to absorb the pure devilish chi from the bottom of the abyss on its own. At the same time, the ashes of the black skeleton also surged into the black alms bowl along with this devilish chi. In an instant, several runes on the surface of the black alms bowl flashed, and it suddenly expanded several times in mid-air, spewing out a black glow. All the devilish chi at the bottom of the entire abyss seemed to be startled by this glow, surging towards the black alms bowl like a myriad of rivers flowing into the sea. This scene made Liu Yun's heart stir, and he quickly gathered evil warding divine thunder to protect his body. This earth-shattering scene lasted for less than half an hour. The black alms bowl then hummed, automatically stopped absorbing devilish chi, and transformed back into an ordinary-looking black alms bowl. Liu Yun's beckoned with one hand, directly pulling the black alms bowl into his grasp, and examined it carefully. Inside the alms bowl, a large amount of dark devilish chi was sealed, ready to be extracted by Liu Yun's at any time. However, compared to the devilish chi that the alms bowl had absorbed, the devilish chi inside was nearly half less. The remaining half seemed to have been entirely absorbed by the alms bowl itself. Looking at the black alms bowl, which seemed no different from before, Liu Yun's couldn't help but fall into contemplation. This ancient treasure was obtained from that unlucky nascent soul cultivator in the Yu Imperial Palace back then. Liu Yun's later learned that the identity of this nascent soul cultivator was Ji Xian, one of Venerable Xiangu's two rebellious disciples. And when he had used this treasure against Extreme Yin back then, the other party had recognized it at a glance. Although Extreme Yin and Ji Xian were both disciples of Darkbone, looking at the conduct of these three master and disciples, one knew that brotherly love was certainly not popular among Darkbone's disciples. The restraining effect of this treasure on profound yin demonic chi was so outrageous. If this item was Ji Xian's personal treasure, he certainly wouldn't have easily let Extreme Yin see it. In other words, either this treasure had been used by Ji Xian against Extreme Yin, or it was something both of them were very familiar with. It was even very likely to be a legacy treasure of the Darkbone lineage. If that were the case, could this skeleton have some connection to the Darkbone lineage? Liu Yun's looked at the alms bowl in his hand, his thoughts inevitably diverging. You wouldn't happen to be Grand Master Taiyin, would you? Liu Yun's murmured to himself, still somewhat incredulous. From Tianese to the chaotic Star Sea, the name Grand Master Taiyin, though not frequently appearing, seemed to have consistently run through a hidden thread connecting the two places. From the Ghost Spirit sect and the mysterious Yin scripture, both originating from the same source of cultivation technique, to the changes that occurred when this black alms bowl touched the skeleton's ashes, all led Liu Yun's thoughts to inevitably extend in this direction. However, if this skeleton truly was Grand Master Taiyin from back then that would mean that when he sought out the Xian family ancestors' master back then, it was very likely not for the Ling Miao garden, but for this demonic chi abyss. Wait. Something's not right. The chaotic Star Sea is so far from Tianese, what kind of thought process would make him take such a huge detour? Liu Yun's brows were tightly furrowed as he fell into deep thought. There must be some information he didn't know. Writer's block, the second update will be a bit late. Chapter 469, Slaying the Flood Dragon. Deep within the demonic chi abyss, Liu Yun's didn't have much time to ponder and flew directly towards the grand formation above him. Whatever schemes Grand Master Taiyin and his group had in the ancient era, they had nothing to do with him. After all, those were matters from tens of thousands of years ago. Even if those ancient cultivators were unreliable, they wouldn't leave such a long-term problem for future generations. For Liu Yun's, thinking about Grand Master Taiyin's affairs was merely to satisfy his own curiosity. Putting aside these trivial matters, this trip had already yielded great rewards. Not to mention the profound origin True Water and the not yet fully formed profound origin Heavy Thunder, just the chillying soft jade and demon marrow drill beneath this abyss were already a huge gain. The former goes without saying, but the latter was a supreme treasure of the demonic path, extremely rare even in the ancient era, and rumored to be the sole material for refining the magic treasure, Demon Dragon Blade. Of course, a single demon marrow drill like this had very limited uses. But in Liu Yun's hands, its utility would be greatly expanded. While Liu Yun silently pondered how to stealthily take the profound origin True Water and profound origin Heavy Thunder, he transformed back into a stream of water and slowly seeped out along the cracks of the grand formation. The moment he poked his head out of the grand formation, Liu Yun suddenly felt the entire large pit shaking slightly. Accompanied by a roar filled with evil chi, a surprisingly familiar azure dragon flew down from above, shouting incoherently. Help! Liu Yun's. Although he didn't know what had happened, Liu Yun's inexplicably didn't feel like responding to her. Help! I'm really going to die. Come out and help. Facing the giant flood dragon, which was like a vicious beast, Qing Li was almost scared out of her wits, instinctively wanting to find the person who could give her the most sense of security. Although in Qing Li's heart, Liu Yun's was a complete bastard. But when she faced a life-threatening danger, her first reaction was still to seek help from Liu Yun's. Perhaps it was because of the various methods Liu Yun's displayed during the time they spent together, which made her subconsciously believe that as long as Liu Yun's was willing to help, she would be absolutely safe. As for whether Liu Yun's was willing to help her, again, with her IQ, it was truly difficult for her to consider that aspect. Help! Qing Li wanted to wail a few more times, but the giant flood dragon head that extended from above had already locked onto her, revealing an incredibly sinister and terrifying grin. At the same time, 3 other rank 8 flood dragons, also stretching their 100-jung-long bodies, slowly swam down, surrounding Qing Li. As for the separating fire flood dragon, judging from the flesh and golden red scales caught between the giant flood dragon's teeth, its fate was probably not good. These flood dragons had already undergone a drastic change in temperament due to absorbing devilish chi, becoming exceptionally tyrannical. Now, stimulated by the blood of the Suani beasts, the ferocity hidden in their bones was amplified by the devilish chi, turning them into 4 vicious beasts with only slaughter in their minds. He, you really colluded with outsiders. The 9th grade giant flood dragon, perhaps due to its deeper cultivation, still retained the ability to speak. However, from its eyes, which had completely turned crimson, it was evident that this had not restored its temperament much. Instead, it made him even more dangerous than the flood dragons that had completely lost their intelligence. Qing Li looked around, seeing that there was nowhere to hide, and a bit of ferocity was also stirred within her. Her azure dragon armor was directly activated, metal spikes rose along her spine, and the faint golden dragon horns on her head flickered with arcs of electricity. Qing Li coiled her body, roaring at the giant flood dragon like an azure dragon. Hat! The giant flood dragon sneered, its massive body slowly swimming, golden red flames gradually overflowing from its mouth, making the surrounding seawater sizzle. What audacity! Come! Let me witness the power of the jade flood dragon. Qing Li looked at the enemy, who was more than twice her size, suddenly took a deep breath, and roared. Liu Yun's. If you don't come out now, I'm really going to die. The giant flood dragon was startled. Suddenly, the grand formation beneath the flood dragon's feet lit up with dazzling blue light. Before they could react, the entire barrier began to shake violently. Several blue runes emerged in alternation. In an instant, the entire great whirlpool began to shake violently, and a massive amount of water spiritual chi surged into the barrier. This astonishing change drove the 1 yuan heavy water of the entire great whirlpool. The immense force generated even pressed the several flood dragons against the barrier, rendering them unable to move. An almost inexhaustible amount of 1 yuan heavy water began to pour down onto the profound origin true water on the barrier. Accompanied by a rumbling sound like a tsunami, streaks of ink-black lightning gradually spread from the profound origin true water. Profound origin heavy thunder. This scene seemed to stimulate the giant flood dragon, temporarily freeing him from his intense tyrannical killing intent. He forcefully extended his giant claw under the immense water pressure of the endless 1 yuan heavy water, attempting to grasp the streaks of black lightning. However, the next moment, as if someone had given him a push, his suppressed bloodlust surged up again. The giant flood dragon's eyes visibly turned crimson, even more completely than before. He seemed to have truly regressed into a wild beast, attacking wildly in all directions like a madman. This action seemed to trigger some restriction. The barrier above glowed with a brilliant blue light, and a blue beam of light erupted, instantly piercing through the giant flood dragon's body. The giant flood dragon wailed and instinctively tried to escape. Just then, a blue stream of water, seemingly no different from the surrounding water, drilled into the giant flood dragon's body through the wound. Ah! The giant flood dragon suddenly straightened its body, roaring towards the sky as if enduring immense pain, its eyes gradually losing their luster. A black flame tore open the giant flood dragon's head. Liu Yun's, his figure adorned with blue runes, flew out from within, and casually put the giant flood dragon's corpse behind him, along with the inner core and spirit essence in his hand, into his storage pouch. Let's go. Liu Yun's called out to Qing Li. Behind him, the evil warding divine thunder array diagram burst forth with green light, and streaks of exceptionally thick faint golden lightning shot out, instantly parting the chaotic water flow, transforming into a huge golden electric net that enveloped the profound origin true water and profound origin heavy thunder. Streaks of black lightning dispersed large areas of faint golden electric arcs. However, under the heavy encirclement of numerous faint golden electric arcs, the black lightning was still completely encased by the golden electric net. The profound origin true water, needless to say, was collected into the electric net by Liu Yun's with almost no resistance. Qing Li watched, dumbfounded, thinking to herself that this person was so professional, he didn't forget to strip the land clean before escaping. Just then, the other 3 flood dragons, who had been pressed down and unable to move, suddenly roared towards the sky and slowly stood up. Liu Yun's was startled and turned to look at the bottom of the great whirlpool. The crack had healed, and the great whirlpool gradually returned to calm. The 3 rank 8 flood dragons gradually regained their freedom. Chapter 470, Deadly Battle Under the Sea. Seeing the 3 flood dragons about to break free, Qing Li and Liu Yun's exchanged a glance, and the former rapidly swam towards the latter. Hurry, hurry. What did you do? How did it become useless so quickly? Qing Li swiftly rushed towards Liu Yun's, loudly complaining to him, completely unlike how she had just been screaming for help. Liu Yun's had no time to bother with her. He activated the water evasion technique, using the water to escape, and rapidly ascended. Originally, he was still contemplating how to secretly take away the Profound Origin True Water and Profound Origin Heavy Thunder. However, as soon as he surfaced, he saw this fellow screaming for help while charging towards the formation, even bringing the other 4 flood dragons down with her. Now, even if he could escape, the Flood Dragon clan, upon discovering the exposed Profound Origin Heavy Thunder, would undoubtedly transfer the Profound Origin True Water away, never giving anyone an opportunity. In his helplessness, Liu Yun's could only resort to some more drastic methods, actively triggering the Grand Formation. Both the Profound Origin Heavy Thunder and the Profound Origin True Water were actually accidental products of the formation's barrier rupturing. The entire Grand Vortex formed by the 1 Yuan Heavy Water was completely based on the balance between the spiritual qi leaked from the formation and the spiritual qi absorbed. Therefore, even a slight manipulation of the formation would break this balance. The formation's absorption speed of spiritual qi increased, causing the Grand Vortex to vibrate and pour massive amounts of water spiritual qi downwards in one go to repair the formation's loopholes. During this process, the Profound Origin Heavy Thunder absorbed a large amount of water spiritual qi, and under the sudden intensification of pressure from the Grand Vortex, it fully formed in an extremely short period. Liu Yun's also took the opportunity to utilize the formation's counterattack mechanism, killing that giant flood dragon. Speaking of which, that giant flood dragon brought it upon herself. This formation was originally set up against devilish qi, and this fellow not only absorbed devilish qi but also dared to run onto this formation to court death. Liu Yun's merely gave him a slight push, directly entrapping and killing this powerful flood dragon, who was no less formidable than a late nascent soul stage cultivator. This shows that devilish qi is truly not a good thing, even immense power cannot save a brain suffering from a secondary disability. The only thing that was beyond Liu Yun's expectations was the astonishing speed of the Grand Formation's self-repair. In just a few breaths, the Grand Formation was mostly repaired, and the Grand Vortex had regained its balance. At this point, the 3 rank 8 flood dragons could break free at any moment. Liu Yun's dared not hesitate, directly heading upwards, intending to surface first. Liu Yun's was not crazy enough to fight to the death with 3 flood dragons underwater. Qing Li also activated the water evasion technique, following closely behind Liu Yun's. As an 8th level Jade Flood Dragon, in terms of water evasion technique proficiency alone, Liu Yun's was far inferior to her. However, this did not stop her from following behind Liu Yun's, complaining incessantly while fleeing for her life. It's over, it's over. Now it's really over. I'll never be able to enter the family registry in this lifetime. I might even be hunted by the Flood Dragon clan to the ends of the earth. I knew I shouldn't have listened to you. Now what? Liu Yun's closed his divine sense, directly blocking her voice. One person and 1 flood dragon, like 2 extremely fast blue lights in the vast ocean, soon saw the exit of the abyss. Liu Yun's spirits lifted, and Qing Li even cheered, about to directly rush out of the abyss and find some desolate little island to hide for a few millennia. However, just then, Liu Yun's expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly looked down. 3 incomparably explosive flames were rapidly approaching them. Tisk. Liu Yun's clicked his tongue. This evasion speed was somewhat abnormal, they wouldn't be able to get away quickly. After all this, it seemed they would have to fight first. With a rumble, the 3 flames suddenly burst open, and 3 giant red shadows broke through the water, converging on Liu Yun's. The fastest among them was the rank 8 separating fire flood dragon from beneath the abyss. His eyes were blood red, filled with brutality and hatred, and he charged directly in front of Liu Yun's, biting down on him. With this bite, even if Liu Yun's were an iron man forged from steel, he would be bitten into smithereens. The next second, a crimson glow flashed in the scarlet eyes of the 7 armor. The 2 long blades at his waist automatically ejected, their hilts facing each other, and their blades extended automatically, forming a double-headed blade several feet long. As the flood dragon's mouth closed, the blades on both sides of the long blade instantly pierced through his upper jaw and chin. Blood gushed out, and the flood dragon, in pain, instinctively tried to break free. A cold glint flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. He exerted force with his legs, kicking against the flood dragon's sharp teeth. At the same time, the 2 blades began to rotate rapidly. Ong! The flood dragon let out a monstrous roar like a horse's whinny, and half of his head was directly churned into a mass of minced flesh by this action. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Yun's retreated violently, his figure instantly disappearing from his original spot. The other 2 flood dragons arrived in an instant, and 2 scorching flames struck empty air. The 2 flood dragons were momentarily stunned. The separating fire flood dragon, whose half-shattered head seemed to feel no pain, roared and clawed at the crimson-eyed profound fire flood dragon beside him. Caught off guard, the crimson-eyed profound fire flood dragon had half of his body torn open by the separating fire flood dragon, causing him to wail in pain. The last shred of rationality in his eyes also vanished, and he roared, pouncing on the separating fire flood dragon. The 2 rank 8 flood dragons, like wild beasts, engaged in the most primal and brutal struggle within the sea abyss. Meanwhile, the other red fire flood dragon, somehow managing to retain a degree of sanity, set his sights on Qing Li, who was fleeing. At the same time, Qing Li had flown out of the abyss, subconsciously looking back, and met the red fire flood dragon's blood-red eyes. Roar! The red fire flood dragon roared, transforming into a red light, and shot towards Qing Li. Qing Li let out a frightened "oh" and turned to run. Just then, Liu Yun's voice rang in her ear. Head for the sea. Qing Li was startled, but her body instinctively followed Liu Yun's command, swimming towards the sea surface above. The red fire flood dragon, in turn, transformed into a red light, following closely behind. Wherever it passed, the terrifying temperature directly evaporated large areas of seawater, turning into exploding pockets of air. Looking from afar, it was as if thousands of bombs were detonating simultaneously at the bottom of the sea, creating an astonishing aura. Qing Li was scared out of her wits, quickly exerting all her strength with the water evasion technique, while subconsciously flailing her 4 claws. Although this was useless, it at least provided Qing Li with some psychological comfort. However, an absurd thing happened. Logically speaking, as members of the Flood Dragon clan, both at the initial stage of transformation, a fire-attributed flood dragon like the red fire flood dragon should never be able to surpass a jade flood dragon in underwater evasion speed. But the reality was that the red fire flood dragon's frenzied figure was actually several points faster than Qing Li, slowly but steadily closing in on Qing Li's tail fin. This not only terrified Qing Li but also startled Liu Yun's, who was hiding nearby. Chapter 471, Flood Dragon Battle. The amplification of demonic chi on Yao beasts is actually this immense. Liu Yun's clicked his tongue in awe, a hint of horror in his expression, while vaguely guessing something. The ancient cultivators of yesteryear went to such great lengths to set traps for Yao beasts, likely not just for simple reasons like racial conflict or territorial disputes. There must have been some secret behind it that he didn't know, something that made the cultivators and Yao beasts of the ancient era fight to the death. If he broadened his thinking, then the current standoff between the inner sea and outer sea might also be a continuation of that ancient conflict. He had no time to think further, as the red fire flood dragon had already closed in on the fleeing Qing Li, its blood-red eyes fixed on Qing Li's neck, and the crimson flames in its mouth gradually solidified, showing faint signs of turning into liquid. Refining flames into liquid. This guy's attainment in fire-type spells is actually so high. Liu Yun's was startled and immediately made his move. In Qing Li's mix of surprise and joy, chains made of exotic runes suddenly shot out from all directions. The red fire flood dragon roared, its 2 massive flood dragon claws directly meeting these chains. The next moment, those flood dragon claws, which ordinary magic treasures would avoid, were tightly bound by the chains, which instantly climbed onto his body, gradually converging towards his head. In his shock, the red fire flood dragon spewed liquid like crimson flames from his mouth onto the chains on his body, and they gradually spread over his entire body. At first glance, it looked like a flood dragon made of magma, roaring wantonly beneath the sea. However, those chains, of unknown origin, stretched into the darkness of the deep sea, as if countless sky-shaking giants in that darkness were holding the chains, forcefully pinning him in place. The next second, thousands of black fine lines surged from all directions, transforming into a black giant sword in the sea, striking down at the red fire flood dragon. However, the red fire flood dragon was no ordinary foe, although he had lost the intelligence expected of a shape-shifting stage Yao beast. The astonishing divine abilities that replaced it made him unleash a deep red, ink-like red light without evasion, colliding head-on with the black giant sword. In an instant, red and black lights burst forth, and scorching flames rose, instantly igniting the entire sea water. With a boom. It was as if a massive bomb had exploded in the sea, violent red and black flames intertwined fiercely, unwilling to give way, finally forming a red and black light pillar that broke through the sea surface and rapidly expanded outwards. The sea water was instantly vaporized, and the air immediately combusted, forming a colossal red and black explosion. This massive explosion even knocked the nearby Qing Li flying. If it weren't for the 8th level Jade Flood Dragon's physical body being strong enough, this blow would have been enough to shatter her into pieces. Oh! The Jade Flood Dragon cried out in panic, her body scales faintly emitting streaks of green light, like jadeite. The Azure Dragon armor seemed to be stimulated by the spiritual chi, and at this moment, it began to absorb the green light from Qing Li's body on its own. In the blink of an eye, the entire Azure Dragon armor transformed from a mechanical construct of steel into a jadeite-like green jade. 2 pale golden dragon horns suddenly extended by a section, their tops presenting a white translucent jade structure, as if made from the finest Han white jade. The divine ability from her bloodline was instantly activated by the great terror of a near-death experience. A hazy green light was transmitted from Qing Li's body scales to the spines on the back of the Azure Dragon armor. Feeling a powerful force she had never experienced before, Qing Li was momentarily stunned. Just then, the red fire flood dragon, relying on that earth-shattering explosion, forcibly broke free from the chains and burst out of the sea. To break free from those strangely eerie chains, the red fire flood dragon also paid a huge price. At this moment, more than half of his crimson scales were missing, revealing his bloody muscles and blood vessels underneath. The mighty flood dragon now looked extremely miserable, having literally torn off his own scales to escape. Intense pain stimulated his sea of consciousness, and wisps of hidden black chi were stimulated by this severe pain, traveling through his limbs and bones, like a black mist, tightly enveloping the red fire flood dragon's body. In his eyes, there was no trace of reason left. Now, the red fire flood dragon only wanted to tear apart all living beings that appeared before him. Almost at that instant, the red fire flood dragon's blood-red vertical pupils fixed on the awe-inspiring Qing Li. The opponent returned a look of eagerness. Above the sea, green light and black mist violently collided. In an instant, it was as if the sky and earth shook. The massive bodies, carrying astonishing power, collided with each other, and the resulting gales directly blew away the surrounding seawater, forming a roaring annular giant wave. The red fire flood dragon opened its mouth wide and bit down on Qing Li's neck. However, the next second, the green light transformed, forming a jade-like chain in front of Qing Li. The red fire flood dragon was caught off guard and bit down on the chain. To his surprise, the hardness of this chain was no less than his sharp teeth, which could chew through magic treasures. After one bite, not only was the chain perfectly intact, but Qing Li also took the opportunity to tear open half of his face with a claw, and even one of his eyeballs was directly shattered by Qing Li. No matter how embarrassing it looked, Qing Li was an 8th rank flood dragon, and an 8th level jade flood dragon assisted by a magic treasure. At this moment, Qing Li felt more and more at ease in the fight, the divine ability hidden in her bloodline and her ancient hunting instincts gradually blended, finally combining perfectly. In an instant, green light surged. Streaks of green light transformed into jade-like magic treasures in the air. Looking around, flying swords, flying daggers, jade cauldrons, square bricks, round beads, tokens, everything imaginable, numbering in the hundreds. They rained down on the red fire flood dragon like an overwhelming deluge. At almost zero range, all the magic treasures precisely struck the red fire flood dragon's head. For a moment, blood splattered, and a massive head was smashed into a bloody mess. If it were an ordinary flood dragon, the outcome would have already been decided by this blow. But this red fire flood dragon was no ordinary foe, his vitality was terrifyingly strong, and despite his severe injuries, he suddenly swung his tail like an incredibly thick steel whip, directly sending Qing Li flying. If Qing Li hadn't promptly condensed green light into a jade barrier to protect her body, this blow would have been enough to severely injure her. In this situation, Qing Li reacted in time, again spewing out a large amount of green light, transforming into magic treasures, which shot towards the red fire flood dragon. The red fire flood dragon opened its single bloody eye, suddenly roared to the sky, and liquid-like flames spewed from its mouth, like a living volcano. The splashing liquid flames transformed into incredibly hot fire meteors in the air, meeting Qing Li's hundreds of jade magic treasures head-on. Chapter 472, Fierce Battle. Two streaks of green and red spiritual light suddenly erupted, stirring up colossal waves one after another across the vast sea. For a moment, the two sides were evenly matched. Qing Li let out a roar, and green light surged from her two giant claws, spontaneously forming a massive jade pillar 100 zhang long. Then, she actually wielded this jade pillar and charged directly into the sea of fire. One by one, fire meteors were directly knocked away by Qing Li, and in the blink of an eye, Qing Li had already closed in on the red fire flood dragon again. The red fire flood dragon's single blood red eye exuded in bone-chilling coldness. Red light surged all over his body, and to Qing Li's surprise, crimson scales, like bamboo shoots after rain, sprouted from his ruined flesh and quickly covered his entire body. Self-healing body. Qing Li subconsciously wanted to retreat, but at this point, the distance between her and the red fire flood dragon was already quite close. With just a flicker, he had already reached her. Too late to retreat, Qing Li roared to embolden herself, and brought the jade pillar in her hand down on the red fire flood dragon's head. The wind suddenly rose. The air was instantly compressed to its extreme, emitting a series of hair-raising hums. The terrifying immense strength of the jade flood dragon was applied to the 100 zhang long heaven-supporting jade pillar, which violently collided with the red fire flood dragon's single horn on his head. Bang! Above the sea, a shriek like 10,000 blades and spears striking simultaneously rang out. The jade pillar instantly broke into two, and the red fire flood dragon's single horn also shattered at the same time. From the looks of it, the red fire flood dragon clearly suffered more. However, in the next second, it was the heavily injured red fire flood dragon who launched a furious attack. Two huge flood dragon claws shot out like lightning, seizing Qing Li's wrists, making it impossible for her to escape. Immediately after, Qing Li only felt a foul stench assault her. The red fire flood dragon opened his large mouth and bit down on Qing Li's throat. Between life and death, Qing Li only felt a momentary daze before her eyes and subconsciously activated the green light on her body. The azure dragon armor immediately emitted a low hum, and jade-like scales suddenly released several feet of green light. Within the green light, sharp and slender green jade cones grew from the scales, instantly transforming Qing Li into a dragon-shaped hedgehog. Awoo! The red fire flood dragon's claws were instantly pierced by several jade cones, becoming drenched in blood. His large mouth directly bit into the hardest, thinnest, and densest jade cones, and half of his head was directly mangled into a bloody mess. Green light flashed around Qing Li, and the jade cones on her body elongated again, as if 10,000 sharp knives simultaneously pierced out, directly penetrating the red fire flood dragon's newly grown scales, suspending him in midair. Streaks of crimson blood splattered onto the sea, dyeing the sea area a deep red. The red fire flood dragon's remaining single eye stared intently at Qing Li, without any fear of death in his eyes, only the purest killing intent. This scene not only shocked Qing Li but also shocked Liu Yun's, who had remained hidden. At this moment, he was hovering above the heads of the two flood dragons, holding a huge fiery red gourd in his hand. Originally, he had planned to immediately unleash the heaven-shattering divine sand and have a good fight with the red fire flood dragon as soon as he left the sea. But he hadn't expected Qing Li, this disgrace to the flood dragon clan, to actually step up. He didn't know if the divine ability of the jade flood dragon lineage was inherently so powerful, or if this fellow truly had talent. After a series of battles, it was Qing Li who had gained the upper hand. This terrified Liu Yun's, making him even suspect if he had fallen into an illusion. After trying various illusion-breaking methods without success, Liu Yun's finally accepted reality and turned to observe the fierce battle between the two flood dragons. It must be said, the Jade Flood Dragon truly deserved its reputation as a special breed among the Flood Dragon clan. This method of turning the illusory into reality, and condensing qi into matter, truly astonished Liu Yun's. Although this divine ability still appeared very crude when used by Qing Li, this did not affect its immense potential. Among other things, Liu Yun's currently possessed some secret arts that were very compatible with Qing Li's divine ability. If she could combine her innate divine ability with those few secret arts, her strength would at least double. While Liu Yun's was still planning Qing Li's future, Qing Li, without any surprise, stumbled. Qing Li, who had initially had victory firmly in her grasp, was intimidated by the opponent's evil qi and actually froze in place for a moment. Taking advantage of this brief moment, the red fire flood dragon suddenly opened his blood-soaked mouth and spat out a stream of dark red liquid. This liquid was formed from the purest flames within his body, and its power was nearly 50% stronger than ordinary qi condensation fire. If hit squarely by this, even a rank 8 flood dragon would not be able to withstand it. At such a close distance, Qing Li simply had no time to react and could only watch helplessly as the dark red liquid gradually approached her eyes. This is it, I'm either dying or dying with my face disfigured. In this critical moment, such a thought actually popped into Qing Li's mind. Suddenly, her body violently lost control and was shot backward through the air. At the same time, the azure dragon armor glowed brightly with green light, and layers of scale barriers, seemingly made of jade, protected Qing Li. The dark red liquid directly penetrated several layers of barriers, then its speed greatly decreased, allowing Qing Li to easily dodge it. Phew! Qing Li let out a long breath, her heart pounding rapidly. You idiot! I just praised you. Liu Yun's voice echoed in Qing Li's mind. You're the idiot. Wait. What did you praise me for? Qing Li's thoughts immediately veered into a strange corner. The red fire flood dragon, already covered in blood in midair, did not miss this opportunity. He roared and shot out, heading straight for Qing Li. Although the intelligence of a transformed Yao beast was no longer present, the hunting instinct of the flood dragon clan still functioned within him. This instinct told him that long-range combat was no longer an option, he had to force her into close-quarters combat with him. As soon as Qing Li saw the red fire flood dragon pouncing fiercely, her eyes narrowed, the corners of her mouth curved up, and she assumed a fighting stance, then quickly asked in her mind. Liu Yun's. What should I do? God damn it. Liu Yun's cursed. This guy truly never disappointed him when it came to disappointing him. Switch places, let me take over. Liu Yun's number 2 couldn't watch anymore and directly pushed aside Qing Li's primordial spirit, temporarily taking control of this body. Qing Li pouted, grumbling in her mind as she relinquished control of her body. The red fire flood dragon's body was covered in spurting blood, as he stubbornly charged in front of Qing Li, biting down on her vulnerable throat. Qing Li opened her eyes, and a faint spiritual light flickered in her green vertical pupils. With a crack, the red fire flood dragon's teeth pierced into Qing Li's throat, emitting a strange crisp sound. Chapter 473, Slaying the Flood Dragon. Almost the instant the red fire flood dragon's teeth pierced Qing Li's throat, he realized something was wrong. The texture was off. It didn't feel like tearing into flesh, instead, it was like biting into an incredibly hard stone. The red fire flood dragon, with his sole remaining eye, struggled to look upwards. Layers of vibrant, jade-like scales came into view. He hadn't bitten Qing Li, but a lifelike jade statue. Through the translucent body of the jade statue, the red fire flood dragon saw the real Qing Li behind it, green light surging from her claws, doing something unknown. Just as the red fire flood dragon was about to pull away, the jade statue suddenly came to life. Its four massive dragon claws slammed down, seizing his body and pinning him in place, unable to move. In his shock and fury, the red fire flood dragon intensified the force of his bite. With a crackling sound, the crack in the jade statue's throat gradually widened, but for a moment, the red fire flood dragon couldn't break free. Just then, accompanied by an incredibly rich green spiritual qi, 100-jung-long giant sword was drawn out of the green light by Qing Li. She then swung her single claw, elegantly holding the sword level, its sharp tip pointing directly at the jade statue's throat. With a swoosh, the giant sword thrust forward, effortlessly severing the jade statue's head, piercing through the red fire flood dragon's gaping maw, and emerging several jung from the back of his head. The red fire flood dragon still struggled, a vitality far exceeding that of ordinary flood dragons gave him a chance to fight one last time. Unfortunately, the opponent he faced was entirely different. A green spiritual light illuminated the sword's body, and two blades suddenly extended from the sword where it had entered the red fire flood dragon's mouth. One extended downwards, piercing through the red fire flood dragon's jaw and into his throat. The other extended upwards, directly piercing the red fire flood dragon's skull and emerging several feet from his crown. The red fire flood dragon's 100-jung-long body trembled violently. In his final moments, his sole remaining eye lost its bloodlust, returning to its former clarity. What exactly happened? The red fire flood dragon wondered in his heart. The inexplicable conflict, the inexplicable battle. This series of events unfolded too quickly, leaving them no time to think. A 9th rank flood dragon plus 3 rank 8 flood dragons, a powerful team capable of sweeping through most human major powers, had inexplicably met their demise. What truly filled him with despair was that, from beginning to end, he had only caught a glimpse of a blurry shadow at the bottom of the great whirlpool. They didn't even know who their opponent was or what they looked like, yet they had inexplicably walked down a path of no return. With a sense of helpless sorrow, the red fire flood dragon completely lost his life. Qing Li narrowed her eyes, surveying the red fire flood dragon before her with satisfaction. Suddenly, Qingli's eyes widened, and her gaze instantly became intelligent. I won. Qingli cheered in surprise, but an untimely voice came from above her head. Wrong. I won. Liu Yun's materialized and landed in front of her. Wasn't it using my body? Then I won. Qingli grinned, her thought process unusually simple, direct, and joyful. Liu Yun's pressed his brow helplessly. He had been considering whether to just take her with him, given how well she had performed today. But now, Liu Yun suddenly began to waver in his decision again. Qingli's eyes darted around, then she suddenly extended a claw, cut open the red fire flood dragon's head, and pulled out a fiery red Yao beast core. Then, she quickly hid the Yao beast core in her embrace, looking at Liu Yun's with a wary expression. I won, so this is my spoils of war. The rest is yours. Qingli said, guarding the Yao beast core while feigning generosity. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes, twitched his lips, and said calmly, suit yourself. This, instead, left Qingli stunned. You saw the situation at the bottom of the sea. That formation is suppressing something inside. Liu Yun's pointed his chin at the red fire flood dragon's corpse. These guys became like this because they absorbed what leaked from the formation. If you're not afraid of ending up like these monsters, then feel free to take that Yao beast core. The image of the 4 flood dragons behaving like wild beasts instantly flashed through Qingli's mind, scaring her into swallowing a mouthful of saliva. She quickly threw the Yao beast core back to Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's chuckled as he took the Yao beast core, casually collecting the red fire flood dragon's corpse and the divine soul hidden within it. After absorbing devilish chi, this rank 8 red fire flood dragon's divine ability had increased by at least 30%. Even setting aside the inherent preciousness of a rank 8 flood dragon, this was a very rare research material. As for whether this Yao beast core was truly tainted by devilish chi and if consuming it would have any consequences, how would he know? He just said it offhand. What did this idiot scaring herself have to do with him? Seeing the Yao beast core that was already in her grasp slip away, Qingli immediately felt a pang of heartache, looking at Liu Yun's with an unusually indignant expression. Don't look at me like that. This Yao beast core can't be eaten casually, but I can upgrade your Azure Dragon armor with this guy's scales later. Liu Yun said casually. Really? Qingli's eyes lit up. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she quickly asked with sparkling eyes. There are 2 more flood dragons, why don't we go and kill them too now? You never change. Liu Yun's couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. But let's not, the Suani clan will be here soon if we drag it out any longer. Liu Yun's took one last look at the constantly churning sea below. The 2 flood dragons were still fighting each other, in a relentless, life-or-death struggle. Powerful divine ability, vigorous vitality, a consciousness that only knew slaughter and combat, and this relentless nature once they tasted blood. These Yao beasts tainted by devilish chi were simply the perfect cannon fodder. Was this the inherent nature of devilish chi? Or was it a characteristic specifically added by certain individuals? Liu Yun's brows were tightly furrowed as he and Qingli flew away from the sea area. Half an hour later, the finally calm sea suddenly parted, and an awe-inspiring white Suani beasts, treading on the waves, slowly surfaced. Silvery gray scales covered its entire body, and a mane of silver-white hair shimmered with faint light under the sun. 2 rank 8 flood dragons now lay at his feet, limp and lifeless on the waves, their fate unknown. The scent of humans, the Suani beast's nose twitched, and a great white light burst forth from around his body. The next moment, a square-faced old man with deep eyebrows, a wide mouth, and a head full of silver hair appeared on the waves, his deep-set eyes gazing in the direction Liu Yun's and Qingli had left. This was actually a 10th level Suani beasts. Chapter 474, Instant Kill. Above the vast sea, Qingli transformed back into her human flood dragon form and chattered incessantly at Liu Yun's beside her. I'm finished now. Forget about getting into the clan records, I might even be hunted by the flood dragon clan throughout the chaotic star sea. What should I do? I can't possibly go to the inner sea, can I? An 8th level jade flood dragon like me going to the inner sea would be even more suicidal. Liu Yun's face was taut, he really didn't want to bother with her. However, the less Liu Yun's wanted to pay attention to her, the more she pushed her luck, beginning to recount her future tragic life in an endless stream. I can't live in my old home anymore, I'll have to find some desolate, out-of-the-way place to hide. I won't be able to show my face normally, and if I go out and meet another cultivator, I'll have to detour dozens of miles away. I'm used to lying in my little river when I have nothing to do, letting the small fish clean my scales. Now, no one will take care of them, and in a few hundred years, I'll definitely be stinky and dirty. Liu Yun's listened expressionlessly. He hadn't intended to speak, but the other party's voice grew louder and louder, almost shouting right next to his ear. After much thought, for the sake of his mental and physical well-being, Liu Yun's decided to cooperate with her just this once. If you really have nowhere to go. What? You want to raise me? I am a noble flood dragon, and a jade flood dragon in the early stages of transformation, with a higher cultivation than you. You, a mere core formation stage cultivator, actually want me to be your spirit beast? That's simply wishful thinking. A vein popped out on Liu Yun's forehead. A normal person would have shut up by now. However, Qingli was currently gloating and completely missed Liu Yun's increasingly grim expression. Of course, if you sincerely beg me, then it's not impossible for me to consider it. Firstly, I definitely won't be your spirit beast, but if you are willing to provide me with cultivation resources, ensure my daily needs, and fulfill all my demands, then it's not impossible for me to consider helping you deal with a few scoundrels when I'm in a good mood. Also, I have requirements for where I live. First, there must be a river, but it can't be too deep or too shallow, and it's best if it's a freshwater river. Staying in seawater for too long makes me smell. The temperature should be maintained around a warm body temperature, and there must be fresh food available daily, and also... Liu Yun suddenly stopped in mid-air. Qing Li, completely oblivious, flew dozens of feet away on her own before realizing Liu Yun's was gone. She quickly flew back. Why aren't you moving? Is there danger? A green light flickered around Qing Li as she vigilantly scanned her surroundings. No, it's just that I suddenly remembered I have something to do. How about we part ways here? Hey. Qing Li was momentarily stunned. That's it, goodbye. Liu Yun's figure instantly blurred. Qing Li quickly pounced, grabbing Liu Yun's arm. Wait. What about me if you leave? What about you? What does it have to do with me? Liu Yun struggled twice but couldn't break free. Don't. I'm an 8th level flood dragon, and I'm very strong. You should at least try to fight for me. If you don't take care of me, where will I go? Qing Li's eyes welled up with tears. Her two claws gripped Liu Yun's arm tightly, even with the Eye of the Azure Heaven armor on, Liu Yun's couldn't break free from her. Friend, my family is poor, and my cultivation is low. I truly cannot afford to support a flood dragon like you. Let's just forget each other in the Jianghu. Don't. Try to haggle a bit. Maybe I'll agree if you do. Let go. I won't let go. Unless you agree to take me with you. Liu Yun's entire body erupted in crimson light, as he competed in strength with an 8th level flood dragon. There's no water in my immortal cave. A flood dragon doesn't die without water. I don't have that much free time to prepare food for you. I've long since entered fasting, BG, abstinence from grains. No one has time to clean your scales. I can wash myself. After saying this, Qing Li suddenly paused, then tentatively said, can you at least prepare a small pool for me? Liu Yun's looked at her with a complex expression, speechless for a long moment. He was wrong. The flexibility of this fellow's bottom line was truly something he had never seen in his life. To be so brazenly shameless, this flood dragon would surely not remain an ordinary creature in the future. Thinking about it carefully, an 8th level flood dragon proactively offering to be a spirit beast for a core formation stage cultivator, this kind of thing, in the history of the flood dragon clan, might not be unprecedented, but it certainly had no historical precedent. This could no longer be simply described as the shame of the flood dragon. Seeing Liu Yun staring intently at her, Qing Li nervously swallowed. Are you going to agree or not? If you don't agree, can we still discuss it? Liu Yun fell silent. A hint of frustration actually arose in his heart. Having lived for over 100 years, this was the first time he had been shocked by someone's flexible bottom line. Suddenly, Liu Yun's eyes widened sharply. Wait. Someone's coming. Liu Yun only managed to say half of his sentence. The sea beneath the feet of the person and the flood dragon inexplicably split into two. An old man with deep brows and a wide mouth stepped out, walking on the waves, one step at a time. With each step the old man took, a wave would spontaneously rise from the sea beneath his feet, serving as his step. Although the old man's walking speed didn't seem fast, for some unknown reason, in just a few steps, he had already traversed a distance of over 100 zhang, arriving before Liu Yun's and Qing Li. Liu Yun's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Just moments ago, the old man's aura was still 200 li away, the next moment, he had already arrived before him. Water evasion technique. The water evasion technique that could transform objects and cover 100 li in an instant. Liu Yun's was proficient in all 5 elements evasion techniques, and his mastery of each was not low, so he clearly understood what such a terrifying water evasion technique implied. Feeling the vast and boundless spiritual power of the old man opposite him, like the sea, Liu Yun took a deep breath, suppressing his suddenly accelerated heartbeat, and stared intently at the old man who was indistinguishable from a human. A rank 10 Yao beast. And a rank 10 heaven and earth spirit beast of the water attribute. Ordinary sea Yao beasts could simply not cultivate the water evasion technique to this level. The old man slightly raised his eyebrows, his gaze passing over Liu Yun's to the innocent-looking Qing Li. 8th level Jade Flood Dragon. I didn't expect there to be descendants of the Jade Flood Dragon lineage in the chaotic Star Sea. The old man sighed expressionlessly, his eyes sweeping over the Azure Dragon armor on Qing Li's body twice, and he immediately frowned with some distaste. Human technology. These words seemed to suddenly awaken Qing Li. She turned her head, exchanged a glance with Liu Yun's, and then suddenly reached out, grabbed a certain spirit beast pouch at Liu Yun's waist, and plunged herself into it. This series of actions was so fast that not only Liu Yun's, but even the old man opposite them was momentarily stunned by this maneuver. Liu Yun's looked at the spirit beast pouch in his hand, suppressing the urge to throw it out as cannon fodder, and offered the old man a pure, innocent, and friendly smile. Senior, if I said I was coerced by this Jade Flood Dragon, would you believe me? The old man glanced at him and couldn't help but smile, saying, whether I believe it or not, you're going to die. What's the difference? You're right. Liu Yun's nodded in agreement. The old man suddenly struck like lightning, his palm piercing through Liu Yun's body. A bloody hand penetrated his chest, clutching a faintly trembling heart. Everyone, an epidemic has broken out here again. The leaders want us to prepare for a long-term lockdown of the unit. I'll try to see if my family can send over my laptop later. I'll try to get the second update written before midnight today. Chapter 475, Escaping. Feeling the real touch in his hand, the old man frowned in confusion. This matter seemed to have gone too smoothly. While the old man was still thinking, he suddenly felt his hand become empty. Liu Yun's corpse in front of him instantly transformed into specks of golden light, dissipating into a golden talisman. Liu Yun's figure appeared more than 10 zhang away, and with a turn, he vanished. Spirit Transformation Talisman. Besides its myriad transformations, it also possessed a divine ability similar to the demonic path's Calamity Transformation Grand Method, allowing the refiner to withstand one fatal attack for a short period. Being in close quarters with a 10th level Suoni beast, Liu Yun should have had no chance of survival. However, the heaven-defying function of the Spirit Transformation Talisman gave him an opportunity to escape. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and his powerful divine sense instantly spread out, covering hundreds of miles of the sea surface. However, even under such a formidable divine sense search, there was no sign of Liu Yun's. The old man's eyelids twitched in surprise, and he slowly pressed his hands down. The entire sea surface seemed to ripple with a vast expanse, radiating outwards. He didn't enter the sea. The old man sneered, his nose twitching slightly, and his gaze shifted towards a certain direction. With a hint of disdain, the old man landed on the sea surface, as if treading on flat ground. He stepped down without a trace of disturbance, and his entire figure instantly vanished, only to reappear dozens of miles away. The speed was simply astonishing. As soon as the old man's figure appeared, he clenched his fist and swung it towards a seemingly empty void realm. With a bang, a fist clad in gold and silver armor extended from the void realm, colliding with the old man's unremarkable fist. At this moment, it seemed as if even the wind on the sea surface had frozen. The next second, an incomparably violent gust of wind suddenly rose, spreading outwards like a tangible shockwave. Yet, under this incredibly fierce shockwave, the seawater beneath the old man's feet did not ripple at all, as if it were incredibly hard, flat ground. The 7 armor, with its almost heretical design, emerged from the air, struck dozens of zhang away by the old man's ordinary punch. The old man's combat experience was exceptionally rich. He immediately pursued the advantage, his figure flashing as he instantly appeared above the 7 armor, delivering another punch that sent it crashing into the water. The old man followed closely. The previously calm ocean instantly churned with massive waves, and seawater surged from all directions, engulfing the 7 armor and dragging it towards the deep sea. After a while, a somewhat lewd-looking figure suddenly appeared on the sea surface, wiping away cold sweat from his head with lingering fear. How long can this thing of yours hold him? Qing Li's slightly trembling voice came from the spirit beast pouch at Liu Yun's waist. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and irritably patted the spirit beast pouch. That armor is very sturdy, it'll take him a while to dismantle. As for you, hurry and come out. My mount is about to be squashed to death by you. I won't. Nobody's going to make me come out until it's completely safe. Liu Yun's grimaced, grinding his teeth slightly, then his figure flashed, instantly disappearing from his original spot. About a quarter of an hour later, the sea parted again, and a blue light shot into the sky. The old man, holding the 7 armor split into 2, floated in midair with a furious expression. Human! The old man growled. The 7 armor, already split in 2, still had red light flickering in its eyes, attempting to pry open the old man's arms. Inside the 7 armor, the shattered eye of the azure heaven armor faintly glowed with a crimson light. This armor had been worn by Liu Yun's for decades, and its scent was long indistinguishable from Liu Yun's. It was by relying on the scent of this item, coupled with a slight interference from Liu Yun's number 2, that Liu Yun successfully misled this 10th level Suoni beast and barely escaped a calamity. The old man's nose twitched, but he could no longer smell any scent. The 7 armor in his hand, not yet completely destroyed, was still trying to resist. Humph! The old man roared in anger, suddenly raising the armor. His head transformed into the dragon's head of a Suoni beast, and he bit the 7 armor's head to pieces, chewing it twice before spitting it out. What a cunning brat! If you can escape today, let's see if you can escape tomorrow. The old man sneered, glancing at the armor in his hand, about to put it into his storage pouch to take back and study its technology thoroughly. But at this moment, the old man suddenly detected an anomaly in the spiritual qi. Inside the 7 armor, on the already damaged eye of the azure heaven armor, streams of crimson light were slowly flowing, causing the 7 armor to faintly seep out a few wisps of blood light. The unique spiritual sense of a heaven and earth spirit beast frantically warned the old man. Without any hesitation, the old man directly flung it away. The moment the armor left his hand, an incomparably violent explosion instantly engulfed the old man. Above the sea, a crimson mushroom cloud seemed to rise. However, the next moment, an incomparably violent blue light suddenly shot into the sky, directly tearing apart the great explosion. An old Suoni, completely white, stood on the sea surface. Many of its originally dazzling scales were damaged, faintly seeping out a few wisps of crimson blood. The Suoni beast was somewhat dazed, but then an extremely intense rage directly rushed to its brain. How many years had it been? Since he had advanced to the late stage of soul transformation, how many years had it been since he was injured? But today, he was actually injured by a human cultivator, and a junior at the core formation stage at that. Anger and shame, like 2 venomous snakes, tore at the Suoni beast's heart until he suddenly took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the boiling killing intent in his heart, and plunged into the seawater. Days later, the clan chief of the 10,000 Jiangxi King clan issued a myriad demon token, ordering all Yao beasts in the entire sea abyss to search for a human cultivator at the core formation stage, regardless of the cost. A portrait of a middle-aged man with a pale, beardless face quickly spread throughout the entire sea abyss region in a very short time, and was still rapidly spreading outwards. Batch after batch of Yao beasts fearlessly landed on one human island after another in the outer sea, slaughtering the cultivators on the islands while frantically interrogating them about the whereabouts of the middle-aged man. Unfortunately, no matter what methods they used, they could not find any trace of that person, as if he had never existed from the beginning. However, Liu Yun's was temporarily unaware of all these subsequent events. But he could guess that he had probably stirred up a big hornet's nest this time. If he hadn't encountered that 10th level Suoni beast, this trip would definitely have been full of rewards. However, this time he was unfortunately blocked by that old Suoni, whose strength was firmly in the first echelon below soul transformation in the human realm. As a result, not only did he lose the Eye of the Azure Heaven armor and the 7 armor, but he also showed his face in front of that old Suoni. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's couldn't help but touch his face with lingering fear. Fortunately, he had brought a face-changing veil with him this time, just in case. And this secret treasure, recorded in the Immortal Tianjing's jade slip, was indeed practical enough. That old Suoni's divine sense was only slightly stronger than Liu Yun's, so he couldn't see through this disguise. Otherwise, if he had revealed his true appearance to that old Suoni, it would have truly led to a major disaster. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's quickly set a new appearance for the face-changing veil. His facial features shifted, and he instantly transformed into a dark-skinned middle-aged man. After a few coughs, Liu Yun's changed to a voice that matched his current appearance, then used the formless escape technique to fly towards the misty small island. At this time, he wondered if Han Li had broken through to the late core formation stage, and whether he had gone to trouble that rank 8 wind-splitting beast. Chapter 476, Going Home. After changing his face, Liu Yun's cautiously embarked on the journey back to Foggy Island. He didn't dare to fly directly towards Foggy Island, but instead took a wide detour, intending to fly out of the Sea Abyss region first. Along the way, he clearly sensed that something was amiss. High-level Yao beasts, which were normally rare to see on the sea, appeared in clusters, causing disturbances in various parts of the ocean. These Yao beasts, which would normally fight fiercely even if they just caught a glimpse of each other from afar, were now unusually united. Liu Yun's even personally witnessed 2 7th-level demon beasts, who should have been natural enemies, joining forces to stir up layers of monstrous waves on the sea surface, before parting ways and swimming in 2 different directions. Liu Yun's was horrified and silently activated his formless escape technique with all his might, not daring to attract any attention. The 10,000 Jiangxi King clan only now did Liu Yun's gain a more accurate understanding of the weight of this title. After flying like this, hiding and dodging for over a month, Liu Yun's barely managed to cross the sea area where the sea abyss was located. The density of high-level Yao beasts appearing instantly decreased, and Liu Yun's finally dared to fully unleash his escape lights, flying towards Foggy Island. Another half a month passed, and 2 escape lights broke through the air, rushing into a thick white sea fog. Oh? So this is your home? Qing Li emerged from the escape lights, scanning Foggy Island with a look of disdain. She couldn't help but curl her lip and say, "It's too small." Liu Yun's didn't eat kimchi and wasn't sensitive to the remark, he just rolled his eyes at her in annoyance. "How big do you want it to be? How about I help you seize Dragon Island if I get the chance?" "That's great. You're so filial." Liu Yun sighed helplessly. Although he had only spent a little over a month with this fellow, Liu Yun's was already beginning to regret it. He should have just found a random deserted island on the way and left her there. "You go find a spot to wait for a bit. I'll go back and pack up, then I'll find my friends and we'll leave together," Liu Yun said, waving his hand dismissively. This time, he had completely offended both the Suoni clan and the Flood Dragon clan. Although he didn't know how these 2 clans would deal with the barrier and the demonic chi abyss beneath it, there was no doubt that they would be in complete agreement when it came to killing him first. Facing the pursuit of 2 great heaven and earth spirit beast clans simultaneously, one of which was the Suoni clan, known as the 10,000 Jiangxi King clan, Liu Yun's scalp tingled just thinking about it. After much thought, Liu Yun's decided to pack his things first and then return to the inner sea. Although he was currently a wanted criminal of the Reverse Star Alliance, the Reverse Star Alliance was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Star Palace in the inner sea. Not to mention whether they could find him, even if they did, it would be impossible for them to spare many people to deal with him. With his current divine ability, to ensure his elimination, at least 3 mid-nascent soul stage cultivators, or 1 of 3rd Ant 1 or 6 paths extreme sage, would need to make a move. Otherwise, even if Liu Yun's couldn't win, it would be quite easy for him to escape. If the Reverse Star Alliance dared to deploy such a large force during their confrontation with the Star Palace, just to deal with Liu Yun's, then it's estimated that without Liu Yun's doing anything, the Star Palace would step in to teach them how to show proper reverence for war. As for the small misunderstanding with the 2 sages of the Star Palace, Liu Yun's didn't take it to heart at all. As long as those 2 still had a breath left, they wouldn't go so far as to kill their own biological daughter, so his reputation with the Star Palace wouldn't drop below respected. Liu Yun's even dared to bet Han Li's bottle that if he dared to return to the Star Palace, he would at least be an elder with real power, or even, thinking more broadly, it wouldn't be impossible for him to directly command a battlefield. Liu Yun's thought proudly. He was certainly deluded. As long as the 2 sages of the Star Palace were still alive, they would never hand over the great power of the Star Palace to someone as unreliable as him. Of course, if the two sages of the Star Palace were no longer around one day and Ling Yuling took charge, well, one can only hope the Star Palace would be fine. After realizing that he could no longer stay in the outer sea and that returning to the inner sea posed no life-threatening danger, Liu Yun's began to pack his belongings. Most of it had already been packed before he set off, what remained were merely a few of his spirit beasts and some items that were difficult to move. During his absence, the silkworm cocoon formed by the golden silkworm had visibly grown a size larger out of thin air, and it pulsed slowly like a heart. Even through the door of the spirit beast room, Liu Yun's could feel the life brewing within. Strictly speaking, the golden silkworm inside the cocoon was already an incarnation of his. With the thought of his divine sense, Liu Yun's could establish contact with the life within. But for some unknown reason, whenever Liu Yun's tried to contact the life inside, he could only sense a fragile and chaotic consciousness, like an unborn fetus, always just a little short of truly taking shape. Liu Yun's currently had no good solution, so he could only leave the soul-nurturing wood beside it, attempting to use this method to accelerate the process of consciousness condensation. On the other side, the Lee turtle and the two strange fire pythons were making pleasing progress. After more than 40 years of yin and yang convergence and the harmony of ice and fire, although the three spirit beasts didn't appear significantly different from their state 40 years ago, in reality, the cold flame within the Lee turtle had largely fused with the Kunlan ice flame, with only a small blue flame still barely holding on. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the Lee turtle could completely refine the Kunlan ice flame. Liu Yun's would gain an incredibly powerful helper, and it would also open the door for him to cultivate the Azura sacred fire in the future. The changes in the two strange fire pythons were even more apparent. Although they were still lazily sprawled on the Lee turtle's back, looking half asleep, the rich fire spirit chi on their bodies far surpassed what it was 40 years ago. Their cultivation had also risen several stages, and they were now genuine 6th level peak Yao beasts. The bodies of the two fire pythons had also grown several sizes larger, appearing to be nearly 10 zhang long. The golden patterns on their necks subtly shimmered with dazzling spiritual chi, and each had a slight bulge on its head, as if something was about to grow from their crowns. Compared to 40 years ago, they had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Clearly, during these 40-plus years of yin and yang convergence, those with lower cultivation received the greatest benefits. Liu Yun's watched them with joy, and without disturbing them as much as possible, he collected them into his spirit beast pouch. After tidying up the items in his immortal cave, Liu Yun silently sat in the center of the immortal cave, pouring out a large pile of items from his storage pouch. These were all his gains from this trip. Liu Yun's planned to perform a simple classification and organization of these items before leaving, to avoid being too busy later and not having time to do these things. Chapter 477, Enormous Gains. The first thing that entered Liu Yun's sight was naturally his main objective for this trip, several stalks of companion demonic grass growing near Qingli's immortal cave. With Qingli already having followed him, these few stalks of companion demonic grass were no longer as important. After all, with a living rank 8 Yao beast by his side, if he found a place for her to stay for a few decades, such companion demonic grass would naturally be abundant everywhere. Therefore, Liu Yun's merely glanced at these few stalks of companion demonic grass before casually putting them into his storage pouch. Next were the several pieces of chilling soft jade and demon marrow drill found beneath the demonic chi abyss. The chilling soft jade goes without saying. This special material, with its self-deforming and repairing effects, and its ability to absorb spiritual chi attacks, can be called the cultivation world's version of memory metal. The properties of this material destined it to be a top-tier material for refining various complex magic treasures. In the hands of someone like Liu Yun's, who constantly had wild ideas, it could be used to create countless ingenious things. In comparison, although the demon marrow drill had a terrifying reputation, touted as the only refining material for the demonic path's supreme treasure, the demon dragon blade, in Liu Yun's size, it was far less practical than these few pieces of chilling soft jade. After all, with only one piece of demon marrow drill, its uses were simply too limited. Besides these two items, the most conspicuous things on the ground were the corpses of the 9th level separating fire flood dragon and the rank 8 red fire flood dragon. Ordinary rank 8 Yao beasts are rare existences in the chaotic star sea, let alone rank 8 flood dragons. And now, Liu Yun's had two rank 8 flood dragon corpses and primordial spirits, one from the red fire flood dragon in front of him and the other from that rank 8 poison flood dragon from back then. There was also this 9th level separating fire flood dragon. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for Liu Yun's to deal with such an existence, which was stronger than, not weaker than, a late nascent soul stage cultivator. However, by utilizing the power of the formation beneath a large pit and its own divine soul, which had been almost completely eroded by devilish chi, Liu Yun successfully tricked this 9th level separating fire flood dragon to its death. This was another practical demonstration of the new formless escape technique, and it also confirmed to Liu Yun's that this was indeed a new path for the formless escape technique. Corrupting minds, harming divine souls, pushing opponents into an abyss of destruction without a trace. The upper limit of this new formless escape technique was immeasurable. This also meant that Liu Yun's had officially innovated the formless escape technique, entering another vast and boundless world. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's let out a long breath of excitement and began to clean up the two dragon corpses. Their divine souls and Yao cores had already been taken by Liu Yun's, and now he just needed to simply process the materials on their bodies. During this process, the 9th level separating fire flood dragon gave him another huge surprise. From its belly, Liu Yun's dug out two fist-sized Yao cores. One was fiery red, and the other was deep blue, even larger than the former. These were the Yao cores of the rank 8 separating fire flood dragon and the 9th level Suani beast that had been swallowed by this 9th level separating fire flood dragon. Because it died too quickly and hadn't had time to refine these 2 Yao cores, they remained in its belly. Liu Yun's eyes widened with surprise and joy, then as if suddenly remembering something, he took out 3 more Yao cores from his storage pouch. 5 Yao cores were arranged in a row before him, 3 red and 2 blue, belonging to 3 rank 8 flood dragons, and 1 9th level separating fire flood dragon and a 9th level Suani beast. Any one of these 5 Yao cores, if it fell into the hands of a nascent soul old monsters, would be enough to make him dance with joy. If all of them were given to him, it might even make him so happy that he would pass out. But at this moment, Liu Yun's only felt a headache. Yao cores were good, but only Yao cores were useless. This kind of thing still needed to be combined with a pill formula and refined into a medicinal pill to maximize its effects. And in the chaotic star sea, although pill formulas were not valuable, that also depended on what kind of pill formula it was. Pill formulas involving rank 8 Yao beast Yao cores were not something that could be casually bought in a market. It seems I still need to return to the inner sea, Liu Yun said thoughtfully. Pill formulas of this level, Liu Yun's could only hope to find in the inner sea. Temporarily putting all these things away, Liu Yun's gaze shifted to the 2 biggest gains of this trip. Profound Origin True Water and Profound Origin Heavy Thunder. The former goes without saying. With such a large mass of Profound Origin True Water, Liu Yun's could even begin to refine the Profound Origin Pearl, which was famous even in the ancient era. This treasure, even if only considering its attack power, was undoubtedly a top-tier magic treasure in the human realm. However, after a moment of thought, Liu Yun silently put away this mass of Profound Origin True Water. He had his own ideas, and although it was still a vague conjecture, he still wanted to keep this mass of Profound Origin True Water for another use in the future. If his idea could be verified, then this could very well be a great Dao leading to the heavens. With a strange sense of apprehension and anticipation, Liu Yun's turned to look at the Profound Origin Heavy Thunder, heavily enveloped by evil warding Divine Thunder. He exhaled lightly, and with a few hand seals, the smooth surface of the evil warding Divine Thunder instantly became unstable. Accompanied by rumbling thunder, layers of light golden lightning gradually dissipated, revealing the silently surging black lightning sphere within. Supreme Water Divine Thunder, Liu Yun's murmured, his gaze deep. This alias for Profound Origin Heavy Thunder had been circulating for too long, so long that even in the books of the ancient era, it was a legendary existence. By today, even the Profound Origin Heavy Thunder itself was no longer known by many cultivators. And with Liu Yun's knowledge and experience, knowing this fact was not particularly surprising. What truly surprised him was that the evil warding Divine Thunder he was currently wielding also had an equally resounding alias in the ancient era. Supreme Wood Divine Thunder. From the mechanism of their birth to their specific effects, and then to their final manifested forms, these 2 types of lightning could be said to have no resemblance whatsoever. During the process of using the evil warding Divine Thunder against the Profound Origin Heavy Thunder, Liu Yun's also did not feel any abnormality. It could be said that without such an alias that immediately felt out of place, no one would ever connect these 2 types of lightning. Liu Yun's only suddenly remembered this matter later, which made his thoughts become active. His 5 elements escape heaven art was indeed an incredibly profound top-tier cultivation technique, but the main direction of this cultivation technique was actually the control and application of the 5 elements power. In this process, cultivators would naturally comprehend the 5 elements escape technique, and after achieving major achievement in the cultivation technique, it was highly likely that they would practice the 5 elements escape technique to the legendary realm of escaping through objects and being unharmed by all things. It sounded very powerful, but overall, it was still a cultivation technique biased towards escape techniques, and it remained weak in direct combat. Therefore, Liu Yun's had always been using various methods to compensate for his weakness in direct confrontation. For example, the black flame needle, puppets, and the spirit suppressing steel. But no matter how powerful these things were, or how marvelous their functions, they were ultimately external objects. Without a true method for direct combat, Liu Yun's always lacked a sense of security. This was also why he was so interested in the Azura Sacred Fire, a legendary demonic path sacred fire. He truly lacked an offensive means. And now, when he discovered the connection between the evil warding Divine Thunder and the Profound Origin Heavy Thunder, a vague idea was born in his mind. If he could gather the legendary 5 elements lightning and combine these 5 types of lightning into one, what kind of changes would occur? Chapter 478, Gongsun Sing. The 5 elements thunder and lightning, gathered as one. Just thinking about it, Liu Yun's felt that the future of this method was immeasurably vast. Most importantly, Liu Yun's had already found 2 of the legendary 5 elements thunder and lightning. Although the other 3 were difficult to find, in Liu Yun's eyes, who was familiar with their characteristics and genesis, there was still hope of finding them. As for how to fuse these 5 types of thunder and lightning, Liu Yun's also had some ideas. Primal Magnet Divine Light. This cultivation technique had been circulating in the chaotic star sea for countless years, claiming to be able to overcome all 5 elements in the world, and had ensnared many astonishingly talented cultivators of the chaotic star sea. Over tens of thousands of years, the only 2 who might have been able to master this Primal Magnet Divine Light were the 2 sages of the Star Palace, aided by the primordial magnetic Divine Mountain. Unfortunately, even these 2 were stuck at the final step of the major achievement of the Primal Magnet Divine Light. Whether it was intentional by the person who left behind the cultivation technique or not, this divine ability required one to reach the final step to discover that to fully master it, one must possess all 5 elements' spiritual roots. Only then could the 5 elements merge into one, transforming into this primal magnet divine light that overcomes all 5 elements in the world. Liu Yun's was a person with all 5 elements' spiritual roots, but he temporarily had no intention of cultivating the primal magnet divine light. Without external assistance like the primordial magnetic divine mountain, mastering this cultivation technique would require at least several hundred years of arduous cultivation. In Liu Yun's view, the Star Palace's primordial magnetic divine mountain wasn't going anywhere, it would be his sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. However, the method of 5 elements fusion recorded in this primal magnet divine light gave Liu Yun's a lot of inspiration. If he could truly gather the 5 elements thunder and lightning, he might be able to use this primal magnet divine light to create his own offensive divine ability. If Liu Yun's truly succeeded in his research, the final result would definitely far surpass the primal magnet divine light. At that time, he would be able to assault the Star Palace's sacred mountain, confront the 2 sages of the Star Palace, live in their palaces, take their things, and snatch their daughters. The last part seemed unnecessary, but it was all about the sense of ritual. Liu Yun's let out a slightly lewd laugh, carefully applied several layers of restriction to the profound origin heavy thunder, and put it back into his storage pouch. After organizing these items, Liu Yun slowly stood up and took a final look at the immortal cave he had lived in for several decades. For some reason, Liu Yun felt a strange sense of melancholy. Having lived here for so long, he had developed some feelings for it, and now he was leaving again. He wondered when he would have a stable residence. Liu Yun silently decided in his heart to intensify his research into the Void Heaven Palace's restrictions, hoping to decipher the mechanism of inter-interface teleportation as soon as possible. As long as he could decipher this mechanism, he could possess a small interface that was almost absolutely safe and accessible anytime, anywhere. This held immense significance for Liu Yun's. He had too many ideas that required a massive amount of resources and an undisturbed experimental ground. A small interface that had barely been exploited and had a spiritual chi concentration far exceeding the human realm would undoubtedly meet all his needs. Temporarily setting aside his thoughts, Liu Yun gathered all his belongings, stuffed a pile of storage pouches into a bundle, and placed it on the back of the green armored beast. Humph, the green armored beast let out a dissatisfied growl. It always felt that Liu Yun was truly using it as an ox. Bear with it. You can't expect me to carry so many storage pouches, can you? Liu Yun sighed helplessly. These storage pouches included, but were not limited to, a massive amount of Yao Beast materials, spirit stones and materials plundered from Blackstone City, various experimental products accumulated over the years, and all sorts of miscellaneous machinery and puppets. When all these jumbled items were put together, Liu Yun himself felt a little numb. He hadn't noticed it before, but today, gathering all these things, he realized there were so many. Liu Yun used dozens of large-capacity storage pouches to pack everything. The green armored beast let out a low, dissatisfied hum from its nose, wagging its tail, and carried Liu Yun and all his savings out of the Immortal Cave. Outside the Immortal Cave's entrance, Qing Li was leaning against a rock, lazily basking in the sun. Let's go. Liu Yun called out, sitting on the green armored beast's back, and headed straight for Han Li's Immortal Cave. At the Immortal Cave's entrance were still the familiar restrictions. Liu Yun pried them open in a few moves, then swaggered inside. Who are you? A strange, clear voice echoed in the Immortal Cave. Liu Yun's steps suddenly halted. He slowly turned his head to look at a girl who appeared to be no more than 14 or 15 years old, walking out of Han Li's room, her eyes filled with 3 parts surprise, 3 parts fear, and 4 parts shock. So that's how it is. Liu Yun took a deep breath, using his trembling hands to cover his gradually losing control expression. Has this pervert finally taken action? Ah. Gongsun Xing looked at him warily, a hint of confusion in her eyes. This person, is he perhaps mentally unsound? Child, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Liu Yun slowly moved his hands away, doing his best to show Gongsun Xing an incredibly kind expression. This scared the other party into instinctively grabbing a magical artifact. If it weren't for the vast difference in cultivation, Gongsun Xing might have already attacked. It's okay, I understand. It's normal for you to be a little emotional right now. Liu Yun gently comforted Gongsun Xing, then smiled and took out a castration knife he had casually acquired from the Yu Imperial Palace back then. Child, tell me, where is the owner of this immortal cave right now? I have some things I want to say to him. You, Gongsun Xing's mind was a bit stuck. She really couldn't keep up with the other person's line of thought and could only hesitate to ask. Are you Senior's friend? No. We're not close. Liu Yun flatly denied. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Xing immediately became even more nervous. Don't worry, what happens here has nothing to do with you. Just tell me where he is, and I'll take care of the rest. Liu Yun said with a smile, twirling the castration knife in his hand with a sharp flourish. Gongsun Xing tilted her head in confusion. She felt that the person opposite her didn't seem to have any ill intentions, but had simply misunderstood something. Senior, Junior Gongsun Xing, is, realizing the problem, Gongsun Xing hesitated and recounted what had happened earlier to Liu Yun. A quarter of an hour later, Liu Yun sat casually on the meditation mat in the center of the Immortal Cave, his castration knife already put away, his eyes looking at Gongsun Xing with confusion. So, you were being chased by Yao beasts at sea, accidentally stumbled in here. He saved you, and even gave you a medicinal pill to save your father. He made you stay under the guise of a cauldron, and also left you some things. Is that right? Gongsun Xing stood submissively by the side, nodding obediently. Yes. Rare indeed, This brave troops-like fellow actually became generous for once. Liu Yun stroked his chin, commenting with a smile. So what are your plans next? Chapter 479 Trapped. To be honest, Senior Han once left me a note telling me not to easily show these treasures to others, lest I invite disaster. I also want to stay here first, cultivate diligently for a period of time, and return to the sect after successfully establishing my foundation. Gongsun Xing replied obediently. I see. Liu Yun nodded upon hearing this, and casually took out a wolf-headed puppet from his storage pouch. It's our first meeting, and I don't have much good to give. Take this thing. As Liu Yun spoke, he was like an overly enthusiastic relative or elder during New Year's and holidays, stuffing the puppet into Gongsun Xing's hand. Gongsun Xing was stunned for a moment, and by the time she reacted, the wolf-headed puppet was already in her hand. Senior, this is too valuable, Junior. All right. Han Li already gave something, so if I don't, it'll make me seem stingy. Liu Yun waved his hand casually. This, Gongsun Xing hesitated for a moment, looking at the puppet in her hand that emitted astonishing spiritual qi, and respectfully bowed deeply to Liu Yun. Thank you, Senior, for the gift. Liu Yun smiled. Although his appearance was still that of a man in his 20s, in reality, Liu Yun was already over 100 years old. It was fine when facing others, but when facing a child of this age, he couldn't help but feel that his mindset was truly starting to age. By the way, did Han Li mention where he was going? Liu Yun asked casually. Gongsun Xing thought carefully for a moment, then shook her head. I see, then forget it. Liu Yun stood up and placed a jade slip on the table beside him. This contains the method to control the formation outside. You can study it if you have time. This place, I'll leave it to you. Liu Yun suddenly understood Han Li. It would be a pity to let a place he had lived in for so long go to waste. It would be better to leave it to others, which could also be considered passing on a bond of goodwill. Before bidding farewell to Gongsun Xing, Liu Yun took out a shadow recording pearl, pointed it at Gongsun Xing, and had her repeat the process of meeting Han Li, emphasizing the part about the cauldron. Then, he put away the shadow recording pearl with satisfaction and left the immortal cave. Qing Li was playing with the group of sea-swallowing fish at the bottom of the sea. Liu Yun called her several times before she reluctantly surfaced from the seabed. They sat on the back of the green armored beast, casually chose a direction, and left the place. Liu Yun was not in a hurry to find Han Li's whereabouts. They both had each other's primordial spirit bead, so even if they were thousands of miles apart, they could find each other and even communicate. So as long as he held the primordial spirit bead and poured his magic power into it, he could. Liu Yun looked at the primordial spirit bead in his hand, his brows gradually furrowing. No response, Liu Yun muttered to himself in confusion. The primordial spirit bead was not a profound spell or restriction. In essence, it was just a variation of the spirit severing technique. Therefore, there were many methods in this world that could sever the connection of the primordial spirit bead. Such as formations, restrictions, and some secret techniques. And no matter which one it was, it all indicated one thing: Han Li was trapped. This discovery instantly cast a shadow over Liu Yun's heart, but after thinking about it, Liu Yun suddenly revealed a relaxed expression. Over 100 years, Liu Yun and Han Li had sparred countless times in private, and generally speaking, Liu Yun won more often than he lost. But this didn't mean anything. In the end, it was just a sparring match where they stopped before causing harm. In terms of frontal combat ability, Han Li was indeed inferior to Liu Yun's, but when it came to survival ability, Liu Yun's could never compare to Han Li, even if he had now innovated the formless escape technique. This had little to do with how many spells or divine abilities one knew, more important were on-the-spot reactions, judgment of the situation, and the determination to make immediate decisions, and so on. In short, it could be summarized as one thing: talent. Han Li was truly gifted in this aspect. His various judgments of complex situations and on-the-spot choices were truly brilliant. If the two were in the same dangerous situation, Han Li's survival rate would definitely completely surpass Liu Yun's. So even though he knew Han Li was definitely in trouble now, Liu Yun didn't feel too worried. Instead, he began to think about whether he should take advantage of this time to do something else. Just then, the primordial spirit bead in Liu Yun's hand suddenly lit up with a soft white light. Liu Yun was slightly startled, and the next second, Han Li's voice came from the primordial spirit bead. Liu Yun, I've already obtained the companion demonic grass. Let's meet at the wind-splitting beast's lair. I have something good to show you. After Han Li finished speaking, he severed the connection of the primordial spirit bead again. Liu Yun listened, stunned, and couldn't help but stroke his chin in thought. Wind-splitting beast, you went to trouble them. Qing Li suddenly poked her head up from behind, asking curiously. As a special race whose adults are 8th level demonic beasts, the wind-splitting beasts' reputation in the outer sea was quite significant, at least Qing Li had heard of them more than once. If it weren't for the wind-splitting beast's slightly inferior frontal combat ability, far from being able to compare to heaven and earth spirit beasts of the same rank, then the wind-splitting beast clan might even be able to contend with the flood dragon clan. Something like that. Liu Yun glanced at Qing Li and asked casually. For you Yao beasts, how long does it roughly take to advance from the peak rank 8 to 9th grade? Qing Li was stunned upon hearing this, then frowned somewhat puzzled. It's really not certain. For transformed Yao beasts, each individual is different. Some might need several hundred years, while others can advance in a few decades. Anyway, generally speaking, the Heaven and Earth Spirit Beast clan advances faster than ordinary Yao beasts. At this point, Qing Li couldn't help but proudly raise her head. I see. Lu Yun's did a quick mental calculation. Over 40 years had passed since they learned of the existence of that peak rank 8 wind-splitting beast. Lu Yun's mouth gradually curved into a smile. He probably guessed what had happened. You're smiling so disgustingly. Qing Li said honestly. Lu Yun's was not angry. Instead, he looked at her with an incredibly gentle gaze. What do you want to do? On the other side, in a stone chamber deep within a certain pool, Han Li put down the primordial spirit bead in his hand and sighed helplessly. Senior Feng, I've already found the artifact refiner you wanted. Now you can let me go, right? In the corner of the stone chamber stood a man in a green robe. Aside from his sharp nose and emerald green eyes, this man was indistinguishable from a human. At this moment, he clutched several broken formation flags in his hand, revealing a cold smile towards Han Li. And between the two, a huge, broken wing flashed with faint arcs of lightning. Chapter 480, Reunion. On a deserted island somewhere in the chaotic Star Sea, Han Li and the man with emerald green eyes stood side by side, looking into the distance. Fellow Deist Han, is the artifact refiner you mentioned truly capable of refining my wind thunder wings? The man glanced at Han Li with a sidelong look and asked with a smile. It's not that Feng doesn't trust fellow Deist Han, but back then, I also transformed into a human cultivator and visited several great masters of artifact refining in the inner sea, but I gained nothing. The difficulty of refining the wind thunder wings into a pair of wind thunder wings is simply too high. I wonder if your friend can do it. If not, then Feng will have to apologize to fellow Deist. Han Li looked into the distance with an expressionless face, saying without turning his head. Senior Feng Xi needn't worry. You personally witnessed the puppet and the armor on my body. Does Senior think that an artifact refiner capable of creating such wondrous items cannot produce a mere pair of wind thunder wings? Hat. Feng Xi chuckled, not answering, but a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his emerald green eyes. To allow fellow Deist, with the mere middle core formation stage cultivation, to contend with Feng for a quarter of an hour without defeat, and almost injure me. Such a miraculous artifact refiner, even without the matter of the wind thunder wings, Feng would still wish to meet him. Han Li's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. The human cultivator and the Yao beast waited for a good half day, until the sun was just beginning to set, yet no one appeared. As time passed, Feng Xi's expression gradually turned grim, his eyes looking at Han Li's back with ill intent, as if he could erupt into violence at any moment. Han Li, however, remained calm, ignoring Feng Xi's increasingly sour expression beside him. He comfortably enjoyed the sea breeze and even took a keen interest in admiring the surrounding beautiful scenery. Finally, Feng Xi's patience ran out, and his refined and handsome face instantly became distorted. Fellow Deist Han, where is the person you spoke of? Feng Xi asked with icy eyes. Why is Senior Feng in such a hurry? Isn't he here? Han Li suddenly turned around and grinned at Feng Xi. In a flash of lightning, Feng Xi's spiritual sense screamed, and he instinctively tilted his head. A scorching black light flickered and vanished, almost grazing his head as it flew past. A burnt smell, accompanied by a burning sting, came from Feng Xi's side neck. Feng Xi was greatly alarmed, followed by towering rage. Good. You actually dare to. Before Feng Xi could finish speaking, a gust of wind suddenly rose, and an emerald green shadow abruptly appeared beside him. Before Feng Xi could react, a fist covered in emerald green scales had already solidly struck his face. A colossal force instantly dazed Feng Xi, sending him flying like a meteorite directly into the sea, stirring up a white splash. The next second, to Han Li's dumbfounded expression, the green shadow leaped high into the air, transforming into 100 Zhonglong emerald green jade flood dragon. The jade flood dragon's scales were like jade throughout its body, shimmering with an ethereal glow under the sunlight, appearing exceptionally elegant and noble. A layer of azure dragon-like armor wrapped around its body, layer by layer, along its spine. Between the two pale golden dragon horns on its head, pale golden arcs of electricity flickered, gradually spreading along the metallic spines erected along its spine, covering its entire body. With a whoosh, the azure dragon-like jade flood dragon plunged directly into the sea water. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically, and an enormous waterspout rose from the sea surface. Feng Xi, in his half-fish, half-bird original form, struggled with all his might within the waterspout. However, the innate divine ability of the wind-splitting beast clan was called Wind-Fire Wings. Although they were half-fish and half-bird, they were not adept at water escape, nor were they skilled in combat in water. His opponent, however, was a born jade flood dragon, naturally almost self-taught in all water attribute cultivation techniques, and a little cultivation could make her hundreds of times stronger than other races. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. Having lost the initiative due to a moment of carelessness, no matter how much Feng Xi struggled, he could not escape the encirclement of the waterspout. Yet, the 100 Zhonglong jade flood dragon moved with ease within the waterspout. Emerald green jade flying swords, sparkling with pale golden arcs of electricity, flew towards Feng Xi like a torrential rain, accompanying the jade flood dragon's elegant posture. Enhanced by the water current, the speed of these flying swords almost became streaks of golden green afterimages. Feng Xi, relying on the formidable Yao beast body of a grade 9 demonic beasts, forcibly withstood the immense pressure of the waterspout, wildly flailing his two claws in front of him, tearing the flying swords into pieces. The jade flood dragon was not in a hurry, but rather slowly consumed Feng Xi's stamina, waiting for the opportune moment for a fatal blow. This scene made Han Li's mouth twitch, and he couldn't help but ask the empty space beside him, "Did you bring this guy?" "That's right, new pet, part-time thug." "Not bad, right?" Liu Yun's figure appeared beside Han Li. His eyes scanned him up and down, and he immediately showed an extremely punchable smile. "Old Han, you really messed up, hey." At the mention of this, Han Li's face instantly darkened. All the preparations he had made were for hunting a rank 8 wind-splitting beast. How could he have known that he would be so unlucky as to arrive just as the opponent successfully advanced to 9th grade? As a result, more than half of his preparations hadn't even had a chance to be used before they were countered by the opponent's ghostly speed. If it weren't for the fact that the opponent had a request for him, this time he would have truly been in trouble. "Don't be so quick to gloat. That old demon placed a restriction on me. Help me see what's going on." A faint white light flickered in Liu Yun's eyes, and Liu Yun's number 2 shot out from his glabella, flying directly into Han Li's glabella. Han Li touched his glabella somewhat strangely, then heard Liu Yun's voice resonate within his body. "Found it. This guy is quite resourceful. There's a wind attribute variant spiritual chi circulating with your magical power in your meridians, gradually gathering in your danshan. No wonder you didn't notice it. Wait for me." Liu Yun's No 2's voice paused for a moment, then his small, several-inch-long figure flew out from Han Li's body, holding a ball of white spiritual chi. "Done. This is the thing." Liu Yun's number 2 threw the spiritual chi in his hand to Han Li, then flew back into Liu Yun's glabella. Han Li weighed the wind spiritual chi in his hand, frowned, and then directly dispersed it. He. You actually got caught by something like this. It seems you've really gotten old, and your vigilance is far from what it used to be." Liu Yun's looked at Feng Xi, who was being firmly suppressed by Qing Li, and laughed in an extremely punchable way. Han Li glanced at him expressionlessly, and said indifferently, "Old Liu, I have some bad news. I don't know if I should tell you." Liu Yun's waved his hand with a chuckle and said, "Just say it. I'm very happy right now. Galatron is gone." Liu Yun's grabbed Han Li's collar, his wide eyes instantly filled with bloodshot. "You bastard! Say that again." Chapter 481, Thunder Rockbone Wings. "It's no use glaring at me. The Galatron was dismantled by that old demon, and even my zero armor is gone," Han Li said to Liu Yun's, shrugging helplessly. Liu Yun's looked at Han Li and took a deep breath. "Qing Li, bring this bastard over." Qing Li, who had been happily playing in the water vortex, paused at his words and turned to look at Liu Yun's in confusion. The 2 dragon horns on her head suddenly lit up with a faint golden lightning. Layers of faint golden array patterns gradually covered her azure dragon armor. Driven by spiritual energy, one by one evil warding divine thunder began to leap out from the azure dragon armor, gathering along the metal spikes and into the 2 dragon horns. Feng Xi, seeing the unfavorable situation, flapped his wings to leave, but Qing Li merely thought, and the pressure inside the water vortex suddenly increased several times, fixing Feng Xi in place. Accompanied by the faint golden lightning flashing around her, Qing Li suddenly straightened and let out a high-pitched dragon roar to the sky. The next moment, golden light erupted. Streaks of incredibly violent golden lightning shot out from her dragon horns, instantly transforming the entire water vortex into a golden lightning purgatory. Feng Xi wailed as streaks of golden lightning struck him from all directions, instantly engulfing him. The dazzling golden electric light shone for almost half an hour before gradually dimming. The entire water vortex was almost completely evaporated by the violent lightning. Qing Li's elegant and slender figure turned slightly in the air, and one of her dragon claw threw a lump of charcoal, almost 70% cooked, in front of Liu Yun's. Han Li's eyelids twitched as he thought to himself, as expected of a grade 9 demonic beasts, its vitality is truly tenacious. Even after being struck by the evil warding divine thunder like this, it's still alive. Liu Yun slowly squatted down, looking directly into Feng Xi's eyes. However, the other party wasn't looking at him, but was staring intently at Qing Li, who had transformed back into her human form. A core formation stage flood dragon, actually helping a human, Feng Xi's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Slap. Liu Yun's leaned in and suddenly slapped Feng Xi across the face with the back of his hand. The slap was fast and loud, stunning everyone. "Listen, I'm very angry right now. So, how do you plan to die?" Feng Xi raised his head, his emerald green eyes filled with a look of derision. A violent and powerful spiritual energy gradually brewed within him. He wants to self-detonate his core formation. Qing Li instinctively warned. However, accompanied by a 5-colored stream of light, Feng Xi's expression instantly froze. The violent spiritual energy on his body also subsided. Liu Yun's No 2's figure flew out from between his eyebrows, holding Feng Xi's divine soul in his hand. Liu Yun's curled his lip, raised his hand to cut open Feng Xi's head, and took out the white core formation. A level 9 wind-attributed core formation. Liu Yun's looked at this exceptionally rare core formation, and a pang of sadness immediately filled his heart. Although the Galatron was a product of his immature technology back then, he had used it for so many years that he had developed some feelings for it. The fact that it was inexplicably gone made Liu Yun's feel heartbroken every time he thought about it. Even the core formation in front of him didn't seem so appealing anymore. Liu Yun's, Qing Li, with a smiling face, cheerfully approached, pointing at the core formation in his hand and saying, "This should be my spoils of war, right?" Liu Yun's glanced at her, seeing her expectant expression, and could only point to Han Li beside him and say, "Do you see him? He's a great master of alchemy. Later, we'll get a pill formula and refine this core formation into a medicinal pill for you. It'll be much more effective than simply devouring the core formation. Really? Qing Li looked at Liu Yun's with some distrust. Of course it's true. I wouldn't trick you out of a core formation, would I? Am I that kind of person? Liu Yun said righteously. Han Li silently turned his head, pretending to suddenly have a strong interest in the white clouds above. But I always feel like you are going to trick me again, Qing Li said with some hesitation. Why did he want you to call me over? Liu Yun's directly turned to Han Li and asked. Han Li's lips curved slightly. He reached out and took the storage pouch from Feng Xi's waist. With a slight flip, a white light immediately flew out from the storage pouch and landed at Han Li's feet. The white light dissipated, revealing a pair of bone wings, about a zhang in size, with gleaming white bones. Of these bone wings, one was missing the upper half of the wingtip, while the other was tattered and incomplete. At first glance, these bone wings were terribly damaged. Yet, these remaining bones shimmered with a silver light, exuding a powerful pressure that made one involuntarily solemn. Hiss! Qing Li was startled by this power and instinctively bared her fangs. Her two emerald-green vertical pupils stared intently at the bone wings, as if she had seen something unbelievable. These are the bones of a 10th-level thunder rock that the Yao beast Feng Xi discovered in a ruin, Han Li said to Liu Yun's beside him, a hint of fanaticism in his eyes as he looked at the bone wings. Feng Xi wanted to use these bone wings to refine a pair of wind thunder wings to serve as his second pair of wings. According to him, with the help of this treasure, coupled with his inherent extreme speed, which is among the best in the human realm, he would be able to go anywhere in the vast world. Liu Yun stroked his chin, his eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the tragically damaged bone wings. The wings of a 10th-level thunder rock, what a pity. It would be better if they were more complete. Even if there was a complete skeleton, I could make something good. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly, and he asked with some disappointment, is there no way to repair them? He had coveted Liu Yun's evasion spell for a long time. That ghostly, adaptable fighting style had always been his goal, but his own attainments in evasion spells, well, his attainments in 5 elements spells weren't very good. He was already at the core formation stage, but he hadn't even learned the simplest earth evasion technique among the 5 elements evasion spells. Now, if these bone wings could truly be refined into a magic treasure that would grant him Feng Xi's ghostly speed, as Feng Xi had said, Han Li would never let them go. It's not that there's no way, Liu Yun's reached out and gestured at the missing parts of the bone wings, contemplating, in this situation, it's impossible to use this thing alone as raw material to refine a magic treasure. It's also unrealistic to repair it with other materials, unless we can get the complete wings of a core formation stage bird-type Yao beast. Then I might be able to try repairing this thing. Liu Yun's voice grew softer and softer. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes meeting Han Li's in a strange gaze. Then, both of them simultaneously looked at Feng Xi, who was roasted to 70% doneness on the ground. Hiss, it's a bit charred, but it should still be usable. That works too. Han Li's eyelids twitched, and he asked with great difficulty. Liu Yun's nodded. After all, he was a level 9 demon cultivator. Even if he was charred, he should still be useful, right? Chapter 482, Refining the Wings. Beneath a phosphor fire pond, within Feng Xi's former immortal cave. The two individuals and one flood dragon directly occupied Feng Xi's immortal cave, tidied it up a bit, and prepared to refine Han Li's wind thunder wings. Feng Xi had prepared for this for an unknown number of years. The immortal cave was fully equipped with various auxiliary materials, formations, and artifact refining tools. There were even some special materials that Liu Yun's found a bit novel, likely sourced from the deep sea. These items now benefited the two of them, and even Qing Li got a share. While tidying the immortal cave, they discovered many high-grade demon cores, which they directly packed up and gave to Qing Li. Qing Li, who had originally been conflicted about Feng Xi's demon core, suddenly received such a large bag of demon cores. Her single-threaded mind instantly forgot about the matter. She held the demon cores, eating them one by one, a look of satisfaction on her face. Inside the artifact refining room, Liu Yun's took a deep breath, stretched his fingers, and said to Han Li. I need to use Feng Xi's skeleton first to assemble these thunder rock bone wings. This is a technical job, it will take at least 3 days. Counting the time to refine the wind thunder wings, half a month should be about right. During this time, you should try refining the 9 Ben Spirit Ginseng medicinal pill yourself, I might need it very soon. Han Li looked at him expressionlessly, shaking his head with firm eyes. No need. Medicinal pills can be refined anytime. I'll stay here with you and observe how you refine artifacts. Ah. Liu Yun's was stunned upon hearing this and quickly said. What's there to observe about your artifact refining skill? You've seen my meager abilities before, it's very boring. It's fine, Han Li said, pulling over a meditation mat and sitting down, his eyes fixed on Liu Yun's. I'm not afraid of boredom. You take your time refining, I'll just watch here. The two looked at each other, silent for a very long time. After being tricked by Liu Yun so many times, even if Han Li was slow to learn, he should have understood the bastard's personality by now. When he could avoid being a decent person, Liu Yun's would absolutely not be a decent person. If he dared to leave this room today, Liu Yun's would dare to make him a pair of colorful, dazzling big wings, and they'd even automatically play music. They say the most terrifying fear in the world is one's own imagination, but Han Li's fear was even worse, because every time Liu Yun's created something, it would shatter all his imagination. So today, Even if the 2 sages of the Star Palace, plus the 6 Paths Extreme Sage and Third Antwan, came knocking, he wouldn't take half a step out of this room. Liu Yun's clicked his tongue, a little annoyed. This was a bit tricky. He still wanted to imprint Sailor Moon and the Ninja Turtles, who could automatically sing and perform pole dancing strip teases, onto the Wind Thunder wings, but with Han Li watching, it would be difficult. The two stared at each other, neither taking a step back. Well, alright, if you want to watch, then watch. Liu Yun's curled his lip, a plan forming in his mind. He took out Feng Xi's charred wings, continuously forming hand seals, and streams of spiritual qi emerged, slowly clearing away all the flesh and meridians. After about half an hour, a complete pair of wind-splitting beast bone wings appeared before them. Phew, Liu Yun's let out a long breath and said with a smile. Good luck, although the outer feathers and flesh are charred, the skeleton is still intact. Han Li smiled and nodded, his eyes fixed on him, not relaxing in the slightest. TCH. Liu Yun's didn't even bother to act anymore, directly pouting his lips. With a flick of his single hand, the broken thunder rock bone wings appeared above the wind-splitting beast bone wings. Next is purely technical work. Don't interrupt me casually. Liu Yun's reminded Han Li, then took a deep breath, flicking his 10 fingers. Streaks of sharp golden light shot out. The thunder rock bone wings were cut into more than a dozen pieces along the bone seams by several golden lights. Liu Yun's powerful divine sense was then released, like an invisible giant hand, beginning to assemble the thunder rock bone wings piece by piece. For Liu Yun's, a grandmaster plastic model hobbyist, this kind of operation was basic. It only took him about half a day to assemble a pair of main body intact wings with a missing middle section using these broken bones. It looked like. Are you sure these aren't chicken wings? Han Li's mouth twitched wildly, and he couldn't help but jump up and ask Liu Yun's. The thunder rock bone wings, reassembled by Liu Yun's, looked exactly like chicken wings that had been picked clean. Only, they were entirely silver white, still exuding an extremely strong imposing aura. But no matter how strong its imposing aura, these were still a pair of chicken wings. What's wrong with chicken wings? Looking down on chicken wings? The structure of chicken wings is both reasonable and labor-saving. What right do you have to look down on chicken wings? Besides, isn't it still not finished? Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and said unceremoniously. Han Li took a deep breath and slowly sat back down. He secretly vowed that if Liu Yun's dared to make him go out with a pair of chicken wings, he would fight Liu Yun's to the death. Liu Yun's ignored him, simply pointing his single hand at the wind-splitting beast bone wings in front of him. The formation beneath his feet lit up with spiritual light, and an invisible force instantly applied itself to the bone wings. It was as if 2 invisible heavy hammers suddenly appeared, clamping the bone wings between them and slowly pounding them. The bone wings gradually began to deform and stretch, yet without the slightest damage. A day later, the bone wings in front of them had become flat and stretched several jong long, appearing several times larger than the thunder rock bone wings. Only then did Liu Yun's nod in satisfaction. He pressed his hands to the ground, and a silver-white spiritual light suddenly shot out, heading straight for the thunder rock bone wings. With a flash of silver light, the thunder rock bone wings were instantly covered with tiny silver-white lightning, emitting a crackling strange sound. Immediately after, Liu Yun's exhaled lightly, somewhat reluctantly taking out a few milky white mid-grade spirit stones. Remember this, you owe me 5 wind attribute spirit stones. Liu Yun said with a sneer. Han Li waved his hand casually, completely ignoring Liu Yun's words, his eyes still fixed intently on the bone wings in front of him. Tisk. Liu Yun said no more. With a gesture of his hands, a powerful wind spiritual power immediately surged from the few spirit stones, controlled by Liu Yun's, and flew towards the wind-splitting beast bone wings. In an instant, wind and thunder intertwined. Streaks of fine wind threads and silver-white lightning actually shot out on their own, weaving together in the air, neither giving way. Liu Yun's pointed with one hand, and another silver-white spiritual light shot into the thunder rock bone wings. In an instant, thunder roared. The silver-white lightning suddenly became incredibly thick, instantly overpowering the wind threads, and directly struck the wind-splitting beast bone wings. The wind-splitting beast bone wings trembled slightly, and the already extremely thin bones instantly shattered. Chapter 483, Azure Flame Wine. Han Li immediately looked at Liu Yun's with some tension. However, Liu Yun's showed no unusual expression at all, instead, the corner of his mouth curved up, and his divine sense stirred slightly, causing 2 pre-engraved runes to light up on the thunder rock bone wings. In an instant, a large amount of wind attribute spiritual chi was drawn to it, transforming into 2 small whirlwinds that enveloped the thunder rock bone wings. The shattered wind-splitting beast bone wings were also swept in. Threads of wind spiritual chi formed into strands, connecting each fragment of bone, and transforming into a layered, bone-like wing membrane that covered the thunder rock skeleton. The 2 skeletons merged into one, forming a massive bone wing, 10 feet long, exuding a primal aura as if from ancient times. For a moment, the sounds of wind and thunder roared, and the 2 different attributes of spiritual chi actually began to clash, even showing faint signs of tearing the entire skeleton apart. Liu Yun's waved his sleeve, flinging out several exotic seal characters, forcibly sealing the 2 types of spiritual chi within the bone wings, and then began to engrave profound spirit patterns onto the bone wings. The power of wind and thunder gradually subsided and began to merge, forming a white spiritual chi resembling thunderclouds. Liu Yun's pointed at the bone wings and said to Han Li, "Evil warding divine thunder." Han Li immediately understood. He released streams of evil warding divine thunder from his hand, which submerged into the bone wings. Spirit patterns lit up in response, frantically absorbing Han Li's evil warding divine thunder, and gradually extending into ethereal, pale golden feathers. Alright, this is about enough. Liu Yun stopped Han Li and continued, the main body of these wind thunder wings is formed by fusing the skeletons of a level 10 thunder rock and a 9th level wind splitting beast. Essentially, it's a dual wind thunder attribute magic treasure. Now, with the evil warding divine thunder as feathers, it still needs another type of sufficiently pure wind attribute spiritual chi to completely stabilize this treasure. As Liu Yun spoke, he pulled out Feng Xi's demon core. He pointed outside the artifact refining room and said to Han Li, remember, you owe her a 9th grade demon cores. You'll have to return it someday. Han Li's mouth twitched. An 8th level demonic beast was already a rare sight. A grade 9 demonic beasts? Where was he supposed to find one? Liu Yun flicked his wrist, and the demon core in his hand followed his divine sense, flying directly onto the bone wings. With a bang. Under Liu Yun's control, the demon core instantly shattered, transforming into an incredibly pure, milky white spiritual chi that flowed into the pale golden wings. Thunder as quills, spirit wind as feathers. As wind and thunder intertwined, feathers with white shafts and pale golden barbs gradually solidified. The power of wind and thunder perfectly merged. The pale golden wings floated in the air, exuding astonishing spiritual chi, appearing incredibly elegant and luxurious. For a moment, Han Li was utterly mesmerized. Suddenly, Han Li sharply turned his head. Liu Yun was taking out a spirit brush from his storage pouch, caught red-handed by Han Li, and stood frozen in place. What do you want to do? Han Li asked expressionlessly. Liu Yun looked up, his expression normal, and pointed at the wind thunder wings in the air. As you can see, the wind thunder feathers on this magic treasure are still unstable. I'll add a little something to help them stabilize faster. Liu Yun's gaze was exceptionally sincere, but Han Li merely stared at him coldly, without a word. No need. This thing looks mostly complete. I can handle the rest myself, Han Li said expressionlessly. Tisk. Liu Yun clicked his tongue, a bit unwilling, and was directly chased out of the artifact refining room by Han Li. Qing Li was sprawled on a rocking chair in the Immortal Cave's main hall, one hand holding a half-eaten demon core, the other holding a wine pot that looked like it was made of jade, eating a bite of demon core and taking a sip of wine, extremely happy. Seeing Liu Yun come out, she immediately waved at him cheerfully, even extending the wine pot in her hand. Liu Yun. Come here and look, I've got something good. Liu Yun was startled and quickly approached curiously. He and Han Li had practically turned the place upside down earlier and found nothing else, yet this fellow had somehow pulled out another pot of wine. Where did you find it? Liu Yun asked curiously, simultaneously opening the wine pot, and an incredibly pure spiritual chi instantly spread out. Qing Li pointed above her head. A large luminous pearl, originally used for illumination, had now been split in two, revealing a small, not so large space inside. Before, I felt like I'd forgotten something. Only after you two went and did I remember that the wind-splitting beast clan isn't famous for its so-called extreme speed, but for this azure flame wine. Qing Li chuckled. This fellow wasn't very clever to begin with, and now, slightly tipsy, she looked even dumber. Speaking of speed, while the wind-fire wings of the wind-splitting beast clan are fast, if you look across the entire chaotic star sea, they're only about top 10 among Yao beasts. There are many faster than them. But this azure flame wine is unique. They say that just the raw materials for this azure flame wine require at least one inner core from a shape-shifting stage demon cultivator to refine. It has the miraculous effect of stimulating true essence and increasing cultivation. Of course, this effect isn't that significant for shape-shifting stage demon cultivators, but it's still much better than directly gnawing on demon cores. Liu Yun took a couple of curious glances, then returned the half-empty azure flame wine to Qing Li. This, in turn, startled Qing Li so much that she sobered up. What are you doing? Qing Li jumped up, looking at him warily. You didn't snatch this azure flame wine? Who are you? What do you want? Who sent you? Liu Yun's eyelid twitched. He wanted to punch her, but he held back. There was no other way. Given her physical body's strength, if he threw that punch, he would only be the one getting hurt. My old armor is gone. I need to make a new set during this time. You watch outside. If any of Feng Xi's friends or clansmen come knocking. Qing Li quickly nodded and said, I understand. Stabilize them first, then immediately notify you, and we'll take them down together. Liu Yun nodded in satisfaction. A teachable child indeed. He wondered what grew on the ancestral grave of the Flood Dragon clan to produce such a descendant. Liu Yun gave a few final instructions, took out 2 sets of formations, handed them to Qing Li to set up, and then found a quiet room to begin crafting a new set of armor for himself. The artifact refining room door was tightly shut, and a month passed in a flash. When Han Li finally emerged from the artifact refining room with a joyful expression, he happened to see Liu Yun, dressed in a black mechanical suit of armor, arm wrestling with Qing Li. This sight made Han Li freeze on the spot, even beginning to wonder if he had overdrawn his magical power too severely this past month, leading to hallucinations. A human arm wrestling with a humanoid flood dragon, and from the looks of it, Qing Li was actually at a disadvantage. The original text said that such things, brewed from demon cores above rank 8 and various heaven and earth treasure, could only satisfy the cravings of Yao beasts, which I personally found too absurd, so I changed it. Chapter 484 Xiao Cha. A man and a flood dragon sat opposite each other. The black mechanism and the emerald green flood dragon claw were clasped together, two terrifying forces refusing to yield on the jade table, which was only a few feet square. The surface of the jade table was already covered in countless cracks, and it was unclear when it would shatter into a pile of rubble. Qingli stared, her eyes wide, adding more force with an incredulous expression, yet the stalemate persisted. After another period of deadlock between the man and the flood dragon, Liu Yun's expression suddenly changed. The mechanism in his palm instantly transformed, shrinking by a full circle out of thin air, and directly slipped from Qingli's hand. Qingli, unable to retract her strength in time, slammed her arm down with a boom, shattering the jade table. She instantly lost her balance and fell from the stool, her hard flood dragon head directly creating a large pit in the ground. Liu Yun's raised his palm, looking at a barely perceptible crack on it, and sighed helplessly. It was rushed, after all, so the quality is still a bit lacking. Qingli stood up with a whoosh, glaring fiercely at Liu Yun's, her sharp fangs grinding together with a gag sound. Liu Yun's casually handed her a mechanical glove that looked incredibly similar to the one on his own hand, except it was emerald green and a full size larger. Qingli took the glove, put it on, and instantly brightened up with a wide smile. This scene greatly astonished Han Li. On one hand, he marveled at Liu Yun's miraculous creations, capable of allowing a human and a flood dragon to arm wrestle. On the other hand, this flood dragon was incredibly easy to fool. He wondered where Liu Yun's had conned her from? Could he get one too? Old Han, you're out, Liu Yun's greeted with a chuckle. Are the wind thunder wings ready? At these words, Han Li's originally happy expression instantly fell. What did he do? Why did he ask? Why was he so happy? Was there some hidden trick he hadn't discovered? It's ready, Han Li said expressionlessly. That's good. My armor is also fine. Let's find a teleportation array to return to the inner sea first, and we can discuss the rest later. When this matter was brought up, Han Li couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This might be a bit difficult. According to Feng Xi, as early as 20 years ago, the Yao beasts in the sea abyss began to purge human islands. Recently, the clan chief of the 10,000 Jiangxi King clan issued another order for a large number of Yao beasts to attack human islands. Now, in this sea area, it's almost impossible to find humans. Is that so? Liu Yun's also looked a bit troubled. In fact, with his current spatial formation attainments, creating a teleportation array himself wasn't difficult. But the problem was, if he couldn't bind to the teleportation array on the inner sea side, even a one-way teleportation array would be meaningless. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Liu Yun's. Let's find a former human island, Liu Yun suggested. Typical human islands would have teleportation arrays leading to the inner sea. Even if they've been destroyed by those Yao beasts, I can repair them in a very short time. However, there's a small problem. Han Li had initially found Liu Yun's plan quite reliable, but then he saw the slightly embarrassed expression on his face. Han Li's heart suddenly sank. Due to some misunderstandings, I had a minor conflict with the 10,000 Jiangxi King clan and the Flood Dragon clan. But it's not a big problem, I didn't show my face. If we act quickly and avoid being cornered by a group of transformed flood dragons or Suani beasts, then there won't be any issues. What exactly did you do this time? To attract a group of transformed heaven and earth spirit beasts to corner you. Liu Yun spread his hands and said to Han Li, it's nothing major. It's mainly that old Suani is narrow-minded. Let's not stoop to his level. It's over. Something truly big has happened. Liu Yun's didn't explain clearly, directly pulling Han Li and leaving the phosphor fire pond. Before coming, Han Li had specifically visited several surrounding islands to search for human cultivators. He actually found a hidden human gathering place, but because it was only a temporary one, there was no teleportation array. The two decided to go there first to inquire about any abandoned human islands in the surrounding sea area, and also to ask about any movements of the Reverse Star Alliance. As an independent force with considerable strength, separate from the Star Palace's rule, outer sea cultivators would almost certainly be courted by the Reverse Star Alliance. However, based on the information the two had gathered so far, apart from the Miao insect that Liu Yun's had casually eliminated, the Reverse Star Alliance seemed to have made no attempts to win over outer sea cultivator forces. Of course, it was also possible that these people had tried, but had bad luck and encountered a beast tide. Regardless, Liu Yun's was now a major criminal of the Reverse Star Alliance. To prevent being targeted as soon as they returned to the inner sea, it was only right to gather information about the Reverse Star Alliance beforehand. Furthermore, if they couldn't find a damaged teleportation array, or if the teleportation array was completely obliterated by Yao beasts, then the Reverse Star Alliance might be their greatest hope for returning to the inner sea. After all, such a large organization, having sent people to the outer sea, couldn't possibly not leave a fallback plan. After discussing all the details, the two set off for the human gathering place Han Li had discovered. It was a barren island, seemingly devoid of any spiritual qi. The two men and one flood dragon flew for more than half a month before arriving above this barren island. After putting Qingli into his spirit beast pouch, Han Li and Liu Yun's descended onto the barren island together. As soon as Han Li landed, he skillfully found a cliff and knocked on a withered tree within it. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the bottom of the cliff suddenly sank, revealing an underground entrance a few feet square. Mortal mechanical arts, these people are quite resourceful, Liu Yun's praised with a smile. If it were formation or restriction techniques, no matter how cleverly concealed, they couldn't avoid the leakage of spiritual qi. But the mechanical arts of mortals were different, unless one meticulously searched with divine sense, ordinary Yao beasts and cultivators would have no way of detecting them. The two walked down the steps after entering. After a few steps, they saw an old man, whose cultivation was probably only at the foundation establishment mid-stage, sitting on the ground, his eyes faintly gleaming in the darkness. So, Senior Li has arrived, the old man said, smiling and standing up as soon as he saw the middle-aged man appearance Han Li had disguised himself with, respectfully bowing to Han Li. But then he noticed the dark-faced burly man Liu Yun's had disguised himself as. After a slight roll of his eyes, he smiled and asked Liu Yun's. May I ask this senior's esteemed name? Could you please inform this junior? So that this junior can report to those above. Liu Yun's glanced at him and said expressionlessly. Xiao Cha. Chapter 485, Trade Fair. So it's Senior Xiao. Junior Pei Yuan greets Senior. The old man bowed deeply to Liu Yun's and said with a smile. After the greeting, the old man stepped aside, lightly tapped the meditation cushion with his foot, and the stone wall behind him slowly rose automatically, revealing a spacious area inside. Please, two seniors. The two didn't hesitate and walked straight in. Liu Yun's followed Han Li, curious, and looked around. What appeared before him was a market hidden within the mountain wall. Someone had secretly hollowed out the entire mountain, creating a space that wasn't too large, barely accommodating 20-odd rooms. The number of people inside was pitifully small. Liu Yun's divine sense swept over and only found 20-odd foundation establishment cultivators and 2 core formation cultivators. Many of the foundation establishment cultivators were setting up stalls on the spot, exchanging things with other cultivators. The 2 core formation cultivators were hidden in a small room, doing who knows what. Liu Yun's and Han Li exchanged glances, not concealing their core formation stage cultivation, and swaggered directly towards the small room where the 2 core formation cultivators were located. Before they even arrived, their figures were already captured by the other party's divine sense. The door to the small room instantly opened out of thin air, and 2 cultivators, one male and one female, walked out, looking at the two with a hint of vigilance in their eyes. The man looked to be in his early 30s, with a refined demeanor and handsome features. The woman's appearance was ordinary, but there was a hint of heroism between her brows, leaving a deep impression at first glance. Both were dressed in emerald green robes, with a faint spiritual light shimmering on them, which were actually 2 magical artifacts of no low rank. Liu Yun's casually glanced at them, then his lips curved into a smile as he cupped his hands and said. I didn't expect to see disciples of the wonderful Dharma sect here. The two on the opposite side were stunned upon hearing this, and the woman immediately stepped forward and asked, Fellow deist, what do you mean by that? Feeling the faint guard and hostility from the two opposite, Liu Yun's quickly waved his hand and said. Don't misunderstand, too. I once visited Blackstone City and met a few fellow deists from the wonderful Dharma sect. Your sect's cultivation technique left a deep impression on me. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, the man and woman immediately exchanged glances, slightly reining in their aura. The wonderful Dharma sect, like the Azure Cloud sect, was once a major power stationed on Kiwan Island. However, this sect was relatively unlucky. The only nascent soul elder in the sect, true person Sifa, had ventured deep into the sea abyss with several other nascent soul old monsters to investigate when the abyss Yao beasts first began to stir. As a result, everyone else escaped, but he was struck down, his physical body destroyed, with only his nascent soul fleeing. Although he eventually found a suitable body for possession, the wonderful Dharma sect inevitably declined. Coupled with the changes in the abyss which caused Kiwan Island to lose its reason for existence, all the forces on the island found it increasingly difficult to survive. Under these circumstances, the wonderful Dharma sect naturally became the first major force to be eliminated, forced to leave Blackstone City and search for other habitable islands in the outer sea. But because of this, they avoided the disaster when Miao He went berserk and hunted down the cultivators of the major forces on the island. They also avoided the subsequent beast tide when the abyss Yao beasts invaded in large numbers. From this perspective, the wonderful Dharma sect seems to be the major force on Kiwan Island whose strength is best preserved. Fellow deist is joking. By now, there is no wonderful Dharma sect anymore. My wife and I are just loose cultivators adrift in the outer sea, merely temporarily residing here. The man said to Liu Yun's with a bitter smile and a gentle demeanor. Hearing the man's words, Han Li frowned slightly in confusion and asked him. Is fellow deist not the owner of this place? The last time he came, he noticed these 2 core formation cultivators, one male and one female, guarding this place. It was just that he was in a hurry at the time, so he didn't go up to greet them. Now that he had come again and saw the 2 of them here, he naturally thought they were the owners of this place. However, from the man's words, it seemed this was not the case. Of course not. The man quickly waved his hand and said. My wife and I are only temporarily residing here, the owner of this place is someone else. The man said with a smile, his eyes suddenly moving imperceptibly. The woman beside him raised her delicate eyebrows and suddenly smiled at the two, saying. My wife and I are here partly entrusted by the owner of this place to look after it, and partly because in 5 days, the owner of this place will organize a trade fair among core formation cultivators. I wonder if 2 fellow deists are interested. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's and Han Li immediately exchanged glances. Turning his head, Liu Yun smiled at the two and said, Very well, my senior brother and I happen to have some urgently needed items. I just don't know if the owner of this place will show up at the trade fair. The man and woman immediately showed joy, and the man spoke first to Liu Yun's. That is natural. This trade fair was organized by the owner of this place. Two fellow deists can rest here for a few days and wait for the trade fair to begin. The two smiled and nodded, following the man and woman to a somewhat rough stone pavilion. The several people politely bid farewell, and Han Li and Liu Yun's watched the man and woman leave. How is it? Han Li's face still held that friendly smile, and he asked without turning his head. Liu Yun's smile remained unchanged, and Liu Yun's number 2, with his several inch-long body, flew out from between his eyebrows. I've gone through everything. In their memories, the owner of this place is very mysterious, so the two of them don't know much. But it's certain that the owner of this place is indeed someone from the Reverse Star Alliance. After their sect disbanded, these two met the owner of this place. He recruited them under his command with the promise of returning to the inner sea as a bargaining chip, mainly responsible for helping him recruit people. Over the years, the two of them have recruited 3 core formation cultivators. Originally, they wanted to observe you two a bit longer before deciding whether to recruit you. However, I subtly tampered with their divine souls, leaving them with the impression that you two would be of great help in getting them back to the inner sea. They should be going back to contact the owner of this place now. Well done. Liu Yun's smile became even brighter. I knew it. Opening a market under these circumstances, the benefits and risks are completely disproportionate, unless there's another motive. Han Li's eyes suddenly turned cold. What exactly does this Reverse Star Alliance person want to do? Liu Yun stroked his chin and said with a smile, 8 times out of 10, it has something to do with the teleportation array for returning to the inner sea. We don't need to rush, once the owner of this place arrives, everything will be clear. Han Li nodded in agreement, his tightly furrowed brows relaxing slightly. Chapter 486, Beast Island. Over the next few days, Liu Yun's made his final adjustments to his armor, while Han Li secretly slipped out to test the capabilities of his Wind Thunder wings. Judging by the look of joy on his face when he returned, he must have been very satisfied with the results. Liu Yun's merely smiled at this, saying nothing. However, this inexplicably weighed on Han Li's heart, making him feel as if he had overlooked something important. In Han Li's heavy mood, 5 days passed in a flash. Early this morning, just as Han Li finished testing the speed of his Wind Thunder wings, his powerful divine sense detected 3 core formation stage auras, flying towards their location together. Han Li immediately contacted Liu Yun's, and then, with a blur before his eyes, Liu Yun's figure, accompanied by a yellow light, appeared at the very top of the desolate island. This exquisite earth escape technique filled Han Li with envy. Although he could now rely on his Wind Thunder wings to perform incredibly mysterious escape techniques, it still couldn't compare to Liu Yun's miraculous and unconstrained escape method. Liu Yun's looked up and met Han Li's gaze. The two of them simultaneously transformed into escape lights and flew to meet them. They had no interest in attending a core formation stage cultivator's trade fair. Perhaps a nascent soul level trade fair might pique Liu Yun's interest. But within the core formation realm, there was truly nothing that could move him. The 3 people opposite immediately noticed the 2 who were not concealing themselves. The 3 quickly stopped, each becoming cautiously vigilant. Although the outer sea was currently a special environment where Yao beasts indiscriminately hunted human cultivators, it still didn't change the habit of some people to kill others for their treasures. For such people, their own kind were always easier to deal with than Yao beasts. Before the 2 could get close, the leading cultivator among the 3 opposite suddenly shouted loudly. 2 fellow deists, are you looking for us 3? Liu Yun's and Han Li stopped, carefully scrutinizing the 3 people opposite. The leader's spiritual chi was restrained throughout his body, and his cultivation was on par with Liu Yun's, both at the false nascent soul realm, the peak of core formation. He wore a wide black robe that completely concealed his entire body. His aura was long and profound, yet it carried an indescribable chilling evil chi. The other 2, one at the early core formation stage and the other at the middle core formation stage, appeared to be in their 40s and bore a striking resemblance, seemingly a pair of brothers. Indeed, we have something to discuss with you, Liu Yun said with a smile. On his original face, this expression would have carried a foxy cunning, which, while slightly unsettling, wouldn't have caused any real ill will. But on his current face, that of a burly, dark-faced man who looked like he could devour at least 3 children per meal, it appeared exceptionally terrifying, causing the brothers opposite to instinctively frown. The leader showed no unusual reaction, only continuing in a deep voice, is that so? But it seems I am unacquainted with you 2 fellow deists. Mid-sentence, the black-robed person suddenly paused, as if something had abruptly occurred to him, and he mused to the 2 behind him, 2 fellow deist Yun, you 2 go ahead first. I have some matters to discuss in detail with these 2 fellow deists. Upon hearing the black-robed person's words, the brothers' eyes widened in disbelief, but after a moment's thought, they said nothing more. They politely bid farewell to the 3 and flew directly into the desolate island. Once the 2 had left, the black-robed person impatiently asked, has someone from the alliance arrived? Han Li's eyelids twitched, and he looked at Liu Yun's beside him with a hint of alarm. Liu Yun's expression remained unchanged. He nodded with a smile and said, yes, yes, yes. Everything you said is correct. That's great. Someone has finally arrived. All these years, The black-robed person seemed to genuinely believe that the 2 were from the Reverse Star Alliance sent to rendezvous with him. He immediately pulled the 2 aside and began to pour out his grievances, recounting his experiences over the years like spilling beans from a bamboo tube. From receiving a mission from the Reverse Star Alliance and coming to the Outer Sea years ago, only to encounter a beast tide and lose contact with everyone else. To finally finding a discarded teleportation array within the Reverse Star Alliance, only to discover that the island where the teleportation array was located was occupied by several 7th level demon beasts. And all the chaotic things like his fruitless attempts to contact other Reverse Star Alliance cultivators over the years, fighting alone, and almost being devoured by Yao beasts several times. The more this person spoke, the more agitated he became, and the more horrified Han Li became, staring blankly at Liu Yun's. Finally, when the emotional black-robed person directly revealed the location of the island where the teleportation array was, a glint flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. With a whoosh, the black-robed person suddenly closed his mouth, falling downwards as if he had lost consciousness. Liu Yun's raised his hand to seize him and instructed, erase all memories related to the teleportation array from this person's mind, and then deal with the memories of those few people on the island. No problem, right? The black-robed person's eyes rolled back, and the voice of Liu Yun's number 2 came from within his body. Can't you just raise your hand and kill these people directly? Do you take me for a psychotic serial killer? Get to work, quickly. TCH. The black-robed person's body moved somewhat stiffly, taking flight in an escape lights and heading straight for the desolate island. After a while, a 5-colored stream of light flew over and disappeared into Liu Yun's sklabella. It's done. Next time, don't give me such troublesome tasks. Liu Yun's grinned, saying nothing. He called out to Han Li and then headed straight for the island the black-robed person had mentioned. On the way, Liu Yun's also released Qing Li. In this vast sea, he and Han Li, 2 human cultivators, were not very safe and could easily attract trouble. But with Qing Li by their side, it was different. The aura of an 8th rank flood dragon was enough to deter almost all trouble at sea. Indeed, with Qing Li's aura fully unleashed, the group encountered no short-sighted Yao beasts and smoothly arrived above the island. This was a small island, and its terrain was not complicated. Apart from the lush vegetation on the island, there was only a slender mountain range running north to south through the island, and within the mountain range was a decent spiritual vein. Traces of human habitation could vaguely be seen on the mountain range, but now, only a few 7th level demon beasts were entrenched on the island. Something's not right. Generally speaking, such a small island isn't even large enough for one 7th level demon beast to inhabit. How could there be several 7th level demon beasts coexisting here? And they haven't even fought each other, Han Li asked in a deep voice. Liu Yun's also noticed the anomaly and turned to look at Qing Li beside him. It's your turn. Go down and ask what's going on. Hey. Qing Li froze, pointing to herself in disbelief. You mean me? I don't understand what they're saying either. Chapter 487, Teleportation Array. Just now, when the 2 people and 1 flood dragon scanned the island with their divine sense, they both discovered that a small area in the center of the island was protected by a restriction, preventing divine sense from entering. On an island occupied by Yao beasts, there was actually a human restriction remaining. Unusual occurrences often hide something sinister, and this discovery immediately put everyone on high alert. It also made Liu Yun's consider having Qing Li go first. Aren't you all Yao beasts? Why can't you communicate? Liu Yun's asked, somewhat puzzled. I'll say it again, I'm a demonic cultivator. Those are Yao beasts. I've already shapeshifted, so why do you still treat me as one of them? When you're free, do you go and try to bond with monkeys? Qing Li gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Liu Yun's and Qing Li stared at each other for a while. In the end, a weary Liu Yun's gave up first, sighing deeply as he said to Qing Li. If you can't communicate, just let out a roar and scare them away, can't you? Qing Li immediately pursed her lips, looking at him incredulously. Aren't you still treating me like a Yao beast? No, wait. Just roaring when there's nothing wrong, that's what wild beasts do. What exactly am I in your eyes? You two, stop arguing, Han Li finally couldn't bear it anymore. It's clear there's something wrong with the island below. Let's work together and clear out all the 7th level demon beasts inside first. After saying that, Han Li didn't wait for their response. With a flap of his wind thunder wings, he transformed into a gentle breeze and silently infiltrated the island. After Liu Yun's refinement, perfectly integrating the wind and thunder attributes, Han Li only needed to use his magical power to activate 2 types of escape techniques, wind and thunder, with the help of the wind thunder wings. Both were incredibly profound. Liu Yun's glanced at Qing Li. Under his silent gaze, Qing Li could only make a bitter face and fly to the island. Liu Yun's figure then disappeared. Half an hour later, the 2 people and 1 flood dragon met in the center of the island, in front of the area that could not be detected by divine sense. 5 7th level demon beasts in total, surrounding this island impenetrably. Han Li slowly exhaled, cautiously looking at the dark cave entrance before them. There's definitely something wrong. Liu Yun's, can you break this restriction first? White light flickered in Liu Yun's eyes, and he silently nodded. Breaking this restriction is simple, but the tricky part is how to break it without alerting any potential ambush inside. As Liu Yun spoke, he once again looked at Qing Li, who seemed to be listening intently but was actually not paying attention to what they were saying. Among us, your cultivation is the highest, and you're also a Yao beast. Why don't you go in and scout first? If you find anything, come out and tell us immediately. Qing Li froze, instinctively stepping back a few paces, protecting her chest with her hands as she said to Liu Yun's. You're using me as cannon fodder. What if there's danger inside and I die? You're an 8th rank flood dragon, it's hard for you to die, so how could you easily get into an accident? Besides, you're from the flood dragon clan, after all. Even if there's an ambush inside, can't you just talk to them properly? Liu Yun's was completely unmoved by Qing Li's complaints. He waved his hand and said casually. If there's really any danger, just shout, and the two of us will rush in to save you immediately. Is that acceptable? Qing Li was stunned for a moment, wanting to retort, but she felt that Liu Yun's words were watertight and logically flawless. Then you two must remember to rush in and save me, Qing Li said, trembling with fear. Don't worry. We are all righteous people. We would never abandon you inside. Liu Yun's patted his chest, forcefully pulling in Han Li, who was unwilling to engage with them, to guarantee. Qing Li felt a little relieved, then turned her head to look at the dark cave entrance, swallowing nervously. After a while, Qing Li activated her azure dragon armor, and steel spikes bristled, while faint golden lightning crackled and flashed on her dragon horns and spine, emitting bright electric light. She then took out the mechanical gloves Liu Yun's had given her from her storage pouch. With a whirring sound of machinery transforming, the emerald green gloves attached to Qing Li's claws, turning into two jade-like dragon claws. With these preparations, Qing Li bravely stepped into the cave entrance. After a while, no sound came from the cave entrance. Han Li's face couldn't help but show a solemn expression, while Liu Yun still looked as if nothing bothered him. Until Liu Yun's No 2's voice sounded in their ears. All right, come in. There's no danger here. Han Li looked at Liu Yun's in surprise, and Liu Yun's returned a smile, then stepped inside. The two passed through a very short passage, and suddenly, a soft light illuminated before their eyes. Following the light, they saw a space that wasn't very large, only about a few jong in circumference. A bright pearl overhead illuminated the entire space. There was no furniture inside the space, only a few small piles of materials scattered around, surrounding the teleportation array in the center. And Qing Li stood beside the teleportation array, staring at the teleportation array on the ground with a look of disbelief. Liu Yun's walked up in a few steps, also looking at the teleportation array, his expression instantly becoming solemn. What's going on? Han Li scanned the surroundings, asking somewhat confusedly. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, pointing at the teleportation array on the ground that was clearly half repaired, and said. Old Han, something's not right. Someone is repairing a teleportation array for the Yao beasts here. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, Han Li was instantly stunned, then felt his scalp tingle. At a time when Star Palace and Reverse Star Alliance were fiercely fighting in the inner sea, what would be the consequences if Yao beasts, unbeknownst to everyone, had a teleportation array that could directly lead to the inner sea? Just thinking about it made Han Li feel a chill down his spine. No. It's not a person. Qing Li suddenly spoke. The two looked at her in surprise. From a racial standpoint, Qing Li's words were certainly not an insult, so. The one repairing this teleportation array is a Yao beast, Qing Li said, wiggling her nose, and then said to Liu Yun's in disbelief, and, it's an 8th rank Suani beast. Hearing this, Liu Yun's and Han Li exchanged glances, both seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. Yao beasts had learned formation. And it was a long-distance teleportation array, which was quite difficult. Normally, it wasn't surprising for shape-shifted demonic beasts to learn human techniques. After all, shape-shifted demonic beasts' intelligence was no different from humans, and they lived longer, having more time to study and learn. However, under the conscious blockade of humans, most of these Yao beasts couldn't learn anything important. Even if they were lucky enough to have the opportunity to learn truly profound theories, their long-standing concepts and habits, which were completely different from humans, prevented them from truly going far down this path. It was like asking an old professor who had studied ancient poetry all his life to learn advanced mathematics. They could learn, but their specialty didn't match, and how much they could learn was entirely up to fate. And now, it seemed that a prodigy had appeared among the Yao beasts, capable of repairing a teleportation array, and from what Liu Yun saw, he was doing quite well. The amount of information revealed behind this matter made the two humans present feel their hairs stand on end, a chill rising from their hearts. Chapter 488 Teleportation. Something's wrong. The core technology for long-distance teleportation isn't the teleportation array, but the teleportation talisman. This technology is heavily guarded by the Star Palace, even the Reverse Star Alliance can only use the teleportation talismans they've accumulated from before. How did these Yao beasts get the technology for teleportation talismans? Han Li muttered to himself, a look of disbelief on his face. Liu Yun's pondered for a moment, then said with a grave expression, the Yao beasts have been hunting human cultivators for some time now. It's inevitable that some teleportation talismans would fall into their hands. While the number may not be large, if even a portion of shape-shifted demonic beasts successfully enter the inner sea, it would be a major disaster for the current situation in the inner sea. In the past, when the Star Palace dominated the inner sea, these Yao beasts daring to sneak into the inner sea would be courting death. Under the Star Palace's coordination, they would face an all-out, no-holds-barred encirclement and slaughter by all human forces in the inner sea. But now, the great war between the Star Palace and the Reverse Star Alliance has thrown the entire inner sea into chaos. If another group of shape-shifted demonic beasts were to get involved, then truly, something big would happen. Tisk. In this situation, both the Star Palace and the Reverse Star Alliance should have contingency plans. I just don't know how these people intend to handle it, Liu Yun's muttered, stroking his chin. Generally speaking, the Star Palace strictly controls internal teleportation talismans and would never easily leak them. However, as the Star Palace developed, besides external pressures from major powers like the Myriad Law sect and Holy Demon Island, internal corruption and factionalism were also important factors forcing the two sages of the Star Palace to push the situation to its current state. Some major powers, including the main forces within the Reverse Star Alliance and several major powers on Kiwan Island, all held a varying number of teleportation talismans. Even some mid-sized powers with extensive connections could directly purchase some if they had enough spirit stones. And it's likely that a portion of the teleportation talismans belonging to those powers on Kiwan Island have already been acquired by Yao beasts. As long as the two sages of the Star Palace aren't foolish, they should know that this possibility would always exist from the moment they tacitly allowed Kiwan Island to exist. So, at the very least, the Star Palace must have a contingency plan for this situation. It's just unknown whether, in the midst of their great war with the Reverse Star Alliance, the Star Palace still has the energy to implement this plan. Lu Yuns, what do we do now? Qing Li asked, feeling a bit uneasy. As a flood dragon, considering her racial stance, she didn't have as many complex thoughts as Lu Yuns and Han Li. She only worried if the current situation would affect her escape. What if the outer sea monster beasts truly mastered long-distance teleportation technology? Would the Flood Dragon clan and the Suani clan pursue her into the inner sea? Just thinking about this possibility sent shivers down Qing Li's spine. She felt that the chaotic star sea was so vast, yet there was no place for her, a small flood dragon, to hide. It was simply outrageous. Clearly, this fellow had a significant misunderstanding about her own importance. Lu Yuns and Han Li exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. As humans, they had a responsibility to eliminate that rank 8 Suani beast studying formations. Otherwise, if that fellow were allowed to live, his lifespan of at least tens of thousands of years would be enough to cultivate a formation great master far beyond human imagination. For the next tens of thousands of years, the inner sea would know no peace. But a moment's thought revealed that such a nuclear deterrent level individual couldn't possibly be without guards. The Suani clan, as the 10,000 Jiangxi King clan, effectively controlled almost the entire outer sea. Once entangled by the shape-shifted demonic beasts of the Suani clan here, they would face an endless encirclement and slaughter by all outer sea monster beasts. Perhaps even that 10th level Suani beast, with whom Lu Yuns had once crossed paths, would personally make an appearance. The thought of that terrifying figure made the hairs on Lu Yuns' neck stand on end. That was the first time he had been so easily instantly killed, almost without any ability to retaliate. A 10th level Suani beast was an individual whose combat power surpassed that of ordinary late nascent soul stage cultivators, truly in the first tier below soul transformation. To deal with him, at least multiple late nascent soul stage cultivators, or exceptionally powerful late nascent soul stage cultivators, would be needed. For example, the two sages of the Star Palace, or individuals like the Six Paths. Such an enemy was still too much for the current Lu Yuns. Lu Yuns thought carefully and said thoughtfully, this teleportation array is half repaired. It seems to be missing some materials, which is why the Yao beasts inside aren't present. Let's use this opportunity to quickly return to the inner sea. I'll leave something behind for him before I go. If it succeeds, great, if not, we'll inform the Star Palace and the Reverse Star Alliance about this matter. The rest, we'll leave to them to resolve. Han Li nodded knowingly. Indeed, in the current situation, with their combined abilities, it was impossible to resolve this matter. Lu Yun's plan was already the optimal solution. Qing Li also had no objections. As long as Lu Yuns could come up with a plan that didn't require her to be cannon fodder, she would wholeheartedly approve. Lu Yuns bent down and inspected the teleportation array, then subtly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Yao beast repairing this teleportation array had decent craftsmanship and hadn't haphazardly added anything. Repairing it wasn't complicated either. The surrounding materials were all readily available, and Lu Yuns also had the few missing materials in his possession. He immediately began repairing the teleportation array. Under Lu Yuns' full concentration, the entire teleportation array was repaired in just over 2 hours. Lu Yuns placed the last spirit stone, and with a single hand, he cast a spell, causing the entire teleportation array to emit a hazy white light. Thankfully, the teleportation array on the other side is still intact. Lu Yuns let out a sigh of relief, then bent down again and added an almost imperceptible stroke to the teleportation array. He then took out a palm-sized crimson scale from his storage pouch, and with a sudden exertion of both hands, terrifying force instantly acted upon the scale, grinding it into powder bit by bit and evenly smearing it into several corners of the teleportation array. The teleportation array immediately emitted a noticeably unstable crimson light. Lu Yuns, with one hand, formed a seal and tapped several corners of the teleportation array in sequence, causing it to immediately quiet down. All right. Let's go. Lu Yuns called out, and Han Li and Qing Li quickly followed him onto the teleportation array. Han Li took out the Great Shift token, and amidst a flash of white light, the figures of the 2 men and 1 flood dragon instantly vanished. When the white light dissipated, the scene before them immediately came into view. They seemed to be inside a stone hall, illuminated by several bright pearls, appearing spacious and silent. Inside the stone hall, over a dozen foundation establishment cultivators and 1 middle core formation stage cultivator were looking at them with shocked expressions. Each wore a strange green robe, which was the exclusive attire of the Reverse Star Alliance's demonic path cultivators. Chapter 489, Traces of an Old Friend. Outer Sea, above an unnamed small island. Just half an hour after Lu Yuns and his group departed, 3 incredibly fast escape lights arrived above the small island, circled it once, then stopped in midair, revealing 3 humanoid Yao beasts with dragon heads. Two of these Yao beasts, apart from their dragon heads, were almost indistinguishable from humans in form. They were two 9th level Suoni beasts. The third, however, had a dragon head, a long tail, and was covered in azure scales, possessing only an early stage transformation realm. Strangely, the two 9th level Suoni beasts subtly protected the 8th level Suoni beast in the middle, appearing as its escorts. At this moment, all three Yao beasts wore extremely grim expressions. One of the Suoni beasts, with a white-scaled dragon head and appearing quite aged, let out a cold snort, causing the surrounding seawater to ripple incessantly. Let's quickly check if the teleportation array is alright, the 8th level Suoni beast in the middle said impatiently. The two 9th level Suoni beasts nodded and swiftly followed him into the center of the small island. As soon as they entered the cave, the azure-scaled 8th level Suoni beast rushed forward and meticulously examined the teleportation array's condition. How is it? The white-scaled 9th level Suoni beast quickly asked. The 8th level Suoni beast lowered its head and inspected it several times, then said with a slight hint of confusion, "There's nothing wrong. They seem to have repaired this teleportation array directly. It's just that there are two places here that I don't quite understand." The Suoni beast's words were cut short as its hands unconsciously touched the teleportation array. In an instant, the teleportation array suddenly erupted with a brilliant white light. Oh no! The hearts of the two 9th level Suoni beasts plummeted, and they immediately lunged forward to rescue the 8th level Suoni beast. However, the white light merely flashed, giving them no time to intervene. When the white light dissipated, the azure-scaled 8th level Suoni beast had reverted to its original form, with only half of its body resting outside the teleportation array. The upper half of its body within the teleportation array had vanished into thin air. The two 9th level Suoni beasts instantly froze in place, their minds a complete chaos. After a while, the white-scaled 9th level Suoni beast suddenly clenched its fist, its nostrils slightly trembling, and its vertical pupils instantly constricted. "The aura of a dragon," he said through gritted teeth. On the other side, in the inner sea, Liu Yun's and his group stood on the teleportation array, staring wide-eyed at the cultivators guarding the stone hall. Both sides were somewhat bewildered. "It's an 8th rank flood dragon. Run!" The core formation cultivator suddenly reacted, screaming in terror, and turned into a grey-white escape light, shooting out. The many other Foundation establishment cultivators seemed to be startled awake by this cry, and quickly released various flying magical artifacts, shooting out in all directions. Qing Li scratched her head in confusion, then suddenly realized. "That's right. I'm an 8th rank flood dragon, these foolish humans should be afraid of me." Qing Li instantly became excited, howling and about to pounce, but was pulled back by Liu Yun's, who grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. Han Li, standing nearby, rolled his eyes at him, then waved his hand, releasing a large swarm of gold and silver gold devouring insects, which transformed into several spears and shot towards these cultivators. The group waited for a moment in the stone hall until a grey-white escape light shot back from outside the hall, revealing itself before them. It was none other than the leading mid-stage core formation cultivator from before. However, he now had his eyes tightly shut, his limbs stiff, and walked towards them like a living corpse. "It's handled. I tampered with the memories of those Foundation establishment cultivators who escaped. Now, they will only remember that an 8th rank flood dragon arrived in the inner sea through their teleportation array. This news will soon be in the hands of the Reverse Star Alliance and Star Palace. The rest is up to them." Liu Yun's and Han Li both sighed in relief. Then Han Li looked at Liu Yun's with an envious gaze. "This thing is really useful. Can I get one too?" Liu Yun's dug at his ears, slightly adapting to the discomfort brought by the teleportation, then said to Liu Yun's number 2. "Go through his memories thoroughly and see if there's anything we need to pay attention to. That's simple enough. This person's memories are quite easy to sort through." "Yes. We're lucky. This fellow comes from Holy Demon Island, a protector under the Six Paths Extreme Sage." Later, he joined the Reverse Star Alliance with Wen Tianren, the Six Paths successor, becoming an elder of the Shenjiu Hall. Liu Yun's narrowed his eyes, making it impossible to discern his emotions. This guy is Wen Tianren's person? Does he know where Wen Tianren is? Upon hearing this, Han Li, who was nearby, gave Liu Yun's a strange look, but said nothing. "I knew you'd ask that, but be patient. That kid isn't going anywhere. Let me see again." Liu Yun's No 2's voice fell silent for a moment, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Our luck is good. The great war between the Reverse Star Alliance and Star Palace has reached a stalemate. Neither side can overcome the other, and they are currently locked in a war of attrition outside Tianxing City. There won't be any changes in the short term. Our timing for returning is just right. We don't have to worry about getting inexplicably caught up in these messy affairs. And also, holy cow." Liu Yun's No 2's words were cut short as he suddenly cursed. Everyone only saw the core formation cultivator's body tremble violently, then he collapsed directly. Liu Yun's No 2's body flew out of him, and he handed 2 points of light to Liu Yun's with a serious expression. "See for yourself." Liu Yun's heart immediately filled with a bad premonition, and he quickly took the points of light. He first placed one of the light points into his glabella, and a segment of memory immediately flooded his mind. This memory was not complex, it was merely a high-ranking member of the Reverse Star Alliance offering a large bounty for a certain major criminal, but that criminal was someone Liu Yun's was very familiar with. "Yuan Yao," Liu Yun's let out a long breath, his expression becoming solemn. In the memory, that high-ranking member of the Reverse Star Alliance offered a very large bounty, solely for Yuan Yao's life. "Old monster San Yang, so you've provoked him. Liu Yun sighed helplessly. Old monster Sanyang is the Grand Elder of the Qingyang sect, a major demonic path force in the Chaotic Star Sea. He has been famous in the Chaotic Star Sea for hundreds of years, and his cultivation had long since reached the middle stage nascent soul realm, making him one of the most difficult demonic path magnates to deal with in the Chaotic Star Sea. No wonder Yuan Yao was like a frightened bird in the Void Heaven Palace back then, it was because of this old devil. Liu Yun shook his head helplessly. For him now, old monster Sanyang was no longer a difficult enemy to deal with, but rash action could easily attract unnecessary attention, so he still needed to plan carefully. After pondering for a moment, Liu Yun sent the other point of light into his glabella. This time, a scene appeared. In the scene, Wen Tianren sat at the head, listening to this person's report. And beside him, sitting side by side, was none other than the long unseen purple spirit. Chapter 490, Setting Off. Qing Li and Han Li watched as Liu Yun's first trembled all over, then froze on the spot, as if he had been struck on the head with a heavy punch, completely stunned. Old Liu? Han Li asked, pressing his shoulder with some concern. I'm fine. Liu Yun waved his hand and took a deep breath. Give me some time, let me catch my breath. Liu Yun's voice was hoarse, revealing a sense of weakness as if he could collapse at any moment. Han Li was silent for a moment, then nodded wordlessly, pulling Qing Li, who was still a little confused, and together they walked out of the stone hall. Qing Li looked back with a bewildered expression, just in time to see Liu Yun squatting on the ground, talking to the air. I know there's something wrong here, but your daughter's situation is definitely not normal. I also know how to read faces. I can tell she's still a virgin, but you wouldn't think that Wen Tianren and she are truly in love, right? But she seems to be doing well now. What if she stops me when I go to kill Wen Tianren? Should I beat her up? What if I accidentally kill her? Qing Li looked bewildered. Han Li didn't turn around, only saying softly, he occasionally has these episodes. You'll get used to it. Are all you humans like this? Qing Li asked in a low, cautious voice. He hasn't been within the scope of normal humans for a very long time, Han Li said expressionlessly. Then what kind of illness is this? Haven't you tried to cure him? How to put it? Han Li sighed deeply. I'm sure he's sick, and quite seriously, but, anyway, it's incurable, so let's just let nature take its course. Han Li sighed again, pulling Qing Li all the way out of the stone hall. Only Liu Yun was left, squatting alone in the empty stone hall, talking to friends in his memory. After about 15 minutes, Liu Yun walked out of the stone hall and smiled at Han Li, who had been waiting for him outside. Tell me, where are we going? Han Li asked calmly. Hey! Stop pretending. Every time you have one of your crazy fits, you do something stupid. I've gotten used to it over the years. Han Li sighed theatrically and waved his hand casually. Tell me, who are you going to provoke this time? It's not about provoking anyone. Go. Liu Yun pouted, pulling the curious Qing Li aside. You still remember Yuan Yao, right? She's in trouble now, and I plan to go help her. Han Li nodded and asked calmly, and what else? And Purple Spirit, the one you met, Sect Master Wang of Miao and Sec's only daughter. I'm not entirely sure what's going on with her right now, but she should be out of immediate danger for the time being. Liu Yun spread his hands and said without changing his expression, first, we help Yuan Yao. Purple Spirit's matter can be postponed, but when the time comes, I'm going to kill someone. Who? Six Paths Extreme Sage's only successor, Wen Tianren, Liu Yun said with a slight smile. I see. You are indeed very sick, Han Li said, sighing. Of course. But you don't need to worry. Since I dare to do this, I've already thought of an escape route for both of us. At this point, Liu Yun gritted his teeth, patted his chest, and said righteously. If worst comes to worst, I'll sacrifice my looks. We two brothers will join the Star Palace. I don't believe Six Paths Extreme Sage would dare to rush into Tianxing City to kill me. Then your sacrifice would be too great. You're welcome, it's my duty. Han Li spat on the ground to show his disdain. Qing Li looked at Han Li, then at Liu Yun, completely out of the loop, unable to understand what they were saying. Wait. You're going to join the Star Palace? Qing Li asked in a panic. That was the only sentence she understood the whole time. Liu Yun and Han Li exchanged glances, both understanding the meaning in the other's eyes. Don't worry, that's the last resort. As long as we have a choice, we won't easily enter the Star Palace, Liu Yun said, patting her shoulder. Even in the worst case scenario, you don't need to worry too much. I'll just find a way to get you a position too. How do you like the title of Star Palace Mountain Guarding Spirit Beast Protector? While Liu Yun was still trying to persuade Qing Li, Han Li took out a sea chart he had obtained from a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator and examined it carefully. After a while, seeing that Qing Li had been mostly persuaded by Liu Yun, Han Li called out to them. I found the place you mentioned. It's not too far from here. If we leave now, we should still be able to save her. Liu Yun let out a sigh of relief, pushed away Qing Li, who had started pestering him about how many demon cores the Star Palace paid annually, and raised his hand to release a bright white light. The white light surged against the wind in the air, instantly transforming into a colossal object over 10 zhang long. It was a gigantic magic treasure resembling a giant shuttle, entirely golden yellow, covered with regular black grooves, as if assembled from square metal plates. Faint silver spiritual light flowed in the grooves, emitting astonishing spiritual power. The situation is urgent, let's take this, Liu Yun's called out, leaping into the shuttle. Han Li and Qing Li followed closely. The entire shuttle trembled violently and began to shrink rapidly, transforming into a small, palm-sized magic treasure in the blink of an eye. With a whoosh, it turned into an almost imperceptible golden light and shot into the sky. If Han Li had still been outside, he would probably have found this thing very familiar, very much like the damned magic treasure that almost killed him back then. At the same time, in a remote corner of the inner sea, a golden light flashed across the sky, followed by a dull thud, as the golden light, like a meteor, crashed onto the shore of a deserted island. The golden light dissipated, revealing a giant man with an unusually tall stature and golden scales all over his body. As soon as he appeared, he collapsed to the ground, panting, gritting his teeth, and saying fiercely, "6 paths." As the giant man fell, the golden scales around his body gradually receded, revealing Savage Beard's unusually tall figure. However, at this moment, he looked much older than his arrogant appearance in the Void Heaven Palace back then, with a pale face, black lips, and even his tall figure seemed a little hunched. He grabbed a handful of gravel, crushed stones, beneath him, and the incredibly terrifying force directly crushed them into powder. 6 paths, you just wait for me. I will. I will. Manhusa stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence, unable to utter another word for a long time. After an unknown period, a sorrowful and desolate roar echoed between the sea and the sky. Chapter 491, A Miracle. On a small island in the inner sea, Yuan Yao opened her eyes from her seclusion. Sensing no change in the magic power within her body, a bitter smile involuntarily appeared on Yuan Yao's lips. I never thought that even now, I still can't break through the bottleneck. It seems this is truly fate. Yuan Yao slowly rose and picked up a small wooden box beside her. Senior sister, the best time to perform the soul revival art is almost here. Please hold on a little longer. I will definitely bring you back to life. From within the wooden box, a faint, intermittent sound emerged. No. No. Yuan Yao smiled, but the depths of her eyes were filled with sadness. Despite having this soul-hiding casket made of soul-nurturing wood, it couldn't slow down the gradual loss of her senior sister's spiritual intelligence. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Yan Li would turn into a vengeful spirit driven purely by instinct, with no possibility of returning to life. Senior sister, we don't have much time left, Yuan Yao whispered, caressing the soul-hiding casket. I can feel that the Reverse Star Alliance is chasing us more closely each time. This immortal cave won't hide us for much longer. I only hope that I can hold out until the day I perform the soul revival art. At least this time, let me die for you. No sooner had she spoken than a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from outside the immortal cave. Accompanying the loud noise, the entire immortal cave began to tremble slightly. Yuan Yao's expression changed. She unhesitatingly put away the soul-hiding casket and flew out of the immortal cave. Outside the immortal cave, 4 core formation cultivators, each with different appearances and cultivation levels, but all exuding sinister chi, were relentlessly attacking the restriction outside the immortal cave. Yuan Yao's divine sense swept over them, and her heart instantly sank. All 4 core formation cultivators had cultivation levels higher than hers, and each of them emanated evil chi that was almost visible to the naked eye. The 4 men cooperated flawlessly. The moment they saw Yuan Yao fly out of the immortal cave, they immediately scattered, blocking all possible escape routes for Yuan Yao. Looking at the formidable display before her, Yuan Yao took a deep breath. A strange hammer emitting blue demonic fire flew out from her sleeve, making buzzing sounds in the air. Yuan Yao's face was grim, and her captivating peach blossom eyes were filled with stubbornness. The 4 men surrounding Yuan Yao were initially startled by her beauty, but they quickly returned to normal. If this woman hadn't offended the 3 sons old devil, she would have been a perfect candidate for a dual cultivation Deo companion. Unfortunately, she offended someone she shouldn't have, and now there was only death awaiting her. Suppressing their feelings of regret, the 4 men simultaneously released their magic treasures and launched a frenzied attack on Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao swung her strange hammer, releasing bursts of blue demonic fire in an attempt to momentarily block the magic treasures. At the same time, she flew towards the thinnest and weakest of the 4 cultivators. The blue demonic fire exploded in midair, but the next moment, it was torn to shreds by the 4 magic treasures. Yuan Yao hadn't even managed to escape far when a magic treasure, shaped like a mountain-splitting axe, solidly struck her back. In an instant, everyone saw a flash of white light. A phantom image of a giant bird flashed across Yuan Yao's back, instantly deflecting the mountain-splitting axe. But Yuan Yao was also sent flying by the force, moving sideways over Tenjiang in the air, falling back into the encirclement. As if remembering something, the moment Yuan Yao stabilized herself, she quickly reached into her bosom, pulling out an ancient small mirror. The next moment, the small mirror shattered into pieces in midair. Yuan Yao ignored the heartache and quickly looked up, directly facing the 4 cultivators. If it hadn't been for that exotic treasure blocking the attack for her just now, she might have been instantly killed by the combined efforts of these 4. And now, she had no second treasure to use. Yuan Yao took a deep breath, her eyes gradually becoming resolute. The strange flying hammer beside her emitted a buzzing sound, and under the infusion of a large amount of magic power, it transformed into a phantom image blue flame tiger. Yuan Yao's face instantly turned pale. She quickly took out a small bottle from her storage pouch and poured a drop of liquid into her mouth. Her complexion instantly regained its rossiness. She pointed at the tiger beside her, sending it pouncing towards the 4 men, while she herself flew towards the water below. Behind her, the sound of magic treasures striking resonated. Yuan Yao could feel her life-bound treasure emitting a wail of distress, as if it could be shattered into pieces at any moment. However, she never looked back once. She had to live. She had to live for another month. As the sea surface came into view, a hint of joy gradually appeared on Yuan Yao's face. Just then, another person appeared within her divine sense range. Through the reflection on the sea surface, Yuan Yao clearly saw a figure appear high in the sky. Immediately after, a quiet green chain flew rapidly, instantly piercing through her protective divine light, tightly binding her body, and pulling her upwards. In Yuan Yao's eyes, her shadow moved further and further away from her, as if that almost untouchable hope was also gradually receding. She seemed to hear some voices in her ears. What a ruthless woman, for the sake of escaping, she even abandoned her life-bound treasure. Hat. So what? Old brother Yu's soul-chasing rope is still more powerful. Tisk tisk tisk. Such a beautiful female cultivator, what a pity. Yuan Yao gritted her teeth, trying to resist, but the magic power in her body was instantly suppressed by the chain, unable to exert even a fraction of it. Just then, beneath the calm sea surface, a subtle light seemed to flash. Yuan Yao's eyes widened. She didn't know what she was waiting for, perhaps a miracle that had never appeared in her life. The displacement of her childhood, the misfortune of meeting the wrong people in adulthood, and then hundreds of years of endless death struggles and escapes. She and her senior sister, in this life as humans, dared not claim to be benevolent, but they were certainly not evil. However, looking back at the past now, there was only endless suffering in these 100 years. She had never dared to ask for any heavenly justice or fairness. Even now, she only asked that these 100 years of suffering could be exchanged for a small miracle. Was that not too much to ask? No one answered her, but the next second, a golden light broke through the reflection on the sea surface, passing through her fluttering hair. As the golden light intertwined, Yuan Yao seemed to see a familiar pair of eyes within that light. They were eyes as compassionate as a god or Buddha. The golden light flashed, so fast that it distorted vision, becoming a golden line that pierced through the chests of the four men. The person in the sky who was controlling the chain instinctively wanted to escape when he saw the scene. However, the golden light flashed, instantly appearing and disappearing before his eyes. The man subconsciously touched his forehead, but only felt a small, empty hole. Yuan Yao instantly felt her magic power fully restored and quickly broke free from the chains. At the same time, 5 corpses fell onto the sea surface, creating ripples. Yuan Yao looked up. Within the golden light, that familiar figure appeared again. A heartfelt smile appeared on Yuan Yao's lips, but the next second, her smile froze. Noticing Yuan Yao's gaze, Qing Li tilted her head and thought for a moment, then raised the corners of her mouth as kindly as possible, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. Chapter 492 Yuan Yao's Past. On a deserted island, Liu Yun's and Han Li were invited into Yuan Yao's immortal cave, where she gradually recounted her grievances with the 3 sons old devil. In the past, she and her senior sister Yan Li were born into a small cultivation school. Their aptitude was average, and their cultivation technique was mediocre. Although they weren't loose cultivators, they weren't much better off. With their talent and background, if they cultivated normally, they would probably only be able to linger around the qi refining stage for the rest of their lives, and they wouldn't even know if they could gather enough spirit stone to buy a foundation establishment pill. The 2 women were naturally unwilling to accept this, so they agreed to leave the school and look for some unmarried male cultivators with high cultivation levels, hoping to become their dual cultivation partners or concubines, in order to obtain protection and resources. In the human realm, for female cultivators like them with mediocre aptitude, poor backgrounds, but beautiful appearances, this was probably the only possible path to advancement. Unfortunately, the 2 women had very bad luck. Over the years, they had never met a suitable high-level cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage, let alone a core formation cultivator. Instead, they attracted many unscrupulous people who coveted their beauty, causing the 2 women to fall into danger repeatedly. This is why the 2 women were so enthusiastic towards Liu Yun's on Kuei-Sing Island back then. At that time, Liu Yun's was indeed their only hope to change their fate. Unfortunately, this only hope was just a flower in the mirror and the moon in the water, nothing more than a dream bubble. After that, the 2 women once fell into despair, and even thought about giving up the fantasy of longevity and finding a male cultivator with a low cultivation level but a good character to spend their lives with. Later, some changes occurred between the 2, and she and her senior sister Yan Li parted ways, venturing out on their own for a period of time. But when she saw her senior sister again, she found that she had become the Qing Yang sex young lord's cauldron. A cauldron is not a concubine, it is an item that cannot even be called a person, a human-shaped dreg used for extraction. Once someone becomes someone else's cauldron, that person will not only lose the path to longevity, but even the qualifications to be a person. Yuan Yao was naturally shocked and angry, wanting to inquire about what happened. But at this time, the Qing Yang sex young lord suddenly appeared, repeatedly saying that he had taken a fancy to her and wanted to take her as a concubine. He even said that as long as Yuan Yao agreed to his request, he would let Yan Li go and take her as a concubine as well. The Qing Yang sex young lord had a prominent status and a high cultivation level, and he also had a good appearance. At that time, Yuan Yao was either young or infatuated, and she actually agreed despite Yan Li's strong opposition, and prepared to return to the Qing Yang sect with him. The development of the matter here is just an ordinary, tragic story of a low-level female cultivator that can be seen everywhere in the cultivation world. Lured by a fantasy called longevity, they spare no expense to take it a step further, but they can only be played by more powerful cultivators. In the end, the luckiest few people may really become concubines of male cultivators with high cultivation levels, be protected by others, and be able to go further on this path of cultivation. However, the vast majority of people are like Yan Li back then, being drained of their marrow, leaving nothing behind. In the end, they can only watch other female cultivators, with the same expectations and hopes as they had back then, step into this man-eating scam. They may even be very happy, applauding under this bottomless pit, loudly luring those female cultivators who are wandering on the edge of the pit, and trying their best to pull them into the bottom of the pit as well. However, this time, some small changes have occurred. Yan Li was not angry with Yuan Yao, nor was she jealous that she could stand cleanly on the edge of the pit. On the contrary, she hoped that Yuan Yao could leave, the farther away from here, the better. On the way back to the Qingyang sect, Yan Li tried every means to temporarily escape the Qingyang sect's young lord's surveillance. She secretly told her that she had also been deceived by the Qingyang sect's young lord to be a concubine, but who knew that after being taken back by that person for only a few months, that person suddenly turned her into a cauldron, wantonly extracting from her. In addition to her, there were many cauldrons in similar situations, almost all of whom were deceived back by the Qingyang sect's young lord using the same methods. And these female cultivators simply had no choice and had no choice. While Yuan Yao was regretting in her heart, she also planned to take Yan Li away secretly while the Qingyang sect's young lord was unprepared. But she didn't expect that this young lord was an impatient person, and he forced Yuan Yao to sleep with him on the way. The two female cultivators, who were only in the qi refining stage, gradually developed a bold idea under despair and anger. They risked their lives to set a trap, taking advantage of the fact that the Qingyang sect's young lord's subordinates were not around, and he was being controlled by his small head. They suddenly attacked him. This plan was not about seeking life, but about seeking death. Not to mention the huge difference in cultivation level, the identity and divine ability of the Qingyang sect's young lord were insurmountable mountains for the two women. However, fate has always favored the brave. Under the two women's desperate blow, they actually severely injured the unprepared Qingyang sect's young lord. And as a matter of course, the Qingyang sect's young lord also launched a final attack before his death, wanting to perish together with them. That attack was originally aimed at Yuan Yao, but Yan Li stood in front of her. Yan Li's physical body was instantly destroyed. Forced to do so, Yan Li could only have her primordial spirit leaving the body, temporarily residing in a magical artifact. However, in ordinary Yin soul magical artifact, the soul will gradually weaken inside. Later, Yuan Yao tried all kinds of methods, but she could only slow down this process. Yan Li's primordial spirit soon lost its spirituality, and she couldn't even perform possession. Later, Yuan Yao learned from the jade slip that the Qingyang sect's young lord carried with him that there was a legendary soul-nurturing wood in the Void Heaven Palace, so she immediately set off, trying to force her way into the inner hall with her early core formation stage cultivation level, and as a result, she met Liu Yun's again. Liu Yun's also took her all the way to the inner hall at Pure Thought's request. So that's what happened. Liu Yun's leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. Even Han Li, who was always calm, couldn't help but sigh after listening to Yuan Yao's story. As for Qing Li, because Yuan Yao was too close to an 8th rank flood dragon, she really didn't feel safe, so she was kicked out by Liu Yun's to guard the door. She is now cursing while hammering stones outside, and she should have almost opened a path by now. Yuan Yao smiled calmly. After so many years, the anger and sorrow of the past have become the past. Thinking back now, it's just some past events. Speaking of which, I haven't been able to properly thank Brother Liu for his great kindness. As Yuan Yao spoke, she took out a jade slip and handed it to Liu Yun's. Brother Liu, Venerable Tianmu's name is like thunder to my ears. It is said that Brother Liu has extremely deep attainments in artifact refining and formation. I have some secret formations passed down from the Qingyang sect here. Although I dare not say how miraculous they are, they also have some unique features. Liu Yun's was silent for a moment and did not accept it. Yuan Yao smiled and stuffed the jade slip into Liu Yun's hand, and said to him, compared to Brother Liu's great kindness, this little thank you gift is already too shabby to be more shabby. I hope Brother Liu doesn't laugh at me. Liu Yun's looked at the jade slip in his hand, pondered for a while before raising his head and asking. What are your plans next? Speaking of this, Yuan Yao's smile instantly froze, but after a moment, her expression became solemn, and she stood up and gave a deep salute to Liu Yun's and Han Li. Chapter 493, Preparation. Fellow deists, Yuan Yao deeply knows that she owes you too much, and it's truly difficult to repay. However, this time, Yuan Yao still shamelessly implores both of you to help her one last time. Yuan Yao looked up, her gaze firm as she watched them. Liu Yun's watched her calmly, while Han Li wore a look of helpless anticipation. Han Li knew that if she started by playing the victim, she definitely had something to ask for. Liu Yun's also knew, but he just watched Yuan Yao, waiting for her to say what kind of help she needed. Yuan Yao took a deep breath and slowly said, Senior Sister Yan Li's primordial spirit, after years of nourishment from the soul-nurturing wood, has recovered most of its soul power. Although she still cannot initiate possession, she can now use the soul revival art to regain a physical body. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's eyelids twitched violently, and Han Li let out a bitter laugh. Miss Yuan. Liu Yun said in a deep voice. I've also heard of secret arts like the soul revival art. I won't even mention how dangerous such a resurrection art is, or how low its success rate is. Just the cost of performing this secret art is something that ordinary cultivators cannot bear. A core formation stage cultivator, once they perform this art, their cultivation will immediately drop a realm. With your current early core formation stage cultivation, once you perform this art, your golden core will directly shatter, and you will fall back to the foundation establishment stage cultivation. For a normal cultivator, forming a golden core is already incredibly difficult. Once the core is shattered and one has to recultivate, it's almost impossible to cultivate back to the golden core stage. I naturally know this, Yuan Yao said with a smile, her eyes calm, her tone indifferent, carrying an inexplicable sense of detachment. Brother Lu, my life should have ended 100 years ago. The current Yuan Yao was exchanged with my senior sister's life. Now, it's just a matter of returning it to her. Lu Yun's fell silent, and Han Li also pursed his lips, not saying a word. After a while, Lu Yun's looked up and asked, "What do you need us to do?" Yuan Yao immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, revealing a heartfelt smile. Performing the soul revival art requires a place of profound yin, and it is extremely taboo to be disturbed. Moreover, the casting of this art causes a huge commotion. Even with a magic array for concealment, it is still easy to attract the prying eyes of other cultivators. Because Yuan Yao is wanted by the Qingyang sect, she doesn't know any other high-level cultivators besides the two of you. Therefore, she can only ask the two of you to act as protectors while this humble girl performs the spell. Yuan Yao took a deep breath, her expression solemn as she said, "This matter concerns senior sister Yan Li's life and death. As long as you can agree to this, you can put forward any conditions. As long as it is within my ability, I will absolutely fulfill them one by one." Lu Yun's glanced at Han Li, but said nothing. Han Li likewise shot him a sidelong glance, scoffed, and then stood up. "Miss Yuan, I'm afraid you can't provide what I want. How about this? How about lending me the secret method of the soul revival art to copy?" At this point, Han Li's expression suddenly became serious, appearing extremely earnest. Upon hearing this, both Lu Yun's and Yuan Yao looked at him in surprise. Lu Yun scrutinized Han Li from head to toe, then seemed to recall something, frowning, but saying nothing. Yuan Yao, however, frowned slightly in embarrassment and said, "Fellow Daoist Han, although this soul revival art is a miraculous art of resurrection, it is not as heaven-defying as the legends say. It not only requires the right time and place, but also has extremely strict restrictions on the compatibility between the soul reviver and the physical body, and even their birth dates. Furthermore, it requires the reviver's divine soul to be strong to a certain extent. In terms of practicality, it is actually far inferior to possession. Fellow Daoist Han, why don't you reconsider and see if you want to exchange for something else? Apart from anything else, I still have some 10,000-year-old spirit milk and azure fire thunder here, both of which are very practical items." Han Li smiled gently and said to Yuan Yao, "No need, fellow Daoist Yuan. I have my own reasons for wanting this art, so fellow Daoist Yuan, please rest assured. This. Alright, I hope fellow Daoist Han won't regret it." Yuan Yao sighed softly, somewhat helplessly handing him a jade slip. Han Li took the jade slip, deep in thought and silent, as if pondering something. Yuan Yao then looked at Lu Yun's and asked with a smile, "Brother Lu, is there anything Yuan Yao can help you with?" Lu Yun stroked his chin upon hearing this, and said thoughtfully, "I can't think of anything at the moment. Let's just owe it for now, we'll talk about it if there's an opportunity later." Yuan Yao was stunned for a moment, then showed a helpless bitter smile. "Brother Lu, after this, I'm afraid Yuan Yao will be hard-pressed to have a later dot." "That's not necessarily true," Lu Yun said, standing up and enveloping Yuan Yao with his divine sense, beginning to observe her meticulously. "How much time is left until the soul revival art?" Lu Yun asked, deep in thought. Yuan Yao blinked, as if she had thought of something, looking at Lu Yun with a hint of disbelief. "About another month or so." Even Yuan Yao herself didn't notice that her voice was trembling slightly. "1 month, that should be enough." Lu Yun frowned slightly, white light flickering in his eyes. "Looking at your current state, Miss Yuan, you seem to be stuck at a bottleneck, which is why your cultivation hasn't progressed. And there are no hidden injuries or ailments within your body, so there are only 2 reasons left for this bottleneck. One is that the true qi converted from spirit energy is insufficient to break through the upper limit of your magical power, and the other is that your divine soul is not condensed enough, lacking the ability to advance further. The former is relatively easy to solve, you just need to forcefully consume a pile of medicinal pills, and you can basically push through it. As for the latter, I also have my own methods." Yuan Yao's eyes grew brighter and brighter, as if something she had long abandoned was once again taking root, sprouting, and gradually growing within them. 1 month is enough for you to break through the bottleneck and reach the middle core formation stage," Lu Yun said, while taking out 2 porcelain bottles from his storage pouch. "Time is short, let's start now. In a moment, you'll first take these 2 bottles of medicinal pills, and then I'll stimulate your divine soul to promote the circulation of spirit energy within your body. Old Han, go out and tell that fellow who's having fun playing with rocks to guard the surroundings. If anyone tries to intrude, kill them on the spot." Han Li nodded with a wry smile, stood up, and walked out of the immortal cave. While Yuan Yao was still in a daze, Lu Yun's had already arranged everything, and casually drew a magic array on the ground, its purpose unknown. "Brother Lu, you." Yuan Yao's lips moved, but she couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. She could only lower her head, take a deep breath, and then barely managed to calm her emotions. How can I ever repay you for this? Then let's just owe it together, Liu Yun said, waving his hand casually. Oh my! I got so stuck writing this chapter that my head was spinning, and I actually forgot that the Ti Hun beast had already been given to Han Li. My sincerest apologies to everyone, the chapter has been modified. Many thanks to the reader for the correction. Chapter 494 Monster Tomb. A month later, on a remote deserted island in the inner sea, 4 escape lights broke through the air and hovered above the small island. Is this the famous Yao Beast tomb? Liu Yun's frowned as he looked at the island below, asking with some surprise. I can't believe that after the inner sea has been ruled by humans for so long, the yin qi here still gathers and doesn't disperse, and it hasn't been discovered or occupied by any powerful cultivator. Miss Yuan, it's rare that you could find this place. Yuan Yao smiled and said to Liu Yun's, brother Liu is joking. I was just lucky and stumbled upon this place. That's why I have some confidence in successfully performing the soul rejuvenation technique. At this time, Yuan Yao's spirit and energy were completely different from a month ago, her entire body was filled with spiritual qi, and she had clearly advanced to the middle core formation stage. However, her aura was unstable, and her spiritual power was scattered, looking as if she could fall back to the early core formation stage at any moment. Liu Yun's glanced at her and sighed helplessly. After all, she borrowed external power and didn't have time to stabilize her cultivation, so this is the only way. Yuan Yao, however, looked very happy and directly cupped her hands towards Liu Yun's. Brother Liu, this is already enough. If it weren't for Brother Liu's help, even if Yuan Yao succeeded in performing the soul rejuvenation technique, she would inevitably fall back to the foundation establishment stage. But now, I have a 60% chance of retaining my early core formation stage cultivation after the technique is successful, which is much stronger than before. After Yuan Yao finished speaking, without waiting for Liu Yun to say anything more, she directly landed on the small island. Liu Yun sighed silently and followed Yuan Yao to an empty small valley. Han Li and Qing Li also followed closely behind. Looking around the valley, all sides were covered in jet black shattered rock formations. Liu Yun reached out and picked up a stone, weighing it in his hand with some surprise. The yin qi here gathered and didn't disperse, and even the stones on this island were permeated with yin qi, making them a kind of lowest grade yin attribute spiritual material. Although Han Li couldn't understand these things, he also felt the surrounding yin qi growing stronger and couldn't help but activate his magical power, summoning a layer of green light to envelop his entire body. As an 8th rank flood dragon, Qing Li had a strong physical body and wasn't afraid of this masterless yin qi. But perhaps because the yin qi here was formed from the deaths of countless Yao beasts, it had some special effect on her, a high-level Yao beast. Almost as soon as she stepped onto the island, Qing Li felt uncomfortable all over. When she reached the valley, she felt a chill down her spine and subconsciously moved behind Liu Yun's. Yuan Yao walked ahead on her own. After reaching the depths of the valley, she suddenly took a deep breath, formed a magic seal with her hands, and with a flick of her jade hand, a red light shot out. In the depths of the valley, ripples of red light spread out, and the scenery before them suddenly changed, revealing a complex magic array about 10 zhang in size. This formation looked extremely complex, with formations nested within formations and profound runes. White light burst forth in Liu Yun's eyes as he stared intently at this formation, and the arrangement sequence of each rune immediately flooded into his mind. Soul rejuvenation technique. Liu Yun suddenly let out a long breath. As expected of a technique to bring the dead back to life, he had never even seen the most core spiritual patterns among these runes, they were clearly not from this world's technology. But compared to the array diagram, Han Li was more concerned with the crystal clear and exquisite white jade coffin in the middle of the formation. It was about 7 feet long and 3 feet high, entirely enveloped by wisps of white, and was actually made of extremely rare cold jade. Han Li glanced at Yuan Yao. The body used for this soul rejuvenation technique could not be casually chosen, it required specific spiritual root attributes, birth dates, and even whether there was resentment at the time of death or unfulfilled wishes. It could be said that the probability of encountering such a coincidence was almost zero. Han Li's pupils constricted slightly. He glanced at Liu Yun's and Yuan Yao, saying nothing. Under their gazes, Yuan Yao solemnly placed a wooden box on top of the white jade coffin, then turned to them and said, "There are still 3 hours until the optimal time for the soul rejuvenation technique. The entire process will take about 2 to 3 days. During this time, I'll have to trouble you 3 fellow deists." Yuan Yao bowed deeply to the group, speaking with a solemn tone. Liu Yun nodded and looked around. Han Li, without waiting for him to speak, preemptively said, "Miss Yuan, this place only has a layer of illusion defense around it, which may not be very safe. We have a few more formations here, so I'll go out and set them up first. That way, we'll have more protection." After speaking, without waiting for Yuan Yao's reaction, he flew out of the valley on his own. Qing Li also felt her scales, which were almost standing on end, and said tremblingly, "Liu Yun's, I'll just guard outside the island. I'll contact you if anything happens." A green light flashed on Qing Li's body, and she directly rushed out of the small island, disappearing beneath the sea surface. A huge shadow, 100 zhang long, flashed under the sea surface and quickly vanished. Liu Yun looked at these two who left one after another, sighing helplessly. Yuan Yao smoothed her hair at her temple and said with a smile, "It seems these 2 fellow deists understand Brother Liu very well. Han Li is one thing, but that jade flood dragon is just plain stupid, you'd best not have too many expectations for her." Liu Yun curled his lips, walked up in silence, and his gaze penetrated the white jade coffin, seeing the young woman inside who looked no older than 15 or 16. This woman had picturesque features, with a hint of baby fat on her cheeks. Her face was gentle, and her features were graceful. She should have been a very gentle young girl. Preserved in the white jade coffin, her body showed no signs of decay, looking no different from an ordinary person, though her complexion was slightly pale. It was as if she were merely sleeping. You know me, so I shouldn't need to ask, right? Liu Yun's caressed the white jade coffin, speaking calmly. Yuan Yao nodded, walked to his side, and looked at the white jade coffin with complex emotions. This girl is very much like us, with the same mediocre aptitude and the same humble origins. It's just that we had bad luck, and her luck was even worse than ours. Her parents died when she was young. Although she possessed a spiritual root, she didn't even have the lowest grade 5 elements cultivation technique. Out of helplessness, she could only compete with other children on the seashore for small fish washed ashore by the tide to survive. Later, because of her outstanding appearance, she was noticed by a chi refining stage cultivator on their island when she was 12 and became his cauldron. After finally gaining access to a cultivator's cultivation technique, she was merely used as a discarded medicinal dreg for cultivation. Yuan Yao caressed the white jade coffin with complex eyes, as if stroking her face through the thick coffin. To ensure she had no resentment and willingly offered her physical body, I cut off the hands and feet of that low-level cultivator and made her stay with that person in a sealed immortal cave for 3 days. 3 days later, when she walked out, she had no regrets left. Chapter 495, Celestial Phenomenon. Several hours later, accompanied by the bright spiritual light within the valley, Liu Yun slowly emerged from it. Han Li had already set up a formation and was sitting alone on a rock by the sea, gazing fixedly at his reflection in the water. Liu Yun walked up to him, kicked a pebble into the sea, causing ripples to spread across the surface and disperse Han Li's reflection. Han Li looked up and rolled his eyes at him. Solved? Han Li asked. Liu Yun didn't answer him. Instead, he stretched his limbs towards the vast, boundless sea and then asked. Old Han, am I sometimes quite difficult to get along with? Han Li let out a pft and laughed. I'm glad you finally have some self-awareness. Tisk. Liu Yun clicked his tongue in displeasure, but after thinking for a moment, he didn't argue. For those around you, dealing with someone like you is definitely a very difficult thing. But for... Han Li gestured with his chin towards the valley behind him. For someone like Miss Yuan, meeting you is absolutely the greatest fortune of their life. You're the kind of person who loves to see those you like thrive and those you hate perish. Your personality is stubborn and prejudiced. You're destined to have few friends and many enemies. However, your friends are probably willing to die for you a few times, so... I guess you are difficult to get along with. Ha. Liu Yun couldn't help but laugh out loud. To be honest with you. Liu Yun sat on a rock by the sea, gazing at the distant horizon where the sea met the sky, and said. Just now, my thought was, if that corpse was obtained by Yuan Yao through malicious means, I would help her this one time and then never see her again. Can you do that? Han Li glanced at him, asking disdainfully. Whether I can do it or not is another matter. At least I have to have the right attitude, right? Liu Yun chuckled, completely unconcerned by Han Li's scornful gaze. Like the Miao insect. Yes, just like the Miao insect. The two sat on the rocks, both falling into silence. After a while, Han Li let out a long sigh. It seems you've truly grown up. Back in Tianese, let alone this matter, even the Miao insect incident would have been difficult to resolve. Not grown up, but grown old. I'm over 100 years old, with age, one naturally changes. Liu Yun spoke with Han Li, but his expression grew somewhat somber. The Miao insect, from a personal perspective, was the type Liu Yun disliked the most. Yet, before his death, Yun Ming used his last shred of vitality to forcefully bring Liu Yun as an aid to the Miao insect. For the next few decades, the Miao insect, backed by this powerful support, developed with exceptional speed, quickly rising to the upper echelon of mid-sized schools in the chaotic Star Sea. However, Liu Yun had never asked for anything from the Miao insect. This was very unusual, so much so that many well-informed cultivators in the chaotic Star Sea secretly speculated that Wang Yueying, or her daughter Fairy Purple Spirit, might have some unspeakable relationship with Venerable Tian Mu. This speculation, which was initially baseless, quickly spread throughout most of the chaotic Star Sea. Besides everyone's fondness for gossip, whether Wang Yueying had a hand in spreading it was something only she knew. Liu Yun vaguely guessed something but remained silent. He was well aware that his long-standing refusal to demand anything from the Miao insect had given her a great sense of crisis, as if he could withdraw at any moment. In fact, Liu Yun did indeed intend to do just that. Helping them was fine, and protecting the Miao insect with his name was also fine, but if Wang Yueying wanted to drag him onto the same war chariot, that was another matter. If it were Liu Yun from his Tianese days, he would probably have taken over the Miao insect without hesitation and initiated a major reform from top to bottom. But the current Liu Yun was different. The differences between the chaotic Star Sea and Tianese made him vaguely grasp something deeper than mere oppression in the immortal cultivation social system. Before he could clearly understand what that thing was, Liu Yun chose to detach himself, observing the world with a more objective and calm perspective. Although he still didn't know what that thing was, Liu Yun no longer simply blamed a particular group. Regarding Wang Yueying, while she was alive, Liu Yun's thoughts about her were very complex, but after her death, his heart was only filled with pity and sympathy. The Miao insect was merely one cog in the entire social system. Yuan Yao, Yan Li, and that young woman in the coffin whose name he didn't even know, they had already proven that even without the Miao insect, the lives of these female cultivators at the bottom of the immortal cultivation pyramid wouldn't be any better. In a sense, wasn't Wang Yuying another Yuan Yao? She was just luckier than Yuan Yao, and also more unfortunate. Liu Yun's remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts, but his face revealed nothing. Han Li remained silent as well. Behind them was the howling yin qi and the black light that obscured the heavens and earth. The yin qi there had already covered most of the valley, with sand and stones flying everywhere, a hazy grey expanse. Half a day later, the wailing of ghosts behind the two of them had already resounded through the sky. Within the valley, dazzling dark light flickered. The intensely concentrated yin qi roared like a malevolent beast, stirring up gusts of yin qi. And above the small island, a dark cloud with a diameter of over 10 li had appeared at some unknown time. Inside, yin qi surged, and thunder rumbled. It gradually formed a funnel shape, its lower end pointing directly towards the valley. No wonder she needed someone to act as protector, Han Li sighed, muttering to himself. At this moment, although Han Li was somewhat helpless due to this astonishing celestial phenomenon, he showed no sign of panic. After all, at this very moment, beneath the sea surrounding the small island, an 8th level jade flood dragon was silently lurking. He and the lunatic beside him were not easy opponents either. To deal with them, it would require multiple mid-nascent soul stage cultivators to join forces, or the appearance of a late nascent soul stage cultivator. In this vast chaotic star sea, how many cultivators were there above the middle stage nascent soul? Han Li suddenly thought that if Liu Yun's hadn't dragged him along to meddle in this matter, Yuan Yao might have taken a huge risk to forcefully perform the soul reversion art without a protector. This kind of persistence and resolve truly startled Han Li. Old Liu. Han Li looked back. The events of today had, for once, made him feel a touch of melancholy. If I will raise your wife. Get lost. That trace of melancholy and emotion instantly turned into anger towards this madman. At the same time, this astonishing celestial phenomenon quickly alarmed nearby cultivators. Above the sea, over a dozen escape lights slowly approached. And on the other side of the small island, an exquisite and luxurious flying beast carriage, surrounded by many escape lights, was slowly flying towards the island. Chapter 496, Wen Tianren. I never imagined it would be such a coincidence, to encounter someone performing the reincarnation spell here. The exquisite flying beast carriage stopped far away, and a young man's voice emerged from within. The light dissipated, and the protective shield on the exquisite beast carriage automatically vanished, revealing 2 cultivators inside 1 man and 3 women. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a handsome appearance, and a hint of rebelliousness mixed with his refined demeanor. Anyone who saw him would be involuntarily awed. The woman beside him was even more extraordinary. This woman wore a white dress and appeared to be only 17 or 18. Her exposed skin was like congealed white jade, and her exquisitely beautiful and ethereal face was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her temperament was cool and pure, untainted by vulgarity, as if all the beautiful words in the world were custom-made for her. The 2 women following her, though also beautiful and extraordinary in appearance, seemed like stars beside the bright moon when next to her, their light completely overshadowed. How can you be so certain that it's definitely a reincarnation spell? With such an astonishing celestial phenomenon, what if it really is a treasure appearing? The woman asked expressionlessly, her voice calm and cold, keeping others at 1,000 miles distance. The man merely smiled, completely unbothered by the aloofness in the woman's tone, and confidently asked, do you really think I can't even differentiate between the appearance of a rare treasure and a heaven-defying spell? The woman frowned slightly and let out a soft snort. Who knows if it's real or fake? Ha ha ha, the man laughed carelessly, not angered in the least, and said directly to her. What's so difficult about that? We'll know if we just go take a look. I'm actually quite curious who would risk a significant drop in cultivation to perform such a heaven-defying spell of resurrection here. The woman glanced at him indifferently and said, as you wish. The man's eyes held a smile as he looked at the woman, shaking his head somewhat helplessly as he said. Regarding the Miao insect incident back then, I truly wasn't aware of it beforehand. At that time, Shenjiu Hall was severely short-staffed, and I still had use for those few who participated in surrounding the Miao insect, which is why I spared their lives. The woman listened expressionlessly, as if everything he said had nothing to do with her. However, the 2 foundation establishment stage female cultivators behind her changed color dramatically. One frantically lowered her head, while the other pursed her lips, staring intently at her feet. The man didn't even glance at them and continued to speak to himself. Not long ago, I executed all those individuals and forcibly scattered their souls, preventing them from ever entering reincarnation again. This can be considered justice for the former sect master Wang. Upon hearing this, the woman could no longer maintain her cold and aloof expression and looked at the man in disbelief. Because of this, Shenjiu Hall has been severely short-staffed recently, the man said, looking into her eyes and smiling. Let's go see who is performing such a heaven-defying spell. If this person's cultivation is decent, then we'll take him in. After saying this, the man stepped out of the carriage first. The woman was silent for a moment, then led the 2 foundation establishment stage female cultivators behind her and followed the man out of the beast carriage. Fellow Daoist Wen, what is your certainty that the ghost mist will appear nearby? As far as I know, as the most mysterious natural disaster in the chaotic star sea, the appearance of the ghost mist has no discernible pattern, the woman asked the man, looking at the small island at the center of the celestial phenomenon. The man smiled brightly, a hint of self-satisfaction appearing between his brows. Indeed, the ghost mist has no precise pattern, but after I spent a great deal of effort collecting detailed information on the ghost mist's appearances over several centuries, I discovered something quite interesting. A portion of the places where the ghost mist appeared were areas where volcanic eruptions had recently occurred. Although it's not every time, at least 1/3 of them conform to this pattern. And this sea area just happened to have 2 underwater volcanoes erupt in succession a while ago. The probability of the ghost mist appearing should be quite high. A glint flashed in the woman's eyes, and she asked nonchalantly, "Fellow deist, you've expended so much effort just to witness this ghost mist. Why not? I have nothing to do recently, so I might as well come and witness this spectacle and see if my calculations are correct." The woman fell silent again. After a while, she pointed at the small island and said, "Should we go over now? That person is performing a spell during a critical period. If we go over now, will we disturb him and cause his spell to fail?" Disturb? When Tianren, want to see someone, what does disturbance matter? If that person is not sensible, then just kill him directly. Hearing the man's impolite words, the woman frowned slightly but said nothing. She knew very well that this man named Wen Tianren had an unpredictable temperament, was extremely arrogant, and his divine ability was equally unfathomable, far surpassing cultivators of the same stage. In her memory, throughout the entire chaotic star sea, under the nascent soul, there was probably only one person who could rival him. It was precisely because of that person that Wen Tianren would indulge her in every way. It wasn't out of fear or apprehension. It was because, to protect herself back then, she had revealed that her relationship with that person was very unusual. This, in turn, piqued Wen Tianren's interest. The number 1 core formation in the chaotic star sea. Although Wen Tianren had never publicly claimed this title, he had always regarded himself as such in his heart. However, the truly recognized number 1 core formation in the chaotic star sea was another person. This greatly displeased Wen Tianren, who came from an extraordinary background and had never met an opponent since childhood. Yet, he was helpless against that person who was extremely close to the Star Palace. It wasn't until the Reverse Star Alliance raised its banner of rebellion that Wen Tianren found an excuse to act against that person. But he couldn't find him. Just at this time, she appeared before Wen Tianren, which made him devise a plan to use her as bait to draw out that person. At the same time, Wen Tianren was also trying to conquer her body and mind to prove that he was superior to that person. Thinking of this, the woman couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows, and at the same time, she pressed her palms backward, calming her 2 confidants whom she had brought from the Miao insect. Wen Tianren suddenly frowned and said with some surprise, "There are actually other cultivators on the island, and one of them, a late core formation stage cultivator, has already discovered me. This divine sense is already not beneath mine," Wen Tianren said calmly, but a cold arc gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. The woman was startled. She knew very well that although Wen Tianren only had late core formation stage cultivation, his divine sense was in no way inferior to that of an ordinary nascent soul old monsters. The person on the island actually possessed divine sense no less than his. While this surprised her, she also couldn't help but feel a hint of sympathy for that person on the island. She knew very well that although Wen Tianren appeared kind and refined on the surface, he was actually narrow-minded, arrogant, and vicious. If things didn't go his way, he would take a life without hesitation. Moreover, this person came from an extraordinary background, and his own cultivation and divine ability were unfathomable. Therefore, no one in the chaotic star sea dared to touch him. It was hard to say whether someone was fanning the flames behind the scenes when that person's reputation became so widespread, hoping to use that person to get rid of Wen Tianren. Now, the person on the island had cultivation no different from his, and furthermore, possessed divine sense no less than his. Although Wen Tianren showed no outward signs, he had most likely already harbored murderous intentions towards that person. Chapter 497, Instant Kill. On the small island, Liu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Tisk. Someone finally came. Han Li sighed along with him, looking left and right. There's one group from the front and one from the back. Let's each take a side, and fellow deist Qing Li can guard here. All right, then you. I'll go this way. Han Li said without hesitation, leaping off the small island. Liu Yun rolled his eyes at his retreating figure, then stood up helplessly. Fine, I'll do the hard work. Liu Yun rubbed his brow, about to leave, when he suddenly felt a divine sense probing from outside the island. This instantly piqued Liu Yun's interest. This person's divine sense was not weak, he could detect his presence from such a distance, already on par with an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator. Liu Yun subconsciously focused his divine sense to investigate. The next moment, his body trembled violently. Purple spirit. Wen Tianren, Liu Yun muttered in disbelief, then transformed into a 5-colored escape light of astonishing speed and shot out. On the other side, as Wen Tianren approached the small island, he saw a 5-colored escape light whistling towards him. The incredibly fast escape light made Wen Tianren's pupils constrict, and the killing intent in his heart surged even more fiercely. Purple spirit, however, suddenly widened her eyes, as if she had thought of something, and shook her head in disbelief. The 5-colored escape light receded, revealing the figure of a dark-faced big man. Purple spirit instantly lowered her head, hiding the fleeting look of disappointment in her eyes. May I ask your excellency's name? Is the person performing the heaven-defying secret technique in the valley your companion? Wen Tianren asked with a smile, his hands clasped behind his back. However, the other party showed no intention of answering him. Instead, his eyes were wide, scanning Wen Tianren's figure inch by inch, from top to bottom. This made Wen Tianren's killing intent grow, and for some unknown reason, a bad premonition arose in his heart. Unwilling to speak? Very well, I won't force you. Fellow deist appears unfamiliar, presumably, you are a loose cultivator. In that case, Wen, offer you and your companion in the valley 2 choices. 1. Join our alliance and become an enforcement envoy of my Shenjiu Hall, obeying my commands from now on. 2. Allow me, Wen, to make a move and let you perish right here. The other party still did not reply, continuing to stare at him with that gaze that made Wen Tianren extremely uncomfortable. Purple Spirit glanced at Wen Tianren, who was almost unable to suppress his evil qi, and actually spoke up proactively. Young Master Wen is the highly esteemed disciple of Senior Six Paths Extreme Sage of the Reverse Star Alliance. If fellow deist submits now, it would not be a disgrace to your status. Moreover, with fellow deist's cultivation, you will certainly be given important positions within the alliance. Upon hearing Purple Spirit speak proactively, Wen Tianren's expression softened slightly, but the next moment, the other party's disregard for him once again made the killing intent in his heart surge. Humph. Whether it was anger at his own imperceptible worry or an inability to suppress his killing intent any longer, Wen Tianren suddenly snorted coldly, and a divine sense as powerful as that of an early nascent soul stage cultivator enveloped the newcomer. However, the man showed no reaction, allowing him to do as he pleased. A cold glint flashed in Wen Tianren's eyes, and a faint spiritual light flickered in his hand as he prepared to strike. But then, the dark-faced big man opposite him suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The man lowered his head, his shoulders shaking. His laughter wasn't loud, but it felt like a sharp thorn piercing into Wen Tianren's mind. Ha! I'm not favored by the heavens. Under the astonished gazes of Wen Tianren and the 3 women, Purple Spirit, the dark-faced big man took a deep breath, his body suddenly shrinking a size, and at the same time, he said. So all this time, I never expected the heavens to help me. But today, I am truly grateful to it for actually sending you before me. The man covered his face with one hand, slowly lowering it, gradually revealing a pair of sharp, piercing eyes and a remarkably handsome face. His brows were like curved sabers, embracing a bright moon, his eyes were like numerous stars, gathering a cluster of faint flowing light. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, flying sideburns reaching the clouds, a nose like a towering peak, and a mouth like sandalwood, he seemed like a divine lord descending from the heavens, or a heavenly venerate arriving from beyond the mortal realm. Wen Tianren, we finally meet. As his voice fell, an invisible force instantly tore apart Wen Tianren's divine sense, transforming into an earth-shattering, invisible storm that surged towards Wen Tianren. Humph. Wen Tianren felt a sharp pain in his head and involuntarily cried out in alarm. Divine sense manifestation. The next moment, the invisible storm engulfed him. Wen Tianren quickly extended both hands, releasing a black protective shield, like a reef in a storm, strenuously resisting the storm's assault. This is impossible. This is impossible. Wen Tianren's eyes widened as he muttered in disbelief. Divine sense manifestation. That was a divine ability that a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator could only unleash after their divine sense had reached a certain level of power. Why? Why could he, a late core formation stage cultivator, unleash such a divine ability? Had his divine sense already surpassed that of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator? This is impossible. It must be some old monster, hiding his aura and waiting for me here. Wen Tianren thought to himself, but the next moment, Purple Spirit's whisper pulled him back to reality. Lu Yun's. Wen Tianren's eyes widened. He painfully endured the storm's assault and looked at Lu Yun's, who had revealed his true appearance. This was his first meeting with Lu Yun's, but that face had already been seen countless times through various channels. Now, as he truly faced Lu Yun's, Wen Tianren suddenly understood. So it was him. The invisible storm gradually dissipated. Lu Yun's raised his head, meeting the gaze of this renowned second-generation figure of the chaotic star sea, his eyes filled with bone-chilling killing intent. Strands of grayish-white qi emanated from Lu Yun's body, gradually forming a grayish-white cloud body over 10 zhang high. Within it, countless phantom images of Yao beasts and humans churned and wailed, threatening to drag all life into hell. Wen Tianren's hands were trembling. That was evil qi. Evil qi so dense it had solidified. How many people had he killed? How many cultivators above the core formation stage had he killed? In his terror, Wen Tianren saw Lu Yun's eyes. Cold, bone-chilling, murderous. At this moment, Wen Tianren felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He only felt a chill spreading from within his body, freezing his limbs and bones, rendering him unable to move an inch. Just then, his 6 Extremes true demon art began to operate on its own. Wen Tianren felt his body lighten, instantly regaining control of it. Evil qi entering the body. This term flashed through Wen Tianren's mind instantly. He no longer hesitated, flipping his hand to take out a jade pendant and preparing to crush it. Just then, a hand encased in some kind of mechanical armor gripped his wrist. Wen Tianren turned his head in disbelief, just in time to see Lu Yun's grin at him. Crack. Ah. Lu Yun's exerted force with one hand. Accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, Wen Tianren's arm was instantly twisted into a pretzel. In excruciating pain, Wen Tianren couldn't help but let out a scream. Lu Yun's didn't hesitate at all. He clenched his other hand into a fist and punched him in the face, blasting Wen Tianren's entire head apart with one punch. Splattered blood and white brain matter covered Liu Yun's and also splashed onto purple spirit beside him. Behind her, 2 Foundation establishment stage female cultivators screamed in terror, but purple spirit showed no reaction, only staring blankly at Liu Yun's and the easily slain Wen Tianren. The next second, Wen Tianren's corpse suddenly vanished mysteriously. Liu Yun's hand was left with only a twisted arm. The one-armed Wen Tianren abruptly reappeared more than 10 zhang away. He first glanced at his severed arm, then raised his head, staring intently at Liu Yun's with a terrified and resentful gaze. Great Calamity Transformation Art. Hat. Liu Yun's looked at Wen Tianren, sneering disdainfully, and casually put away the jade pendant. The number 1 core formation of the chaotic star sea, asking for help as soon as we meet, isn't that going too far? Liu Yun's casually tossed the severed arm towards Wen Tianren. Come, I'll give you a chance. Let me see your abilities. Chapter 498, The 6 Extremes True Demon Art. Wen Tianren took the severed hand, his gaze venomous as he looked down, but he quickly returned to normal, looking up at Liu Yun's and saying, Venerable Tian Mu, this is our first meeting today, and the previous incident was just a misunderstanding. There's no need for us to fight to the death here, is there? As he said this, Wen Tianren's expression remained unchanged, but his heart felt as if it was bleeding. He, who prided himself as the foremost core formation cultivator in the chaotic star sea, now had to bow and beg a cultivator of the same stage. To him, this was an immense humiliation. Wen Tianren's gaze subconsciously flickered towards purple spirit and the 2 women behind her, a barely perceptible hint of brutality and cruelty flashing in his calm eyes. He had secretly made up his mind that once he escaped from this place, he would forcefully take their primal yin, and then kill them along with everyone who had followed him here. That way, no one would know of his shameful display today. He would still be the young master of the Reverse Star Alliance, the foremost core formation cultivator in the chaotic star sea. Hat. Faced with Wen Tianren's show of weakness, Liu Yun's couldn't help but laugh out loud. You've been looking for me for so many years, why the sudden change of heart? Wen Tianren's mouth twitched, and he took a deep breath, suppressing the fear and anger in his heart. Celestial Ascetic Liu Yun's was naturally an object he was determined to kill, but that was under the premise that he brought the Reverse Star Alliance's army and elders to jointly crush his bones and extract his soul. Not in this remote place, extremely far from the Reverse Star Alliance's branch, to fight him alone. As for whether doing so would harm his reputation as the foremost core formation cultivator in the chaotic star sea, Wen Tianren hadn't considered it at all. Who said status wasn't a part of one's strength? He was already a favored son of heaven, why would he lower himself to play games of fair competition with others? Venerable Tian Mu, there seems to be some misunderstanding between us. I just wanted to. Tisk. Liu Yun's clicked his tongue, and a golden light suddenly shot out from his sleeve, heading straight for Wen Tianren. Wen Tianren, halfway through his sentence, was caught off guard by the sudden attack, almost biting his own tongue. He quickly flew backward, simultaneously releasing a bronze shield to block in front of him. The next moment, the golden light flashed, and the bronze shield was easily sliced into 2, like tofu. A flash of blue and red light appeared under Wen Tianren's feet, and his entire body instantly appeared more than 10 zhang away, thereby dodging the golden light's attack. At this moment, a pair of wheels, red on the outside and blue on the inside, suddenly appeared under his feet, radiating astonishing spiritual chi. HOH. Wind and fire wheels. It seems you've also read the jade slip from Immortal Tianjing on Miao Insect's side. Liu Yun's picked his ear and grinned at the pale-faced Wen Tianren. If you're trying to stall for time, then I still have to advise you. This god-forsaken place is far from all normal shipping routes in the chaotic star sea, sparsely populated, and there aren't even a few proper spiritual islands around. On the entire chaotic star sea, there are only a few people who can save your life right now. By the time they arrive, I'll have already killed you several times over. Wen Tianren held his severed arm, his face terrifyingly pale. What exactly do you want? Aren't you afraid of the Reverse Star Alliance's pursuit? Wen Tianren roared, not even realizing that his voice sounded like a cornered beast. Fear, anger, hysteria. Liu Yun spread his hands, facing Wen Tianren head-on in a completely defenseless posture. Didn't I say? I'll give you a chance, quickly show whatever abilities you have. Liu Yun grinned and said to Wen Tianren, I'll just stand here. If you can force me to take a single step, you'll live. How about it? Am I being considerate enough? Wen Tianren fell silent, his once somewhat refined eyes now incredibly ferocious, like a vengeful spirit or malevolent ghost ready to devour someone. Good. Wen Tianren roared, as if to vent all the fear and humiliation in his body. He opened his mouth and spat out a small purple flag, which instantly transformed into a vast expanse of surging purple clouds, obscuring his figure. Purple cloud banner. Liu Yun scoffed, flipping his hand to retrieve a small blue mirror from his storage pouch. Then, a blue light shot out from the mirror, exploding in the air and transforming into a wave of blue cold chi that enveloped the entire purple cloud. The originally surging purple cloud visibly stilled and gradually froze, extending inwards. With a boom, the ice layer instantly shattered, and the disheveled Wen Tianren, clad in a layer of spiritual light, shot out from the now frozen purple cloud. You can break the purple cloud banner. Wen Tianren's eyes widened, but then he saw purple spirit not far from Liu Yun's, and the terror on his face was instantly replaced by venomous hatred. So that's it, you really do have a close relationship with those hussies from Miao Insect. You've also seen that jade slip. Liu Yun sneered, saying nothing. Wen Tianren fell silent, his eyes fixed on Liu Yun's. A string of incantations poured from his mouth, and an incomparably dense, grayish-white devilish qi gradually spread from his body, transforming into a mass of ominous, grayish-white demonic mist. Within the demonic mist, faint growls and chewing sounds, as if from some beast, could be heard. Liu Yun's face finally showed a hint of interest. As he watched with anticipation, the grayish-white demonic mist gradually contracted, revealing Wen Tianren's figure. At this moment, his face was ruddy, his spirit full of qi, and even his severed arm had miraculously recovered. And behind him, 6 towering phantom images faintly appeared. Some had horns on their heads, others were covered in scales, each one hideous and terrifying, with fangs protruding from their mouths. Grayish-white devilish qi coiled around their bodies, like heavenly demons descending upon the world. Heavenly Eye, you are too arrogant. Wen Tianren gritted his teeth, revealing a ferocious sneer. You shouldn't have given me the chance to unleash the 6 extremes true demon art. Today, I'll let you witness the power of the chaotic star sea's foremost demonic technique. Looking at the 6 terrifying and hideous giant phantom images, Purple Spirit's face couldn't help but show a hint of fear. Then, she gave Liu Yun's a strange look, her expression slightly hesitant as she remained silent for a moment, before leading the 2 women behind her more than 10 zhang away. Go. At this moment, only Liu Yun's remained in Wen Tianren's eyes. With an angry roar from him, the 6 phantom images behind him suddenly became much more solid, like physical entities, and lunged towards Liu Yun's. Before the 6 phantom images even reached him, they all opened their mouths and spewed out large amounts of grayish-white devilish qi, instantly engulfing Liu Yun's. Immediately after, the 6 phantom images all vanished into the devilish qi, leaving only silence between heaven and earth. A fervent smile spread across Wen Tianren's face. When these 6 true demons combined forces against an enemy, even an early nascent soul stage cultivator would be powerless against him. Since this venerable Tianmu was arrogant enough to stand there and directly face the combined attack of the 6 extremes true demons, then... Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed between heaven and earth. Chapter 499. Wen Tianren's smile instantly froze on his face. In the dense, grayish-white demonic mist before him, a faint golden light suddenly ignited. Following this, an earth-shattering thunderous roar echoed across the world. A pair of massive, faint golden dragon claws pierced through the demonic mist, tearing it apart. Then, a huge dragon head emerged from the mist, letting out a high-pitched dragon's roar towards the sky. In an instant, tens of millions of faint golden lightning bolts erupted simultaneously, instantly dispersing all the grayish-white demonic mist. The 6 massive phantom images were reduced to ashes by these lightning bolts without even a semblance of resistance. Liu Yun's remained standing in place, a mocking smile still on his face as he looked at Wen Tianren. Behind him, a faint golden array diagram floated in the air, like a halo of gods and Buddhas from legends, exuding astonishing spiritual qi. The giant dragon extended from the array diagram, its entire body composed of faint golden lightning, appearing majestic and overwhelmingly powerful. Wen Tianren's face instantly turned incredibly pale, and his aura plummeted significantly, almost causing him to fall out of the late core formation stage realm. The 6 extremes true demon art is a complete mess. Liu Yun's casually brushed off non-existent dust from his body, his face full of disdain. 6 assistants with different divine abilities and complementary functions, and he used them like that? Liu Yun's disdain at this moment was truly heartfelt. You haven't ever fought an opponent at your own level, have you? Liu Yun's asked calmly. Wen Tianren's breath hitched, and his face instantly became even uglier. Liu Yun's was indeed right. Ever since his cultivation technique reached major achievement and he formed his golden core, among cultivators of the same realm, what opponent could there be? And those nascent soul old monsters with powerful divine abilities, constrained by his master's reputation, naturally wouldn't come looking for trouble with him. Seeing Wen Tianren's reaction, Liu Yun's instantly burst out laughing. Was Wen Tianren weak? He really wasn't weak. At least, when Liu Yun's didn't use his nascent soul level ancient puppet, formless needle, various escape techniques, armor and some other trump cards, Wen Tianren's raw strength might not have been much worse than his. But over so many years, Liu Yun's had experienced so many death matches. In which one was the opponent not far above him in cultivation? Which one wasn't a true life and death struggle? What about Wen Tianren? Just a giant baby living under the protection of the 6 Paths Extreme Sage. For some reason, at this moment, Liu Yun's actually saw a hint of his own shadow from over 100 years ago in him. Of course, it was just a mere hint. Heavenly Eye, Wen Tianren took a deep breath. Compared to his previous ferocity, he now had a touch of calm. A shimmering golden light gradually covered his face, and the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi actually trembled slightly, then surged madly into his body. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched at this sight. A late core formation stage cultivator could actually draw upon heaven and earth spiritual qi. Heavenly Eye, today my luck is bad, to have met you here. The golden light on Wen Tianren's face gradually converged towards his glabella, and he said calmly. But from another perspective, my luck seems quite good. Today, your arrogance will surely make you pay the price. Wen Tianren let out a low growl, and a small, exquisite horn suddenly grew from between his brows. It shone with brilliant golden light, covered in profound and difficult to understand runes. It not only lacked any trace of devilish qi but was instead filled with incredibly pure heaven and earth spiritual qi. Purple Spirit, at the side, watched this duel with complex eyes. At first, when Liu Yun's revealed his true form, Purple Spirit's heart couldn't help but pound, but she quickly regained her composure. Although she had grown up listening to various stories about Liu Yun's, in reality, she had only seen Liu Yun's act a few times. She only relied on past rumors and her mother's evaluation of Liu Yun's to believe that Liu Yun's divine abilities would not be inferior to Wen Tianren's. But as to who was stronger between the two, Purple Spirit was still unable to judge. It wasn't until Liu Yun swiftly and decisively killed Wen Tianren that, while she found it unbelievable, her heart was also filled with a kind of ecstasy. But immediately after, Wen Tianren reappeared on the other side, lively and energetic, and Liu Yun arrogantly declared he wouldn't move. In Purple Spirit's view, the outcome of this duel instantly became unpredictable. And now, it seemed it was time for the truth to be revealed. Purple Spirit subconsciously held her breath, awaiting the result of their confrontation. In Purple Spirit's complex and hard-to-read gaze, Wen Tianren spread his hands, and 8 golden flames shot out from his sleeves. These golden flames, the size of fists, shone brightly and dazzlingly, swirling rapidly around Wen Tianren. Liu Yun's pupils constricted slightly, and with a faint smile still on his lips, he said. The 8 gates golden light mirror, you've put in a lot of capital. Humph. Wen Tianren let out a somewhat strained cold snort. The 8 clusters of light flames around him extinguished, revealing 8 ancient mirrors that looked as if they were made of pure gold. These mirrors were palm-sized, one side smooth as water with faint golden light flowing within, while the other side was wrinkled, uneven, and appeared ugly. The number 1 offensive magic treasure in the chaotic star sea, the most advanced existence recorded in Immortal Tianjing's Jade Slip, a legendary treasure that once annihilated a star palace lord, the 8 gates golden light mirror. Liu Yun recognized it at a glance. Back then, he hadn't considered refining this magic treasure, but on one hand, this item was too conspicuous in the chaotic star sea and, under the chaotic circumstances, could easily attract unnecessary trouble. On the other hand, the materials for refining this treasure were indeed hard to find. Even with Liu Yun's current extensive collection, he hadn't been able to gather all the materials. Wen Tianren truly lived up to his name as the young master of the Reverse Star Alliance, the sole inheritor of the 6 Paths Extreme Sage, to have even created something like this. Purple Spirit also gasped, covering her mouth and nose, looking at Wen Tianren in disbelief. The scales of victory in her heart had shifted once again. Heavenly Eye, to die beneath this treasure will not diminish your name. The golden horn between Wen Tianren's eyebrows flashed with light, and a slender golden beam suddenly shot out, striking the mirror closest to him. It then quickly bounced to the adjacent small mirror. In a blink of an eye, it bounced 8 times, and after each bounce, the golden light grew a bit larger. By the time it shot out from the last golden mirror, the golden light had become as thick as a baby's arm. Wen Tianren raised his hand and scooped, and the golden light transformed into a golden orb in his hand. Then, he clapped his hands together, and the orb instantly shattered, countless thumb-sized light spheres scattering and flying out, all projecting into the 8 small mirrors. In an instant, the 8 golden mirrors simultaneously glowed brightly, trembling intensely, and sprayed out 8 golden light pillars, each as thick as a bowl, from within the mirrors. These light pillars reached Liu Yun's front almost at the same moment they shot out from the mirrors. Watching this golden light, which far surpassed the full force strike of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, Liu Yun sighed softly. I was a bit too arrogant. Let me just say here, in the original work, the attack power of the 8 gates golden light mirror was quite outrageous. The wolf head Ruhi Scepter's protective shield, which Miao He, wielding an ancient treasure, couldn't break with an angry strike, was almost breached by this thing, forcing Han Li to use an advanced version of the shield to withstand it. Chapter 500, Deadly Combat. Golden light broke through the air, like a myriad of rays tearing through the darkness at sunrise, surging towards Liu Yun's with an irresistible momentum. In just a blink of an eye, the golden light had already reached Liu Yun's. Tisk. I was a bit overconfident. Liu Yun's eyelids drooped, and he sighed silently. One after another, exotic runes appeared out of thin air around him, rapidly spreading outwards. In an instant, the surrounding air was layered with restraints, taking on a crystal-like texture. In Purple Spirit's eyes, not far away, a transparent crystal mountain seemed to appear out of nowhere around Liu Yun's, interspersed with countless shimmering, exotic runes, which collided head-on with the indestructible golden light. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, cracks began to appear on the crystal mountain, and the exotic runes interspersed within it also began to tremble violently. Wen Tianren showed a look of ecstasy, but immediately after, his smile froze on his face. The pervasive golden light, following the cracks, infiltrated the interior of the crystal mountain, but the next moment, those exotic runes suddenly trembled, erupting with a powerful suction force, actually absorbing large amounts of golden light into them. In just a moment, the volume of the golden light had shrunk by nearly half, and the remainder was suppressed by layers of this crystal mountain, unable to move an inch. Spirit suppressing steel. Wen Tianren's eyes widened suddenly, but then he shook his head and muttered to himself. No. This isn't a spirit suppressing steel. What exactly is this thing of yours? Haha, Liu Yun's, deep within the crystal mountain, sneered as he looked at Wen Tianren. The 6 extremes true demon art, the 8 gates golden light mirror, and before that, the purple cloud flag and the wind fire wheels, the dignified number 1 core formation cultivator of the chaotic star sea. Why are you using everyone else's things? Where are your own things? Bring them out and let me see them. Wen Tianren's face instantly darkened, and his eyes gradually filled with an extremely suppressed killing intent and madness. Divine sense against divine sense. Secret art against secret art. Magic treasure against magic treasure. He lost all 3 rounds. This was not a duel at all. This was an overwhelming defeat with no suspense. It was Liu Yun's ultimate humiliation of Wen Tianren. Looking at Liu Yun's, who hadn't even moved a single step from beginning to end, Wen Tianren took a deep breath. Good. As expected of Venerable Tian Mu. Wen Tianren said word by word, each syllable seemingly carrying a thick, unresolvable bloody qi, causing one's heart to tremble, as if sniffing the breath of a fierce tiger in a primeval jungle. But, you underestimate me too much. Wen Tianren roared, and the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi surged again, pouring into Wen Tianren's body in an incredibly crude manner. His entire body swelled up a size out of thin air, his face covered in pea-sized beads of sweat, and his features painfully contorted. Immediately after, his abnormally large body shrunk again out of thin air, and at the same time, the aura on his body instantly withered, beginning to continuously decline. To everyone's astonished gazes, Wen Tianren's body became a gaunt, skeletal figure, and he suddenly lowered his head and spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The aura on him suddenly dropped by a realm, falling to the middle core formation stage level, but at the same time, the single horn on his forehead suddenly grew by nearly double, like a mythical god or demon stirring up the world. Liu Yun's, Wen Tianren's voice became incredibly weak, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, like a wronged spirit or malevolent ghost wandering the human realm, whispering unwillingly and maliciously in everyone's ears. Today, I will definitely kill you. Accompanying a beast-like roar, a golden light suddenly shot out from the single horn on his head, pouring into one of the golden mirrors. In an instant, that golden mirror began to tremble violently, then suddenly shot out a golden light beam the size of a bowl, which began to reflect off one golden mirror after another. Wen Tianren stared intently at Liu Yun's, raising his right hand to the sky. The golden light automatically flew into his hand, transforming into a golden orb the size of a human head. The eight gates golden light mirrors trembled, arranging themselves above his head like a horizontally unfolding golden Bagua array diagram. Go! The golden light in Wen Tianren's hand shot out, transforming into 8 identical orbs, which merged into the 8 gates golden light mirror. The next moment, the 8 small mirrors trembled, suddenly converging towards the center, connecting with each other, and rotating to shoot out an extremely thick golden light beam, carrying a world-destroying aura, covering Liu Yun's from above. Liu Yun's mouth twitched slightly, and the exotic runes around him emitted a buzzing sound, simultaneously flying upwards, interlinking above Liu Yun's head to form a vast and complex array diagram. To the incomprehensibly shocked gazes of Purple Spirit and others, the golden light collided with the array diagram, yet not a single sound was made. Everything in front of them seemed to freeze, like a remnant image from ancient times, silent and still, yet so profoundly shocking. For some unknown reason, Purple Spirit suddenly felt that she was not watching a duel, but witnessing a piece of history. A piece of history that would not be recorded in any texts, but represented the highest peak that core formation cultivators of the human realm could achieve. The next moment, a low, prolonged buzzing sound echoed in everyone's ears. OM. It was like a sigh from ancient times, or the cry of a giant beast in the deep sea. Golden light surged, and runes were born and extinguished. Gradually, the golden light pressed down the array diagram little by little, slowly approaching Liu Yun's figure. Wen Tianren's face showed ecstasy, but then an abnormal flush appeared on his pale cheeks. A mouthful of fresh blood welled up in his throat, which he forcefully suppressed. Wen Tianren's face inevitably showed a look of despair. Continuously damaging his true essence and overdrawing his cultivation, his body was already on the verge of collapse. If this continued, he would perish before Liu Yun's array diagram was broken. This was not an issue with the 8 gates golden light mirror, but rather his own inability to unleash such a powerful attack. Wen Tianren was unwilling to admit this fact. He had only one thought in his mind: kill Liu Yun's. Kill him. Then he would still be the #1 core formation cultivator of the chaotic star sea. Purple Spirit. Wen Tianren roared, looking at Purple Spirit, who was only about 20 zhang away from Liu Yun's, a sinister cold smile appearing on his face. Go. Kill him. Purple Spirit was momentarily stunned, and subconsciously looked towards Liu Yun's. Unfortunately, the collision of the golden light array diagram was too dazzling, and she couldn't see the scene inside at all. He can barely support my attack right now, completely unable to defend against anything else. Act now and kill him. Wen Tianren sneered, his eyes burning as he looked at Purple Spirit. What are you still hesitating for? Do you think you will be free if I die? Once Heavenly Eye kills me, he can leave anytime, but what about you? Can you leave? The Reverse Star Alliance won't let you go. All of you, and everyone connected to the Miaoan sect, will die. Kill Heavenly Eye. None of these things will happen. What are you waiting for? Chapter 501, The Death of Wen Tianren. Purple Spirit looked at the ashen-faced Wen Tianren, then at Liu Yun's, who was gradually being suppressed by the golden light. She remained silent, not uttering a word. What are you still waiting for? Purple Spirit remained silent, quietly retreating backward. Although she didn't speak, her actions spoke volumes. Before a victor was decided between the two, she would absolutely not intervene. This was a way of survival instilled in her by her mother since childhood, and it was also the magic treasure Purple Spirit had relied on for so many years. The weak had no choice but to repeatedly bow their heads in submission. Humph. Wen Tianren snorted coldly, took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his storage pouch, and haphazardly stuffed them into his mouth. Today, even if it meant sacrificing a century of cultivation, he would thoroughly obliterate Liu Yun's here. Anyway, once he survived, he would still be the young master of the Reverse Star Alliance, the sole inheritor of the chaotic star sea's foremost demonic path cultivator. However, at this very moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred, surprising everyone. All this time, the two Foundation establishment female cultivators who had been following Purple Spirit had observed the duel in an almost transparent manner. Amidst Purple Spirit's peerless beauty and the world-shaking duel between Liu Yun's and Wen Tianren, they seemed utterly insignificant. But at this critical juncture, an escape light shot out from behind Purple Spirit. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the female cultivator, whose realm was only Foundation establishment middle stage, launched a flying sword magical artifact at Wen Tianren with deep-seated hatred. Seeking death. A fierce glint flashed in Wen Tianren's eyes. No matter how miserable he was now, he was not someone a Foundation establishment cultivator, like an ant, could provoke. A blue light flashed from his mouth, and with a buzz, the flying sword magical artifact was instantly shattered. A beam of blue light shot towards the female cultivator with lightning speed. A hint of relief seemed to appear in the female cultivator's eyes. Just then, a blur flashed past her. With a bang, the blue light was directly struck away by a terrifying force, tumbling a few times in the air to reveal a blue cone. Wen Tianren was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, he felt his throat tighten as he was lifted by his neck. Liu Yun's appeared beside Wen Tianren, his hand gripping his neck, and without looking back, he whistled. The array diagram, which had been continuously falling under the pressure of the golden light, suddenly flared with spiritual energy. A dazzling pillar of light shot up against the golden light, easily dispersing it. Chains composed of various colored seal characters extended into the sky like slender yet continuous tentacles, firmly binding the 8 gates golden light mirror. The light dissipated, revealing a 5-colored miniature figure at the center, and 18 tall armored warriors suspended around him within a 10-jong radius, arranged in a very special formation. Each of these armored warriors was clad in armor, with no skin exposed. At first glance, they appeared alive, but a sweep of divine sense revealed a strong aura of corpse chi and evil chi, and the aura of each one was no weaker than that of an ordinary late core formation stage cultivator. 18 Tiando corpse puppets, a major achievement combining refined corpse arts, puppet arts, and formation. Impressive, isn't it? Liu Yun's asked with a smile. As early as a century ago, Liu Yun's had begun researching the combination of puppet arts and formation, creating the early Eye of the Azure Heaven series. Unfortunately, due to technical imperfections, that formation could only serve as an auxiliary means to enhance magical power, and Liu Yun's installed it on his armor. Now, a century later, Liu Yun's artifact refining and puppet arts, after receiving the legacy of Immortal Tianjing and studying the Void Heaven Palace's ancient puppet, had already reached a profound level, providing him with the prerequisite for their fusion. The 18 Tiando demonic corpses he had seized from Extreme Yun's hands back then provided him with the best medium. After re-refining those 18 Tiando demonic corpses and adding a large number of puppet components, Liu Yun successfully refined them into a kind of half-refined corpse, half-puppet existence and successfully used them to cast a formation. The attack capability of the 8 Gates Golden Light Mirror was indeed unparalleled, and the power Wen Tianren unleashed by sacrificing his realm was by no means ordinary. But as long as his realm was limited to the core formation stage, he could not break the formation jointly set up by the 18 Tiando corpse puppets. Wen Tianren was now on the verge of exhaustion, his two arms weakly gripping Liu Yun's arm, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he stared at him. You tricked me. Wen Tianren gritted his teeth, squeezing out these 3 words. Yes, yes, yes. I tricked you. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes indifferently. It's not your first day out here. Why do you believe everything people say? If I said I wouldn't move, would I really not move? Am I stupid or are you? Wen Tianren glared at Liu Yun's, letting out a beast-like roar from his throat. All his remaining magical power surged towards the golden core in his dantian, gradually erupting with an incredibly violent force. Be careful. He's going to self-detonate his golden core. Purple Spirit quickly exclaimed. However, the next moment, Liu Yun's other hand pierced through Wen Tianren's dantian, pulling out his inner core. Wen Tianren's eyes widened. Amidst profound unwillingness, Liu Yun's directly twisted his neck. Flames ignited on his corpse. In the blink of an eye, this powerful cultivator, who prided himself as the chaotic star sea's foremost core formation, turned into a sky full of ashes, leaving only a cyan inner armor and a belt inlaid with 4 bright pearls. Liu Yun's also took his storage pouch, checked it twice to confirm there were no tracking restrictions on it, before putting it away. Fellow Deist Liu, this 4 symbols coiled dragon belt and azure nether armor are rare treasures. The former is inlaid with 4 miraculous pearls that ward off wind, dust, water, and fire, and its very essence has the divine effect of calming the mind and stabilizing the soul. The latter has extremely strong defense, enough to withstand the attacks of a nascent soul cultivator. Purple Spirit flew forward, explaining with a smile. Although it happened suddenly, with her intelligence, she had naturally understood the meaning behind Liu Yun's actions just now. On one hand, it was to toy with Wen Tianren. On the other hand, it was probably to test herself. If she had made the wrong choice at that moment. Purple Spirit felt fear in her heart, but her face showed no hint of it. Liu Yun's glanced at her, smiling ambiguously. Purple Spirit's guess was correct. This was the plan Liu Yun's had settled on after discussing it for a long time with Yunming and Wang Yuying from his memories. If Purple Spirit was being coerced, he would rescue her at all costs. But if she coveted the power of the Reverse Star Alliance and was determined to join it, then Liu Yun's would have to clean house for his 2 old friends. However, events did not seem to unfold as he had expected. Liu Yun's turned his head and looked at the female cultivator who had retreated behind Purple Spirit again, her face showing the relief of having survived a calamity. This chapter gave me a headache. I wanted to give Wen Tianren a decent ending, but I couldn't let the power levels collapse too much. After much deletion and revision, I could only write it like this. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to offer them, I'll try my best to incorporate them. Chapter 502, Alluring Bones. Purple Spirit didn't understand Liu Yun's thoughts, only feeling immense pressure in his presence. This pressure had been building for a long time. When she was still Wang Ning, and Liu Yun's was still the big brother who would occasionally appear in her memories, she hadn't felt this way. Back then, Liu Yun's only gave her a feeling of closeness, friendliness and various interesting, if somewhat random, gifts. At that time, Wang Ning felt an almost natural affinity for Liu Yun's. To her, Liu Yun's was like an umbrella, a solid shield, a warm, small, and secure little house. During that period, besides Liu Yun's, she disliked all of Wang Yueying's friends and guests. She always felt their gazes were terrifying, like wild beasts eyeing a delicious piece of meat. Only when she was with Liu Yun's could she feel that sense of security, the kind of security that made all the greedy, violent gazes around her disappear. But later, as she became Purple Spirit, and as she grew older, the feeling Liu Yun's gave her began to change. It was a bewildering pressure, like a pair of eyes, a mirror, silently but powerfully scrutinizing her every action. She started to enjoy interacting with Wang Yueying's friends, negotiating, trading, utilizing. That made her feel like a fish in water, making her feel as if she was among a crowd of people just like her. But being by Liu Yun's side was like being in an endless desert, surrounded only by boundless rolling yellow sand and a scorching sun overhead that threatened to dry her alive. Wang Yueying also felt this way. She had once desperately wanted to use the power of the Miao insect to do something for Liu Yun's, to alleviate this immense pressure, but she had never succeeded. Liu Yun's just stood there, never changing. This made them even more at a loss. It was laughable, when she was in the Reverse Star Alliance, Purple Spirit had hoped more than once that Liu Yun's would suddenly appear, smite Wen Tianren to ashes, and then take her away from that place. But when Liu Yun's truly appeared before her, she felt a sudden bewilderment instead. She knew what Wen Tianren wanted, and she knew how to handle such situations and use them to get what she desired. She had spent almost her entire life learning this. But what Liu Yun's truly wanted, Purple Spirit couldn't figure out, and this made her feel fearful and lost. Seeing Liu Yun's strange expression, Purple Spirit suddenly thought of something, and quickly offered a perfect smile, saying to him. Fellow Deist Liu, if this celestial phenomenon continues, I'm afraid other troubles will come knocking. I have an idea that might avoid these troubles. I wonder if fellow Deist Liu is willing to try it. Liu Yun's looked at her with some doubt, nodded, and said, tell me. Purple Spirit breathed a sigh of relief inwardly and said with a smile, now that the scoundrel Wen Tianren is dead, his waiting maids outside don't know yet. Wen Tianren's carriage is still there. Fellow Deist Liu should also have a face-changing veil. How about fellow Deist Liu impersonates Wen Tianren? With the young master of the Reverse Star Alliance here, no matter how greedy those people are, they can only obediently leave and would never dare to act recklessly. Liu Yun's frowned and stroked his chin, suddenly realizing this was indeed a good idea. Although his reputation as Venerable Tianmu wasn't bad, he was currently a major criminal of the Reverse Star Alliance, and appearing would definitely cause trouble. Han Li, being accustomed to keeping a low profile, although he had some fame, it was all due to Liu Yun's promoting him when he had nothing else to do, so it was basically useless. Qing Li's identity as an 8th-rank flood dragon was indeed intimidating, but one wrong move could attract a group of nascent soul old monsters. After much thought, Wen Tianren, with his identity as the young master of the Reverse Star Alliance and the successor of the Six Paths Extreme Sage, truly was the best disguise. Below the nascent soul stage, absolutely no one would dare to provoke the successor of the Six Paths. Even nascent soul old monsters would have to weigh the consequences of offending the Reverse Star Alliance and the Six Paths Extreme Sage. Seeing the glimmer of interest in Liu Yun's eyes, Purple Spirit couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In Purple Spirit's extremely insecure mind, when facing cultivators whose divine ability and methods were far superior to hers, only by demonstrating her value could she feel a shred of security. It wasn't that she had a dark psychology, it was just that for her, warmth, trust, and help in the cultivation world were expensive luxuries. So luxurious that she only dared to dream about them. How could anyone be willing to help others unconditionally? Purple Spirit could only imagine such a person during her most innocent childhood. Liu Yun's waved his hand, and Liu Yun's number 2, amidst silent grumbling, was retracted into his body. Then he put away the 18 Tiando corpse puppets, and with a light gauze in hand, he wiped it across his face. Liu Yun's face instantly transformed into Wen Tianren's appearance. The breathing of Purple Spirit and the other two instantly grew heavier. Although they knew Wen Tianren was dead and the person before them was Liu Yun's in disguise. Seeing Wen Tianren's face again, they still couldn't help but become nervous. Liu Yun's then wiped his armor, and immediately, streaks of spiritual light flashed, and Wen Tianren's clothes materialized on Liu Yun's body. Although he wasn't skilled in illusion techniques, with the aid of his powerful divine sense, this level was sufficient. Just then, a green light suddenly flew from the other side of the small island, stopping not far from Liu Yun's, revealing Han Li's figure. Han Li frowned as he looked at Liu Yun's, his divine sense sweeping over him. Liu Yun's. Wrong. This venerable is Wen Tianren, the young master of the Reverse Star Alliance. It really is you. Han Li's mouth twitched. That smug, punchable expression that made everyone want to hit him, only one person in this world could pull it off. Liu Yun's pouted in disappointment, then turned sideways and made introductions. You've all met, this is Han Li, this is Purple Spirit, and these two are. Liu Yun's looked at the two Foundation Establishment stage female cultivators behind Purple Spirit with confusion. The two women quickly stepped forward to greet them. This junior is Ye Qingwen. This junior is Wen Ziyu. Greetings, seniors. Because the two women had always followed Purple Spirit, they seemed less noticeable, but in reality, both were rare beauties. The former had delicate eyebrows and a slender waist, smiling before speaking, with a pure appearance. Yet, a beauty mark at the corner of her eye added an inexplicable charm, making her captivating. The latter possessed peerless beauty, appearing to be in her early 20s, with a slender waist, shapely hips, firm and prominent breasts, and an extremely graceful and alluring figure. As she spoke, a mysterious, faint fragrance emanated from her. She was also the one who had just attacked Wen Tianren. Liu Yun's looked at her with some doubt, his nostrils flaring slightly, and a similar scent was awakened from the depths of his memory. Another one with innate alluring bones. Chapter 503, Killing Intent. Liu Yun's frowned in confusion, looking at Wen Ziyu and Ye Qingwen. Have I met you two somewhere before? Liu Yun's asked. Purple Spirit shook her head helplessly at his words. Fellow Daoist Liu, these two are both my mother's personal disciples. They also followed my mother back then and met you a few times. Oh, Liu Yun suddenly understood. He had always been bad at remembering people, unimportant passers-by were basically forgotten as soon as they passed through his mind. Purple Spirit looked at Liu Yun's and Han Li, nervously tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Fellow Daoist Liu, fellow Daoist Han, I'll go stabilize Wen Tianren's maids first, then I'll come back and properly reminisce with fellow Daoist Liu and talk about what's happened over the years. Liu Yun's nodded noncommittally. He could tell that Purple Spirit's emotions were off when facing him, but he didn't take it to heart. Among the cultivators he had met, Purple Spirit's attitude was already quite good. At least in Purple Spirit's eyes, he was still a normal human, right? Han Li, needless to say, over so many years, any cultivator he had met, if they spent a long time with Liu Yun's, either wanted to kill him or turned and left, never to be seen again. The cultivators who could maintain a good relationship with Liu Yun's were, upon careful count, only a few. Purple Spirit's attitude was already quite good. Seeing her leave first, Han Li also didn't bother to stay there any longer and flew directly back to the small island. Earlier, he had dealt with an ignorant core formation cultivator, but there were still some Foundation Establishment cultivators who seemed unwilling to give up, lingering not far from the small island. He needed to go back and guard, lest someone got a hot head and, rather than offend a core formation cultivator, tried to break in. After all, it was best if Qing Li, who was guarding the seabed, didn't move. A living 8th rank flood dragon was far more attractive than an exotic treasure of unknown authenticity. Watching Purple Spirit and Han Li transform into escape lights and shoot away, Liu Yun's gaze shifted to the two maids. You are Wang Yueying's personal disciples? When did that happen? Liu Yun's asked calmly. Although Purple Spirit had explained it to him earlier, to be honest, his trust in Purple Spirit was basically no different from having none. Even now, he didn't forget to monitor Purple Spirit's actions with his divine sense. Ye Qingwen glanced at Wen Ziyu and spoke first. Yes, we are both from the Miaoan sect. Our parents and relatives are basically all Miaoan sect members. Because of our clean background and good aptitude, left emissary Fan and right emissary Zhou respectively recommended us to the sect leader. Is that so? Liu Yun's nodded, saying nothing. He knew that Wang Yueying always liked to play balance, so such operations were commonplace. He glanced at their words and actions. Ye Qingwen behaved gracefully, and her eyes subtly moved when she spoke, clearly plotting something. Wen Ziyu, however, had been somewhat dazed since her narrow escape earlier. When Liu Yun's questioned her, she just kept her head down, lost in thought. Liu Yun's probably understood whose people they both used to be. Wen Ziyu, Liu Yun suddenly spoke, startling Wen Ziyu, who was still deep in thought. What were you thinking just now? How dare you attack Wen Tianren? Liu Yun's asked, narrowing his eyes, no expression on his face. Wen Ziyu nervously glanced at Ye Qingwen, then bowed and said, Senior Liu, this junior's cultivation is shallow, and I couldn't see the situation clearly. I thought Senior might be about to lose, so So you dared to attack Wen Tianren? Your attack couldn't even penetrate the protective divine light on his body. If it missed, no matter how weak he was, it would be enough to deal with you. Didn't you know that? Ye Qingwen's eyes flickered slightly, and she lowered her head, remaining silent. Wen Ziyu, on the other hand, was somewhat flustered. After a moment of silence, she said with a bitter smile to Liu Yun's. This junior, just wanted to gamble once. If I could personally kill that scoundrel, that would be for the best. If not, then dying by his hand would still be better than living in fear every day, not knowing when I would be used as a cauldron and wantonly harvested. Tisk. A gamble, Liu Yun's clicked his tongue, his expression unreadable, saying nothing. When faced with a power they are almost powerless to resist, the vast majority of people in this world will choose to compromise and submit. This is not shameful, it is merely human nature. But there are some people, whose bones carry an unyielding blood. Some of these people are straightforward and strong, some are cautious and enduring, some are flexible and adaptable. One could say there are no commonalities between them, yet they share one astonishing trait. When faced with an irresistible force, these people will, like hungry lone wolves in the wilderness, fiercely cling to their destiny. Even if it means betting their lives. Han Li was like this, Yuan Yao was like this. Liu Yun's was also like this. Wang Yuying and Purple Spirit couldn't do this. When faced with an irresistible force, their first reaction was always to submit, to hand over their destiny to others. This is why Liu Yun's could never truly connect with them. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Ye Qingwen and Wen Ziyu exchanged glances, neither daring to speak. All right, don't be so nervous, I don't eat people. Liu Yun's clapped his hands, and a thick blanket flew out of his storage pouch, unfolding beneath their feet. It came with a low table and 4 cushions, all emitting a faint spiritual glow. Then, 3 cups and a teapot flew out, landing on the low table. Accompanied by fiery spiritual qi, the spiritual tea in the teapot was directly boiled, emitting a long-lasting fragrance and a subtle, fresh spiritual qi. Come, sit. Tell me what's happened over these years. Liu Yun's called out, then sat down cross-legged himself. It had to be said that performing such an action with Wen Tianren's face truly had a unique humor. Wen Ziyu's mouth twitched sharply, then she pressed it back down, maintaining a stiff face as she sat opposite Liu Yun's. Ye Qingwen was much more composed in comparison, sitting down with a smile and pouring tea for the 3 of them in turn. Together, the 2 began to tell Liu Yun's about what had happened since they joined the Reverse Star Alliance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Purple Spirit had just arrived in front of Wen Tianren's carriage, her face cold as she swept her gaze over the Foundation establishment stage maids. After this incident, the Reverse Star Alliance would inevitably investigate Wen Tianren's whereabouts. At that time, these people would all be witnesses, able to prove that Wen Tianren had vanished into thin air after going out with her. Looking at the slightly nervous maids, Purple Spirit frowned slightly, and a hint of killing intent to silence them arose in her heart. Chapter 504, Retreat. Liu Yun sipped his spiritual tea while listening to the 2 women's accounts. Suddenly, Liu Yun's brow twitched, but he quickly suppressed it, maintaining a nonchalant expression. It hasn't been easy for you two, Liu Yun said with a sigh, putting down his teacup. Wen Ziyu shook her head at his words, sighing softly. Sister Purple Spirit is the one who truly has it hard, dealing with that scoundrel every day, not daring to say or do anything wrong. That kind of experience is beyond what ordinary people can comprehend. Ye Qingwen's lips curved into a smile, a natural feature of her mouth, so it wasn't a sneer. She simply said calmly. Indeed. If not for Sister Purple Spirit's maneuvering, the 2 of us would probably have become that scoundrel's cauldrons, just like those maidservants. Liu Yun's was startled and instinctively swept his divine sense over the maidservants. 1, 2, 3, 17. Liu Yun swallowed, suppressing the urge to rummage through Wen Tianren's storage pouch. He glanced at the 2 women and asked, now that Wen Tianren is dead, what are your plans? Will you continue to follow Purple Spirit? At these words, Wen Ziyu and Ye Qingwen immediately exchanged glances, both a little confused. Then, as if something occurred to them, Ye Qingwen's face instantly lit up with unconcealed joy, while Wen Ziyu appeared somewhat hesitant, her lips pressed together, remaining silent. Liu Yun saw at once that they had misunderstood. He waved his hand and said directly, what I mean is, do you 2 have any other places to go in the inner sea? If not, I know of a teleportation array to the outer sea, you might want to try it. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ye Qingwen's eyes. She lowered her head slightly and said softly, Senior Liu, with our cultivation, wouldn't going to the outer sea be suicide? That's why I asked if you want to continue following Purple Spirit. With a core formation cultivator as a backer, you can still survive in the outer sea if you are careful. Or, if you don't want to go, I can help write a letter, and you can take it to Tianxing City, they will also take you in. As Liu Yun spoke, his tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed slightly, making him appear much happier. The 2 women opposite him were somewhat bewildered until a streak of escape lights flew over, revealing Purple Spirit's figure. Fellow Daist Liu, 2 core formation cultivators came earlier, and I sent them away using Wen Tianren's name. I didn't let those maidservants come over, to avoid any accidents. Liu Yun smiled and nodded, draining the spiritual tea in his hand. It seems I can relax for the next few days. Purple Spirit looked at Liu Yun's, her face devoid of any expression. Just moments ago, a hint of killing intent had arisen in Purple Spirit's heart, only to be interrupted by 2 sudden streaks of escape lights. After scaring away the 2 core formation cultivators with Wen Tianren's name, Purple Spirit suddenly realized that without the young master of the Reverse Star Alliance's carriage and accompanying maidservants, it would be difficult to gain anyone's trust. At the same time, from childhood, that silent yet powerful scrutinizing gaze seemed to always be behind her, staring fixedly at her. Finally, Purple Spirit could only tell herself that Wen Tianren's whereabouts were never a secret. Even if she killed all the accompanying maidservants, it would be impossible to hide it from the Reverse Star Alliance for long. Liu Yun's gestured for Purple Spirit to sit on the flying carpet, secretly sighing in relief. It seems there shouldn't be any more trouble this time. 100 li away from the small island, 2 streaks of escape lights streaked across the sky, flying away from the island. The Reverse Star Alliance is too overbearing. They eat the meat themselves and don't even leave us a drop of soup. Within one of the escape lights, a short, stout old man gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Don't be anxious. Who can guarantee that the celestial phenomenon was necessarily caused by the emergence of a rare treasure? What if it was just someone cultivating some extraordinary cultivation technique there? Then you and I would have escaped a calamity. From the other escape lights came a slightly younger voice, tinged with a hint of sourness, yet he could only comfort himself this way. Don't deceive yourself. Even the young lord of the Reverse Star Alliance went there, and you still say it's not the emergence of a rare treasure. The short, stout old man snorted coldly, saying with dissatisfaction. Then what can you do? Go fight the Six Paths Extreme Sage's inheritor to the death. A disdainful voice came from the other escape lights. The short, stout old man opened his mouth angrily, but couldn't say anything. For him to go fight the Six Paths Extreme Sage's inheritor to the death, that was naturally impossible. Not to mention whether loose cultivators like them dared to provoke an existence like the Reverse Star Alliance, just the Six Paths inheritor himself was not someone the two of them could deal with. But thinking of the supreme treasure that could cause celestial anomalies, the short, stout old man felt unwilling. For loose cultivators like them, the chance of nascent soul condensation was already slim. If they couldn't even strive for an opportunity placed right before their eyes, then there would be no hope at all. After much thought, the short, stout old man gritted his teeth fiercely. How about we go back? See if there's a chance to fish in troubled waters? If there's really no chance, we can leave later. The young lord of the Reverse Star Alliance shouldn't waste time chasing after two minor characters like us. A sneer came from within the escape lights. If you want to die, go by yourself. I won't accompany you. You. The short, stout old man was speechless for a moment. How could he have the courage to go back alone? How about this, we'll go back and contact a few friends nearby, to see if we can. Before the short, stout old man could finish his sentence, a piercing shriek echoed through the air. The two instinctively turned their heads, seeing a giant golden sphere fly out from a desolate island they had just passed. The sphere was extremely fast, reaching the two in the blink of an eye. The person in the escape lights reacted instantly, and a three-pronged fork, spitting out emerald demonic fire, shot out from the escape lights, directly blocking the golden sphere. The short, stout old man reacted half a beat slower, but it was precisely because of this that he saw everything that happened next. From within the giant golden sphere, a massive arm covered in golden scales shot out like lightning, grabbing the three-pronged fork. This magic treasure, which had followed its master for over 100 years and fought countless enemies, let out a mournful cry. It was squeezed and twisted by the large hand, its spiritual light greatly diminished. The escape lights instantly vanished, revealing a white-faced middle-aged man with a 3-foot-long beard, who spat out a large mouthful of blood. Immediately after, another giant fist covered in golden scales shot out from the sphere like lightning, striking the middle-aged man with one punch and exploding him into a sky full of minced meat. The short, stout old man's vision blurred, and a figure like a demon god stood before him, looking down at him from above. Those golden eyes were filled with bloodthirsty bestiality, a living, breathing humanoid vicious beast. You just said you encountered the Six Paths Extreme Sage's inheritor. The demon god-like giant bared his teeth, layers of fine golden scales pressing together, revealing a ferocious and terrifying face. Where is he? Chapter 505, Manhusi attacks. Above the small island, the strange celestial phenomenon intensified. The dark clouds, which had initially only gathered in the center above the small island, now covered the entire island and showed signs of spreading further outward. Sounds of ghostly wails and wolf howls emanated from within, chilling one's heart. However, even the most terrifying sight could not overshadow the greed in people's hearts. On one side of the small island, dozens of cultivators gathered, looking at the island with various expressions. Inside the small island, Han Li closed his eyes and concentrated, his divine sense enveloping the entire island, not letting any gap escape him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the small island, Lu Yun's was drinking tea and chatting cheerfully with three beautiful women, appearing particularly content. Han Li was practically gritting his teeth. And on the surface of the sea, strings of bubbles occasionally emerged, as if something was boiling beneath the water. This was not due to the strange celestial phenomenon, but because a certain dragon, who had volunteered to protect the small island, had fallen asleep at the bottom of the sea. If Han Li's state of mind wasn't resilient enough, he would probably have thrown in the towel and left by now. Even so, he could only close his eyes and meditate on the island, pretending he saw nothing. Time passed by minute by minute. After several more hours, Lu Yun suddenly put down his teacup and asked Purple Spirit seriously. Have you thought it through? What are your plans next? Purple Spirit was silent for a moment, then drained the spiritual tea in her hand. Tianxing City, will they really accept us? Purple Spirit asked with some unease. There won't be another incident like Wen Tianren, right? Three beautiful women, with average cultivation and no backing. This combination would attract ill-intentioned individuals wherever they went. This was true in both the Reverse Star Alliance and Tianxing City. Even if such incidents didn't occur, they might still be treated as cannon fodder and sent to the front lines. If they didn't go to Tianxing City, their only option would be the outer sea. In such a wild land infested with Yao beasts, with their cultivation and divine abilities, self-preservation would already be difficult, let alone hunting Yao beasts for elixirs, which would be pure suicide. Although finding a deserted island and living in seclusion for several centuries wouldn't be difficult, it would also mean that they would have almost no chance of further advancement. Two choices now lay before the three women. Before, as the weak, they never had a choice, merely drifting with the current, treated as objects to be passed around. Now that they had the power of choice, they suddenly felt the heavy burden of reality pressing down on their shoulders. The three women remained silent, unable to make a decision for a long time. Lu Yun's did not rush them. He knew very well that such major decisions, involving the trajectory of one's life, were not easy to make. Back then, he and Han Li had agonized for a long time over an ancient teleportation array, and only came to the chaotic star sea after being forced into a corner. Of course, things were different now. No matter where Liu Yun's and Han Li went, they could live very well. Anyway, those capable of troubling them were too busy, and those who weren't busy couldn't defeat them. As long as they didn't court death, the two of them could live quite comfortably. Someone's coming. Qing Li, at the bottom of the sea, suddenly woke up and sent a message to Liu Yun's in the air. In her perception, something formidable seemed to be gradually approaching. If this were the outer sea, Qing Li would only assume it was a shape-shifted demonic beast trying to claim her territory, but this was clearly the inner sea, so why did she have this feeling? Liu Yun's frowned, his powerful divine sense instantly spreading out. An incredibly powerful and violent aura was rapidly flying towards them. Manhuzi. Feeling that familiar aura, Liu Yun's expression instantly darkened. He suddenly stood up from the flying carpet, his aura gradually changing, mimicking Wen Tianren's appearance. Fellow Daoist Liu, what is this? Purple Spirit looked at him in confusion. Her divine sense was not strong enough to detect an enemy so far away. Go to Wen Tianren's carriage. Liu Yun said without looking back, his expression unusually serious. Remember, from now on, I am Wen Tianren. If we can bluff our way through, that's best. If not, Liu Yun suddenly gritted his teeth. Run. Follow the route I gave you. The three women looked at each other, their hearts instantly pounding. They couldn't imagine what kind of enemy could make Liu Yun show such a grave expression, as if facing a formidable foe. Liu Yun took a deep breath and flew directly towards Wen Tianren's carriage. Now, he could only hope that the identity of the Six Paths successor and young master of the Reverse Star Alliance would be enough to deter Manhuzi. Looking across the entire chaotic star sea, there were not many opponents who could make Liu Yun feel almost unbeatable, and Manhuzi was one of them. This was not only because of the opponent's powerful strength and the formidable physical body forged by the heaven-supporting demonic art, but also because of his mutated three-eyed leopard that could petrify any magic treasure and spiritual chi. With that beast present, at least 70% of Liu Yun's divine abilities would be rendered useless, and his actual strength would be pitifully weak, unable to even break through Manhuzi's physical body. Once a fight broke out, Liu Yun could only choose to run away. In the past, adhering to the basic principle of running if he couldn't win, Liu Yun wouldn't have been afraid of Manhuzi. But now, Yuan Yao was still on that island performing the soul restoration technique. Without Liu Yun's protection, who knew what Manhuzi would do? As Liu Yun flew towards Wen Tianren's carriage, he pondered in his mind how to deal with Manhuzi. Facing Manhuzi and his three-eyed leopard, it seemed that only his newly developed formless escape technique could play some role among all his divine abilities. But with the opponent's powerful divine soul, which was almost halfway into the late nascent soul stage, the effect Liu Yun's number 2 could achieve would probably be quite limited, at most allowing him to die less spectacularly. Qing Li should be able to help, but against the three-eyed leopard and Manhuzi, it would still be a crushing defeat. Even if Liu Yun had thought of a plan to deal with the three-eyed leopard, facing a guy whose physical body was no less than a dragon of the same level, whether these methods could be successfully used was an unknown. A body cultivator with astonishing physical body strength, coupled with a three-eyed leopard that could break almost all spells and magical artifacts, this combination was simply too difficult to handle. As long as the opponent wasn't so foolish as to let the three-eyed leopard fight alone, he would almost be invincible. At least for Liu Yun, facing such an enemy, there really wasn't a good solution. In Liu Yun's anxious gaze, a golden meteor in the distance was swooping down towards everyone. Liu Yun calmed his mind and sent a message through the air. Senior man, long time no see. Is there something you wish to discuss with my master? The number 1 demonic path figure in the chaotic star sea, Six Paths Extreme Sage. Liu Yun only hoped that this grand title could suppress Manhuzi. However, to Liu Yun's surprise, upon hearing this, the opponent showed no intention of slowing down, but instead charged directly at him. Regarding Manhuzi's strength, it didn't seem to be displayed much in the Void Heaven Palace, and the original novel didn't elaborate much. But in fact, at the end of the Void Heaven Palace, after Manhuzi took the Heaven Mending Pill, he faced the siege of almost all the nascent soul cultivators in the palace at that time and came out unscathed. Later, he even fought fiercely with the Six Paths Extreme Sage, escaping at the cost of severe injuries, and then, while still severely injured, fought Extreme Yin for 3 days and 3 nights. I strongly suspect that Manhuzi was eventually dragged to his death by Ji Yin. In Tianese, Old Monster Tianhen had a similar record, also escaping from Venerable Xiang with severe injuries, which earned Old Monster Tianhen the title of the number 1 person below the 3 great cultivators before Han Li. At first glance, Manhuzi seemed similar to Old Monster Tianhen, but the problem is, are Venerable Xiang and the Six Paths Extreme Sage comparable as late nascent soul great cultivators? Not to mention, Manhuzi is also a body cultivator, and the original novel never mentioned him using any escape techniques or flying ancient treasures. This kind of raw strength is quite terrifying. Chapter 506, Joining Forces. A golden meteor whistled through the air, like a true extraterrestrial meteorite, plummeting directly towards Liu Yun's location. The maidservants around the carriage, seeing Wen Tianren suddenly appear, hadn't even had time to bow before witnessing this apocalyptic scene. With their cultivation, they couldn't even dodge. It seemed their only fate was to be smashed into dust by this meteor. Just then, Wen Tianren's figure suddenly shifted, and he appeared high in the sky, dozens of feet away. The golden meteor changed course accordingly, shooting towards Wen Tianren's direction. Senior man, what is the meaning of this? What meaning? Man Hughes's voice carried a sense of desperate resolve, as if he had reached a dead end. Boy, prepare to die. The golden meteor tore through the air, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, rushing towards Liu Yun's at high speed. Liu Yun's expression changed, and his figure twisted abruptly, transforming into several streaks of golden light that shot out in all directions. Golden escape technique. Man Hughes paused slightly, extending his two massive arms and grabbing left and right with lightning speed. Several streaks of golden light were shattered by his grasp, but Liu Yun's figure was nowhere to be seen. Man Hughes, what do you intend to do? Wen Tianren's voice echoed in Man Hughes's ear. As the golden light dispersed, Man Hughes's terrifying, demon god-like figure straightened in midair, his face, covered in golden scales, filled with rage. I want your life. Man Hughes sneered. A long ribbon suddenly appeared beside him, extending and spreading out of thin air. You're here for Wen Tianren. Wen Tianren's voice held a hint of confusion. Immediately after, countless black threads emerged around him, converging in one direction to form a giant sword as black as ink. The giant sword slashed horizontally, clashing with the long ribbon. Black demonic fire erupted suddenly. The long ribbon trembled slightly, directly batting the giant sword away, while it itself recoiled several feet. Man Huze was stunned. This long ribbon of his had never suffered the slightest damage when it directly countered Wan Tianming's heavenly net true art transformed fire dragon in the Void Heaven Palace. Now, directly countering a core formation junior's magic treasure, it actually felt somewhat strained. Although this was partly due to him underestimating his opponent and not using his full power, the opponent's magic treasure was indeed excessively sharp. The long ribbon stopped extending. Man Huze remained silent for a while, then asked in a low voice, "Who exactly are you?" Wen Tianren's figure appeared in the air. He wiped his face with one hand, revealing Liu Yun's face. "So it's you, no wonder," Man Huze muttered to himself, his gaze dropping slightly to look at Wen Tianren's carriage and the dozen or so panicked maidservants around it. Hat. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Man Hughes's shoulders trembled slightly, his laughter gradually changing from low to an unrestrained, sky-splitting guffaw. "So that's it. The successor of that bastard Six Paths, actually died by your hand. Ha 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 ha." Liu Yun's lowered his eyelids, glanced at the terrified maidservants below, and glared at Man Huze with displeasure. "I knew it. The chaotic star sees number 1 core formation, the chaotic star sees number 1 demonic cultivator, it's all nonsense." At this moment, Man Huze's mood was ecstatic. He completely ignored Liu Yun's expression, instead laughing louder and louder, until the air itself trembled slightly, emitting a sharp, explosive sound. Looking at the overjoyed Man Huze, Liu Yun's frowned slightly. Judging by his appearance, could it be that he had a grudge against the Six Paths extreme sage? Man Huze laughed for a while, then stopped, turning to look at the strange celestial phenomenon not far away, and asked Liu Yun's, "Heavenly Eye, if I'm not mistaken, is someone performing the miraculous art of soul resurrection, bringing the dead back to life?" Liu Yun's nodded and said, "That's right. I'm here at the request of an old acquaintance, to act as his protector. It just so happened that Wen Tianren barged in, so." Liu Yun spread his hands helplessly at Man Huze. "Ha ha ha ha. What a pity, I arrived too late." Man Huze laughed heartily, his gaze shifting to Liu Yun's. The corners of his mouth gradually curved into an incredibly sinister and terrifying smile. "Heavenly Eye, you killed Six Paths' successor. He must know about this by now. How long do you think it will take him to get here?" Liu Yun's heart skipped a beat. As a second generation, leaving a primordial spirit token with his master or elder was standard practice, he had won himself back then. Needless to say, Six Paths must already know about this. He just didn't know if he, as one of the two leaders of the Reverse Star Alliance, could spare the time to come here and avenge his successor. Judging others by himself, Liu Yun's thought he would. After all, in the cultivation world, a qualified legacy successor was often far more important than one's own son. Not to mention that Wen Tianren and Six Paths shared the same surname, Wen. Liu Yun's would never believe that there was no other connection between them. Fortunately, this place is secluded enough, otherwise Six Paths might have already arrived. But even so, it's only a matter of time. Man Huze smiled maliciously, his gaze sweeping over the maidservants below. His eyes suddenly sharpened. He waved one hand, and a golden light shot through the air, transforming into a rainbow-like golden sun in the sky, falling directly towards the dozen or so maidservants. Liu Yun's frowned. The giant sword beside him instantly shot out, dispersing the golden light at a speed far exceeding it. "Man Huze, speak your mind, stop with these theatrics," Liu Yun said in a cold tone. Man Huze didn't feel there was any problem at all. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Heavenly Eye, these are all Wen Tianren's people. Do you really intend to let them go? If I kill them, Six Paths won't know I did it." Liu Yun scoffed, directly retorting. "Man Huze, I'm not so shameless as to make things difficult for a group of Foundation establishment stage women. Just say what you want to say directly." Man Huze reined in the smile on his face, scrutinized Liu Yun's for a few moments, and said seriously, "Six Paths will be here soon. I want to join forces with you to ambush him." "Are you out of your mind? Just the two of them, ambushing the Six Paths extreme sage? What was the difference between that and suicide?" Man Huze didn't get angry. Instead, he calmly said to Liu Yun's, "Heavenly Eye, you are the best grandmaster of formations I know. I don't believe you don't have a few powerful formations at hand. As long as we cooperate with each other, and with your formation to hold him back, if we plan carefully against his unpreparedness, even if we can't kill 6 paths, we can heavily wound him. As far as I know, the time when the twin saints of heavenly stars can temporarily leave Tianxing City to act is not far off. As long as we can heavily wound him, the rest will be handled by the twin saints of heavenly stars. Don't you want to help Star Palace? Or are you willing to be hunted down by 6 paths and the Reverse Star Alliance from now on? Manhuza spoke in a deep voice, think about it, Heavenly Eye. Chapter 507, Farewell. Liu Yun's fell silent, turning his head to look at the rapidly changing, bizarre celestial phenomenon, a thoughtful expression on his face. Heavenly Eye, if you really don't dare to face 6 paths extreme sage, then it's still not too late to leave now. But your friend, who is currently performing the soul returning art, will probably have to stay here. Savage Beard sneered and continued, if he is a man, then it's not so bad. At most, he will have his soul extracted and refined by 6 paths extreme sage, incorporated into a magic treasure, and never enter reincarnation. But if she is a woman, then it will be tragic. 6 paths extreme sage is notoriously a lecherous fiend, and his attainments in dual cultivation and harvesting techniques are those of a grandmaster. I'm afraid your friend won't even be able to die, and for the rest of her life, she'll only be treated as a medicinal dreg for harvesting and lust, brutally ravaged until her lifespan is exhausted. Liu Yun's looked up and gave him a cold glance. All right, I agree. Savage Beard bared his teeth, the dense golden scales on his face layered and squeezed together, making him look more like a Yao beast than a human. Liu Yun stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. He did have formations to deal with nascent soul cultivators, but they could only be used against early nascent soul stage cultivators. Their effect on nascent soul mid-stage cultivators would be greatly diminished, and against 6 paths extreme sage, they would probably only be able to slightly restrain him at most. Besides this, to deal with an enemy of that level, most of his divine abilities and magic treasures would not be able to play any role in direct combat. This point could only be left to Savage Beard and his 3-eyed leopard. The only thing worth celebrating was that, judging from Wen Tianren's performance, the 6 Extremes true demon art did not possess the abnormal physical body strength of the heaven-supporting demonic art. In other words, his usual tactic of using escape techniques to maneuver and then finding an opportunity for a one-hit kill was still viable. With Savage Beard and the 3-eyed leopard providing cover, his formless escape technique, combined with his battle armor capable of close combat with an 8th-rank flood dragon, would be enough to pose a great threat to 6 paths extreme sage in close quarters. In other words, he could fight. At least there was a certain chance of victory. Suddenly, Liu Yun's turned to look at Savage Beard. Fellow Daoist man, you'd best conserve your magic power, Liu Yun said with a frown. From the beginning, Savage Beard had kept his heaven-supporting demonic art active, as if constantly guarding against a sneak attack from Liu Yun's. Savage Beard snorted coldly, not replying, but instead looked at the maidservants below. These maidservants had already realized something, yet facing the 2 killing gods in the sky, they dared not move a muscle. Running away? That would be courting death. Now, the more foolish among them still placed their hopes on Liu Yun's, thinking that since he had saved them earlier, perhaps he was attracted to their looks, and in that case, they might still have a chance to live. The smarter ones, however, had already completely despaired. Wen Tianren was dead, and he had died while traveling with them. Even if this matter had nothing to do with them, they were still doomed to die. Regardless, the Reverse Star Alliance and 6 Paths Extreme Sage would not let any of them go. Not for any other reason, but because they were Wen Tianren's cauldrons. With Wen Tianren dead, they had no value whatsoever. Under Savage Beard's disdainful gaze, Liu Yun slowly descended, landing in front of these people. Meeting their gazes, some hopeful, some despairing, Liu Yun rubbed his temples, a little vexed. You should know by now that I killed Wen Tianren. 6 Paths Extreme Sage will most likely not spare you, so you now have 2 paths to take. Liu Yun held up 2 fingers and said to the maidservants, the first path is to join the Star Palace. I have a few acquaintances there and can write you a letter. As long as you can reach Tianxing City before the Reverse Star Alliance finds you, then your lives can be saved. Of course, I can't guarantee whether you'll be used as cannon fodder on the battlefield later. As soon as these words were spoken, the women looked at each other, seeing the despair in each other's eyes. Tianxing City was more than 1,000 miles from here. For a group of Foundation establishment cultivators, trying to reach Tianxing City under the Reverse Star Alliance's pursuit was simply an impossible task. Not to mention that they originated from the Reverse Star Alliance, so even if the Star Palace accepted them, they would probably be sent directly to the front lines, serving as the first batch of cannon fodder to die out. The second point is that I know of a temporarily safe teleportation array. There might be Yao beasts guarding it, or there might not. If you're lucky enough, you might be able to safely reach the outer sea. Liu Yun's expression was exceptionally serious. The outer sea's teleportation array, after his modifications, not only planted a trap for the formation genius among the Yao beasts but also added a random teleportation function. This function was originally a smokescreen to confuse that genius, but now, if these people were to use that teleportation array, they would likely be randomly teleported to one of the Reverse Star Alliance's teleportation arrays in the outer sea. And currently, almost every island in the outer sea with a teleportation array was occupied by Yao beasts. A group of Foundation establishment cultivators would have no problem against rank 5 Yao beasts, but if there were higher rank Yao beasts present, that would be another matter. They didn't have magic treasures, and it would be very difficult for them to even escape. So, for them, this choice was basically a gamble with their lives. For a moment, everyone fell silent. You'd better decide quickly, there isn't much time, Liu Yun said sternly. Humph. Heavenly Eye, don't waste time on them. Hurry up and set up the formation. Savage Beard snorted coldly in the air, his tone unfriendly. Liu Yun looked up at him, said nothing, and continued to wait for the maidservant's choice. Finally, before Savage Beard's patience ran out, one of the tall, beautiful maidservants spoke, Senior, is that teleportation array far from here? Liu Yun shook his head, not far. You can drive this beast carriage there, it should only take about half a month to arrive. The maidservants huddled together and discussed for a few moments, then simultaneously bowed deeply to Liu Yun. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. We still choose to go to the outer sea. Good. Liu Yun nodded, handed them the jade slip containing the teleportation array's location, and watched them leave. Savage Beard descended, somewhat puzzled, and stroked his chin. Are you trying to use Wen Tianren's carriage to attract the Reverse Star Alliance's attention, to buy us time? Wen Tianren's carriage might not necessarily have a positioning restriction. Indeed, it doesn't. I checked, Liu Yun said without turning his head. Then why are you doing this? Savage Beard frowned, unable to understand. Hat. Liu Yun scoffed. People like you wouldn't understand. Chapter 508, Sudden Turn of Events. Liu Yun turned around and called out to Savage Beard. Let's go. Setting up the formation will take some time. Also, shouldn't you deactivate the heaven-supporting demonic art first? If you keep this up, how much magic power will you have left when Six Paths Extreme Sage comes knocking? Savage Beard merely snorted in response, my magic power is sufficient. You should worry about yourself. Liu Yun frowned slightly, then suddenly looked at Savage Beard, white light flickering in his eyes. Caught off guard just now, he hadn't noticed anything, but after some time, Liu Yun sensed something was amiss. Although Savage Beard's aura, while using the heaven-supporting demonic art, was still terrifyingly strong, it was extremely unstable. The spiritual qi on his body was also not as unfathomable as it had been in the Void Heaven Palace back then, instead, it seemed somewhat outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Are you injured? Liu Yun asked expressionlessly. Savage Beard's laughter stopped. He turned his head and stared at Liu Yun with a beast-like gaze. The two stared at each other, neither backing down. Finally, Savage Beard sighed. Six Paths Extreme Sage did it? Liu Yun asked. Although it was a question, his tone was unusually certain. Only this could explain why Savage Beard had suddenly become so hostile towards Six Paths Extreme Sage. Indeed. Savage Beard gave a bitter smile. Back in the Void Heaven Palace, I saved Six Paths Extreme Sage's wife's life, thinking I could use that as a bargaining chip to get connected with Holy Demon Island. Initially, things went quite smoothly. I arrived at Holy Demon Island, became an honored guest of Six Paths Extreme Sage, and we exchanged insights on cultivation. Six Paths Extreme Sage truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 demonic path cultivator in the chaotic Star Sea. After a period of exchange, I even felt my bottleneck loosen slightly. But later, when I wanted to leave Holy Demon Island, Six Paths Extreme Sage started making excuses. At that time, I already felt something was off. Finally, during one conversation, Six Paths Extreme Sage revealed his true purpose. Savage Beard gritted his teeth fiercely, his massive fist clenching suddenly, emitting a sound like metal grinding. He actually wanted my physical body after my death to be used as a refined corpse to help him cultivate his demonic technique. Liu Yun's eyelid twitched. He sized up Savage Beard a few times, immediately feeling a bit of admiration for Six Paths Extreme Sage's discerning eye. Setting aside everything else, Savage Beard's powerful physical body was indeed an excellent materials for a refined corpse. As long as the refined corpse refining technique wasn't too terrible, with a physical body comparable to a 9th rank flood dragon, the starting point would likely be a powerful refined corpse no weaker than a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. According to Six Paths Extreme Sage's intention, he probably wanted to refine Savage Beard's physical body using some special secret art or demonic technique. In this way, if Six Paths Extreme Sage's skill and secret art were sufficiently profound, it was even possible for Savage Beard's physical body to advance further than it was during his lifetime. This would be equivalent to a late nascent soul stage cultivator appearing out of thin air on the Reverse Star Alliance's side. Although one couldn't expect a refined corpse to reach the level of strength of Six Paths Extreme Sage, Third Antwan, or the two sages of the Star Palace, it would still be enough to crush other nascent soul cultivators. Savage Beard's emotions became extremely agitated, so he didn't notice Liu Yun's not-so-polite gaze. Of course I refused, so I fought a great battle with him and was severely wounded by his Six Extremes true demon art. Savage Beard said, while touching his chest. Heavenly Eye, I already don't have much time left, and with this severe injury, I probably won't last much longer. But even so, with the heaven-supporting demonic art, I can still unleash battle power close to my peak in a short period of time. Savage Beard gave a cold laugh, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Even if I die, I'll drag that bastard Six Paths Extreme Sage to hell with me. Time passed little by little. Liu Yun sat cross-legged in mid-air, closing his eyes to rest. Savage Beard's figure, however, had disappeared. This was the result of their discussion. Liu Yun's formation would conceal Savage Beard, and then, when Six Paths Extreme Sage arrived, they would launch a surprise attack. Liu Yun's cultivation was the best disguise. As long as Six Paths Extreme Sage felt even a hint of disdain, Savage Beard would have a chance to approach Six Paths Extreme Sage. Only by closing the distance could the full power of the heaven-supporting demonic art be unleashed. If their luck was good enough, they might even be able to severely wound Six Paths Extreme Sage before he could unleash his Six Extremes true demon art. Of course, a real fight would certainly not go so smoothly. After all, Six Paths Extreme Sage was an undisputed top-tier cultivator even among late nascent soul stage cultivators, possessing incredibly terrifying combat experience and raw strength. But in the current situation, the two could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. On the other side, Han Li and Qing Li were also prepared. If the situation changed, any increase in combat power could force the scales to tip the other way. Within the formation, Savage Beard, in his incarnation as a demonic god, sat cross-legged, letting out heavy breaths. Beside him, the mutated three-eyed leopard lay at his feet, vigilantly surveying its surroundings. It was because of its presence, coupled with the astonishing defensive power of the heaven-supporting demonic art, that Savage Beard was confident enough to clash head-on with Six Paths Extreme Sage. However, his time was running out. Forcibly suppressing his internal injuries with the heaven-supporting demonic art, every minute and every second was depleting his already dwindling vital essence. The current Savage Beard was only holding on by the sheer hatred he felt for Six Paths Extreme Sage. And as time passed, this sliver of clarity was gradually leaving him. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared within the divine sense of both Savage Beard and Liu Yun's. Impossible. Savage Beard suddenly stood up, roaring in disbelief. The newcomer was not Six Paths Extreme Sage, but a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator Liu Yun's had never seen before. He was short and thin, clad in a dark green daoist robe, appearing to be around 60 or 70 years old. His cultivation was profound, his aura long and steady, a peak middle stage cultivator who had already stepped halfway into the late nascent soul stage. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he let out a long breath. He was wrong, and Savage Beard was also wrong. All their previous conjectures were based on the premise that Wen Tianren, as a successor, was incredibly important to Six Paths Extreme Sage. But now it seemed that Wen Tianren's position in Six Paths Extreme Sage's heart was not as high as the two had imagined, at least not enough to make Six Paths Extreme Sage risk fleeing to this remote place to personally avenge him, especially with the two sages of the Star Palace about to leave the city. A peak mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, in a situation where the four late nascent soul stage cultivators of the Chaotic Star Sea were all preoccupied, was undoubtedly the top-tier combat power in the Chaotic Star Sea, sufficient to deal with the murderer of Wen Tianren. 3 Suns Old Devil. How could it be him? Savage Beard cried out in disbelief. Liu Yun's gaze suddenly sharpened as he stared at the old man flying towards them. Chapter 509, Deathmatch. Liu Yun's had heard the name 3 Suns Old Devil more than once. Among the many powerful devil heads in the Chaotic Star Sea, 3 Suns Old Devil was considered one of the most formidable. His Qing Yang sect wielded immense power, only slightly inferior to top-tier forces like the Myriad Law sect and Holy Demon Island. Beyond that, his divine ability was exceptionally potent, renowned throughout the Chaotic Star Sea, so much so that even the arrogant Savage Beard held him in deep apprehension. Yuan Yao was pursued relentlessly, with nowhere to go, precisely because she had killed the young sect master of the Qing Yang sect. And after Liu Yun's eliminated those who were chasing Yuan Yao, it was only natural for 3 Suns Old Devil to receive the information. Coupled with Six Paths Extreme Sage's instructions, 3 Suns Old Devil's arrival here served two purposes, to search for his enemy's whereabouts and to put Six Paths Extreme Sage in his debt. It was no wonder this devil had personally made a move. Liu Yun subtly let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, even with Manhuse's assistance, he had no confidence in defeating Six Paths Extreme Sage, he was merely acting out of necessity. It was a good thing that Six Paths Extreme Sage hadn't come, though Manhuse didn't seem to take it well. How can this be? Manhuse's figure visibly withered. The collapse of one's conviction could sometimes be more fatal than any injury. He had endured until now solely on the strength of his hatred for Six Paths. When he discovered the arrival was not Six Paths, Manhuse could no longer suppress the injuries within his physical body. If he were 100 years younger, such injuries might not have claimed his life. Alas, he was already a man on the verge of his life's end, and the remaining essence within him could no longer sustain him. Manhuse spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood, and his aura began to weaken uncontrollably. Watching 3 Suns Old Devil gradually approach, Liu Yun took a deep breath and transmitted a resolute message. Fellow Daoist man, do me a favor and kill 3 Suns Old Devil. In the future, I will definitely help you kill Six Paths. Under the gloomy dark clouds, a brilliant lightning bolt flashed. Liu Yun's voice exploded in Manhuse's mind like thunder, causing him to abruptly regain his fading consciousness. He looked up at the young figure. An emotion, difficult to describe as either jealousy or envy, spread through Manhuse's heart. Six Paths, I can no longer kill you. But someone else can. He is younger and more talented than you and I, with infinite possibilities. You and I are both aging. But he is different. He can continue to move forward. Six Paths. I will be waiting for you in hell. Manhuse slowly stood up, and pale golden flames blazed around his body. That was his last shred of essence. Were Liu Yun's words true? Of course. Because he was celestial ascetic Liu Yun's. Because Manhuse's eyes were not blind. Liu Yun's, after I die, everything on my body belongs to you. Manhuse stared intently at the approaching 3 Suns Old Devil and said with a laugh, this physical body also belongs to you. Remember to use it to personally kill 6 paths. As compensation, remember to find a successor for the heaven-supporting demonic art, don't let it be lost. Good. A single word, heavy as 1,000 pounds. Manhusa grinned, stomped his foot on the sea surface fixed by the formation, and his body transformed into a meteor, whistling towards 3 Suns Old Devil. Oh. 3 Suns Old Devil seemed to notice something and abruptly stopped. In that instant, Manhusa's demonic god-like physical body broke through the formation's concealment, letting out a wild laugh as he threw a punch at 3 Suns Old Devil. This punch exploded the air, letting out a thunderous boom. The terrifying and immense power caused everything around to twist and deform, like a crumpled piece of ragged cloth. This was certainly not because Manhusa's punch shook space, but merely because the surrounding air became distorted due to this immense power. But for 3 Suns Old Devil, the aura of this punch was equally unstoppable. Almost instantly, cyan demonic fire erupted from 3 Suns Old Devil, transforming into a monstrous beast with a single horn on its head and a tiger's head and snake's body, emerging from his back. It swung its tiger claw-like talons, meeting Manhusa's fist head-on. With a boom, the monstrous beast's talons were shattered by the punch, and the cyan demonic fire violently exploded. Seizing this brief opportunity, the monstrous beast opened its mouth and spewed out a large amount of demonic fire, engulfing Manhusa's figure within it. 3 Suns Old Devil quickly retreated. He recognized Manhusa's identity and knew that such an attack could not truly harm the opponent. Manhusa, why are you here? 3 Suns Old Devil tried to stall for time with words, while a dark green small mirror flew out from his sleeve, shielding him. From within the raging demonic fire, a pair of large hands covered in golden scales tore through the sea of fire, revealing a terrifying and incomparable human demonic god. 3 Suns Old Devil, your time is up. Manhusa laughed loudly, charging towards 3 Suns Old Devil, draped in a long sash. To drag down a long-disliked fellow with him before he died was indeed a joyful thing. At this moment, Manhusa cast aside all burdens, desiring only to fight to his heart's content before his death. His magic power had never been so obedient as it was at this moment, his physical body had never felt so light. With every breath, the spiritual chi throughout his body circulated on its own, bringing forth incredibly powerful strength. Every movement was effortlessly controlled, as if only at this moment did this body truly belong to him. Within Manhusa's body, a sound of something shattering seemed to emanate. At this moment, he was infinitely close to the realm he had once yearned for. 3 Suns Old Devil's pupils suddenly constricted. Hundreds of dark green fire spirits flew out from the small mirror in front of him. These snake-like fire spirits with twin wings spewed dark green demonic fire, and together with the monstrous beast that crawled out from 3 Suns Old Devil's back, they pounced on Manhusa. For a time, flames soared into the sky. The dark green demonic fire spanned the sky, like another ocean. Manhusa completely disregarded the threat of the demonic fire, relying on the sharpness of his magic treasure, he forcefully charged into the sea of fire, rapidly approaching 3 Suns Old Devil. 3 Suns Old Devil's eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately turned to flee. Manhusa's reckless demeanor, even disregarding his own life, deeply shocked him. Clashing head-on with Manhusa in this state was clearly not a wise move. After all, it was just a favor from 6 paths, it wasn't worth him risking his life. But at this moment, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. For some reason, 3 Suns Old Devil suddenly became disoriented. In that instant, Lu Yun's, clad in armor, suddenly appeared, striking a punch towards his dantian. A strong sense of crisis stimulated 3 Suns Old Devil's scalp, and he instantly broke free from that disoriented state. The magic robe on his body glowed brightly, transforming into a phantom image of a divine statue, protecting him. Boom! Lu Yun's punch not only failed to penetrate this defense but also added a few imperceptible cracks to his gauntlet. Tisk! Lu Yun's clicked his tongue, and his figure instantly vanished. 3 Suns Old Devil had just intended to counterattack when he lost sight of his target. Immediately after, a yellow light struck from behind him. The phantom image of the divine statue, upon contact with the yellow light, instantly transformed into a layer of dusty stone at a visible speed. Boom! A giant fist, imbued with golden light, effortlessly smashed through the stone, striking down upon 3 Suns Old Devil's head. Manhusa, you're going too far. 3 Suns Old Devil roared, and 2 dark green spiritual chi burst from his eyes. In an instant, layers of phantom images flickered. What Manhusa saw in his eyes was that the surroundings were instantly filled with dark green eyes, some large, some small, some dense, some sparse, but all shimmering with an ominous dark green light. Manhusa's eyes narrowed. Just then, 3 Suns Old Devil suddenly let out an exclamation, and the illusion immediately dispelled itself. Manhusa's vision abruptly returned to normal. Just as he was about to slay 3 Suns Old Devil on the spot, his body involuntarily reverted to its original form, and he plummeted towards the sea surface. His magic power had vanished. Chapter 510, Land of Darkness. Just a moment ago, deep beneath the sea, Qing Li was observing the battlefield above, idly blowing bubbles. She had originally braced herself for a tough fight, even preparing to flee, but then only such a character appeared. It seemed humans were nothing more than that. She was that confident, even though she couldn't defeat either of the 2 people fighting in the sky. Just as Qing Li was feeling bored, a fear, as if etched deep into her genes, suddenly spread through her heart. This fear came inexplicably. Qing Li's scales instantly bristled, and faint golden lightning flickered continuously around her. Lu Yun's is acting strange, there's Li only managed to transmit these few words before the spiritual power within her body instantly vanished. Without the support of spiritual power, Li was caught off guard and was directly pressed to the ground by the water pressure. A dense ghost mist spread from the depths of the sea. Before Li's mind could react, she instinctively tried to cast the water evasion technique, but naturally, there was no response. She was directly caught by the ghost mist and instantly disappeared into it. Liu Yun's received Li's half-sentence warning and instinctively looked back. He saw a thick layer of ghost mist gradually spreading from the seabed, and it was also seeping towards the sea surface. Ghost mist. A flash of lightning crossed Liu Yun's mind, and the hairs on his body instantly stood on end. Old Han, quickly take Yuan Yao and go. Liu Yun's quickly flew towards the small island. With his evasion technique, he could reach the island before the ghost mist arrived. But before the ghost mist could fully spread, Liu Yun's felt his body become heavy, and the spiritual power within him instantly vanished. He plummeted from a height of nearly 10 zhang, crashing heavily onto the sea surface. A buzzing sound immediately rang in Liu Yun's ears. He seemed to hear Han Li's shouts and purple spirits and the others' screams. Why didn't they leave? With this question, Liu Yun's vision spun. Countless streaks of pitch-black lightning flashed before his eyes, followed by a profound darkness. Liu Yun's body tumbled uncontrollably. All sorts of strange sounds flooded his mind, and his entire being was spinning, making it impossible to see anything. All he felt was a pitch-black void before his eyes. Suddenly, Liu Yun's felt his body tremble, and then he fell through the air without any support. With a dull thud, Liu Yun's landed heavily on the ground, falling onto a pile of broken stones. A crackling sound echoed around him. Liu Yun's wanted to look, but everywhere his eyes could reach was still pitch black. Before he could take any action, a slippery, sticky thing landed on his face, and a strong, fishy smell immediately assailed his nostrils. Liu Yun's managed to move his neck and shake off the unidentified fish from his face. He turned his head and could vaguely see a pile of fish and shrimp jumping around not far from him. His luck was truly bad, he had perfectly missed these fish and shrimp, landing directly in a pile of rubble. If not for the extraordinary defense of the armor he wore, which still provided considerable protection to Liu Yun's even without spiritual power to activate it, he would have been smashed into a pulp by now. After vaguely seeing his surroundings, Liu Yun's exerted force with his hands, intending to slowly get up, but instantly felt a splitting headache. At the same time, his hands went weak, and a sense of dizziness inexplicably arose in his heart. This was the weakness brought on by forced teleportation, something Liu Yun's was very familiar with. This much was still within Liu Yun's expectations, but what truly made him feel a hint of panic was that he couldn't feel his legs. Liu Yun's laboriously moved his arms, feeling his body inch by inch. A solid metallic sensation came from his hands until he reached his legs. Only then did Liu Yun's let out a long breath. Good news, his legs were still there. Bad news, he might have injured his spine when he fell, leading to paralysis of his lower body. Currently, Liu Yun's couldn't feel any spiritual power within his body, and even his powerful divine sense was unresponsive. Being paralyzed from the waist down in such an unknown place, and unable to use even a trace of spiritual power, was undoubtedly a catastrophic situation. It seems I've arrived at quite an extraordinary place. Liu Yun's lay quietly on the ground, recovering his strength. Despite being in a desperate situation, Liu Yun's, for some unknown reason, showed no signs of panic. Instead, his eyes gleamed, as if he was contemplating something. After an unknown period, Liu Yun's heard footsteps. Who's there? Liu Yun spoke first. In the darkness, several shadows seemed to tremble, and then a familiar voice reached Liu Yun's ears. Senior Liu, is that you? Liu Yun's was startled. When see you? The footsteps suddenly quickened, and several blurry figures appeared before Liu Yun's in the darkness. Liu Yun slightly twitched his nose, and indeed smelled that familiar delicate fragrance. Senior Liu, it really is you. Wen Ziyu let out a sigh of relief, and behind her, a burly man suddenly asked. Fellow Daoist Wen, do you know this? Senior. Liu Yun's eyes flickered. He noticed that besides Wen Ziyu, there were 3 other figures. It was too dark to see them clearly, but he could generally tell they were all males. Indeed, this is Venerable Tian Mu, Senior Liu. Wen Ziyu quickly explained, then turned back to Liu Yun's and asked, Senior Liu, can you stand up? We just heard beast roars over there. This place is probably not a safe one. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun sighed somewhat helplessly. I'm afraid not. I landed in an awkward position just now and injured my spine. At these words, a silence fell over the surroundings. Wen Ziyu's hand trembled violently, looking somewhat at a loss. Just then, not too far from them, a strange beast roar mixed with the sound of flesh being torn reached their ears. Fellow Daoist Wen, those beasts are coming soon. Let's go. The burly man said without hesitation. Wen Ziyu glanced at him, wanting to stand up, but then hesitated, looking at Liu Yun's, who couldn't move. I don't mind, you all go first, Liu Yun said calmly. Fellow Daoist Wen, you heard him. Senior Lu's cultivation is profound, and he has his own means of self-preservation. The burly man behind Wen Ziyu said impatiently. Of course, he didn't believe that a person paralyzed on the ground and unable to use any spiritual power could have any means of self-preservation. He was merely trying to deceive Wen Ziyu in his urgency. Wen Ziyu was not foolish. She didn't answer the burly man, but remained silent in the darkness, not knowing what she was thinking. Accompanied by a deathly silence, the sounds of the beasts grew closer. Chapter 511, Escape. Fellow Deist Wen. The burly man still wanted to say something, but his companions behind him had already turned around and fled without hesitation. Seeing this, the man reluctantly glanced at Wen Ziyu's curvaceous figure, then turned his head and left without any lingering attachment. Wen Ziyu watched them disappear into the darkness, but instead, she sighed as if relieved, and then, under Liu Yun's somewhat peculiar gaze, Wen Ziyu hoisted Liu Yun's onto her back and ran. Although she was a woman, she was still a foundation establishment cultivator who had undergone the marrow cleansing and chi refining process. To say the least, she still possessed several hundred caddies of strength. Liu Yun's, including his armor, weighed only about 200 caddies. Although carrying him was somewhat heavy for Wen Ziyu, she could still run as fast as a flying bird. Low growls of beasts accompanied by chaotic footsteps echoed haphazardly in the darkness, as if an invisible ghost was pressing in on them from behind. Seriously, if you keep carrying me like this, your stamina will run out before long, and we'll still die, Liu Yun said helplessly from Wen Ziyu's back. I can't just leave you there to die, can I? Wen Ziyu's voice was also a bit bitter, but it sounded exceptionally firm. It wouldn't matter if you really left me there to die. In this wretched place, it's good enough to just look out for yourself. Wen Ziyu didn't speak, but silently adjusted Liu Yun's higher on her back, ensuring he wouldn't fall off. Senior Liu, outside, my cultivation was low, and I was truly powerless to repay your great kindness to me and to the Miao insect. But now that we've fallen to such a state, let me carry you for a while. Consider it repayment for your kindness. Kindness. Liu Yun's chuckled self-deprecatingly. It was just a casual act, nothing to be called kindness. If you think it was casual, that's your problem. It has nothing to do with my desire to repay a kindness. At the brink of life and death, Wen Ziyu's tone suddenly became lighter, and her way of speaking to Liu Yun's lost some of its distance, gaining more intimacy. Is that so? Liu Yun's looked up and sighed deeply. Then what if I told you that there's a high probability that Wen Tianren attacked the Miao insect because of me? Wen Ziyu fell silent. After a while, Liu Yun's heard her slightly hoarse voice. You were the one who helped the Miao insect, the Reverse Star Alliance was the one who destroyed the Miao insect. In this world, there's no logic in pointing a blade at a good person. Liu Yun's was suddenly stunned, then inexplicably burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The laughter traveled far and wide in the darkness, drawing a heavy set of footsteps from not far behind, rapidly pursuing them. Senior Liu, can you please not laugh at a time like this? Wen Ziyu was on the verge of breaking down, running at full speed with Liu Yun's on her back, yet she could only hear the footsteps getting closer and closer. Calm down, calm down. It's not a big deal. This kind of mindset makes you prone to suffering losses. Before Liu Yun's finished speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of wind behind them. A huge, eerie green ice prism whizzed past their ears, piercing a black rock. Okay, now the problem is a bit big. Liu Yun's rubbed his chin, contemplating as he looked back. Due to the surrounding darkness, he could only see a creature behind him that resembled a giant wild dog, but its head was abnormally large, almost taking up half of its entire body. Its two front limbs appeared particularly short and small compared to its thick hind legs, causing the creature's front paws to almost float when it ran. Besides this, it also seemed to have a pair of pitifully small, wing-like appendages drooping from its back. How did this thing grow? It's too haphazard, Liu Yun's asked, very puzzled. Just then, perhaps having heard Liu Yun's comments about its appearance, the creature suddenly opened its large mouth and spat out another ice prism. Wen Ziyu felt a gust of wind behind her head and instinctively misstepped, the ice prism almost grazing her body as it flew past. Senior Liu. Can't you be serious at a time like this? Wen Ziyu's voice was tinged with a tremor, as if she was about to cry. She finally understood. Some people were the type that could only be admired from afar, not played with. From a distance, they seemed quite beautiful, but as soon as one got too close, they would be surprised to discover, what in the world is this? Calm down. The more a time like this, the calmer you need to be. Liu Yun's tone was unusually calm, even seeming quite happy. But this thing is interesting. In a place where there's no spiritual energy and everyone's magic has disappeared, it can actually use spells. Senior Liu. Alright, I get it. Liu Yun's picked at his ear, thought for a moment, and then said to Wen Ziyu. In a bit, when I say throw, you'll throw me out like a hidden weapon. What? Wen Ziyu was stunned, even doubting her own ears. Liu Yun's turned his head, his eyes fixed on the approaching monster. No time to repeat it. Now. Throw. Wen Ziyu's mind hadn't quite caught up, but her body instinctively followed Liu Yun's command, throwing him towards the monster behind them. The monster seemed not to have expected such sudden good fortune and eagerly opened its large mouth to meet him. Wen Ziyu instinctively turned back, wanting to pull him back, but she was a step too late. She could only watch as Liu Yun's flew into the monster's mouth, its two rows of sharp teeth closing, and then, a crisp crunch sound. Ayo! The monster let out a roar of extreme pain from its throat. Its teeth had clashed against Liu Yun's armor, directly breaking several of them. Liu Yun's wasn't doing much better. He was almost suffocated by the monster's foul breath, and quickly pressed his arm guards, deploying two exceptionally sharp small swords. With the sword in his right hand, he pierced the monster's lower jaw. In its agony, the monster suddenly stood upright, shaking its head, intending to fling Liu Yun's off. However, Liu Yun's used this force to flip out, grabbing onto its teeth with his right hand to stabilize himself, and plunging the short sword extended from his left arm guard into its throat. Then, Liu Yun's released his right hand, and his body, under the influence of gravity, plummeted downwards, directly eviscerating it. Blood and internal organs gushed out, burying Liu Yun's directly beneath them. All of this happened too quickly. Wen Ziyu didn't even have time to react before the monster had already become a corpse. Senior Liu. Wen Ziyu called out cautiously. Here. Come dig me out. Wen Ziyu quickly rushed over, pushing aside the bloody internal organs to reveal Liu Yun's, who had a look of utter despair. Alright, this is slightly different from my original plan. Wen Ziyu looked at Liu Yun's like this, and for some reason, she couldn't help but laugh. Liu Yun's shared a laugh with her, then struggled to prop himself up, sitting with his back against the monster's corpse. Enough laughing. Come over and lend a hand. Help me move this thing's head over here, Liu Yun's called out. Wen Ziyu, somewhat bewildered, complied, laboriously moving the monster's head in front of Liu Yun's. Energy doesn't appear out of thin air. The fact that this thing can use spells in a place like this means there's a stable energy source within its body that works here. Liu Yun's wiped his short sword, explaining with a smile. This is exactly what I want. Chapter 512 Modification. Let me see. Meridians. Denshin, blood vessels, bones. In the lightless darkness, Liu Yun's murmuring was accompanied by the sounds of flesh being cut open and bones being crushed. Although she couldn't see the gory scene of Liu Yun's dissecting the monster, in this lightless darkness, accompanied by the pungent smell of blood and the whispering in her ears, Wen Ziyu's imagination was enough to scare her badly. Senior Liu. Hiss. This structure is quite interesting, not quite like a proper living creature, but more akin to some kind of spiritual object. Found it. Liu Yun shouted excitedly, and with a faint green glow, he extracted an egg-sized, eerie green crystal from the monster's head. Looking at this unusually familiar crystal, Liu Yun's frowned slightly in confusion, then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soul stones. So that's what this is. Wen Ziyu, watching from the side, was bewildered and asked Liu Yun's, Senior Liu, is this crystal something like a demon core? Liu Yun shook his head, looking at the crystal in his hand, and explained with a smile, rather than a demon core, this thing is closer to a spirit stone, only the power it contains isn't spiritual power, but the power of yin souls. Leaving aside its nature, the purity of the energy inside is probably no less than that of a high-grade spirit stone. As Liu Yun spoke, he pressed a few times on his breastplate, and with a crisp sound of metal separating, a black metal plate flipped up on its own, revealing a peculiar five-sided array diagram inside. Each of the 5 corners of this array diagram was inlaid with a spirit stone of a different attribute, but now no spiritual light emanated from these spirit stones, as if they were just 5 ordinary stones. Liu Yun's pried off one spirit stone and forcefully jammed the egg-sized, eerie green crystal into the empty slot. Then, using the short sword in his hand, he began to modify the runes on the array diagram. I still need some time. While I'm at it, tell me how you all got in. Where are Purple Spirit and the others? Wen Ziyu, who had been somewhat bewildered by Liu Yun's series of actions, quickly came to her senses upon hearing his words and began to recount what happened after they left the small island. At that time, Liu Yun's had gone to confront Savage Beard with a solemn expression, and the 3 women, feeling uneasy, decided to leave from the other side of the small island. But unexpectedly, not long after they flew out, they were intercepted by a group of cultivators. These cultivators were loose cultivators and cultivators from small sects who cultivated on nearby islands. They were deterred by Han Li's presence and dared not act rashly, but their greed got the better of them, unwilling to give up. So, they waited in ambush far from the island, hoping for an opportunity to profit from the chaos. The 3 women were thus intercepted. Although the opponents were only Foundation establishment cultivators, there were dozens of them. Even though Purple Spirit had successfully achieved core formation, she had no confidence in dealing with the siege of so many Foundation establishment cultivators. These people had various intentions, some wanted to inquire about the situation on the island, some wanted to take the opportunity to kill people and seize treasures, and some even harbored lustful thoughts. However, the 3 women, including Purple Spirit, only wanted to leave quickly and not get entangled with them any further. The 2 sides were in a stalemate until the ghost mist suddenly appeared, and all the magical power in everyone's bodies simultaneously disappeared. By the time Wen Ziyu regained her senses, she was already lying on a pile of fish and shrimp, with only a few Foundation establishment cultivators from the opposing side nearby. Purple Spirit and the other woman were nowhere to be found, and she had become separated from them. Liu Yun's nodded as he listened, seemingly paying close attention, but his hands were not idle at all. The array diagram on his chest had been completely altered beyond recognition, with slightly chaotic and eerie runes covering the original array diagram, subtly emitting an ominous chi. When Wen Ziyu finished recounting everything, Liu Yun's also completed the last stroke. In an instant, an eerie green light emanated from the crystal, illuminating each rune one by one, and quickly spreading to the entire armor. Under the eerie green light, Wen Ziyu clearly saw the full appearance of the mechanical armor. Each component was intricately combined, interspersed with countless runes, trembling slightly under the eerie green light, emitting an ominous glow. Liu Yun's let out a long breath, and several runes flashed across his body. His spine instantly let out a crisp crack. Humph. Under the severe pain, Liu Yun's couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, and his lower body instantly regained sensation. All right. To Wen Ziyu's surprise, Liu Yun stood up on the spot. After cautiously moving around, he suddenly leaped several feet high, then landed heavily on the ground. Wen Ziyu instinctively took 2 steps back, then her eyes showed a look of pleasant surprise. Senior Liu, you're fine. Yes. Liu Yun moved his waist, confirming his injury. It seems I was right. This kind of crystal can indeed be driven in some ways by the same methods used to drive spiritual power, and it's also compatible with external rune formations, it just requires borrowing some talismanic incantations of the Ghost Dao. Upon hearing this, Wen Ziyu first blinked in a daze, then suddenly showed a look of pleasant surprise. Senior Liu, do you mean we can use this crystal to restore our magical power? Wen Ziyu asked eagerly. Having grown accustomed to a life with magical power, to be suddenly reduced to a mortal, and in such a desperate situation, her apprehension was understandable. Now that there seemed to be a chance to regain her magical power, Wen Ziyu's ecstasy was self-evident. However, Liu Yun shook his head at her words, saying with some disappointment, although this thing resembles a spirit stone, it is ultimately not a spirit stone. The energy inside is incompatible with us. At most, we can only use some formations or talismans to mobilize the power of yin souls within it. Speaking of this, Liu Yun sighed again and tapped the crystal on his chest. However, this thing is a great tonic for ghost cultivators. We can't use it. Liu Yun was truly regretful. At this moment, if he could mobilize even a tiny bit of magical power, he would have countless ways to solve the current problem. As for now, he could only make do with what was available. As he thought, Liu Yun suddenly remembered something, his eyebrows raised, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Wen Ziyu saw it clearly beside him and quickly asked, Senior Liu, what's wrong? I thought of something. Liu Yun grinned, looking to be in a very good mood. Let's go. Staying in this place isn't the answer. Let's walk around and see. Liu Yun led the way, smiling, such a land devoid of spiritual qi isn't something you encounter every day. Perhaps it's also an opportunity. Chapter 513, Traces of Ancient Cultivators. A month later, in this lightless darkness, a gigantic, dinosaur-like beast was fleeing for its life. With its massive size, blade-like front claws, and a mouth full of sharp fangs, it should have been the top predator of this territory, but now it was fleeing for its life, as if something terrifying was chasing it. Suddenly, a green light flashed in the darkness, trailing a long beam that instantly pierced through the giant beast. A wisp of eerie green demonic fire spread from the beast's wound, and in the blink of an eye, it incinerated the fearsome predator until not even ash remained, leaving only a fist-sized, eerie green crystal. A figure swiftly arrived, snatched the crystal into her hand, and called out behind her. Senior Liu, here's one. This person was Wen Ziyu, but she was no longer the frightened and helpless female cultivator she had been a month ago. Grayish-white bones extended and connected across her body, forming a simple exoskeleton armor. Powered by soul stones on her back, it granted her speed and strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. In her hand, she also held a heavy firearm over 7 feet long. The main body was an incredibly thick thigh bone with its marrow hollowed out, while the other parts were composed of finely carved bone fragments. 4 thumb-sized soul stones were embedded in the gun's body. Liu Yun's figure gradually emerged from the darkness, holding a short gun about 2 feet long. Its flared muzzle, seemingly composed of countless sharp teeth, looked exceptionally ferocious and terrifying at first glance, yet also possessed a peculiar beauty that made one involuntarily gasp at its bizarre design. Taking the large soul stone Wen Ziyu handed him, Liu Yun lowered his head and pondered for a moment. The monsters here are definitely not naturally formed. Compared to the energy in the soul stones within them, these guys are too weak. Any Yao beast of the 2nd or 3rd tier could easily slaughter these monsters. Wen Ziyu nodded in agreement. She didn't quite understand Liu Yun's words, but that didn't stop her from thinking he made sense. How long ago was it that we encountered a human village? Liu Yun suddenly asked. It was about 5 days ago, Wen Ziyu exhaled softly, placing the large firearm on her back. Indeed, in this almost lightless and eerie environment, humans still survived. Over the past month, Liu Yun and Wen Ziyu had successively passed through several villages, witnessing how the indigenous people here utilized the knowledge of cultivators to use the soul stones, which they called Yinming beast crystals, to deal with the nether beasts. This method of invoking spiritual qi without spiritual power, through talismanic incantations and formations, was not particularly profound. Strictly speaking, any cultivator with a slight accomplishment in talismanic incantations, formations, or artifact refining could easily create similar items. It was simply that since they were of no use to themselves, no one would specifically research them. When Liu Yun was only in the foundation establishment stage, he could already devise similar things, so he wasn't at all surprised that the people here could develop such things in this desperate situation. Now, Liu Yun's craftsmanship was naturally far superior to before. Therefore, when the locals saw the exoskeleton on Wen Ziyu and the armor on Liu Yun's, it naturally caused quite a stir. The hospitable locals gathered around, enthusiastically asking the two to take off their clothes and come in to sit. Liu Yun was also very moved, and he punched a pit over 3 jong deep into the ground as a sign of respect. The already hospitable locals were moved to tears, wishing they could offer everything they owned to entertain the two as a sign of respect. From their mouths, the two learned much about this place they called the Netherworld, including what they described as the only possible passage out, Storm Mountain. During this process, the two also encountered many cultivators. These people came from various parts of the human realm, with different cultivation levels and identities, but all had been swept into this place by the ghost mist and were forced to settle here. The two exchanged a few words with them, and Liu Yun's also discussed their respective techniques with these people. With Liu Yun's current attainments in various miscellaneous studies, ordinary formation masters or talisman masters could no longer offer him any guidance. Liu Yun's merely wanted to leave some techniques for them. However, he unexpectedly found a talisman master from a great sect in the Five Dragon Sea in one of the villages. It was said that a complete legacy of ancient jade talismans still existed there. After some exchange, Liu Yun's greatly benefited. The only regret was that they found no clues about Purple Spirit, Han Li, or others. Senior Liu, I understand Purple Spirit. She's not one to give up and definitely won't be content to mingle with mortals here, Wen Ziyu said carefully. After spending this time together, she also realized that Liu Yun's didn't have much affection for Purple Spirit. Why don't we go to Storm Mountain first? They will surely go there too. We can wait for them. Liu Yun's nodded, weighing the Yinming Beast Crystal in his hand, and mused, that's an option, but I want to look for something else first. As Liu Yun spoke, he put away the Yinming Beast Crystal and continued to Wen Ziyu. I once saw a large number of ancient puppets in the Void Heaven Palace that were powered by Yinming Beast Crystals. These Yinming Beast Crystals were called Soul Stones by the ancient cultivators. Although the names are different, they are definitely the same thing. I suspect that ancient cultivators might have discovered this place long ago, and it's very possible they were stationed here for a period of time. In Wen Ziyu's astonished gaze, Liu Yun said seriously. The humans here didn't just appear out of nowhere. Besides those who came from the outside, there are many indigenous people who have lived here for countless generations. I suspect their ancestors were brought in by the ancient cultivators back then, or perhaps they are even descendants of that very group of ancient cultivators. If my guess is correct, then somewhere in this netherworld, there should still be the ruins of those ancient cultivators, as well as a teleportation array leading to the outside world. Liu Yun said, leading Wen Ziyu onward. Wen Ziyu seemed to hesitate, then after a moment of thought, she spoke. Senior Liu, although Storm Mountain is extremely dangerous, with our abilities, climbing to the top shouldn't be difficult, right? Why must we find the ancient cultivators' teleportation array? A smile played on Liu Yun's lips, and he said excitedly, because I'm very interested in the ancient cultivators' technique for building teleportation arrays in such a spirit-deprived land. Besides that, aren't you curious why the ancient cultivators came to a place where even spiritual power cannot be used? Wen Ziyu opened her mouth futilely. She really wanted to say that she wasn't interested in that at all, she just wanted to leave this place quickly. But seeing Liu Yun's enthusiastic expression, she couldn't bear to dampen his spirits and could only sigh helplessly, following behind Liu Yun's. Don't worry, it won't take much time. Do you remember how the villagers described the nether beasts? Wen Ziyu thought carefully. Nether beasts are born spontaneously from the nether chi here. Not only are they inexhaustible, but they are also naturally fond of devouring human flesh and blood. Yes, that doesn't sound like a creature that evolved normally, Liu Yun said with an enigmatic smile. Chapter 514, Tracking. When asked about the place in the entire netherworld with the most nether beasts and the densest yin chi, almost everyone gave the same answer. Storm Mountain, a towering peak located in the northeast corner of the netherworld, perpetually enveloped by storms, yin chi, and countless powerful nether beasts. With the aid of occasional flashes of lightning across the sky, Liu Yun could vaguely discern the lower half of the mountain. The rest was completely shrouded in clouds, making the upper half indiscernible. It is said that this mountain is entirely composed of barren black rocks, allowing no vegetation to survive. Furthermore, starting from a height of over 1,000 zhang, fierce nether chi winds begin to sweep across the mountain. An ordinary person, let alone continuing to climb, would turn into a black ice sculpture the moment they stepped within its reach. Given such an extraordinary place, Liu Yun naturally set his sights on it from the start. Moreover, through word of mouth among the inhabitants of the netherworld, it was rumored that the summit of Storm Mountain connected to a passage leading to the outside world, which would open periodically. This further solidified Liu Yun's belief that the ancestors of these residents were definitely not simple, otherwise, they would have no way of knowing about the conditions above such a perilous land. However, after asking a few more questions, Liu Yun was surprised to discover that while everyone claimed nether beasts formed from the aggregation and condensation of nether chi, no one had ever actually witnessed the specific process of nether chi transforming into a nether beast. Just like the passage to the outside world existing at the summit of Storm Mountain, this was also something the local residents passed down by word of mouth, firmly believed, yet no one had ever truly seen it. This left Liu Yun with doubts, and he proactively began to observe the living patterns of nether beasts in the wild, attempting to find direct evidence of their birth from nether chi. After more than a month of careful observation, Liu Yun indeed discovered quite a few things. Firstly, up to now, Liu Yun had discovered and killed at least 100 nether beasts, yet among them, there was not a single one resembling a cub. Even in the nests of many communal nether beasts, there were no traces of any young having lived there. Secondly, all nether beasts harbored immense malice towards humans. Even natural predators engaged in mutual slaughter would unhesitatingly turn and collectively attack humans upon detecting their presence. This level of malice could no longer be explained by a mere preference for human flesh and blood. It was more like a mental imprint, deeply embedding the thought of hostility towards humans into the genes of all nether beasts, making it an instinctual existence. Liu Yun became even more convinced that the birth of these nether beasts was definitely problematic. And after wandering in this dark wasteland for another month, Liu Yun finally discovered clues to the origin of these nether beasts. At this moment, atop a barren hill, Liu Yun's and Wen Ziyu cautiously peeked out from behind a large rock, observing a group of jade toad beasts. These were nether beasts resembling giant toads. Aside from their astonishing jumping ability, they essentially had no other means of attack, making them the lowest tier existence in the entire netherworld food chain. They were also one of the few types of nether beasts whose bodies did not contain potent toxins and could be consumed by humans. Liu Yun's and Wen Ziyu were not here because they lacked food, but rather to observe another entity behind these jade toad beasts. They're here. Liu Yun's excitedly whispered. In the valley opposite them, a massive monster, resembling a combination of some kind of lizard and hyena, slowly approached, its scaled, dragon-like claws striding forward. Several jade toad beasts seemed to sense something, raising their heads and vigilantly looking around. Just then, the monster suddenly accelerated, transforming into a black afterimage, instantly pouncing on a jade toad beast. The other jade toad beasts, startled, leaped high and fled the area. The monster ignored them, carrying the already deceased jade toad beast in its mouth and retreating into the shadows. Follow it. Liu Yun's quickly called out, silently trailing behind the monster. Wen Ziyu quickly followed, her feet now adorned with a pair of metal boots very similar in style to Liu Yun's armor. The armor on their feet shimmered with several eerie green runes, rendering their movements silent. Even the monster, with its keen senses, did not detect the two tails that had appeared behind it. The monster's movements were very lizard-like, crouching low and weaving through various crevices. Fortunately, the monster was quite large, so the two did not find it particularly difficult to follow. After passing through the rugged valley, the monster climbed into a cave halfway up the mountain. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, clenching his fist in excitement. This is it. Senior Liu, you've already said that 3 times, Wen Ziyu said expressionlessly. A month ago, she was a new age female cultivator full of hope for life. Now, a month later, the sparkle had left her eyes. Although she had never been married and never had children, in this past month, she had truly experienced what it felt like to raise a troublesome child. Climbing mountains, descending rivers, crawling through caves and across grasslands after more than a month, Wen Ziyu was utterly exhausted. The fact that she hadn't tried to kill Liu Yun's yet could already be considered a compassionate heart. The first 3 times were accidents. Trust me, this time there will definitely be no problem. Liu Yun swore confidently. Wen Ziyu looked at him expressionlessly. The previous 3 times, he had said the exact same thing when he led her to track 3 other nether beasts. These nether beasts tend to live in places with the densest nether chi, and the more powerful the nether beast, the more so. The nether chi in this area isn't particularly dense, yet several powerful nether beasts live here. There must be a problem behind this. Liu Yun patted his chest, confidently saying, don't worry, this time there will definitely be no problem. Wen Ziyu looked at him, sighing deeply. The two climbed halfway up the mountain and looked inside the cave. It was a huge cave, several zhang in circumference, completely dark inside, making it impossible to see clearly. However, a cold yin wind blew towards them. Liu Yun's pupils contracted slightly. This place indeed had a problem. Stay close to me. Liu Yun's voice suddenly became serious. Wen Ziyu's expression changed. She obediently followed behind him, holding the large gun that could easily be called a cannon, and vigilantly scanned their surroundings. If it were just that one nether beast, it would pose no threat to them. The fear was that some other danger might be lurking inside the cave. Facing the bone-chilling yin wind, the two stepped into the cave. Chapter 515, Magic Array. The armor on their bodies protected them from the biting cold of the nether wind, but as they delved deeper, the nether wind intensified, as if they were in the eye of a storm. Each step left a deep imprint on the ground. As the nether wind in the cave grew stronger, a thick layer of black frost gradually appeared in the depths of the cave, and the dense nether chi transformed it into a black ice cave. These black ice seemed to devour all light, making the entire immortal cave dark and frigid. The runes on their armor glowed with a faint, eerie green light, and a soft, emerald flame blazed around them, warding off the oncoming nether wind and cold, illuminating a 3-foot radius around them with difficulty. After an unknown period of walking, the space before them gradually opened up. Suddenly, Wen Ziyu seemed to glimpse something out of the corner of her eye. At that very moment, an extremely fast black blur lunged out of the darkness, heading straight for Wen Ziyu. Wen Ziyu was, after all, a Foundation establishment cultivator and had undergone trials in the netherworld, so she didn't panic. She immediately swung her large spear, using it like a massive club, and brought it down. With a bang, the black shadow was struck by a powerful force, sent flying back to its original position, and slammed heavily against the black ice-covered stone wall, its body immediately becoming twisted. Seeing this, Liu Yun turned to her and gave her a thumbs up. Good shot. Wen Ziyu didn't understand his words, but she could generally tell he was praising her. She smiled a little shyly and moved closer to inspect the nether beast that had ambushed her. It was the nether beast they had been tracking earlier, a creature resembling a hybrid of a lizard and a hyena. Its body was now completely contorted, its spine broken into several segments that protruded from its flesh. Through these gruesome injuries, Wen Ziyu could even see its shattered internal organs. This creature wouldn't live much longer. With a feeling akin to pity, Wen Ziyu brought her spear down, ending its suffering. It looks like we've found its lair, Liu Yun said, standing behind the nether beast in a hidden, downward-sloping corner, calling out to Wen Ziyu. Wen Ziyu followed him and discovered that not far from them, there was a nest woven from the branches of some black trees. Inside the nest were various bones and partially eaten carcasses. Among these were the bodies of nether beasts and humans. In the frigid environment, these bodies were remarkably well preserved, many still quite intact, even showing the painful and despairing expressions they had in their final moments. Wen Ziyu's throat moved. She had killed people before and seen corpses, but seeing piles of half-eaten human bodies like this still made her instinctively uncomfortable. Liu Yun's, however, examined them with great interest. After a few glances, Liu Yun suddenly spotted a familiar shadow among the pile of bodies. To Wen Ziyu's astonished expression, Liu Yun suddenly leaped into the pile of corpses. He flipped over frozen stiff bodies, casually moving them aside. At first glance, the scene looked exactly like a perverted serial killer cleaning up a crime scene. Wen Ziyu's eyelids twitched. She let out a helpless sigh and jumped down to help Liu Yun's rummage through the bodies. After a while, Liu Yun suddenly reached out and grabbed something like a tail, dragging out a relatively intact leopard skeleton. Seeing this, Wen Ziyu immediately widened her eyes in surprise. Is this a Yao beast? This leopard skeleton not only looked completely different from another beast, but its bones were also white and tough. Even in this incredibly cold environment, they didn't break easily like other bones. This was clearly the spiritual bone of a high-level Yao beast. Liu Yun's nodded, sighing with a complicated expression. This is a 7th level demon beast, a mutated three-eyed leopard. Its divine ability was formidable, yet it died here. Wen Ziyu became even more surprised. Her gaze swept over the skeleton, and she asked with some confusion. A 7th level demon beast, even if it couldn't use its divine ability, its formidable physical body alone wouldn't be something these nether beasts could contend with. How could it become food for this nether beast? Liu Yun's turned the skeleton around and pointed to its skull, saying. Look here, this wound burst from the inside out. The cause of this creature's death wasn't the nether beast, but rather, after its master died, the restriction within it activated and killed it. Liu Yun sighed slightly. It seemed Savage Beard was already dead. Even this three-eyed leopard, with its considerable divine ability, was buried with him. What a pity. Liu Yun's had always wanted to study that miraculous petrification technique, but now. Suddenly, Liu Yun's eyes widened sharply. At the very bottom of the nest, an amber-colored, jewel-like eyeball was wedged between two branches, locking eyes with Liu Yun's. Hiss. Liu Yun's almost choked himself. He quickly grabbed the eyeball and held it up to examine it closely. It really is this thing. Savage Beard's restriction didn't even destroy it. Liu Yun's lips gradually spread into a grin. Combined with his current posture of holding the eyeball, he looked exactly like a perverted psychopath. Wen Ziyu, unable to bear watching, quickly pushed Liu Yun's a couple of times, bringing him back to his senses and urging him to put away the eyeball. He then noticed that at the very bottom of the nest, in addition to the eyeball, there were also some crystal-clear gems, neatly shaped shards of ice, and 2 egg-sized Yinming beast crystals. It seemed this nether beast had some kind of hobby of collecting glowing objects, so after discovering the three-eyed leopard's corpse, it conveniently brought back this jewel-like eyeball as well. After taking the 2 Yinming beast crystals and some unfamiliar gems, Liu Yun's and Wen Ziyu once again continued deeper into the cave. The two seemed to have crossed some kind of boundary. From this point onward, the concentration of nether chi instantly increased several-fold, and the biting nether wind caused the eerie green flames on their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Liu Yun's was forced to stop and make adjustments, improving the runes on their bodies before they could continue forward. At this moment, their location no longer resembled a cave at all, instead, it looked more like a black ice cave, surrounded by thick, paint-black solid ice. From time to time, several ice shards would extend from the cave walls, like sharp knives, blocking their path. Fortunately, although these cold ice looked intimidating, their quality wasn't strong enough to stop the two. As they gradually delved deeper, a faint, eerie green light seemed to begin to mix within the black nether winds. Seeing this, the two couldn't help but feel invigorated. In such extreme darkness, any change was a good thing. They hastened forward, and finally, after shattering several exceptionally thick ice walls, an eerie green light appeared before their eyes. In this darkness, where one could barely see their hand in front of their face, the presence of this light was so dazzling. The two exchanged glances, picked up their weapons, and approached slowly and stealthily. What appeared before them was an incredibly vast and magnificent magic array. Chapter 516, Mountain of Soul Stones. The two slowly walked forward. At the end of the passage stood a barrier shimmering with faint spiritual light. Countless strange runes intertwined and extinguished on it, forming a small part of a massive magic array. Is this a seal formation? Liu Yun's observed the magic array before him, his eyes shining with wonder. Senior Liu, is this the relic you are looking for? Wen Ziyu was equally stunned by the corner of the magic array she saw. She couldn't imagine what kind of object would require such a grand formation to suppress it. Indeed. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, slightly adjusted the runes on his body, and as a dark green light glowed, several runes strikingly similar to those on the formation flashed across his armor. It is as I thought. Liu Yun's expression became exceptionally serious. The formation before him was the same formation he had seen deep in the sea all those years ago. Although the details differed and the appearance looked vastly different, there was no doubt that both originated from the same source. Flashes of dark green spiritual light appeared. The two cautiously looked over, only to see a mass of incredibly dense nether chi struggling in a corner of the formation, trying to break free. This strange sight made both of them frown. They quickly found a hidden spot to hide and observe what would happen. After a while, the mass of nether chi seemed unable to break free from the formation's lock, and it suddenly contracted inward, transforming into an even denser mass of nether chi. To their disbelief, the mass of nether chi gradually began to form limbs. Clumps of nether chi started to distribute unevenly, gradually forming internal organs, bones, muscles, and skin. After about a quarter of an hour, a nether beast resembling a giant wild dog broke free from the formation, letting out a series of excited barks. Wen Ziyu watched the scene before her with disbelief. Although she had long heard about the origin of nether beasts, when this nether chi truly transformed into a living creature before her eyes, the shock of witnessing life being born left Wen Ziyu speechless for a long time. It wasn't until Liu Yun's beside her suddenly let out a heavy gasp that Wen Ziyu instinctively turned her head. She saw a flush of excitement on Liu Yun's face, and his entire body trembled slightly, as if he had seen the door to a new world. The divine soul becoming an independent life, the power of the yin soul and true chi of flesh and blood can transform into each other. The theory that all things originate from spiritual power is wrong. Life does not come from spiritual power, the divine soul and physical body are not in conflict, but rather originate from the same source. Divine soul, true chi, the rotation of the Taiji and two poles, not opposition, but unity. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Liu Yun's excitedly shouted. The wild beast was startled by the shout, turned its head, and pounced on the two. The divine soul and true chi are originally one, there was never a need for spiritual power to achieve unity. Liu Yun shouted excitedly, punching the pouncing nether beast's head, causing it to explode. I was right to come to this place. Wen Ziyu looked at Liu Yun's, her eyes full of confusion, but then she smiled along with him. She could tell that Liu Yun seemed to have unraveled a long-standing mystery that had troubled him, and at the same time, a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart, which was why he was so exceptionally excited. Liu Yun's walked directly to the edge of the formation, handed the package containing the Yinming beast crystals that he was carrying on his back to Wen Ziyu, then slightly adjusted his armor. As runes lit up one by one, Liu Yun's aura instantly became identical to the formation before him. Wen Ziyu, wait for me here. If I don't come out after half a month, go to Storm Mountain. We'll meet there. Liu Yun's turned his head and said seriously to Wen Ziyu. Wen Ziyu was silent for a moment, bit her lower lip lightly, and nodded slightly. Liu Yun smiled, a hint of longing in his eyes, and stepped closer to the barrier. He had to see what was inside. Perhaps the answers to the questions that had long troubled him could be found here. Now he just needed to find a way to get in. Suddenly, Liu Yun's pupils contracted sharply. On the barrier, there was a clear crack. A black she-filled fissure on the barrier continuously closed and opened, as if two different forces were pushing and squeezing each other. Although the black chi resisted desperately, the dark green light on the barrier, backed by the entire grand formation, still gained the upper hand. At this moment, the crack-like mark had gradually healed. If Liu Yun's hadn't been this close, he would hardly have noticed that it had been damaged. This mark, why does it look like it was made by a punch? Liu Yun's frowned deeply, slowly exhaled, and then punched the barrier hard. To Liu Yun's surprise, the barrier's defensive capability was not strong, just one punch opened a clear gap. Liu Yun's landed a few more punches, successfully opening a passage, and stepped inside. The next moment, Liu Yun's figure mysteriously disappeared within the formation. Wen Ziyu watched him enter the grand formation, then found a stone to sit on, replaced the soul stones in her gun, and waited silently in the darkness for Liu Yun's return. Liu Yun's only felt his vision blur, followed by a dizzying sensation. When he regained his senses, he was already in an ice-sealed corridor. This seemed to be a corridor cast from ice, completely black, identical to the black ice formed by the yin wind in the cave outside, but appearing more solid and heavy. The long corridor stretched out before Liu Yun's, and within the thick ice layers, faint flowing dark green lights seemed to flash, illuminating the entire corridor. Liu Yun's turned his head and saw a similarly endless corridor behind him. He seemed to have been thrown directly into the middle of the corridor. After a moment of thought, Liu Yun's randomly chose a direction and walked deeper into the corridor. This ice corridor was unexpectedly not too long. Liu Yun's passed through a narrow straight path, turned several corners, and after about half an hour, he reached the end of the corridor. What appeared before him was a huge cylindrical space, at least several hundred zhang wide and 1,000 zhang high. Numerous circular exits, identical to Liu Yun's current position, were densely packed on the surrounding pitch-black ice walls, like a beehive, making one's scalp tingle at a glance. And within this space, stood a dark green mountain of crystals. This mountain was almost as large as the space itself, crystal clear, with clusters of dark green crystals pointing straight up to the very top of the space like long swords. Liu Yun's focused his gaze, suddenly discovered something, and approached with some disbelief, punching the crystal mountain. This punch, comparable to an 8th rank flood dragon's strike, failed to leave even the slightest mark, instead causing Liu Yun's armor to clatter. Soul stones. Liu Yun's looked up, gazing at the colossal object before him. This entire mountain is made of soul stones. This thought startled Liu Yun's himself, but on second thought, if this place was the origin of all nether beasts in the outside world, then such a mountain of soul stones seemed plausible. However, such a massive mountain placed here definitely had a reason. Combining it with the formation outside, Liu Yun's vaguely guessed something. He took a deep breath, leaped out, and using the powerful strength provided by his armor, Liu Yun's directly clung to the exits below, rapidly descending. Soon, Liu Yun's reached the bottom of the mountain of soul stones. Looking around, large areas of dark green crystals were combined, completely filling the bottom of this space without leaving a single gap. But Liu Yun soon noticed that on the surrounding black ice walls, several entrances seemed distinctly different from the others. They were square stone entrances, appearing much more formal than the other areas. Liu Yun's frowned slightly and leaped towards the nearest square entrance. Chapter 517, The Skeleton. As Liu Yun stepped onto the edge of the entrance, he suddenly discovered that the interior was completely different from the black ice corridor he had passed through earlier. It was an ancient corridor paved with bluestone, with white luminous pearls embedded all around, illuminating the entire corridor brightly. Liu Yun walked cautiously along the corridor, observing the patterns on the surrounding bluestone slabs. At first, it was just a casual glance, but Liu Yun quickly realized that the style of the patterns here was surprisingly 7 or 8 parts similar to that of the Void Heaven Palace. Although there were many differences in the details, appearing a bit more refined than the Void Heaven Palace, there was no doubt that the style here originated from the Void Heaven Palace. This discovery sparked several conjectures in Liu Yun's mind. Immediately, he observed the changing patterns around him while walking down the slightly inclined corridor. As he walked, after turning the third corner, Liu Yun suddenly stopped, closing his eyes in disbelief to sense something. After a while, Liu Yun opened his eyes and extended a finger. A small fireball emerged from his fingertip and began to burn slowly. His magic power was beginning to recover. Feeling the gradually recovering magic power within him and his divine sense stirring restlessly, Liu Yun was overjoyed and instinctively quickened his pace. He didn't know how long he had walked or how many turns he had taken, when suddenly, the space before Liu Yun opened up. Accompanied by a soft, eerie green glow, a colossal altar appeared before Liu Yun's eyes. The altar here, in both its scale and form, was identical to the altar beneath the deep sea, only immeasurably larger and lacking the chilling soft jade steel. Liu Yun glanced around, a puzzled frown on his face. Although the altar in the deep sea was merely a diversion, it undoubtedly served to suppress the demonic qi in the deep sea. So, what was this altar for? As he pondered, Liu Yun looked up. An entire expanse of eerie green crystals formed a ceiling, sealing off all the space above and emitting a soft, eerie green light, making the massive altar before him and the crystals above appear incredibly grand and magnificent. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Yun had walked beneath the mountain of soul stones. With a very peculiar, almost reverent mindset, Liu Yun walked step by step towards the center of the altar. But after only a few steps, Liu Yun spotted a peculiar black skeleton in a corner of the altar. This skeleton was generally humanoid, but its bones were exceptionally thick, appearing at least 2 sizes larger than an ordinary person, somewhat reminiscent of savage beard. It was crystal clear throughout, and rather than bones, it looked more like it was carved from some kind of black jade. In addition to this, the skeleton's head also had 2 strange bull horns, which looked very unsettling, as if someone had deliberately grafted 2 bull horns onto a human head. Liu Yun lowered his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly reached out and gripped one of the bull horns. Although in such a place, the appearance of such a peculiar skeleton would, no matter how one looked at it, suggest that there was something seriously wrong with it. But Liu Yun's magic power was now fully restored, and he was at his peak. If this thing dared to move, Liu Yun would not hesitate to give it a close-range evil-warding divine thunder. With a mechanical click of displacement, the skeleton showed no reaction, but Liu Yun's eyes widened in surprise. The strength of these bull horns was truly astonishing. With his current terrifying strength, which was no less than an 8th-rank flood dragon, a single grip left no mark on the bull horn. In terms of toughness alone, this thing might not be inferior to the spiritual bones of an ordinary rank 10 Yao beast. What kind of monster was this guy in life? The more Liu Yun thought about it, the more he felt something was off, so he simply put it into his storage pouch. He planned to take this item out and thoroughly study it after leaving the netherworld. Even setting aside the many suspicious points about this skeleton, a skeleton of such high strength was also good materials for artifact refining, and Liu Yun naturally wouldn't let it go. The skeleton disappeared from its original spot, and only then did Liu Yun discover a black storage pouch and a thumb-sized black bead pressed beneath it. Liu Yun picked up the bead and looked at it for a couple of seconds, finding it to be an unknown material, so he simply collected it along with the other items. As for the storage pouch, Liu Yun's expression became somewhat strange after a sweep of his divine sense. He inverted the storage pouch, dumping out all its contents. In an instant, a pile of miscellaneous items covered the ground at Liu Yun's feet. Among them, there were quite a few miscellaneous materials. With Liu Yun's current knowledge, he could only recognize a small portion of these materials. The remaining materials were either similar to some legendary material but he couldn't confirm, or they were completely new materials that Liu Yun had no impression of whatsoever. After a few glances, Liu Yun temporarily gathered these materials to one side and shifted his gaze to the other items. 4 jade slips, a peculiar pagoda-shaped ancient treasure, and a blood-colored great sword almost as tall as Liu Yun himself. Liu Yun frowned and looked at them for a few seconds, then first picked up a jade slip. Maha. Nirvana. Introducing evil chi into the body. After reading for a while, Liu Yun quickly put it down, rubbing his forehead in annoyance. What was recorded inside was actually a body-refining cultivation technique. This cultivation technique was overbearing and extremely evil, requiring the cultivation of evil chi to strengthen oneself. Liu Yun only read the beginning, and already felt the evil chi within his body beginning to stir uncontrollably, scaring him into quickly withdrawing his divine sense. Such an evil cultivation technique could absolutely not be meant for humans. An ordinary person, let alone cultivating it, even just reading it completely, could have evil chi enter their brain and become a madman with only the desire for slaughter left in their mind. Besides this, what surprised Liu Yun was that this cultivation technique actually had many traces of modification. From these traces, some Buddhist elements could vaguely be discerned. It seemed that some eminent monk had attempted to transform this demonic path secret scripture into a Buddhist cultivation technique, and it even seemed to be quite effective, reducing many side effects, but it was clearly not yet finished. After frowning and thinking for a moment, Liu Yun's carefully put it into his storage pouch. This thing could not be touched. Not to mention the side effect of evil qi entering the brain, just the requirement of needing a transformed Yao beast physical body as a starting point was something Liu Yun's couldn't cultivate. Moreover, he had no interest in body refining cultivation techniques. With that time, he could have updated his personal battle armor several generations. With a hint of caution, Liu Yun's looked at the second jade slip. This time, what appeared before Liu Yun's eyes was a diary spanning untold tens of thousands of years. Chapter 518, Black Wind Banner. The owner of the diary called himself Venerable Dharma, and he was a protector great master of the Buddhist sect. Or rather, he used to be a protector monk of the Buddhist sect. At the beginning of the diary, this monk Venerable Dharma stated that he had reached the end of his path in the Buddhist lineage. With his aptitude and remaining lifespan, it was far from enough for him to reach the soul transformation realm before his great limit arrived. In despair, Venerable Dharma decided to abandon Buddhism and enter the demonic path, turning to join the demon race that was invading the human realm at the time. Seeing this, Liu Yun's eyelids twitched violently. As far as he knew, Buddhist cultivation techniques emphasized heart nature the most. Although he didn't know what the demon race was, from the diary, it seemed they were a great enemy of the ancient cultivators at the time, another race from a different realm that invaded the human realm across realms. In other words, this Venerable Dharma, who called himself a great master, faced the fact that his great limit was approaching and resolutely became a traitor to the realm. And he called that abandoning Buddhism and entering the demonic path? Did the Buddha, the old man, know you were so flexible? Liu Yun's eyelids twitched violently again, and he reread the great master's diary. In the diary, after Venerable Dharma decided to become an excellent realm trader, he joined the demon race, accepted the irrigation of devilish qi, and became an honorable half-demon race cannon fodder in the human-demon war at that time. Up to this point, one could only say that this great master's character was not good, but at least he obtained the lifespan he most needed. After becoming half a demon race, his lifespan directly increased several times, giving him enough time to break through his bottleneck. However, everything that happened afterward completely shattered Great Master Venerable Dharma's wishful thinking. Not long after he defected to the demon race, the demon race army was utterly defeated, and even the army commander was sealed. For a time, the entire demon race army was leaderless, collapsing like a mountain. This great master Venerable Dharma and another demonic path cultivator, who was also a realm trader at the time, were pursued relentlessly. They could only hide everywhere and try to contact other demon race commanders to continue being a promising demon race cannon fodder. Under these circumstances, they actually managed to contact an escaping demon race high-ranking official and received a difficult task from him. Rescue the sealed demon race commander. This grand goal almost crushed the two of them. After detailed discussion, they and the escaping demon race general decided to first achieve another small goal, release the true demonic qi that had been suppressed separately by the ancient cultivators, turning the human realm into a springboard for the demon realm, thereby welcoming the arrival of another demon race army. However, this was just Venerable Dharma's excuse to fool his companion. In his heart, he was still thinking about the great goal of releasing the demon race commander, achieving great merit, and then becoming a true demon race member. They first found a well-respected formation master among the ancient cultivators at that time and obtained from him the method to destroy the devilish qi seal. However, the two unlucky fellows didn't expect that before they could take action, the demon race general was captured by the ancient cultivators. The two had no choice but to flee again. But luckily, this time they learned from the formation master about the existence of an unknown long-distance teleportation array and arrived at the chaotic star sea via the teleportation array. Some time later, Venerable Dharma and his companion finally found the devilish qi seal location in the chaotic star sea. The two went together, but to their surprise, this was just a decoy. Venerable Dharma was so furious that smoke almost came out of his 7 orifices. What made him even more angry was that his companion actually had thoughts of quitting. Venerable Dharma knew very well that the other party had only cultivated the demon race's cultivation technique. With slight modifications, he could still cultivate normally in the human realm. Not to mention, in this chaotic star sea, no one knew that he had once served as a guide for the demon race. If he hid well enough, he might even be able to establish a sect and become an ancestral master. But he was already half a demon race. Without the nourishment of true demonic qi, his cultivation would decrease instead of increasing, and he had no way out. In his rage, Venerable Dharma ambushed his companion, killing him on the spot, and then continued his journey to find the devilish qi seal. The diary ended here. Liu Yun's read it from beginning to end and couldn't help but let out a long breath. First, the authenticity of this so-called diary was questionable, as no normal person would write a diary. But it was undeniable that it did answer many of Liu Yun's doubts, and it also matched the clues he had previously discovered. As it stood, Venerable Dharma's companion was likely Grand Master Taiyin. These two unlucky fellows traveled from Tianese to the chaotic star sea, and Grand Master Taiyin even left his legacy in both places, eventually evolving into the Ghost Spirit sect and Extreme Yin Island lineages. And from the end of Venerable Dharma's diary, it seemed that after that, Venerable Dharma still did not give up looking for the true devilish qi seal, eventually coming to this netherworld, and for some unknown reason, died here. If that's the case, could this place be the location of the true devilish qi seal? What about the devilish qi? And the matter of rescuing the demon race commander, which was mentioned in the diary, also had no follow-up. Did he give up? Or was he still secretly planning to rescue the demon race commander after that? Liu Yun's frowned and pondered carefully, his powerful divine sense sweeping over the surroundings again and again, but he found nothing. After a long period of contemplation, Liu Yun's picked up the other two jade slips and extended his divine sense into each of them. After a while, Liu Yun's mouth twitched, showing a look of disbelief. Among the two jade slips, one recorded the refining method of an ancient treasure called the Black Wind Banner. This refining method was so complex and profound that Liu Yun's couldn't help but be shocked by it. Moreover, the 81 kinds of auxiliary materials and 9 kinds of main materials required, as far as Liu Yun's could recognize, were all legendary items. Many of them, Liu Yun's had never even heard of. According to the description in the jade slip, once this treasure was successfully refined, it could possess abilities far superior to ordinary ancient treasures. In the ancient era, ancient cultivators called it a heaven-reaching spirit treasure. Liu Yun's had heard Ling Yuling mention a similar name before. It seemed that the Void Heaven Cauldron, known as the #1 secret treasure in the chaotic star sea, was a so-called heaven-reaching spirit treasure. So, this Black Wind Banner is also a treasure of the same level as the Void Heaven Cauldron? Where did Venerable Dharma get the refining method for such a heaven-defying item? In addition to these, the jade slip also contained a strange cultivation technique incantation, whose purpose was unknown. Liu Yun's looked at the jade slip, then suddenly remembered something and turned his gaze to the small pile of materials not far away. No way. Liu Yun's heart pounded, and he almost pounced on them, carefully examining the materials. Black wheel stone, purple moon iron, sky cloud sand. Liu Yun's looked at them one by one, feeling his heart beat rapidly, as if his blood was about to fly out of his ears. 3 main materials, 42 auxiliary materials are all here, A and D. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, clutching a black jade bottle tightly in his hand. One of the main materials, the essence blood of a spatial true spirit. Liu Yun swallowed, his mind echoing the various legends about the netherworld that he had heard from the aboriginals. True spirit Rahu. Great master, I was wrong, you are a true great master. How the hell did you get this stuff? Liu Yun's hand holding the black porcelain bottle was trembling. At this moment, inside this porcelain bottle, was one of the most precious treasures in the entire human realm. Chapter 519, Attack. After standing still and calming himself down slightly, Liu Yun's carefully placed the jade slip and these materials into his storage pouch. Regardless of how Venerable Dharma obtained the true spirit Rahu's essence blood, since things had come to this, if he didn't make good use of this treasure, it would be a waste of Great Master Venerable Dharma's painstaking efforts. As a junior in the Seeking Death community, Liu Yun's expressed his admiration for this Great Master's contribution in his heart, then focused his attention on the last jade slip. This jade slip recorded a secret cultivation technique text called Tei in True Scripture. After reading it carefully several times, Liu Yun's was basically certain that this was the predecessor of the mysterious Yin scripture and the myriad spirit True Scripture. Presumably, Venerable Dharma had obtained it from Immortal Master Tei Yin after killing him. For Liu Yun's at present, this cultivation technique could only be used as a reference, so he didn't pay much attention to it initially. But as he read on, Liu Yun suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. At the end of the Tei Yin True Scripture, a cultivation technique incantation called Grand Yin Form Refining Art was recorded. At first, Liu Yun thought it was just a cultivation technique similar to the mysterious Yin Great Art, but after detailed reading, Liu Yun suddenly realized that it was a rare cultivation technique specifically for refining the divine soul. In this cultivation technique, Liu Yun even found many traces of the profound soul demon refining great art that Darkbone cultivated. It was obvious that this top-tier demonic cultivation technique originated from this Grand Yin Form Refining Art, which explained why Darkbone had felt that his cultivation technique was quite similar to the profound soul demon refining great art back then. The two were originally from the same source. Liu Yun carefully read this cultivation technique several times, his face showing expressions of confusion, perplexity and ecstasy in succession, finally settling on a complex smile. So that's how it is. Now I lack nothing. Liu Yun took a deep breath, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart, and he felt much more relaxed. Putting away the jade slip in his hand, Liu Yun picked up the pagoda-shaped ancient treasure and the strangely shaped great sword. The pagoda ancient treasure was about a foot long in his hand, divided into 9 layers, with spiritual light contained within, clearly a top-grade ancient treasure. Liu Yun flipped through it and saw 3 small characters on the pagoda's plaque. Demon Suppressing Pagoda. Liu Yun frowned slightly. This was probably an ancient treasure specifically designed to counter demonic path evil objects. He just didn't know why Venerable Dharma, a half-demon race, would carry such a thing. After casually putting away this treasure, Liu Yun's gaze fell on the strangely shaped great sword beside him. This great sword was nearly 8 feet long and more than 2 feet wide, with no tip. Its entire shape resembled a giant steel door panel, and where the tip should have been, it was replaced by an arc-shaped blade. It looked extremely heavy and didn't seem like something meant for humans. The aura it emitted was also not like that of an ordinary ancient treasure. Liu Yun's divine sense swept over it, and he faintly discovered a certain extremely violent evil chi on it. In a fleeting glance, the evil chi within Liu Yun's body began to become unstable again. Demonic artifact. This word flashed through Liu Yun's mind. Liu Yun had only heard a few acquaintances talk about such things, which were a kind of existence between magic treasure and ancient treasure. They could be stored within the body like magic treasure, yet they couldn't be recognized as a master. No matter who obtained such a treasure, they could unleash incredibly terrifying power. However, according to the rumors circulating in the cultivation world, although the power of such demonic artifacts was often terrifyingly strong, once used too many times, the cultivator himself would be corroded by devilish chi and turn into a beast that only knew slaughter. Although Liu Yun's himself had never seen such a thing, he had learned a lot about the various characteristics of demonic artifacts. In Liu Yun's opinion, this giant sword was exactly like the demonic artifacts in legends. A half-demon race, with a demonic artifact that doesn't seem to be for human use, it's quite reasonable. Liu Yun's exhaled lightly and nodded. He had truly come to the right place this time. Leaving aside everything else, just the grand yin form refining art alone was enough to solve his biggest problem at hand. Liu Yun's took a few deep breaths on the spot, calmed his excited mood, and continued walking towards the center of the altar. This entire altar was made of a peculiar material, similar to bluestone, and its vast area made it more like a solemn and majestic plaza. It didn't take Liu Yun's long to reach the very center of the altar. Except for the absence of the stone tablet made of chilling soft jade and the overall area being immeasurably larger, the appearance here was exactly the same as the altar deep beneath the sea back then. Liu Yun surveyed his surroundings, observing the patterns inscribed there. Suddenly, a dazzling crimson appeared in Liu Yun's line of sight. Liu Yun was startled, and quickly released his divine sense to scan his surroundings. He saw a pool of fresh red blood, brightly spread out on the ground, right next to the center of the altar. Liu Yun carefully approached, squatted down, and touched a little of the fresh red blood. This thing had actually just flowed out not long ago. Following the bloodstains, Liu Yun walked all the way to the back of the altar. There, a human corpse, torn in half, hung. A dark green magic robe was ripped into shreds of rags, pitifully draped over half of the body. An aged face was twisted in pain, and a pair of eyeballs almost popped out. The lower half of the body was casually thrown aside, with obvious bite marks still remaining on it. 3 suns old devil. Liu Yun's pupils suddenly contracted. How could he be here? Who killed him? Too many questions instantly flooded Liu Yun's mind. Just then, a dark shadow silently stood behind him. Liu Yun's nostrils twitched, catching a pungent smell of blood. Just then, a fierce gust of wind erupted behind Liu Yun's. An extremely fast afterimage shattered the air, heading straight for the back of Liu Yun's head. At the critical moment, Liu Yun's spiritual intuition screamed, and he twisted his waist, turning around, instinctively blocking in front of himself with both hands. Boom! It was as if thousands of thunderclaps exploded simultaneously. An incredibly terrifying force burst forth on Liu Yun's arms. Liu Yun only felt his arms sink, and his arm armor instantly emitted an ominous crackling sound. He was uncontrollably sent flying backward. What the hell is that? Why didn't my divine sense detect anything? The wind howled in Liu Yun's ears, his mind a chaos. He instinctively tried to adjust his posture in midair. But the next second, a black shadow flickered several times in midair, instantly appearing in front of Liu Yun's, almost pressing against Liu Yun's face. It was a ferocious, twisted face, with yellow whiskers and white hair, distorted features and dark green light flickering in his eyes, filled with bloodthirsty bestiality, without a trace of reason. Savage beard. Liu Yun's eyes widened. The next second, a cannonball-like fist whistled down and smashed into his chest. Liu Yun's body stiffened, his chest suddenly sank, and he crashed into the floor like a meteor. The violent force ripped open chunks of bluestone flooring, revealing cracks. As Savage Beard's figure descended again, his 2 feet heavily stomped on Liu Yun's chest. The already cracked floor instantly exploded. Liu Yun only felt his back become empty, and his entire being fell into a deep darkness. Chapter 520, Fierce Battle. Liu Yun had never understood what exactly the altar here was suppressing. If it was suppressing devilish chi, then where was the devilish chi? Now Liu Yun knew. The suppressed devilish chi was beneath the altar, beneath those bluestone slabs. Accompanied by the sound of his armor cracking at his chest, Liu Yun was kicked into this deep darkness by the berserk Savage Beard. The surroundings were filled with thick, dense devilish chi, like some kind of colloid. The moment Liu Yun fell into it, the devilish chi erupted into a frenzied boil. Strands of devilish chi, already solidified, surged towards Liu Yun like countless pervasive tentacles. With a boom. As the pale golden array diagram flashed, large swathes of pale golden lightning surged out, striking in all directions without cease. Immediately, the surrounding devilish chi was cleared away. Before Liu Yun could catch his breath, Savage Beard's devil-like figure, braving the surging and violent evil warding divine thunder, shot towards Liu Yun. The surrounding devilish chi also gathered in an instant, like a dark gaping maw, continuously swallowing the strands of evil warding divine thunder. Just as Liu Yun was about to mobilize his magic power, he felt a sudden weight in his chest as Savage Beard's tall figure descended again, punching him deeper into the devilish chi. At this moment, Liu Yun was like Feng Xi, who was easily defeated by Qing Li back then, one careless move, and he lost the initiative, leaving him only able to endure blows everywhere, struggling to resist the opponent's attacks within their rhythm. Because of the formless escape technique and the formless needle, Liu Yun had always had an almost unreasonable first strike advantage during battles, and now that this advantage was taken away, Liu Yun realized how frustrating it was to be beaten down like this. With all his divine abilities, he couldn't unleash even a fraction of them, only able to watch helplessly as he was continuously dragged into a disadvantage. Besides that, the surrounding devilish chi was also incredibly annoying. This devilish chi was clearly different from any he had seen before. Under the suppression of this altar, almost every trace of devilish chi had solidified, and even the evil warding divine thunder couldn't resist such pure devilish chi, only able to temporarily protect Liu Yun's with difficulty. Within the devilish chi, Savage Beard's figure was like an ancient devil god, wrapped in the substantial devilish chi, smashing down with punch after punch like a raging dragon, pushing Liu Yun's continuously downward. Liu Yun's could feel that the armor on his chest was constantly cracking, and it would be completely scrapped at some unknown time. The surrounding devilish chi was also becoming pure and more solid, and even the evil warding divine thunder behind him was emitting a buzzing sound of exhaustion. If this continued, he would either be pounded into a meat paste by Savage Beard's punch or be corrupted by the devilish chi, transforming into a mindless beast. A hint of ruthlessness flickered in Liu Yun's eyes, and just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Damn, damn, damn. What kind of hellhole is this? Holy crap. You're about to die. Liu Yun's was startled, then showed a look of wild joy. Second brother. You're not dead, you bastard. Don't you dare call me second brother. Liu Yun's number 2 roared back, rubbing his head in annoyance, and asked somewhat confusedly. What's going on? I think I passed out for a while. How did you get beaten up like this? Can you just do something useful first? I'm about to be beaten to death. Liu Yun's roared, only to be directly interrupted by another punch from Savage Beard. With a crack sound, accompanied by the sound of his chest armor completely shattering, a good portion of Liu Yun's body was exposed defenselessly before Savage Beard's eyes. At the same time, the evil warding divine thunder array diagram behind him lost its spiritual power supply and instantly vanished. A giant fist, accompanied by a thunderous roar, struck directly at Liu Yun's chest. At this instant, Liu Yun's figure suddenly flickered, and he moved horizontally out of thin air, dodging Savage Beard's attack. The punch missed, and the violent force directly exploded a large area of devilish chi. Just as Savage Beard was about to pursue, he suddenly clutched his head in pain, letting out beast-like roars. Damn it! This guy's divine soul is not right. I can only delay him for a moment at most. Liu Yun suddenly caught his breath, and the dark alms bowl above his head emitted a golden glow like a black dragon, instantly clearing all the surrounding devilish chi. Liu Yun's then transformed into a golden light and shot into the sky, heading straight for the altar above. At this moment, Savage Beard roared, and Liu Yun's number 2 in his mind was forcibly driven out of his sea of consciousness by an irresistible force. Savage Beard's figure then transformed into a faint green streak of light, catching up to Liu Yun's in the blink of an eye. Thousands of black threads surged out from Liu Yun's sleeve, rushing towards Savage Beard like a tsunami. Savage Beard met them head-on, neither dodging nor evading. In an instant, black devilish flames exploded out of thin air. Savage Beard's tall figure broke through the devilish flames and punched Liu Yun's in the back. Liu Yun's body trembled, and he actually used this force to fly high out of the altar. Dark devilish flames continuously exploded on Savage Beard's devil-like body, yet they couldn't harm him in the slightest. Liu Yun struggled to open his eyes, meeting Savage Beard's glowing green eyes in midair, a word flashing rapidly through his mind. Possession. Without giving Liu Yun's any more time, Savage Beard leaped up, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, and threw a punch at Liu Yun's. This time, Liu Yun's finally had time to prepare. His figure instantly blurred, transforming into afterimages to dodge the attack. At the same time, numerous bizarre runes exploded almost at Savage Beard's face, instantly spreading over his entire body. Savage Beard's figure suddenly paused, as if thousands of caddies had been added to him in an instant, rendering him unable to move for a while. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Yun suddenly opened his mouth, and a golden light shot straight towards Savage Beard. Savage Beard roared, dragging his almost solidified body, and threw a punch at the beam of light. Just as the two were about to collide in midair, the golden light suddenly split into two, transforming and extending out of thin air into two golden chains, tightly binding Savage Beard in place. Savage Beard's head tilted back high, letting out an inhuman roar from his throat. His muscles bulged in response, and his entire body seemed to grow a size larger out of thin air. The golden chains then emitted a series of cracking sounds, and cracks gradually spread across the chains. Even the invisible, bizarre runes began to flicker erratically, gradually exploding one by one. Liu Yun suddenly took a deep breath, and white light burst from his eyes, directly entering Savage Beard's eyes. The tall figure instantly froze, then fell weakly to the ground, like a crumpled piece of rags. Strands of faint green spiritual light spread from his glabella, transforming into a roaring giant ghost face in the air. Seeking death. White light flashed in Liu Yun's eyes, and the glare divine light, which countered all Yin souls and ghosts, instantly shot out, directly piercing through the ghost face. Under the power of this divine light, the ghost face could only let out an unwilling roar before dissipating into thin air. Watching the ghost face turn to ashes, Liu Yun's held breath instantly relaxed, and a mouthful of fresh blood uncontrollably spewed out. Liu Yun's No-2's figure appeared beside him. Tell me, what exactly happened? How did I suddenly pass out? And you? Holy crap, don't you pass out too? Chapter 521, Suppression. When Liu Yun's opened his eyes again, only Liu Yun's No-2's several-inch-long figure was floating in the air. You're finally awake. Liu Yun's number 2 let out a huge sigh of relief, his body, composed of five-colored spiritual light, flickered like a faulty light bulb. Liu Yun's tried to move his fingers and instantly felt every bone in his body throbbing with pain. Savage Beard's punches are really heavy, Liu Yun's lamented helplessly, his magic power circulating on its own, casting a spell called the Spring Return Art to heal his physical body. You should be content. If that evil spirit hadn't lost its mind and could only fight you instinctively, not even Savage Beard's heaven-supporting demonic art could have been fully unleashed. By now, you would have been beaten to death by him. Liu Yun's number 2 sighed helplessly and circled around. Get up when you've recovered enough, and tell me, what kind of hellish place is this? Liu Yun stretched his arms and managed to sit up. This matter is quite complicated. You should just look at my memories directly. Alright. Liu Yun's number 2 was too lazy to argue with him and directly began to peruse Liu Yun's memories. After a while, Liu Yun's number 2 let out a heartfelt exclamation. Holy crap! Liu Yun's pouted, stood up, and walked over to Savage Beard's corpse. At this moment, the blue stone floor, which had been shattered into pieces, had somehow restored itself to its original state, as if nothing had happened, with only Savage Beard's tall body lying on the ground, narrating everything that had just transpired. To be able to possess Savage Beard, a nascent soul middle stage peak cultivator, this evil spirit is not simple, Liu Yun said, touching his completely shattered breastplate with a hint of distress. Of course it's not simple. Didn't you notice that guy was off? Liu Yun's number 2 rolled his eyes and pointed at Liu Yun's storage pouch. Liu Yun's was stunned, then abruptly looked down at his storage pouch, his eye twitching uncontrollably. You mean that evil spirit is Venerable Dharma? How is that possible? He's from tens of thousands of years ago. To be precise, it's Venerable Dharma who cultivated the Grand Yin form refining art, Liu Yun's number 2 sighed, pointing to the surrounding exits and saying, if he were still human, of course he couldn't have lived this long. But if he was a half-demon race member who cultivated the Grand Yin form refining art and broke through the physical body's restraints, plus this huge mountain of soul stones here, then it's very possible. As for why he did it, anything I say now is useless. You should just try any exit first. Liu Yun's expression turned grim upon hearing this, and he immediately transformed into a streak of extremely fast golden light, shooting towards one of the exits. A moment later, Liu Yun's emerged from an ice cave above the mountain of soul stones with a gloomy expression. After some thought, he turned back. The golden light shot out from the mountain's exit and plunged into another exit. Several hours later, Liu Yun sat in the center of the altar, his eyes filled with confusion. You understand now, right? This damned place has no exit at all. Liu Yun's number 2 sighed deeply and flew in front of Liu Yun's. The reason why the array diagram outside was so easily broken was entirely intentional by those ancient cultivators, to trap and kill all those who wanted to find this place and succeeded. Now I can basically confirm that the ancient cultivators who built the underwater altar and the ancient cultivators who built the altar here are definitely the same group of people. Only someone with such a morally bankrupt design could create something like this. Back then, Venerable Dharma, in despair, must have been forced to abandon his physical body and cultivate the Grand Yin form refining art he obtained from Grand Master Taiyin. Although he successfully broke free from the physical body's restraints and managed to prolong his existence for a while longer, either something went wrong during his cultivation or too much time passed, for he lost his sanity and became a vengeful spirit and evil ghost driven by primal desires. Tisk. I wonder if our ending will be any better than his. Liu Yun's number 2 said somewhat irritably. As an artifact spirit, he was even less comfortable in this damned place than Liu Yun's. Once he left the bottom of this mountain of soul stones, he would gradually lose control and eventually fall into a deep sleep. Liu Yun's pondered, tapping the stone slab beneath him, then suddenly struck like lightning, prying a stone slab directly from the ground. Devilish chi, as substantial as reality, surged beneath. The moment it saw light again, this devilish chi tried to extend outwards, but then, as if encountering some invisible resistance, it became stagnant and sluggish once more. Liu Yun's thoughtfully rubbed some stone powder from the slab, then suddenly sprinkled it onto Liu Yun's No 2's body. Liu Yun's No 2's body instantly dimmed, and he let out a cry of surprise. Holy crap! Are you out of your mind? A gleam flashed in Liu Yun's eyes, and he laid the stone slab back in place. A genius! Liu Yun's exclaimed. All these floor tiles are solidified absolute spiritual chi. Although I don't know how these ancient cultivators managed it, they actually built such a grand formation within the body of this true spirit Rahu, using the power of the formation to intercept a large amount of absolute spiritual chi. They used this absolute spiritual chi to suppress the devilish chi here. Through this method, they preserved the spiritual chi of the chaotic star sea to the greatest extent possible. And the absolute spiritual chi only targets variations of spiritual chi, including devilish chi. Pure divine soul and true essence power are not within its scope. Yet, in this place, the most abundant thing is a variation of divine soul power called nether chi. Over the years, under the restrictions of the formation outside, a massive amount of nether chi formed this mountain of soul stones here. This way, an extra layer of insurance was added outside the absolute spiritual chi. And under this double suppression, the devilish chi underground is almost unable to move an inch, being firmly suppressed here. This is also why the quality of the devilish chi here is so high, it was forcefully compressed by the absolute spiritual chi in the mountain of soul stones. Liu Yun's eyes showed sincere admiration. With human strength, to seize the creation of heaven and earth. A genius. Liu Yun's number 2 heard this and thoughtfully stroked his chin. So, when Venerable Dharma found this place back then, he actually fell right into the ancient cultivator's trap. That sounds very reasonable, but how does that help our current situation? Of course it helps. A gleam flickered in Liu Yun's eyes, and a strange smile played on his lips. The nether chi and absolute spiritual chi here are both forcibly trapped by the grand formation. As long as it's a formation, there must be a formation core, and if there's a formation core, there must be a way out. As Liu Yun spoke, he lowered his gaze to his feet. Chapter 522, Beneath the Devilish Chi. You're not thinking of, Liu Yun's No 2's mouth twitched. That's right, I'm going down to take a look. Liu Yun's raised his head resolutely, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If there's any place where the array diagram's eye could exist, it can only be at the very bottom of this devilish chi. Besides, I'm very curious how those ancient cultivators managed to cause such a huge disturbance within Rahu's body. Liu Yun's number 2 was silent for a long time, then rubbed his temples and said to Liu Yun's. You need to think clearly about one thing, this devilish chi has been suppressed by the spirit nullifying chi for so many years. Who knows what kind of changes might have occurred. Not to mention, such high-quality devilish chi is a huge problem in itself, the evil warding divine thunder alone won't be enough to handle it. And Rahu, that's also a huge problem. Heaven knows what methods those ancient cultivators used. If we accidentally disturb this behemoth, it could just breathe, and we'd probably be gone. There's no other way now. I can't just be trapped here until I die like Venerable Dharma, Liu Yun said helplessly, spreading his hands. Alright then. Liu Yun's number 2 scratched his head, a bit annoyed. So, have you figured out how to get down? Liu Yun stroked his chin thoughtfully, took out 3 spare 5 elements belts from his storage pouch, then detached the evil warding divine thunder array diagram from his back and began to modify it. I can boost the output of the evil warding divine thunder array diagram, using 3 belts for power and constantly switching spirit stones to ensure stable output of the evil warding divine thunder. While this definitely won't compare to the nascent soul level output of the armor, it can at least stabilize the evil warding divine thunder, and simple self-preservation shouldn't be a problem. If it really doesn't work, I can still use that black alms bowl. For pure devilish chi, that thing's restraining effect is even greater than the evil warding divine thunder, which should be enough to save my life. If anything unexpected happens to me down there, Liu Yun's thought for a moment, then tossed the ancient jade treasure from his waist to Liu Yun's number 2. Little 3 is entrusted to your care. Remember to pick a handsome physical body for him. I don't have many requirements, just a bit more handsome than me will do. Little 3. Liu Yun's number 2 looked down at the ancient jade treasure, then up at Liu Yun's, his expression gradually becoming ferocious. You bastard. You made another Liu Yun's. That was many years ago. A person always needs to have a backup plan, don't they? Liu Yun's waved his hand, saying casually. As the saying goes, if one of me falls, there are thousands more of me. Even if I die down there, there are still 2 Liu Yun's up here. No matter how you look at it, it's not a loss. Seriously, if we manage to get out this time, you should quickly find a doctor. As a Liu Yun's myself, I think you've been a bit too abnormal lately. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes disdainfully, put on the belt and array diagram, and with a clap of thunder, a layer of faint golden electrical net appeared on his body. I'm going. Take good care of little 3. I'll take care of your mother. Wait, you don't have other Liu Yun's outside, do you? How many Liu Yun's have you actually left behind? Liu Yun's did not answer him, directly leaping into the devilish chi. The viscous, jelly-like devilish chi boiled again, and tendril-like devilish chi surged towards him. The faint golden electrical net burst open, emitting violent crackling sounds. The surrounding devilish chi was instantly repelled but still lingered stubbornly. Liu Yun sensed the spirit stone consumption of the 3 belts, and his mouth immediately twitched uncontrollably. Just that one burst consumed half the total magical power of 3 mid-stage core formation cultivators. No wonder Venerable Dharma never dared to look down here, even to his death. Liu Yun took a deep breath and flew towards the deepest part of the devilish chi. It was pitch black all around, with only the faint golden electric light dimly illuminating the surroundings. Liu Yun was constantly replacing spirit stones in the belts, almost without pause, and didn't even have the energy to pay attention to how far he had descended. He could only roughly sense that he had been descending for nearly an hour, and the spirit stones consumed had already exceeded 100,000. If Liu Yun hadn't had such a deep reserve, he would have had to flee in panic by now. After an unknown amount of time, the surrounding devilish chi became even deeper. The pitch-black devilish chi even subtly formed some kind of strange crystal, looking somewhat like an early form of demonic drill. The mere evil warding divine thunder had long lost its effectiveness. Liu Yun held the black alms bowl above his head, releasing a large swath of black light along with the evil warding divine thunder to protect himself, only then able to continue descending. Correspondingly, his spirit stone consumption increased almost exponentially, and even the power supply from the 3 belts became somewhat strained. Liu Yun had no choice but to tap into his own magical power to barely sustain himself. Liu Yun knew that this wouldn't last long. Once his magical power was exhausted, the surrounding devilish chi would all rush forward and devour him alive. As Liu Yun's magical power had already depleted by nearly half, just as he was about to give up, he finally saw what lay beneath the devilish chi, illuminated by the faint golden lightning. It was a boundless, pitch-black abyss. Large quantities of devilish chi condensed into crystals fell like a waterfall into the abyss, being swallowed by a layer of surging black mist. Within the mist, one could vaguely see the bottom of the abyss, where blood-red, lava-like rock walls flowed. Liu Yun's expression changed. He took out a black porcelain bottle from his storage pouch. Inside, a force was trying to break through the restriction on the bottle's surface and return to the abyss. Only then did Liu Yun realize that this porcelain bottle was also a treasure. And clearly not something that could be produced in this realm. Rahu's essence blood. This place is Rahu's wound. It's absorbing devilish chi to heal. Liu Yun's eyes widened, and a word flashed like lightning through his mind. Mutualism. Those ancient cultivators established this space here with Rahu's consent. Venerable Dharma didn't just not come down, he must have been here too, but as a half-demon race, although his resistance to devilish chi far surpassed humans, he had almost no means to counter devilish chi. Thus, he was inevitably affected by the pure devilish chi here and lost all his sanity. Venerable Dharma's arrival here must have been premeditated. He already knew this was inside Rahu's body, and he also knew that he couldn't release the devilish chi here, as that would be like snatching food from Rahu. From the very beginning, he came for Rahu's essence blood. What did he want this for? To refine the Black Wind Banner? Is a heaven-reaching spirit treasure worth him risking his life for? Questions flashed through Liu Yun's mind like lightning, eventually buried deep within him. Now, a more pressing issue lay before him. Where is the array diagram's eye? Chapter 523, The Great Power of Time. Flying along the direction the abyss extended, the pressure at the very bottom of the devilish chi was much less than before, as the black mist below was constantly devouring the devilish chi. Liu Yun's even put away his black alms bowl, able to move freely with just a layer of evil warding divine thunder. Liu Yun silently calculated the time. After about half an hour, Liu Yun's gradually reached the very edge of the abyss. This was a dark, silent storm, with large swathes of black mist and devilish chi intertwined, forming an endless wall of storm. Streaks of black lightning flashed through the storm, illuminating the black devilish chi within, writhing like dragons and snakes. Liu Yun took a deep breath and took out a black bagua mirror from his storage pouch. This item was one of the ancient treasures he obtained from Venerable Golden Talisman's storage pouch back then, but unlike his commonly used azure dragon short staff and blue fishing net, this item, along with another pair of black and white scissors, always gave him a profound feeling. With his previous cultivation, he couldn't even control these two treasures. And after his cultivation reached the peak of core formation, the black and white scissors still showed no reaction, but this black bagua mirror could now be partially controlled by Liu Yun's. Following a series of incantations from Liu Yun's, the bagua mirror gradually rose, transforming into a several jung-sized black bagua diagram above Liu Yun's head. On it, the 8 trigrams only showed yin trigrams, not yang trigrams. As this strange bagua diagram slowly rotated, an indescribable Dao rhyme emerged around it. Holding the black bagua diagram like a shield in front of him, Liu Yun soared into the storm. In an instant, like rain on plantains or a locust plague, invisible attacks rained down on the bagua diagram, forcing Liu Yun's back several steps. At the same time, countless surging devilish chi bypassed the bagua diagram and fiercely lunged at Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's expression remained unchanged. The black bagua diagram in front of him rotated in midair. The 8 trigrams shifted, generating a suction force as they spun. The surrounding devilish chi and nether chi suddenly paused, then, without any resistance, converged into the black bagua diagram. Liu Yun immediately felt the pressure lessen. After catching his breath slightly, he continued to push forward with the bagua diagram, flying towards the center of the storm. This black bagua diagram possessed considerable power. Currently, he could only unleash 1 or 2/10 of its might, and it required a massive expenditure of dharmic power. To power this treasure, Liu Yun even stopped the evil warding divine thunder, channeling all 3 wastebands and his own dharmic power into it, doing his utmost to reach the storm's center before his dharmic power was depleted. Streaks of black lightning flashed before Liu Yun's eyes. In the darkness, a distinct white light seemed to flicker faintly. Liu Yun immediately increased his dharmic power output. With the black bagua diagram in front of him, he transformed into an incredibly fast streak of light, flying directly towards the location of the white light. The surrounding pressure grew increasingly intense. For every 10 feet Liu Yun flew, he could feel the surrounding pressure almost double. In the end, Liu Yun couldn't even maintain his escape speed, relying entirely on the miraculous effect of the black bagua diagram to push forward. After an unknown period, Liu Yun's mind gradually became hazy, and his vision even began to blur, as if 2 different worlds were overlapping, separating, and then overlapping again before his eyes. Suddenly, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head, Liu Yun abruptly sobered up. Before his eyes, the reflections of 2 worlds truly appeared, distinct yet inseparable from each other. One side maintained a normal flow of time, while the other seemed to have been put on fast forward, changing rapidly. This tearing sight almost burned Liu Yun's brain. 2 streams of crimson blood flowed from his eyes, like an exaggerated and grotesque mask. In a trance, Liu Yun suddenly remembered what pure thought had told him. The first step to perceiving time, is to resist it. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Liu Yun's mouth. He had actually forgotten that he still had a buff that rendered his time perception ability ineffective. For so many years, Liu Yun had relied on his armor to accurately perceive time. Now that the armor was destroyed, Liu Yun didn't react for a while. Under the immense pressure, this unexpected change occurred, catching Liu Yun off guard. He felt that the dharmic power within his body was rapidly draining at an abnormal rate, as if at this very moment, the time he perceived and the external time had diverged significantly. Liu Yun took a difficult step. If there were a second person present, they would notice that Liu Yun seemed to be in slow motion, each step incredibly slow, like an afterimage lost in the cracks of time. Resist, het. Liu Yun's expression gradually changed, and a smile with a hint of madness appeared at the corner of his mouth. My entire life, I've been doing this one thing. Resist, hey? Come on. A roar erupted from the depths of Liu Yun's heart. He focused his mind, his eyes fixed on the world where time was flowing rapidly. An indescribable tearing sensation struck again. Large gushes of blood poured from Liu Yun's 7 orifices, but at the same time, the world where time was flowing rapidly truly began to slow down. Liu Yun's speed became faster and faster, and the two worlds began to overlap at a slow but steady pace. Blood continuously gushed out, and loud bangs emanated from Liu Yun's body. Terrifying wounds appeared out of nowhere on him, then instantly healed as if nothing had happened. His clothes were already stained red with blood, but Liu Yun's was still smiling. He had experienced this once before. Back then, he was caught in the temporal turbulence and personally witnessed the final battle that he should not have seen. The heavenly Dao, the vortex, and that terrifying devil god. Now he finally understood why green-robed Han Li's reaction was so strange when he mentioned this matter. Because it was completely beyond his expectation, what truly brought him to that battlefield was the great power of time. This power belonged to, and only to, one person. Han Li. The true Han Li. I really don't understand what you are trying to do, but thanks. Liu Yun's burst into laughter. The two worlds overlapped before his eyes. At this moment, Liu Yun seemed to have broken free from the constraints of his physical body, looking at this world from an incredibly detached perspective. The storm howled, and devilish chi danced ceaselessly. Liu Yun's opened his eyes again, and everything before him seemed to slow down. He soared out, as if having rehearsed it countless times, passing through the storm with incredible smoothness and naturalness, reaching the center of the storm. Chapter 524, The Great Dream. At the center of the storm, a beam of light shot forth. Liu Yun's materialized from the light, glanced around, then took a step forward. With a bang, Liu Yun's fell straight to the ground, collapsing on the spot. Damn it! I was overconfident. In just a moment, merely by looking directly at the power of time, Liu Yun's divine soul suffered immense, incurable damage. Liu Yun struggled slightly on the ground, then felt his mind sink, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The center of the storm was a white stone hall. If Liu Yun's could open his eyes at this moment, he would find that the style here was identical to the Void Heaven Palace, but it also incorporated many other elements, with significant stylistic differences in some details, like a carelessly made replica. At this very moment, Liu Yun's lay unconscious at the entrance of the hall, just 100 steps away from a pure white stone monument at the hall's center. After a while, accompanied by a sigh, a hand with a long white sleeve extended from the void realm and rested on Liu Yun's head. His chaotic vital essence was repaired, and his severely overdrawn divine soul instantly recovered to its peak, as if time had reversed, even mending the internal injuries Savage Beard had inflicted upon him. Inside the hall, silence returned. At the same time, below the mountain of soul stones, Liu Yun's number 2 suddenly flickered wildly for a moment, but then quickly returned to normal. He opened his eyes, examining himself with a hint of confusion, then looked at the ancient jade treasure beside him with a complex expression. Number 3, right. As a Liu Yun's, you seem a bit reclusive. Let's talk, what kind of body would you choose if Liu Yun's died? Damn it. Liu Yun's number 2 cursed, then let out a helpless sigh. Suddenly, the surrounding floor began to shake. Accompanied by piercing sounds like swords being drawn, the mountain of soul stones suddenly sank, and then the blue stone-like floor tiles began to move. Liu Yun's number 2 was startled and shot up, holding the ancient jade treasure and warily looking around. He was, after all, merely a tool spirit. Although his existence was special, it was only in the domain of the divine soul that he was unparalleled. Encountering this spirit-nullifying chi was his natural bane, leaving him with no room to resist. The formation has changed, Liu Yun succeeded. Liu Yun's number 2 froze at the words, looking at the ancient jade treasure with an incredulous expression. You can talk. Damn it. Liu Yun's number 2 cursed again. Just then, the floor returned to stillness, but the inscriptions on its surface had undergone a drastic transformation. A teleportation array. Liu Yun's number 2 was stunned. Drawing a formation on spirit-nullifying chi? How did these people do it? Alas. A sigh emanated from within the ancient jade treasure. Formations aren't only driven by spiritual energy. Spiritual energy, to put it simply, is just an energy source. As long as the technical accumulation is sufficient, some subtle changes are enough to adapt to other energy sources. So what exactly is wrong with you? Liu Yun's playing profound here is really scary, you know. Before Liu Yun's number 3 in the ancient jade treasure could reply, the completed teleportation array on the ground suddenly lit up with dazzling white light. Liu Yun's opened his eyes. In a daze, he felt as if he had a dream in which he roamed the void realm, traversed ancient and modern times, witnessing the rise of countless civilizations and the fall of countless dynasties. He saw heroes emerge and powerful individuals gather, and he also saw these powerful individuals one after another heading towards self-destruction. It was as if someone was whispering in his ear about the impermanence of fate and the unavoidable outcome. Unsure how many years he had spent in the dream, Liu Yun's, who had been observing with detached indifference throughout, suddenly spoke a question. Are you still that afraid of death? A smile, hard to tell if it was mockery or pity, appeared at the corner of his mouth. I thought you would understand me better? I'm not as afraid of death as you are. The next second, he was kicked out of the illusion. Opening his eyes, he found himself standing at the center of the hall, before the pure white stone monument. It was as if an invisible hand had erased a period of time, causing Liu Yun's to abruptly appear before the stone monument. Damn it! Liu Yun's gave the sky the middle finger, then began to examine the stone monument before him. This was a square stone monument, only about 6 feet tall, densely inscribed with markings Liu Yun's had never seen before. After a careful look, Liu Yun's was basically certain. This was the core of the formation he was looking for. It wasn't because there was anything particularly special about the stone monument itself. It was mainly because beneath it, clusters of pure black crystals were struggling to grow, but they were firmly suppressed by the stone monument, only barely managing to expose less than a foot of their sharp tips. Liu Yun's recognized it almost immediately. This was devilish chi of the highest purity, so close to forming demon marrow drills. So the storm outside is just a product of the devilish chi and nether chi leaking from here and mixing on their own. The true devilish chi is suppressed beneath this hall, and the demonic chi abyss outside. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but want to give a thumbs up to these seniors from who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago. The entire design wasn't complicated, it was essentially a formation within a formation design concept. The outer grand formation was responsible for gathering nether chi and spirit nullifying chi, and with Rahu's consent, sealing all the devilish chi here. The inner formation, on the other hand, sorted and suppressed a large amount of devilish chi, then delivered a fixed amount of devilish chi outwards, essentially installing a throttle valve for the devilish chi here to control the speed at which it flowed into Rahu's wound. It was designed to make Rahu feel that the wound in his body was constantly being repaired, but also not to repair it too quickly, to prevent any uncontrollable factors from arising after the repair was complete. For example, if a lot of devilish chi was left over, and Rahu felt uncomfortable with something stuck inside his body and wanted to spit some out. One has to say, it's dirty. It's really f***ing dirty. Begging someone for help and still calculating them. He really wants to learn. Liu Yun sighed deeply. The ancient cultivators of yesteryear were too skilled, to the point that even he, an excellent successor, couldn't help but feel admiration. But that was a story for later. Liu Yun gazed at the stone monument before him, a golden light flashing in his hand and then disappearing. As an expert in ancient restriction, Liu Yun didn't need to shatter the stone monument, he only needed to slightly modify this core of the formation and open an exit in the outer formation. As the golden light flashed, the spiritual patterns on the stone monument were gradually covered by runes. Chapter 525, Escaping. The white light dissipated, and Liu Yun's figure appeared in the center of the formation, looking around with a strange expression. It's not a random teleportation after all. My craftsmanship has improved quite a bit recently. Liu Yun muttered to himself, a joyful expression on his face. He casually stuffed the few crystals in his hand into his and my arms. Directly beneath the white stone steel, there were actually 5 demon marrow drills, heavily encased by clusters of black crystals. If Liu Yun hadn't already switched to his mysterious yin eyes, he might not have even discovered these 5 demon marrow drills. With this, he now had a total of 6 demon marrow drills, just one short of refining the legendary demon dragon blade. You finally came back. Liu Yun's number 2 was so excited he was practically in tears of joy. Take this broken thing back. The ancient jade treasure containing Liu Yun's number 3 was thrown directly into Liu Yun's arms. Liu Yun glanced at him with some confusion, and while putting away the ancient jade, he asked. Are you two not getting along? That shouldn't be. I like myself very much. Liu Yun's number 2 glared at him angrily, you ask him yourself. This thing is absolutely nuts. Isn't that normal? Liu Yun's was even more puzzled. His mental illness wasn't a new development, and as fellow Liu Yun's, it would be strange if number 2 and number 3 were normal. Liu Yun's number 2 was choked by Liu Yun's words and couldn't utter a single sound for a long time. Although it was absurd, he had to admit that Liu Yun's words made sense. Since they were all mentally ill, who was in a position to criticize whom? I'm not sick. Liu Yun's number 3 slightly defended his mental state. Yes. Liu Yun's was greatly alarmed by these words. See. I told you he had a problem. Liu Yun's number 2 said, pointing at the ancient jade with a wronged expression. Little 3, after we get out of here, I must have a serious talk with you. Your psychological state is very problematic, Liu Yun said as he walked towards the nearest exit. Wen Ziyu stood guard in front of the large formation, holding a large gun and staring intently at the nether beast that was about to take shape before her. As soon as the nether beast broke free from the constraints of the formation, Wen Ziyu immediately blasted it with a shot, reducing it to a pile of ashes. Unfortunately, no Yinming beast crystal appeared this time either. Wen Ziyu bit her lower lip lightly, and silently took out a thumb-sized Yinming beast crystal from her satchel, replacing the one on her exoskeleton that had almost completely dimmed. The faint green flame that had dimmed on her body instantly reignited, resisting the icy cold yin wind that could instantly freeze her in this place. She didn't know how long she had been waiting here, only that 4 Yinming beast crystals on her exoskeleton had already been replaced. There was no movement on the surface of the large formation. Ever since Liu Yun's entered, only the bone-chilling yin wind and the occasional nether beasts remained in this place. Wen Ziyu's mood gradually shifted from apprehension to numbness. Thoughts began to emerge uncontrollably. Had Liu Yun's already left? Had Liu Yun's already gone to Storm Mountain? Could Liu Yun's have already died inside? Chaotic thoughts, like fine steel wires, gradually entangled and bound her mind. Wen Ziyu began to want to leave this place, and found one reason after another for herself, but in the end, for some unknown reason, she still chose to stay here and wait for Liu Yun's to come out. A strange thought told her that Liu Yun's would definitely come back for her. It was something that could almost be called an obsession, without any basis or evidence, but she just believed it deeply. Until today, the large formation cracked open in Wen Ziyu's surprised and delighted eyes, and Liu Yun's walked out leisurely, showing a moment of surprise when he saw Wenxiu, but then it turned into a peaceful smile. Let's go, let's leave this cursed place. Half a month later, at the foot of Storm Mountain, a man and a woman walked forward step by step, enduring the fierce yin wind. They were clad in a layer of shimmering red leather armor, struggling to climb step by step. The young man walking at the front had an ordinary appearance, with clear and sharp eyes. A small silver monkey hung on his shoulder, seemingly unafraid of the piercing yin wind, excitedly gesticulating on his shoulder. The two walked in silence like this, and along the way, the yin wind grew stronger and stronger. Many powerful nether beasts also began to appear around them, but these nether beasts were all easily killed by the small swords tied to the young man's 5 fingers. After walking for some more time, the two reached the halfway point of the mountain. The yin wind gradually became violent, and the two had to hide behind a huge rock to rest for a while. Senior Han, can we really reach the summit? The woman asked cautiously. Although her entire body was covered in leather armor made from high-grade fire attribute Yao beast scales, it was ultimately just sewn together with needle and thread, not even qualifying as the lowest grade magical artifact. It was already their limit to have made it this far. At this moment, even while hiding behind this giant rock, the woman could feel the pervasive yin wind seeping through the seams of her leather armor, drilling into her bones, making her shiver all over, as if her blood was about to freeze. The young man beside her didn't speak, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he was silently contemplating something. After a while, the young man took out 2 wind-repelling beads from his in my arms. The rest of the journey can only rely on them, the young man said calmly, letting out a long breath. The woman nodded obediently, took the wind-repelling beads, and the pervasive yin wind around them immediately weakened significantly. Just as the two were resting and recovering their strength, the young man suddenly widened his eyes and turned to look cautiously at the darkness not far away. A series of orderly footsteps came from the darkness. The young man's 10 fingers moved slightly, and 10 small green swords strung with beast tendons slid out from his sleeves. At the same time, the silver monkey also opened its eyes wide and bared its teeth at the approaching figures in the darkness. The footsteps gradually approached, and a beautiful and ethereal young woman passed through the dense yin wind, immediately spotting the two of them. It's fellow Daoist Han. I can't believe I'd meet you here, the young woman said with surprise. Fellow Daoist Purple Spirit, the young man narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly straightened up. The young man was Han Li. At this moment, his eyes were slightly narrowed, and his gaze was vigilantly directed behind Purple Spirit, where 3 men gradually emerged from the yin wind. These 3 men did not appear to be very old, at most in their early 30s. Their attire was distinctly different from that of the local residents, with faint traces of runes visible on them, clearly cultivators' magical artifact robes, though they seemed to be of low grade. At this moment, these 3 men were looking at Han Li with wary expressions, their eyes subtly flickering with hostility. Han Li glanced at them, then at Purple Spirit, who wore an expression of helplessness, and immediately sighed with a slight headache. Chapter 526, Gathering. Fellow Daoist Han, let me introduce you. These 3 are fellow Daoist Yun of White Sword Sect, fellow Daoist Feng of Kanjihu Sect, and fellow Daoist Yu of Tianquan Sect. They are all fellow Daoists who were swept into the ghost mist with us. Purple Spirit stood among them, enthusiastically introducing them to Han Li. Han Li observed the group. Seeing their light steps and smooth breathing, his vigilance immediately heightened. Although these 3 seemed to have low cultivation in the outside world, they all possessed a decent foundation in martial arts, and all practiced rare and profound internal skills. It was no wonder they could climb halfway up Storm Mountain, even with Purple Spirit as a burden. Thinking of this, Han Li couldn't help but glance at Purple Spirit with a strange look in his eyes, and another acquaintance from Tianese instantly flashed through his mind. However, that person's tactics were still far inferior to Purple Spirit's. After all, on one hand, Dong Xianer benefited from her cultivation technique, and on the other hand, it was unclear even to herself how many of her suitors were truly after her identity as True Person Hungfu's successor. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been in constant fear during the period she lost True Person Hungfu's protection. While Purple Spirit most likely also practiced a similar cultivation technique, she couldn't use it at all in this ghostly place, and her external identity was useless. In such circumstances, Purple Spirit could still attract 3 helpers who willingly took her up Storm Mountain. This level of cunning was extraordinary. Not to mention, Purple Spirit was driven by profit, while Dong Xianer simply sought fun and excitement. Although their goals differed, the difficulty gap in actual execution between the two was immense. Fellow Daoist Han. The one speaking was fellow Daoist Yun, who appeared to be in his early 30s. His steps were light, his breathing long, his exposed skin was as white as jade, and his hands were like a woman's. He was the one Han Li felt the most threatened by. If Han Li's judgment was correct, this person had probably not only practiced some mortal martial arts but might have even dabbled in some cultivator body refining cultivation techniques. This instantly made this person, who at most had foundation establishment cultivation in the outside world, dangerous. Han Li was not afraid of the other party, but on Storm Mountain, any conflict would be troublesome. It seems fellow Daoist also wishes to return to the outside world via Storm Mountain. How about we travel together? The man surnamed Yun asked with a smile, his tone gentle and his demeanor friendly, but his eyes never left the leather armor on the two of them and the wind-repelling pearl in their hands. The other two exchanged glances and, as if by prior agreement, took a step forward, subtly encircling Han Li. Yes, Storm Mountain is fraught with danger. It's better for us to stick together for a better chance of success. Fellow Daoist Han, and this fellow Daoist, please join us. Han Li's gaze swept over the three in turn, his eyes growing colder and colder. The woman behind him also sensed something was wrong and subtly retreated 2 steps, looking at Han Li with some concern. Purple Spirit, however, frowned slightly and opened her mouth as if to say something, but after a glance at the 10 small swords in Han Li's hand, she immediately closed her mouth, retreated a few steps, and moved slightly away from the group. For a moment, Storm Mountain was utterly silent, with only the howling yin wind, making strange noises like the wailing of myriad ghosts. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the foot of the mountain in the darkness. It was as if a flame had exploded and then suddenly solidified, emitting a series of incredibly low and strange sounds. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look. In the darkness, a scarlet single eye flickered in the mist, emitting a bright and dazzling light in the darkness. A colossal object was slowly approaching, emitting heavy footsteps. The three exchanged glances and, without hesitation, turned and ran. The woman behind Han Li also wanted to leave but was pulled back by Han Li. Don't be nervous, it's an acquaintance. Han Li sighed helplessly and glanced at Purple Spirit. Fellow Daoist Purple Spirit, are you not leaving with them? Upon hearing this, Purple Spirit withdrew her surprised gaze and gave Han Li a bitter smile. Fellow Daoist, why say such words to mock me? Does fellow Daoist truly not see that Purple Spirit is already beyond her control? Han Li smiled and did not reply. While the two were speaking, the giant figure had already reached them. It was a large machine constructed entirely of bones, over 10 feet tall, with 2 huge feet planted on the ground, supporting 2 short arms and a bloated, massive spherical body. Each arm carried a bone blade 10 feet long and 4 cannon barrels the size of a bowl. Several thick leg bones stood vertically on its back, from which wisps of eerie green flames spewed forth. With a clatter. To everyone's surprise, the bloated spherical body opened left and right, revealing a man and a woman wearing exoskeletons inside. You really are all here. Liu Yun's grinned in surprise. Behind him, Wen Xiu eagerly jumped out and rushed to Purple Spirit. Sister Purple Spirit, have you seen sister yet? Wen Xiu asked anxiously. Purple Spirit's gaze lowered, and she silently shook her head. Wen Xiu stared at her blankly, unable to speak for a long time. Liu Yun's watched the scene, sighed softly, and turned to look at Han Li and the woman behind him. Who is this? Han Li turned sideways, revealing the surprised woman. This is fellow Daoist Mei Ning, my companion. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's looked at Mei Ning with some surprise, and seeing her mature appearance, he gave Han Li a somewhat relieved look. Han Li rolled his eyes in exasperation and asked directly. Is there still space on your machine? That's not a problem. Liu Yun said, turning and kicking the machine. A square compartment suddenly popped out from the back of the large machine, hanging like a backpack. Get in. There's enough space for the 3 of you. Han Li glanced at Purple Spirit with some surprise, then leaped into the compartment. The other 3 women also climbed in one by one. The cockpit closed, and the pipes on the machine's back once again spewed eerie green flames, stepping into the darkness one step at a time. Past the halfway point, the yin winds on Storm Mountain grew even more fierce and chilling, but the runes flickering on the machine's surface managed to block these bone-chilling yin winds, preventing them from penetrating the cockpit in the slightest. Han Li and the others finally let out a sigh of relief, collapsing in place, unmoving. Although everyone present was a cultivator, with physiques far exceeding ordinary mortals, such a long mountain climbing journey still placed an immense burden on their bodies and minds. Now, protected inside this machine, everyone finally felt a sense of security. Chapter 527, All-Out Firepower. In the darkness, a large machine made of white bones was trudging along. At this moment, the machine had already crossed the mountainside and entered a glacial area of glittering reflections. All the mountain rocks were encased in thick black ice, and the terrain had become abruptly steep. One misstep could send them tumbling down the cliff. The 2 wide feet of this giant machine stood on the ground, with 3 sharp claws firmly embedded in the ice, stabilizing its massive body. While this made walking on the ice much more stable, their speed inevitably decreased. I miscalculated. I should have added more legs, Liu Yun said, clicking his tongue in surprise. It's not bad. If we didn't have this thing, we would be moving even slower. One careless slip down the mountain, and not even immortals could save us. As Han Li spoke, he looked at the smooth ice and steep mountain walls outside, and a wave of lingering fear made him subtly sigh in relief. In this situation, even if his martial arts hadn't declined, he would probably only be able to barely protect himself. One moment of inattention, and his life would still be in danger. The nether shadow wind continued to howl. Wen Xiu skillfully opened a hatch inside the cockpit and replaced the Yin Ming beast crystal nearby. Just then, an extremely fast black shadow suddenly rushed down from the mountain. Liu Yun's piloted the machine, striking with a blade and effortlessly splitting the giant nether beast in half. Simultaneously, 2 octopus-like mechanical tentacles extended from its back, opened its head, and extracted an egg-sized Yin Ming beast crystal. The nether beasts here are stronger than those down the mountain, Liu Yun said, a slightly excited smile on his face. Han Li gave him a strange look, frowning but saying nothing. Suddenly, the machine stopped abruptly, its footing unsteady, almost sending it tumbling down the cliff. Liu Yun's quickly stabilized it, poking his head out in surprise to look. Unbeknownst to them, the surrounding nether shadow wind had stopped, replaced by an endless expanse of black mist before their eyes. These black mists seemed alive, swarming towards the machine, but were immediately repelled by the runes on the machine. Such dense nether chi. Han Li's brows were tightly furrowed. The abnormality of this place reminded him of the ghost mist in the Void Heaven Palace back then, which was also formed by a large condensation of yin qi. Fortunately, in this netherworld, there shouldn't be such powerful ghosts. Otherwise, with their current state of lost magical power, once they encountered powerful vengeful spirits or fierce ghosts, they would likely have no means to fight back. Liu Yun's expression also grew solemn at this sight, but he was thinking of something else. I wonder how Yuan Yao and the others are doing now? Logically, this place shouldn't have such a strong suppressive ability on souls, but Yuan Yao is a living person. If she enters this black mist. The more Liu Yun's thought, the deeper his frown became, but there was no other way now but to continue forward. If his plan succeeded, then as long as Yuan Yao and the others were still alive and somewhere in this netherworld, Liu Yun's would definitely find them. But before that, he had to reach the top of Storm Mountain first. A look of solemnity flashed in Liu Yun's eyes as he piloted the machine into the black mist. Here, even Liu Yun's specialized lights couldn't illuminate the flowing black mist. They could only grope in the dark, relying on intuition to determine their direction. At such times, the steep mountain path actually became a good thing, as long as they confirmed they were still climbing upwards, their general direction wouldn't deviate too far. Thus, several more days passed. When everyone finally broke through the layers of black mist, they approached the summit of Storm Mountain. However, just as they emerged from the black mist, before anyone could clearly see the scene before them, they were struck by a huge shadow and sent flying. For a moment, the cockpit spun wildly. Caught off guard, several people were almost thrown from their seats. Fortunately, Liu Yun's was experienced. He maneuvered the mechanical arm's bone blade to plunge into the ground to stabilize their posture, while the four cannons on his other hand began to rotate, firing massive emerald green fireballs. With a boom, the huge black shadow that attacked them was directly hit by a fireball, and its massive form was instantly blasted into pieces. Everyone finally got a clear view of the scene at the top of Storm Mountain. As far as the eye could see, a pitch-black, steep mountain peak, like a sharp sword, pierced the sky. Centered around it, a constantly rotating black cloud covered the entire sky, continuously striking down bolts of ink-black lightning. Between these flashes of lightning, thousands of nether beasts with fleshy wings on their ribs and various shapes soared and circled in the high sky. The largest ones were 5 or 6 jong tall, while the smallest were only about a chi in size, but all of them were hideous and extremely ferocious. The explosion was like a bugle call, causing thousands of nether beasts in the sky to roar and charge directly towards them. In an instant, layers upon layers of fleshy wings obscured the sky. Everywhere they looked were ferocious nether beasts that seemed intent on devouring them alive. Liu Yun's gripped the control stick, his excited grin almost reaching his ears. The four cannons rotated, spewing out fireballs that caused chain explosions in the sky. At the same time, the runes on the bone blade in his other hand lit up, extending a brilliant blade aura nearly 10 jong long. Pipes on his back spewed out raging flames, like a fire dragon, roaring towards the numerous nether beasts. This humanoid machine, which Liu Yun's had hastily constructed in nearly half a month, was now operating at full power, managing to hold back thousands of nether beasts at a distance of 10 jong, preventing them from advancing an inch. One by one, the nether beasts were either incinerated into ashes by the emerald green demonic fire or cut in two by the giant blade aura, dying miserably. Yinming beast crystals fell sporadically, like a fine, emerald green rain in this sunless, dark land. The little monkey on Han Li's shoulder let out an excited cry and pounced, continuously banging on the machine's protective layer. What's wrong with you, monkey? Liu Yun's almost got hit by it and angrily turned to shout at Han Li. Han Li, however, showed a thoughtful expression, frowning slightly as he asked. Can you open a gap to let it out? Liu Yun's looked at him in surprise. Seeing Han Li's firm gaze, he immediately opened the hatch. The little monkey cheered, leaped out, and transformed into a silver giant ape over 10 jong tall in midair. It pounded its chest and roared at the sky, punching another beast away. Then, with a snort from its large nose, it spewed out a large expanse of silver light. Any nether beast caught in this silver light had black chi dissipating from its entire body, being sucked dry into a mummified corpse by the light. This scene made Liu Yun's eyelids twitch. He quickly reactivated the machine and rejoined the battle. Roars, explosions, and the sound of rushing air intertwined, lasting for several hours. Chapter 528, Nascent Soul Condensation. On Storm Mountain's summit, thousands of nether beasts were slaughtered by a powerful force from another technological dimension, leaving behind a ground covered in Yinming beast crystals, whose faint, eerie green glow almost illuminated the entire mountaintop. Liu Yun squatted on the ground, meticulously dismantling the large machine he had built, using its components to set up an incredibly complex and vast formation on the ground, all while explaining it to everyone. I've always wondered, in a system where everything is composed of spiritual qi, how can one break free from the shackles of spiritual qi and achieve a life sublimation similar to the nascent soul through a different method? After much thought, my conclusion is that it's simply impossible. There are 3 reasons. First, according to the unified theory of spiritual qi, all things in the world are composed of spiritual qi, which naturally includes life itself, meaning the primordial spirit and true qi that constitute our existence. Second, without the intervention of spiritual qi, the primordial spirit and true qi cannot merge into one, undergoing a leap and sublimation at the life level. Third, in this world constructed by the spiritual qi system, almost all places cannot exist without spiritual qi. No matter what method I use, it's impossible to avoid the interference of spiritual qi. So, when I was outside, My alternative plan was actually to achieve nascent soul condensation first, and then risk extracting the spiritual chi from the nascent soul. However, all these problems were resolved the moment I arrived in the netherworld. The primordial spirit and true chi are fundamentally one, and although their manifestations are different, they are definitely a different power distinct from spiritual chi. The birth mechanism of nether beasts and the application of Yunming beast crystals here can both prove this point. Most importantly, in a system where spiritual chi constructs everything, a place completely devoid of any spiritual chi is incredibly difficult to find, and now we are in such an environment. Liu Yun's excitedly completed the final stroke, and a three-dimensional formation, composed of several interlocking array diagrams, enveloped him like an eggshell. Meeting everyone's bewildered and confused gazes, Liu Yun's proudly announced. I'm going to attempt nascent soul condensation here. At his feet lay several items he had retrieved from his storage pouch when his magical power temporarily recovered within the grand formation earlier. These were a gourd about a foot long, a grayish-white jade slip, and a simple headpiece. The grand yin form refining art refines the divine soul, magical artifacts solidify the physical body, and then the Dilu paste sublimates the true chi and divine soul, causing the two to merge into one. Liu Yun's looked up, his excited gaze making everyone's scalp tingle. 3 days, that's enough. Several days later, at the foot of Storm Mountain, a group of humans traveled together, cautiously passing through the territory of a powerful nether beast, tracking several jade-toed beasts. Their purpose for this journey was to bring back enough food for the village. For this, the village not only used a third of its stored Yunming beast crystals but also dispatched its best martial arts team and 4 former cultivators skilled in talisman arrays. However, their luck was truly bad. Half a month out, they had yet to hunt any edible nether beasts, and even the food they brought was almost gone. This time, everyone had finally found traces of these jade-toed beasts, and they absolutely could not give up, even if it meant risking a confrontation with the strongest nether beast in the area. Thinking of this, the dark-skinned man leading the group couldn't help but glance back at the 4 fair-faced men with a hint of arrogance in their brows within the team, and a trace of evil chi flashed in his eyes. He was a native of the netherworld, cultivators had nothing to do with him. It was just that these cultivators monopolized talisman array techniques and refused to teach them. Besides cultivators from the outside, they refused to teach anyone else who sought to learn, which greatly annoyed him and even made him resent these arrogant cultivators. If the talisman array techniques could be popularized, how many lives could be saved each year? But in this netherworld, these so-called cultivators couldn't even compare to a single martial arts master, yet they still put on airs and looked down on them, these mortals. Although these people appeared friendly on the surface, the sense of superiority in their words and actions was unmistakable. However, the village still needed these cultivators, so even as the village's top master, the man could only be patient and tolerate them. Not just him, but the surrounding natives also subtly distanced themselves from the 4, sandwiching them in the middle but leaving a large empty space, as if not wanting to get too close to them. The 4 cultivators didn't care, maintaining their smiles, but when they saw the middle-aged man leading the group, a trace of killing intent flashed in their eyes. If mortals couldn't stand the arrogance of cultivators, how could cultivators tolerate being subservient to mortals? It was just that circumstances forced their hand, so they suppressed the shame and resentment in their hearts and feigned deference to these mortals. If this expedition could result in the death of that leading mortal, then... Suddenly, everyone stopped dead in their tracks, exchanging terrified glances. To everyone's confused and fearful gazes, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly, sending small stones flying in all directions. A fierce gust of wind, coming from an unknown source, swept down upon them. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, a young man in the crowd, who looked to be under 20, was caught off guard and directly swept up by the strong wind. Everyone! Get down! The dark-skinned middle-aged man leading the group roared, his figure transforming into after-images as he almost flew through the air, grabbing the young man's right leg and yanking him directly down. The young man fell, dazed and disoriented. Before he could recover, the middle-aged man's burly figure directly pressed down on him. The strong wind raged across the land, and in the distance, frightened roars of nether beasts echoed. The middle-aged man clung to the ground with both hands and feet, managing to lift his head, just in time to see dozens of nether beasts being helplessly swept into the sky by the strong wind, among them the jade-toed beasts they had been tracking. However, the middle-aged man no longer had time for regret, all his attention was drawn to the spectacular sight before him. In the entire northeast corner of the netherworld, on Storm Mountain, which no one had ever ascended, a colossal storm, almost covering the entire sky above the netherworld, was rapidly forming. Pitch-black lightning, like sparks from colliding heavens and earth, flickered incessantly within the storm. Violent, pitch-black yin winds swept across the sky and earth, expanding far out from the center of Storm Mountain's summit, causing the entire netherworld to tremble slightly. By the light of the lightning, the middle-aged man vaguely saw that within this immense, pitch-black storm, a giant over 100 jong tall slowly raised his head, letting out a desolate and ancient cry. In an instant, the yin wind receded, and the lightning ceased. Everyone stood up blankly, looking around in confusion. It all came and went quickly, no one even had time to react to what had happened. Only the middle-aged man leading the group sat dejectedly on the ground, his eyes vacant as he looked towards Storm Mountain's summit. There, a pair of piercing eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 529, Nascent Soul Achieved. Liu Yun's let out a long breath, and a white wave of qi spewed from his mouth. Just above his head, a small figure, identical to Liu Yun's but only an inch tall, sat cross-legged in meditation. As Liu Yun's exhaled the white qi, the small figure grinned, then vanished into Liu Yun's head. Liu Yun's then slowly stood up. Although he was still the same person, in the eyes of the others, he was completely different. His aura was like an abyss, his eyes like a sea, unfathomably deep. After a long moment of stunned, Purple Spirit was the first to react, bowing with a smile and saying, "Congratulations, Senior Liu, on advancing to the nascent soul stage. From now on, you are a top figure in the human realm." Although her words were cheerful, a hint of bitterness uncontrollably appeared at the corner of Purple Spirit's mouth. As a core formation cultivator, wasn't nascent soul condensation also her wish? It was just that this wish was too distant. Without some extraordinary encounter, she feared she would never achieve a nascent soul in this lifetime. And Liu Yun's? He didn't enter seclusion, didn't undergo arduous cultivation, and even attempted nascent soul condensation in this netherworld. He was simply reckless. Yet, unbelievably, he actually succeeded. As Purple Spirit spoke, the other few also came back to their senses. Han Li was fine. After so many years of acquaintance, he had long grown accustomed to Liu Yun's various outrageous actions. Not to mention, he had heard about Liu Yun's nascent soul condensation woes more than once, so when Liu Yun's explained it to everyone earlier, he had already understood. Now, it was merely a verification of Liu Yun's conjecture. But the other two women were not so calm. Nascent soul. For them, still in the foundation establishment stage, it was so incredibly distant. And now, right before their eyes, a nascent soul cultivator was born. With their limited knowledge, they couldn't distinguish how Liu Yun's nascent soul condensation differed from others, they were simply awestruck by the title of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Liu Yun's didn't reply. Instead, he closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Just as he had thought, after he used the immense nether chi of this place and the grand yin form refining art to temper his divine soul to a certain realm, his divine soul, under his guidance, began to undergo a fusion effect with his true essence. Coupled with the dual sublimation of true essence and divine soul by the Dilu paste, Liu Yun successfully bypassed the restrictions of the spiritual power system, merging his divine soul and true essence into one, achieving an evolution in his life level. Of course, the entire process was not as smooth as it appeared from the outside. The moment he fused his divine soul and true essence, a heart demon seized the opportunity, launching an incredibly fierce attack on his divine soul. Although this attack reached Liu Yun's, it also successfully awakened Liu Yun's number 2. Subsequently, Liu Yun's number 2 demonstrated to these fellow heart demons just how powerful a high-level heart demon with a physical existence truly was. In a few exchanges, these heart demons were torn to shreds by Liu Yun's number 2, causing Liu Yun's no trouble at all. After that, his divine soul combined with his true essence, transforming into that miniature version of himself. This was, of course, completely different from a normal nascent soul, but what specific differences there were in its practical use would have to wait until he got out to test. However, at least for now, Liu Yun's had already discovered one difference. He could use the power of his divine soul to replace magical power. This meant that in this netherworld, all his cultivation and divine abilities were unsealed. In an instant, an incredibly powerful divine sense spread out, and a massive amount of nether chi flowed through his meridians, processed by that special nascent soul, transforming into the purest magical power. Feeling the unprecedentedly powerful magical power and divine sense within him, Liu Yun's couldn't help but laugh proudly up at the sky. Han Li seemed to sense something, immediately frowning and looking at Liu Yun's in disbelief. "Your cultivation has recovered?" Han Li asked, a mix of surprise and joy. Liu Yun's nodded smugly, raising a hand, and a fireball ignited in his palm. "It's confirmed. I am now, without a doubt, an early nascent soul stage cultivator." Liu Yun's laughed triumphantly. In a world where everything was built on a spiritual power system, he had broken free from the cage, forging a completely different Dao. How could he not be proud? If it weren't for the presence of a few not-so-familiar female cultivators, Liu Yun's would have wanted to dance a celebratory exotic dance. Suddenly, Liu Yun's brows furrowed as he abruptly sensed something. "Senior Liu, is something wrong?" Purple Spirit, who had been observing Liu Yun's expression, asked. Liu Yun's expression changed several times. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said to everyone, "Wait for me for a while, I have something I need to do." After Liu Yun's finished speaking, a yellow light flashed on his body, and he instantly vanished from the spot. The few people looked at each other, then simultaneously sighed helplessly. At the bottom of Storm Mountain, in a certain incredibly deep cave, Liu Yun's figure appeared here with a flash of yellow light. He looked around, then gazed at the beautiful woman in black opposite him. "You've arrived," Yuan Yao said with a smile. "With such a commotion outside just now, I guessed it was you." As Yuan Yao spoke, she stood up and walked in front of Liu Yun's. "Your magical power. I knew this place couldn't trap you." Yuan Yao first frowned in slight confusion, then let out a long breath in relief. "You." Liu Yun's opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. In his divine sense, the other party's magical power and realm were both present, unaffected by any spirit-nullifying chi. This was impossible. As long as one used magical power based on a spiritual power system, they would inevitably be suppressed by spirit-nullifying chi, unless she had walked the path of ghosts. The cold yin chi emanating from Yuan Yao's body also confirmed Liu Yun's conjecture. "Why did you do this?" Liu Yun's didn't know what expression to make. A living person, cultivating a ghost Dao cultivation technique. It wouldn't be long before she transformed herself into a half-human, half-ghost existence. He couldn't understand why Yuan Yao had done this. Yuan Yao chuckled and shook her head, taking the initiative to move closer to Liu Yun's, looking into his eyes, and saying, "Brother Liu, you don't have to feel sad for me. This is all my own choice. Cultivating a ghost Dao cultivation technique is not only for senior sister Yan Li but also for myself. Brother Liu, Yuan Yao is not a genius like you. For me, successfully achieving core formation was already a stroke of great luck. As for nascent soul, I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. But now it's different. With the incredibly rich Yin Qi here, coupled with this human ghost combined cultivation method, Yuan Yao might also have a chance to touch that distant Grand Dao. Paying some price for this is always unavoidable." Yuan Yao sighed softly, then smiled and cupped Liu Yun's face. Half human, half ghost is better than turning into a mound of yellow earth after several hundred years. As Yuan Yao breathed, her fragrant breath brushed Liu Yun's face. But at this moment, Liu Yun's heart held no romantic thoughts. "I can take you all out," Liu Yun said eagerly. "It's just a place where Yin Qi gathers, it's not the only one. I know a place where the Yin Qi is only more, not less, than here. I can take you there, I can find a way to restore Yan Li's physical body, I can." The rest of the words, Liu Yun's couldn't say. Yuan Yao kissed his lips, the taste of a first kiss, mixed with the salty tang of tears. "Brother Liu, you don't know how much I envy you. Your talent, your divine abilities, your intelligence. I believe you can go further than anyone else. So, don't let me owe you any more. Otherwise, how can I hate you?" Yuan Yao smiled, tears leaving 2 wet trails on her cheeks. Her hands wrapped around Liu Yun's neck, and her warm lips pressed against his ear. "Brother Liu, after this parting, who knows when we will meet again. Before we part, Yuan Yao wishes to borrow something from Brother Liu." As Yuan Yao spoke, she waved one hand, and at the end of the cave, an iron door suddenly closed. Outside the door, Yan Li's translucent figure smiled faintly, guarding the entrance with a complex expression. Yuan Yao wishes to borrow Brother Liu's Yang essence. Chapter 530, Teleportation Array. After an entire day and night, Liu Yun slowly walked out of his immortal cave. Looking at the dark lightning flashing in the sky outside, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "Master, your disciple ultimately didn't disgrace Yanyu sect." "Yanyu sect?" Liu Yun's eyes widened abruptly, and he turned to look. At the entrance of the immortal cave, Yan Li, her figure semi-transparent, stood there, her body almost blending with the surrounding environment. Even with Liu Yun's divine sense, he hadn't detected her immediately. Seeing the surprised Liu Yun's, Yan Li smiled kindly and said, "So Senior Liu hails from Yanyu sect." Yan Li is short-sighted and has not heard of this school. After his initial surprise, Liu Yun's quickly recovered and then curiously scrutinized Yan Li up and down. "Fellow Daoist Yan, in just 2 months, you've already achieved such a high level of accomplishment in the Dao of Ghosts. It seems your aptitude in this area is extraordinary." Yan Li heard this and shook her head with a bitter smile. Senior Liu is joking. "It's thanks to the dense Yin Qi here, coupled with the nourishment of the soul returning art and soul nurturing wood, that I was able to get started in such a short time. If I had a choice, I'd rather be alive." Liu Yun's realized he had spoken out of turn, opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say. Facing someone who had truly died once, anything he, a living person, said now would be wrong, only rubbing salt in their wound. Seeing Liu Yun's expression, Yan Li shook her head and chuckled. "Senior Liu needn't worry about me. Though the Dao of Ghosts is a heterodox path, it is ultimately a grand road to the heavens. For me, it can be considered an opportunity. It's just hard on junior sister, suffering with me in this dark, sunless place." Liu Yun silently shook his head, "This is her own choice." Yan Li smiled and said nothing, instead taking a few steps forward to look at the dim, sunless sky outside with Liu Yun's. "Senior Liu, do you think there's a sun in this place?" "Not now, but perhaps in the future." As Liu Yun spoke, he took out a jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it to Yan Li. "I don't know the specific principles of your human ghost dual cultivation method, but it is ultimately a heterodox path. If Yuan Yao, a living person, continues to cultivate it, the disadvantages will likely outweigh the benefits. This grand yin form refining art is a proper Daoist method, and it can also be used to cultivate the divine soul as a ghost Dao method. Please give it to her for me, lest she feel indebted to me again." Yan Li took the jade slip and said with a teasing smile, "Junior sister already owes Senior Liu enough. Putting aside everything else, the primordial yang of a nascent soul cultivator is a rare and potent tonic. I wish I could get some." Liu Yun's eye twitched. He knew it was just a broken door, it would be strange if it could block a ghost cultivator's sight. He hadn't thought of this when his little head was dominating his big head, but now he couldn't help but realize it. "So you mean? The secret techniques of Yanyu sect are truly extraordinary." Liu Yun's wanted to leave. This wretched place was unbearable. Just as Liu Yun's was about to leave, Yan Li's calm voice once again echoed in his ears. "Senior Liu, thank you." Liu Yun's waved his hand without looking back and walked straight out of the immortal cave. He didn't know when they would meet again after this parting. Next time they met, it would probably be, at least a decade or more. Thinking of this, Liu Yun silently squatted down and began drawing a teleportation array on the ground. His research into the Void Heaven Palace's inter-realm teleportation array was already on the verge of a breakthrough. He estimated that with a bit more focused study, he could reach a realm where he could use it at any time. Then, he could come to the mere netherworld whenever he wished. He had originally intended to mention this, but things happened a bit too quickly later. His little head had overthrown his big head and taken control of his body, preventing him from speaking in time. After the events unfolded, Lu Yun's felt it was better to discuss it later. Otherwise, saying such things right after the deed might make him seem like a scumbag who tricked someone into bed. The teleportation array didn't take Lu Yun's much time, he completed the carving in about a quarter of an hour. Lu Yun's casually placed a few Yinming beast crystals onto it, ensuring the teleportation array could be used at any time. After finishing all this, Lu Yun's planned to return to the top of Storm Mountain and temporarily leave the netherworld. He had just advanced to Nascent Soul, and he still needed to stabilize his realm in the outside world and test the differences between his new version of Nascent Soul and an ordinary Nascent Soul. Besides that, there were also plans like the 5 elements Divine Thunder and Azura Sacred Fire, which he had long put on his agenda. The things he needed to do were piled up like mountains, and he truly had no time to dwell on how much of Yunyusek's secret techniques had been secretly learned here. Strange, why do I keep feeling like I've forgotten something? Lu Yun scratched his head, not paying much attention, and shot out as a 5-colored spiritual light. Just then, a familiar aura entered the range of his divine sense. Lu Yun's immediately stopped in midair, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He remembered what he had forgotten. Inside a certain valley in the netherworld, several gigantic nether beast carcasses were flung out of the valley by an immense force, shattering into pieces on the ground, a truly tragic sight. Inside the valley, a colossal creature 100 jong long stretched its body, comfortably yawning and letting out a leisurely purr. Qingli closed her eyes, enjoying the yin wind that swept through the valley. This yin wind, which would be almost instantly fatal to ordinary people, was merely a gentle breeze to her, an 8th-rank flood dragon. Not only did she feel no discomfort, but she also found it exceptionally refreshing. More than 2 months ago, when she first arrived in the netherworld, she had actually panicked a bit. After all, her years of hard cultivated magic power were lost in an instant. She felt as if she had suddenly transformed into a beast with a powerful physical body, no longer possessing the majesty of an 8th-rank flood dragon from the outside world. But she quickly discovered that the creatures living in this wretched place were incredibly weak. Even a mere breath from her could cause the beasts here to die instantly. Upon realizing this, Qingli began to let herself go, finding a comfortable spot and sleeping soundly. She still wanted to leave, but she wasn't in such a hurry anymore. After all, such troublesome matters were not for her, a noble shape-shifted flood dragon, to deal with. This was clearly Lu Yun's problem. Anyway, Lu Yun's would always sort things out. She just needed to wait here comfortably, and when Lu Yun's figured out a way to leave, he would naturally come and humbly beg her. At that time, she could easily manipulate him, ensuring she got her due, small streams of water, regular feeding of demon cores, and the standard daily greetings befitting her status. As soon as she thought of this, Qingli couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing about? Chapter 531, Escaping. What are you laughing at? Hearing this familiar voice, Qingli's ears perked up, and she suddenly sat upright. Right in front of her, Lu Yun's looked up at the giant beast, his gaze a mix of confusion and disdain. Lu Yun's had long known that this idiot was a lazy fish with no physiological ideals for a flood dragon, but he really hadn't expected her to be so lazy that she could sleep soundly in such a place. He wondered what had gone wrong with the flood dragon clan's legacy to produce such a creature. The moment Qingli saw Lu Yun's, she instinctively tensed up, but then she remembered that in this place, no one could use their magical power. In other words, the current Lu Yun's was just an ordinary mortal, she could kill a group of them with a single sneeze. After realizing this, Qingli's attitude suddenly became arrogant. She held her head high, her lips curving into a smile that was 3 parts indifferent, 3 parts mocking, and 4 parts cold, looking down at this tiny being with a disdainful gaze. From Lu Yun's perspective, this idiot suddenly lifted her nose and grinned foolishly at him with her large teeth. Speak, why have you sought this venerable one? Qingli asked with an arrogant tone. Lu Yun's eyelids twitched, and his expression immediately became even more confused. Humph. You must have encountered trouble, and only now thought to ask this venerable one for help. Qingli stretched her body, her 100 jong long massive body coiling upwards, looking down at Lu Yun's from above. But it's too late. Lu Yun's, you must pay the price for your previous disrespect. Qingli's voice shook the entire valley, and Lu Yun's dug at his ears, letting out a helpless sigh. Regretting it now, are you? It's too late to regret. Apologize to me right now, this instant. And my little flowing river. Daily scheduled Yao Beast Core supplies. You must come to greet me when you have nothing to do. You are not allowed to put me into a spirit beast pouch without my permission. You must use honorifics when speaking to me. If you need me to act, you must prepare no less than 20 characters of polite phrases. Every word must include praise and respect for me. And Lu Yun's didn't listen to the rest of her words. He squatted on the ground, starting to question how he had ever taken a liking to such a creature. Was it still too late to return her now? Accept your fate. You wouldn't be able to trick someone with a normal IQ, Lu Yun's number 2 said fairly and objectively. All of the above are temporary clauses, I'll add more when I think of them. Qingli spewed out all the wishes she had accumulated in her heart in one breath, immediately feeling a lightness in her body, as if a warm current spread from her head to her entire body, each scale radiating a unique brilliance. How about it? Do you agree? I'm telling you, I'll only give you half, 1 hour to consider. If you don't give me an answer after 1 hour, I'll throw you out. Liu Yun slowly raised his head, as if to release all the pressure in his body, and let out a deep sigh. No need to wait an hour. You're coming with me right now, or you can stay in this broken place for the rest of your life. Qing Li froze, blinking her eyes in confusion. Something seemed wrong. How dared this guy speak to her like that? Human, Qing Li bared her fangs. You've angered me. Don't think I'm still afraid of you. Your bluster is useless now. As Qing Li spoke, she fiercely swiped a claw down, smashing the stone next to Liu Yun's, to smithereens. At this moment, Liu Yun's was at a loss for words. Whether as a Yao beast or a spirit beast, this idiot had already fallen to a certain realm. Qing Li was still baring her fangs, trying to display her non-existent majesty in this way. Liu Yun's was truly too lazy to humor her. He raised a finger, and a white light immediately shot out. This strike itself caused no harm. Liu Yun's just wanted to show that he had recovered his cultivation. However, this creature was already guilty, and upon seeing the light, she was startled and instinctively slapped at it with a claw. With a boom, the spot where Liu Yun's was standing immediately became covered in flying dust and scattered sand. Qing Li's heart first skipped a beat, then she suddenly realized that the sensation of this strike felt wrong. Beneath Qing Li's massive claw, rings of exotic runic characters around Liu Yun's continuously rotated and moved, forming a circular shield that protected Liu Yun's within it. I understand. There's no reasoning with someone like you. Liu Yun sighed deeply, lightly pointing a finger. The runic rings instantly expanded wildly against the wind. Qing Li only felt a huge force erupt from beneath her claw, and then she was entirely lifted up by this force. Numerous massive rings automatically shot out, instantly appearing around Qing Li, then tightened sharply, binding her tightly in place, unable to move an inch. The spirit-suppressing steel, this top-tier magic treasure that Liu Yun's had poured a great deal of effort into refining, finally displayed its proper power after he advanced to the nascent soul realm. Liu Yun's figure rose into the air. With a single raised hand, Qing Li's 100-jung-long body immediately flew up with him. Qing Li's mouth was covered by a ring, preventing her from speaking. She could only gaze blankly at the sky, unsure if she was regretting or simply hadn't processed what was happening. Not long after flying, Liu Yun's found this creature to be a nuisance, so he simply put her into his spirit beast pouch. He then transformed into a 5-colored escape light and flew to the top of Storm Mountain. A gentle breeze swept across a murky, dark yellow sea surface. All was silent, a suffocating calm. There were no waves on the sea, nor any sea breeze. Everything seemed dead. It was as if there were no living creatures here at all, just a dead sea devoid of life. Suddenly, at a certain spot on the sea, the water churned, and a jet-black mist rapidly spread, reaching over 100 jong wide in an instant. Within the black mist, a green light faintly flickered. Suddenly, large swathes of pale golden lightning surged out, instantly sweeping away the surrounding black mist. An incredibly massive green shadow shot out from the lightning, directly transforming into a green light that pierced through the air. In a blink of an eye, it became a mere speck of light on the horizon, as if teleporting, and then disappeared without a trace. The sea surface became silent once more, with only the black mist still continuously expanding, and black lightning silently flickering within it. 1,000 li away from the black mist, the green light gradually receded, revealing a colossal beast 100 jong long, with a body like a giant python, 2 horns on its head, formidable claws and teeth, and metallic thorns extending down its spine, gleaming with pale golden lightning. It looked as if an azure dragon had descended, majestic and extraordinary. Phew. Finally out. Chapter 532, The Four Great Powers. Tianese. I'm back. Xi country is located in the northernmost part of the Tianese region, bordering the boundless sea next to Tianese. Its area is slightly smaller than the former Yu country, only 2/3 its size, but it is divided into 7 prefectures. Minzhou is the prefecture closest to the boundless sea, and also the largest of Xi country's 7 prefectures. On this day, a strange group of 2 men and 3 women came ashore from the sea, stepping onto the land of Minzhou. One of the men, as soon as his feet touched the ground, immediately started acting erratically. This startled passers-by, who frequently turned their heads, wondering in their hearts who this person was and what was wrong with his mind. His companions around him tacitly moved to the side, pretending they weren't familiar with him. Senior Han, is he, always like this? One of the beautiful, gentle-tempered women cautiously asked the other man. Not exactly. Compared to before, this is actually rather restrained, the ordinary-looking young man sighed deeply, looking up at the sky, lost in thought. These people were, of course, Liu Yun's and his group, who had just escaped from the ghost mist. About several days ago, they emerged from the ghost mist, and after discerning their direction, everyone quickly realized that this was definitely not the chaotic star sea. There was no spiritual chi present on this vast sea, it was a dead place. Even the sea water was dark and turbid, and there were only some strangely ugly large fish in the sea, which was completely different from the vibrant life of the chaotic star sea. While the 3 women were bewildered, Liu Yun's and Han Li had already recognized the place. The Boundless Sea. Located in northern Tianese, a vast sea rumored to be almost boundless. After several days of flying, everyone finally found land, and Liu Yun suddenly started acting erratically as he landed, making everyone very awkward. Once Liu Yun's finally calmed down, everyone dispersed to find nearby cultivator markets to gather information. Several hours later, the group reassembled in a tavern in a small town. Liu Yun's ordered a table full of dishes and ate heartily, looking deeply moved. After eating seafood for so many years in the chaotic Star Sea, he had desperately missed the cuisine of Tianese. Wen Ziyu, beside him, helplessly helped him clear his plates, while Han Li on the other side was telling Purple Spirit and the other woman about some matters in Tianese. When Liu Yun's and Han Li were still in Yu country, the major forces in Tianese were generally peaceful, operating as independent countries and not interfering with each other. However, the demonic path and the righteous path, as if by prior agreement, simultaneously launched large-scale expansions, conquering vast territories before many countries could react. Other countries were caught off guard at first, but quickly reacted, forming an organization called the Heavenly Dao Alliance to counter the invasion of the righteous and demonic factions. The three sides thus reached a stalemate. Since then, although Tianese largely returned to a peaceful state, the righteous and demonic factions and the Heavenly Dao Alliance continued to have constant disputes in private. However, none of them had the courage to completely tear off the facade and start a full-scale war. The entire Tianese was divided by the demonic path, the righteous path, the Heavenly Dao Alliance, and the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. In addition to absorbing the 7 sects of Yu country, the Nine Kingdoms Alliance also absorbed many other cultivator sects and loose cultivators who had been expelled by the righteous and demonic factions, greatly increasing its strength. They originally thought that this would surely allow them to suppress the spellcasters of the Mulan grassland. But unexpectedly, the Mulan tribal groups they were contending with suddenly received powerful reinforcements from the second and fourth largest Mulan tribes, and the number of spellcasters also doubled. The conflict between the two sides immediately intensified, and after several major battles, the Nine Kingdoms Alliance actually found itself at a disadvantage, even losing some territory. In desperation, the Nine Kingdoms Alliance was forced to send out a plea for help to the righteous, demonic, and Heavenly Dao Alliance. They threatened the three forces that if they were unwilling to send people to participate in the war, they would simply withdraw their forces and let the Mulan people's spellcasters completely enter. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. Even if the righteous and demonic factions and the Heavenly Dao Alliance were extremely unwilling, they understood this simple principle. They could only send troops to support. The cultivators of Tianese and the spellcasters of the Mulan people thus reached a stalemate on the Tianese border, and it has been over 100 years since then. After that, the four forces, after a long period of negotiation and wrangling, finally reached an agreement, deciding to take the Nine Kingdoms Alliance as the main force, with the other three forces as auxiliary, to jointly resist the Mulan people. With the Mulan people eyeing them from outside, and the four major forces checking each other internally, coupled with many interest disputes within each major force, the entire Tianese, although maintaining superficial peace for the past 100 years, had actually become a complete mess. The three women listened intently, as outsiders, and with their cultivation and divine abilities being quite ordinary, the matters Han Li was discussing were vital information for their survival. Liu Yun's, however, was relatively unconcerned. With his current divine ability, he could thrive anywhere, and no matter how chaotic the four major forces became, it wouldn't affect him. It was just that he still had some things to do, so he inquired more about news from the demonic path. Unfortunately, Xi country was located in the rear of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, and news was extremely scarce, so Liu Yun's couldn't gather any useful information. I wonder what plans the three fellow Daists have for the future? I recently advanced to the late core formation stage and plan to find an immortal cave to immediately go into seclusion for arduous cultivation, no longer concerning myself with external affairs, Han Li said, then glared disdainfully at Liu Yun's, who had plates scattered all over the table from eating, and then subtly observed the reactions of the three women opposite him. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the three women exchanged confused glances. With their cultivation and appearance, and without any backing, they would be in danger wherever they went, making stable cultivation almost impossible. Liu Yun's also stopped his chopsticks, leaning back in his chair without any pretense, looking at Han Li with a strange gaze. After coming out of the netherworld, Liu Yun's discovered that Han Li had inexplicably broken through the middle core formation stage bottleneck and reached the late core formation stage. Liu Yun's couldn't understand how Han Li had broken through the bottleneck in a place like the netherworld, where there was no spiritual power whatsoever. But as soon as he asked about it, Han Li would immediately change the subject, and the female cultivator named Mei Ning beside him would instantly turn red-faced. His intuition told Liu Yun's there was a big juicy secret here, worth digging into. Not to mention, they were currently in Tianese, not far at all from a certain female cultivator with the surname Nangong. I actually only formed my core not long ago, and my realm isn't very stable yet. I also plan to find an immortal cave to cultivate for a while first. But what about you two younger sisters, do you have any plans? Purple Spirit's eyes flickered, sweeping over Wen Ziyu and Mei Ning, and she asked with a smile. Mei Ning and Wen Ziyu simultaneously fell silent. I had to attend a family dinner tonight, so I've only written one chapter. The next chapter will be posted later. Chapter 533 Commitment. After a while, Mei Ning lowered her head and replied, I'll probably also find a place to cultivate in seclusion. It's just that my aptitude isn't good, so there's really no hope of core formation. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can find a high-level cultivator to take me as a concubine. With the help of dual cultivation, perhaps there's still a small chance of core formation. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Mei Ning's words were very direct, but they also accurately reflected the reality for most female cultivators in this world. Without resources, without background, and with ordinary aptitude, the only path upward for female cultivators was this one. If lucky, they would meet a good match. If unlucky, they would become a cauldron, or even worse. Purple Spirit was silent for a moment upon hearing this, then looked at Han Li and said. The path my sister has chosen is too unstable. If she encounters someone with ill intentions, it's not impossible for her to be turned into a cauldron for harvesting. If my sister truly wishes to use dual cultivation and become a concubine, then she should find a reliable person whom she knows well. For example, someone like Brother Han. Mei Ning's face instantly turned crimson upon hearing this, and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look up. With that expression, anyone with eyes could see that the little girl didn't object, and even seemed quite willing. Liu Yun's mouth gradually curved into a meaningful smile. For some reason, Han Li suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He narrowed his eyes and glared at Liu Yun's, then mused. With Mei Ning's beauty, she is naturally more than enough for me. However, although I have achieved some cultivation, the enemies I provoke on a daily basis are not ordinary people. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to protect Mei Ning. Liu Yun's twitched his lips, suddenly feeling a little ached. To put it nicely, Han Li was cautious, to put it bluntly, he was extremely insecure. Liu Yun's had always suspected this might be some kind of childhood trauma. Other than that, Han Li was actually quite a devoted person. In terms of personal relationships, his level was probably not even comparable to Liu Yun's when he was 17 or 18. At that time, Liu Yun's dared to openly flirt with elders within the sect, but now, if Nangongwan were placed in front of Han Li, he might not even be able to speak a complete sentence. Sometimes Liu Yun's couldn't understand how these two, who had only met a few times in total, could have such an unforgettable connection. After thinking about it carefully later, perhaps this was the so-called white moonlight. No daily trivialities, no entangled affairs, only a pure love that was constantly idealized in memory. Mei Ning didn't know any of this. The moment Han Li's words of refusal came out, her face turned extremely pale. For Mei Ning, this was not just about missing out on someone she had a good impression of. It was also about missing the only lifeline she could grasp to escape from the bottom tier of cultivators. This feeling was somewhat similar to Yuan Yao and Yan Li's feelings when Liu Yun's left them back then. The cruelest thing in this world is to first give people hope, and then plunge them into despair. Han Li looked at her calmly. His hard nature was not so easily swayed. Purple Spirit looked at Han Li, then at Mei Ning, and then her gaze actually landed on Liu Yun's, as if hoping he would say a few words of fairness. Liu Yun's just smiled and said nothing. There are countless pitiable people in the world, there is no reason to force one person to sacrifice for another. Mei Ning's expression was pale for a moment, then she suddenly raised her head again, looking directly into Han Li's eyes. Since Brother Han doesn't dislike my humble appearance, then if Brother Han enters the nascent soul stage, would he still be willing to take Mei Ning? In the cultivation world, where customs lean towards conservatism, for a woman to speak to a man like this required great courage. Liu Yun's watched silently from the side. 100 years ago, he would have been very moved. But now, he couldn't help but wonder if she was reluctant to part with Han Li, or reluctant to part with a powerful late core formation stage cultivator. Sometimes, growth isn't necessarily a good thing. The older one gets, the dirtier the heart becomes, and one no longer views things with the same purity as before. Han Li gave a wry smile. Mei Ning, I have only just entered the late core formation stage. Whether I can successfully achieve nascent soul condensation is still an uncertain matter. Even if I succeed, it might take hundreds of years. Upon hearing this, Mei Ning immediately fell silent. 100 years was too long. As a foundation establishment cultivator, she simply couldn't afford to wait. Finally, Han Li gave her a few bottles of precious medicinal pills, which concluded this fate. Liu Yun's watched the drama unfold with great enjoyment. But for some reason, in the next second, everyone's attention turned to him. Miss Wen's cultivation has reached the late foundation establishment stage, so I presume she is not far from core formation. I just don't know what Miss Wen plans to do next. Han Li asked with a smile. As he spoke, he used his divine sense to firmly lock onto Liu Yun's figure, fearing that the bastard would disappear the next moment. Purple Spirit also smiled upon hearing this, affectionately took Wen Ziyu's hand, and asked with concern. Sister Wen, you are about to face the core formation hurdle. It certainly won't do to rely on yourself and cultivate in isolation. I wonder if you have any plans? Do you need my help, sister? Wen Ziyu hesitated for a moment, then turned her head and silently stared at Liu Yun's. Feeling the gazes of everyone present, Liu Yun's disdainfully rolled his eyes, then turned to Wen Ziyu and said. Come with me. Wen Ziyu's pupils instantly dilated. Immediately after, a dazzling, flower-like smile bloomed on her face. She looked into Liu Yun's eyes and nodded heavily. The directness of these two startled the other three. They never expected that the two would get together so casually. Could it be? Han Li's eyes instantly became gossipy, while Purple Spirit looked at the two with some confusion. With her eyesight, she could naturally tell that these two must have gone through many things together, which led to their extraordinary relationship. But she hadn't expected them to be so straightforward. She didn't know that for Liu Yun's, most of his actions were driven by emotion. Did he have a good impression of Wen Ziyu? Absolutely. He was a person who made friends easily, but most people in this world couldn't even tolerate being in the same space as Liu Yun's for more than 5 minutes. Yet Wen Ziyu had stayed by Liu Yun's side for over 2 months, almost inseparable for 12 hours a day. She didn't dislike Liu Yun's, instead, she showed him extraordinary tolerance. For Liu Yun's, this was actually enough. He was just that simple of a person. He couldn't let Wen Ziyu face so many hardships alone after leaving his side, like Yuan Yao did. This feeling might not even be love, but Liu Yun's didn't care. In his words, only cheap people are sentimental, even lunatics know they should seize the present. After being tricked into drinking a few cups, my head is buzzing right now, so I can only write it like this for now. Chapter 534, Returning Home. After a few more exchanges, Purple Spirit and Mei Ning cheerfully took their leave together. These two had forged a rather deep friendship in the netherworld, and now, in this unfamiliar place, they could only rely on each other. Han Li, Liu Yun's and Wen Ziyu remained in the inn, watching the two depart. Don't worry, Purple Spirit is far more capable than you imagine. With her abilities, establishing a foothold in Tianese won't be difficult, Liu Yun said, comforting Wen Ziyu as he saw her downcast expression. Wen Ziyu nodded slightly, saying nothing, only silently tightening her grip on Liu Yun's hand. Han Li, feeling uncomfortable at the sight, couldn't help but speak up. I'm going to find a place with spiritual qi to cultivate in seclusion. What about you? What are your plans? Tianese was different from the chaotic Star Sea. The chaotic Star Sea was vast and abundant, one could simply fly for a few days out at sea and find an uninhabited spiritual vein. Tianese, however, was different, there were more people than land, and almost every place with even a little spiritual qi was already occupied. To find a spiritual vein rich in spiritual qi in Tianese, one either had to join a large sect or simply snatch one from a large sect. The latter might have been somewhat feasible more than 100 years ago when the cultivation world of various countries operated independently, but in the current context, dominated by the alliance of the four great powers, once one provoked a sect, they would likely face a siege from an entire alliance force. So, Han Li didn't really have many other choices. Liu Yun pondered for a moment. His research on the cross-interface teleportation array was nearing its end, he only needed to resolve a few more issues before he could prepare for the first cross-interface teleportation. The destination was naturally the spiritual qi small interface attached to the Void Heaven Palace. All the restrictions there were pre-existing, making teleportation the simplest. With an entire small interface as his immortal cave, Liu Yun didn't need to go out and search for spiritual veins, but he couldn't do nothing during this time either. I have some personal matters to handle back in Yu country. Liu Yun let out a long breath and turned to look at Han Li. Are you coming? Han Li fell silent, not speaking for a long time. After being away for over 100 years, suddenly being so close to his hometown, Han Li felt a strange reluctance to return. This wasn't due to homesickness or similar reasons, but rather some more realistic factors. The current Yu country was the territory of the Ghost Spirit sect, a demonic path domain. And any cultivator worth their salt knew more or less about the demonic path's way of doing things. Back then, the 7 sects of Yu country, for their own benefit, supported Jianghu schools and suppressed court forces, turning the entire Yu country into a murky mess. Han Li's hometown, Jing Prefecture, being on the periphery of the 7 great sects' influence, saw various schools extend their reach, using Jianghu schools to turn the place into a complete era of chaos. Jianghu schools constantly clashed, government offices were mere formalities, and the common people at the lowest stratum found even survival incredibly difficult. Before Han Li stepped into the Jianghu, he had never even eaten a proper full meal. The methods of the 7 sects were a prime example of devouring people without spitting out the bones. In comparison, the demonic path's methods were very direct. They devoured people and spat out the bones. Killing for soul refining, blood sacrifices for evil techniques, extracting souls for artifact refining, from the physical body to the divine soul, from life to after death. A qualified demonic path member would never let go of even an ounce of exploitable value from anyone. For the demonic path, wiping out a family or clan was considered an entry-level operation, totaling at most a few hundred people, and if they were all mortals, it wasn't even enough to refine a magic treasure. It would be embarrassing to even mention it. Truly refined demonic path members started with citywide massacres. The Ghost Spirit sect was even more adept at this. What would Yu country become in the hands of the Ghost Spirit sect? Han Li didn't want to think about it, nor did he dare to look. He also wanted to go home and see the small village from back then, to see the descendants of his brothers, but he was truly afraid that when he arrived, all he would see were endless bleached bones. Let's go, Han Li exhaled lightly, forcing down the fear and unease in his heart. We'll go back to Yu country together. His cold, calm tone carried a deeply hidden evil qi. Wen Ziyu seemed to have heard something, and her hand, clasped with Liu Yun's, tightened sharply. Liu Yun's patted the back of her hand and said, Don't worry, we're just going home for a visit. If you want, you can come with us. Wen Ziyu's eyes widened in surprise, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Liu Yun's and Han Li, subtly revealing a hint of unease. Okay. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Ziyu still nodded in agreement. Let's go, we're heading back to Yu country. As his voice fell, 2 escape lights flashed and vanished instantly, disappearing from their original spot. Only the waiter, not far from them, stared blankly at the silver ingots on the table. After a while, he let out an "Ayo," and jumped 3 feet high, running out in a panic. Yu country, Jing Prefecture. The local customs here were simple and honest, people didn't pick up lost items, doors were left unlocked at night, every family was generous and benevolent, and everyone was warm-hearted and righteous. For example, right now, there were more than a dozen burly men, 8 feet tall with bulging muscles, enthusiastically kicking open the doors of villagers' homes, helping them with the task of moving their property. The villagers, too, were very polite and did not resist, because they were all lying motionless at the village entrance. Inside a tiled house, a dark-skinned brawny man dragged out a naked female corpse with a twisted neck. He adjusted his waistband and tossed the corpse onto the bodies of 2 old people at the doorway. Hurry up, all of you. Attendant Han is returning home to worship his ancestors in half a month, and those bastards from the Li family will definitely come out to meddle again. Finish grabbing everything and get back to the mountain. After this job, we won't have to go out for several months. Another tall, thin middle-aged man emerged from a different mud house, tossing out 2 naked female corpses, seemingly only 13 or 14 years old, covered in bruises. Boss, if you ask me, why don't we just burn the village down? Why bother clearing all these bodies out before burning them? The middle-aged man scratched his head, asking in confusion. What do you know, you bastard? If people are gone, we can say it's a collective exodus of common people to avoid taxes. But if the village is burnt down, what do we say? We need a decent reason for these officials to report upwards. Otherwise, if such a big incident happens before Attendant Han returns home, it's not just the Li family, it could even alarm the capital. The brawny man sneered, a subtle flash of fear in his eyes when he mentioned the capital. Oh, so that's how it is. A strange voice entered his ears, and in that instant, the instincts honed by countless deathmatch screamed a frantic warning in the brawny man's mind. Chapter 535, Keeping the Appointment. Without any hesitation, the burly man flew back rapidly, simultaneously drawing a short sword from his waist and throwing it behind him without a glance. Then, he unhesitatingly transformed into streaks of after-images and fled. Suddenly, the burly man felt a chill at the back of his head. He only felt his body suddenly become uncontrollable, and he collapsed to the ground. In the second before he completely lost consciousness, his memory lingered on the salty taste of blood in his mouth. Liu Yun's and the other 2 appeared in the center of the village, their expressions somewhat grim. Since they entered Jing Prefecture, this was the 3rd group of village slaughtering bandits they had encountered. The first 2 times, the 3 of them had arrived in time, but this time, they were a step too late. What exactly is going on? Han Li murmured to himself, asking. It wasn't that the bandits slaughtering the village had caused him any psychological shock, such things were quite common in Jing Prefecture. What truly made Han Li incredulous was that the situation in the Yu Kingdom seemed too normal. So normal that it was almost indistinguishable from over 100 years ago, as if the 7 sects had never left, and it wasn't the ghost spirit sect that dominated here. The Great War over 100 years ago was just an overly real illusion. Cultivators and mortals were still clearly separated, and Jing Prefecture was still rampant with bandits. In a trance, Han Li even thought he had returned to over 100 years ago. The other 2 did not answer, but fell into a strange silence. Vice Minister Han, this person wouldn't be related to you, would he? Liu Yun suddenly spoke, changing the subject. Han Li did not speak, but looked up, transforming into a green light and soaring into the sky. Liu Yun sighed softly, and flames erupted from his hand, turning all the corpses and the entire village into a sea of fire. Then, he led Wen Ziyu, whose face was somewhat pale, and followed after him. The 3 of them hadn't flown long before Han Li suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Liu Yun asked, approaching him. Han Li looked down in confusion. A small city, several li in size, stood there, with an endless stream of carriages, horses, and people, appearing very lively. This place, it seems not far from my home. Han Li raised his head, looking around in confusion. This place was completely different from the small town in his memory. Han Li even suspected whether he had come to the wrong place. After a moment of thought, Han Li transformed into a green light and covertly landed on the ground. Although he knew that if he flew a little further west, he could see the small mountain village where he was born and raised, and the dark green mountain, Han Li hesitated. He unconsciously landed in this greatly changed King New town. The former small town only had a bluestone road, and the only inn in town was where his 3rd uncle had taken him to stay when he left home back then. Han Li still remembered that the bed was big and soft, and he slept very soundly, having a beautiful dream. But now, looking at the extremely unfamiliar houses and pavilions on both sides of the street, Han Li couldn't help but stand stunned in the middle of the main street, somewhat at a loss. Han Li urgently hoped to find a trace of a familiar shadow from his memories in this place. But so far, he was only met with disappointment. After standing in a daze for a while, Han Li proactively found an old man resting by the roadside. Elder, may I ask if you know how to get to Wulai Gully? When he asked this question, Han Li showed no extra expression on his face, but his heart suddenly tightened. He was very afraid that this old man would say something that he couldn't bear. Wulai Gully? That Wulai Gully of the Han family. The old man suddenly opened his eyes, looking Han Li up and down several times with some doubt. Are you from the Han family? Han Li was stunned at his words. In the sky, Wen Ziyu curiously asked Liu Yun's, Senior Liu, are you not going with him? Liu Yun shook his head, looking solemnly towards the horizon, lost in thought. This is old Han's own business, I won't disturb him. He turned to look at Wen Ziyu, a smile playing on his lips. You don't have to call me senior anymore, just, Liu Yun stopped halfway through his sentence. He scratched his head, looking a bit conflicted. You, just call me whatever you like. Wen Ziyu blinked her eyes and said with a smile, then from now on, I'll call you Mr. Liu Yun's was a bit dazed, then nodded, turning his head away somewhat stiffly. I still have some things to do. Do you want to come along? Wen Ziyu nodded, asking curiously, are you going to see an old acquaintance? Liu Yun smiled at her words, his gaze complex as he looked into the distance. I'm going to keep an appointment that is decades late. Yu Kingdom, Central Jian Prefecture. Decades ago, a world-shattering explosion occurred here, and the famous Lufeng mountain range in Jian Prefecture was razed to the ground, leaving only a dark, deep pit several thousand zhang in circumference. Even today, the entire interior of the great pit remains barren, and looking down from the sky, it resembles a giant, eyeless socket, gazing blackly at the sky. Any cultivator passing by in the sky couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine, almost uncontrollably wanting to flee this place. Over time, various rumors became rampant, and this place gradually became a forbidden land for the entire cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom. Early this morning, at the edge of the great pit, in a dark earthen house as black as the pit's interior, an old man laboriously turned over and sat up from the bed. He raised his mechanical right arm, propping himself on the edge of the bed, slowly standing up little by little. His metal right leg clanked against the ground, emitting a crisp metallic sound. The old man paused, then bent down and picked up a pickaxe, a hammer, and a chisel from his feet. Putting all these tools behind him, the old man walked a few more steps and moved a stone slab, 4 feet long and 2 feet wide, from behind the door. This stone slab looked very thick, conservatively estimated to weigh over 100 catties. The old man flexed his mechanical right hand, placed it on the stone slab, and with a sudden burst of strength, picked it up. He seemed very satisfied, nodding his head, then pushed open the door and walked down into the dark deep pit. Inside the deep pit, stone slabs were stuck everywhere, like a low, pale forest. Each stone slab was engraved with a name. Yun Zhongming, He Yunshan, Wang Yueming, Zhou Kunshan, the old man's hoarse, shriveled voice muttered, reciting one name after another. Who else? Who else? Oh, and Zhou Kunyu, Kunshan's younger brother, 16, or was it 15, what did he look like? The old man mumbled, walking step by step, stopping and resting occasionally, then standing up and continuing to walk. From sunrise until the sun was high in the sky, the old man finally reached the very center of the deep pit. He had originally thought that today would be no different, but he hadn't expected that today, in front of the central stone slab, there was actually a person sitting there. The old man rubbed his eyes, confirming that he wasn't mistaken, then his breathing suddenly became rapid, emitting a dry sound like an old bellows. Who? Cough. You. The old man's chest heaved high, then instantly fell back. He slowly walked forward, scrutinizing the young and handsome youth from the side. It really is you. The old man's wrinkled face instantly bloomed into a smile. Liu Yun's nodded, his gaze fixed on the stone slab in front of him. Tomb of Li Ying'er. These 5 large characters were engraved on it, with nothing else. Chapter 536, Immortal Slaying Society. Heh, you're a bit late, the old man said with a chuckle, sitting down next to Liu Yun's and casually placing the stone tablet he was holding. Liu Yun's didn't answer, instead focusing intently on the stone tablet in front of him. Where is her body? Gone, the old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of incomplete, yellowed teeth. All of them down in this pit are gone. Only a half-human, half-ghost thing like me is left. When did she die? Liu Yun's asked, simultaneously taking a flask of wine from his storage pouch and handing it to the old man. The old man eagerly took the flask and took a large gulp. Phew. That hits the spot, the old man chuckled. It's been several decades. I was less than 30 that year, and now I estimate I'm almost 90. The old man extended the flask and poured the spirit wine onto Li Ying'er's tombstone. As a mortal, she lived quite a long time. She lived a full 115 years, though by then, hardly any of her body parts were original. All her limbs were replaced later, similar to mine, but the technology was more primitive. So, she couldn't move as nimbly, and she was in pain every day, a bone-piercing pain. In her last few years, she could only move with the aid of a wheelchair. I heard people say she was missing a kidney, a third of her lung, almost all her intestines, and her spine was made of iron. It seemed to be the first experimental product of its kind back then, and you could hear a creak sound when she moved. She herself said her stomach was pierced by someone back then. The first time I saw her, she could only rely on medicine to extend her life. Her speech was leaky, but she still had plenty of qi. I don't know how she managed it. A normal person at her stage would have died long ago, but she stubbornly held on until she was 115. I still remember that day, she sat in her wheelchair, waiting there for 3 days and 3 nights. We were all on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, but she was still so energetic. It wasn't until the very end that she told us, "You won't come." Liu Yun's remained silent, watching the old man pour the entire flask of wine onto Li Ying'er's tombstone, then took out another identical flask and handed it to him. "Are you from the Immortal Slaying Society? How did you recognize me?" The old man chuckled as he accepted it, drinking half the flask in one go. Immortal Slaying Society. I haven't heard that name in how many years. I suppose so, I was among the last group to join back then. As for how I recognized you, the old man smiled, pointing his chin towards Li Ying'er's tombstone. Every time a new person joined, she would place your portrait right in the center. Although it was only that one time, your image left a very deep impression on me. I see. Liu Yun's let out a long breath, his emotions somewhat complex. Can you tell me about your experiences from those years? All right, it's not like I can take it to my grave, the old man said with a smile, taking out a dry tobacco pipe from his in my arms, stuffing tobacco leaves into it, and then bringing a flint to it, striking it a few times. Whether the flint was damp or his hands were already unsteady, he struck it for a long time without igniting it. Liu Yun's flicked his finger, and tiny red sparks immediately appeared on the tobacco leaves. The old man took a deep, satisfying drag, exhaling a hazy puff of smoke. I used to be a scholar. My parents would go to the surrounding towns to sell pancakes before dawn every day to support my studies. At that time, other children my age were helping their parents work in the fields, but I was the only one wearing an adult's old blue robe, carrying those two incomplete classical texts, and running off to the private school to study. The tuition for the private school was 10 strings of cash per month. My parents could only earn half a copper coin for each pancake they sold. So, many times, by the end of the month, if they couldn't gather enough money, they would have to borrow from relatives. I didn't want them to work so hard, I also wanted to help them, but every time I suggested it, my father would beat me to death. The year I turned 20, I went out to take the imperial examination. My parents were already too old to work then. Kneading dough and making pancakes by moonlight in the middle of the night was very damaging to their eyes. My mother's eyes were completely blind by then. My father was a bit better, but he could only see clearly about 2 feet in front of him. But it didn't matter. As long as I could pass the examination and become a Zaihokai, our family would immediately become one of the wealthiest in the vicinity, and they wouldn't have to go out and sell pancakes anymore. I was sure I could pass. My grades were the best in the private school. My teacher even said I was the best student he had ever taught. Those lecture notes and scriptures that others couldn't understand, I could memorize them all just by looking at them once. The old man chuckled as he smoked his dry tobacco pipe, making a strange sound. I really did pass, but it would have been better if I hadn't gone to take the exam. The old man took a deep drag from his pipe, his fingers squeezing the dry tobacco pipe until it creaked. When I returned home with the certificate of a Zaihokai, all I saw was flat ground. The entire village was gone, burned to ashes. I frantically searched for my parents, and finally, in a spot on the back mountain, I found them. Corpses were piled up there like garbage. Dozens, hundreds, or even thousands. I can't remember clearly. I only remember that the entire back mountain was covered with bodies. Their faces were twisted, looking at me. I recognized some people. Besides my parents, there were my 5th aunt, my 2nd uncle, my maternal uncle, Zhang Wang from next door, Zhou Yu from the village entrance. All of them had twisted faces, looking at me. I almost went mad. I ran for 2 hours, wearing out both my shoes, and with blood-red bare feet, I went to report it to the officials. But they said it was a mountain fire that ignited the village, and several surrounding villages were also not spared. Mountain fire? The green vegetation around the village was so vibrant it hurt the eyes. Did this so-called mountain fire fall from the sky? And those bodies, I clearly saw those bodies, they were tortured to death. I refused to accept it. I said I was a Zaihokai, and I wanted to report it to the imperial court. As a result, right there in the court, a black-robed man, disheveled, openly walked out from the back office and stood before me. In the blink of an eye, I felt my vision go black, followed by a piercing pain. He dug out my eyes. Right there in the court. I heard him tell the yeoman runners to break my hands and feet and cut out my tongue. I heard the county magistrate obsequiously call him Immortal Master. What happened later was like a dream. I lived in a daze for a long time, with what sounded like wind whistling in my ears. When I opened my eyes again, I saw her. The old man chuckled, pointing his pipe at Li Ying'er's tombstone. I remember her face was covered in wrinkles, but her eyes were frighteningly bright. She pulled me up, and only then did I realize that my eyes, my hands, and my feet were all healed. Several people in strange armor held that black-robed man kneeling before me. My mind was blank. How did he die again? Never mind, it doesn't matter. From then on, I became a member of the Immortal Slaying Society. The old man put down the dry tobacco pipe in his hand and continued to Lu Yun's. Besides me, there are many others in the Immortal Slaying Society who have experienced similar circumstances. We all have one goal, to kill all those cultivators who treat us like ants. We can accept poverty, we can accept humility, we can accept living without dignity. But they cannot stomp on us like insects. The old man roared, like an old, majestic lion. Chapter 537, Memories Like Smoke. Lu Yun's listened calmly, without a word. After a while, the old man gradually calmed down, hunching his body and letting out sneers. Oh, I'm so old, and still so embarrassing, the old man muttered to himself. Lu Yun smiled and asked, didn't the ghost spirit sect retaliate against you? They did. How could they not have? The old man grinned, revealing a mouth full of missing, yellowed teeth. When the Immortal Slaying Society was first established, it only dealt with loose cultivators. Those loose cultivators at most knew some intimidating spells, didn't have many magical artifacts, and were not wary of mortals. Seduction, poisoning, enticement, traps, there was always a way. I heard that back then, an average of 5 or 6 people could take down one cultivator, and sometimes, not a single person would die. Later, the Immortal Slaying Society gained fame, and the Ghost Spirit sect also established a firm foothold in Yu country. According to the old seniors of the Immortal Slaying Society, that period was the most difficult. They had no choice but to start researching methods to deal with Foundation establishment cultivators. After collective brainstorming and countless trials and errors, they really did discover some methods. They said that back then, the casualty ratio between the Immortal Slaying Society and the Ghost Spirit sect seemed to be 400 to 1. On average, 400 people had to die to take down one cultivator from the Ghost Spirit sect. People died quickly, but the rate of expansion was also fast. Almost every day, new people joined the Immortal Slaying Society, and some cultivators even joined in. Cultivators. Liu Yun's was stunned upon hearing this and quickly pressed, didn't the Immortal Slaying Society target cultivators? Why would cultivators join you? The old man smiled, tapped his pipe, and took a sip from the wine pot beside him. At that time, she raised the banner of resisting the Ghost Spirit sect. Once this banner was raised, and after a few impressive battles, some cultivators from small families whose sects had been destroyed by the Ghost Spirit sect, and some loose cultivators who simply couldn't survive, joined in. With the help of cultivators, many things became much more convenient. Especially in terms of research, the Immortal Slaying Society only then obtained a complete legacy of artifact refining and formation, and began to combine the things you left behind, gradually developing. Liu Yun's pondered, asking with unconcealed surprise, didn't she worry about cultivators seizing power? Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. I also asked the elders in the society about this. They told me that any cultivator who joined the Immortal Slaying Society would be encouraged to marry and have children. After they bore children with spiritual roots, they would die at the hands of the Ghost Spirit sect for various reasons. Those children with spiritual roots would be personally taught and nurtured from a young age by her and her trusted confidants. Additionally, at that time, the Immortal Slaying Society also developed a restriction magical artifact, the effect of which was somewhat similar to your cultivator's divine sense restriction spell. Although the effect was not as good, it was sufficient to ensure the loyalty of the cultivators. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched as he listened, wanting to say something but not knowing what. In the end, he could only give a thumbs up towards Li Ying'er's tombstone. As expected of you. Ha ha ha, the old man laughed heartily, looking very happy. Later, our technology developed, and we engaged in guerrilla warfare with the Ghost Spirit sect, secretly developing members and gradually infiltrating the Ghost Spirit sect internally. Of course, against the divine sense and secret spells of cultivators, these small tricks were actually not very useful. However, at that time, we developed a self-detonation restriction that could be carved onto the human body, which was almost undetectable by divine sense before activation. This move was particularly effective. Several times, we sacrificed only a few members to take down Foundation establishment cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect. After that, they said the Immortal Slaying Society received some aid from outside your country. She didn't say who provided it, nor what the other party wanted, but no matter how much aid came, she accepted it all. The Ghost Spirit sect and the Immortal Slaying Society were in a tug-of-war for several decades. The Immortal Slaying Society continuously had people sacrificing themselves, and new members constantly joined. At its most prosperous period, there were hundreds of thousands of official members spread across the entire country. The more people there were, the faster our technology advanced, and the gap between us and the Ghost Spirit sect narrowed. During the period I joined, the casualty ratio between the Immortal Slaying Society and the Ghost Spirit sect almost reached 50 to 1. The old man suddenly became excited, 50 to 1. 50 people could take down one of their cultivators. Liu Yun's watched him in silence, without a word. I joined the Immortal Slaying Society for 10 years, and those 10 years were the peak period of the Immortal Slaying Society. The Ghost Spirit sect finally couldn't withstand the internal and external pressure and decided to negotiate peace with us. At that time, the Immortal Slaying Society was almost in an uproar, nearly coming to blows. Some said it was a trap, some said they should strive for a peaceful situation, and others said they should fight the Ghost Spirit sect to the end. She was very old that year, but when she spoke, no one dared to refute her decision. She decided to negotiate peace with the Ghost Spirit sect. The corners of the old man's mouth curved slightly, forming a sinister smile. I clearly saw how many people breathed a sigh of relief when she said those words. She saw it too. The old man took a big gulp of wine, his face flushed with color. After that meeting, she called her only remaining great-grandson into her room. We didn't know what they talked about, but when the door opened, we only saw the child's corpse. She strangled her only relative to death. The old man's voice suddenly became hoarse. Liu Yun's was stunned upon hearing this, only relative. Yes, according to the elders, she had 2 husbands, 7 children, and about 5 or 6 grandchildren. All of them died on the battlefield. The only one who was too young to fight also died by her own hand. Why? Liu Yun's asked subconsciously. The old man was silent for a moment, not answering, and instead began to speak of another matter. She came here and waited for you for 3 days and 3 nights but couldn't wait for you. After that, she announced her true plan to us. She wanted to use herself as bait to attract a truly important figure from the Ghost Spirit sect. Then, she would kill him here. This was almost impossible. We had been in a tug-of-war with the Ghost Spirit sect for so long, and the most we had killed were Foundation establishment and Chi condensation cultivators. There were a few core formation stage 1s, but each time came at an extremely heavy cost. To kill a truly important figure, with our abilities, it was simply impossible. All of us thought so, but she told us that even a nascent soul cultivator, like an immortal on land, could still die. Even if it meant 80,000 people accompanying him to his grave. Chapter 538, Dead End. 80,000 people. Just because of her one command, they rushed over from all corners of the country. I'm certain they were ready to die, just like me. The old man smiled, his withered, gaunt cheeks puffing in and out. She used herself as bait. We all knew how much the Ghost Spirit sect wanted her dead. In the past 100 years, she had escaped their grasp countless times. This was the ghost spirit sect's last chance, and they wouldn't just send core formation cultivators to kill her. They knew it wouldn't work. Only a nascent soul cultivator could kill her. Light flickered in the old man's eyes, a light filled with pride, admiration, and something even brighter, something called faith. When we saw that impossibly fast escape lights on the horizon, we knew she was right again. The one who came was a nascent soul cultivator from the ghost spirit sect, and an influential one at that. Wang Tiangu from the Wang family of the ghost spirit sect. That face, I'll never forget it even in death. They thought this move was foolproof, they wanted this credit to belong to the ghost spirit sect's largest family. But they forgot, we were no longer the ants they could easily crush. This was a fair fight. Either he killed us, or we slaughtered him. A full 80,000 people were ambushed deep within the falling Maple Mountain range, the entire mountain range had been hollowed out by us. This was done by the sect's master engineers. The mechanical arts of mortals often work wonders against cultivators who are accustomed to using their divine sense. Wang Tiangu didn't suspect a thing. A few hundred decoys led him deep into the falling Maple Mountain range. As expected, he directly blasted through the mountain and arrived before her. The old man straightened his body, gesticulating wildly, almost in a frenzy. I remember them. I remember all of them. All 80,000 people had a restriction called the God-sealing art carved onto their bodies. When activated, this restriction would instantly kill them in an incredibly painful way, their divine souls would turn into vengeful spirits, and all their power would be burned out in an instant. All 80,000 people, arranged in a formation with her as the core, concentrated all their power and detonated it right in front of Wang Tiangu. 80,000 souls annihilated, resentful ghosts and vengeful spirits who would never enter reincarnation. They dragged a high and mighty nascent soul cultivator down to hell. Ha 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 ha. The old man laughed maniacally, the light of memory flashing in his eyes, as if the great explosion that leveled the entire mountain range was right before him. 80,000 people, and only 300 of us left. The old man mumbled to himself, collapsing weakly to the ground, as if he had lost the last bit of strength left in his body. Liu Yun supported him from behind, preventing him from falling directly to the ground. The 300 of us were the most talented and skilled among the society members. Her last command to us was, live. Survive no matter what. Live to tell everyone that from today on, mortals possess power capable of threatening the highest rank cultivators. Hat. She must have known what would happen then. She always saw further than us. The old man hung his head, turbid saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. What happened after that? Liu Yun asked calmly, passing him a trace of spiritual qi with his hand. The old man perked up a little, coughed twice with his head down, and spat out a large blob of thick phlegm streaked with black blood. After that, all external aid suddenly stopped. The ghost spirit sect also chose to negotiate with us. Hat. This time it was a real negotiation. Most of the hardliners died with her in the falling Maple Mountain range. The remaining were all peace advocates, so we reached a settlement with the ghost spirit sect. They promised that cultivators would never interfere with mortal imperial courts and would never arbitrarily attack mortals. In return, we had to cooperate with them in managing the state of Yu and preventing foreign cultivators from invading. I know, all of this was planned by her. If we continued to fight the ghost spirit sect, we might really have wiped them out. But the consequence would be that we would have to face the siege of the entire southern sky cultivation world alone. Making peace with the ghost spirit sect, this was already the best outcome. At least it would give us time to lie low. But those bastards. The old man gritted his teeth, roaring like a dying beast. The ghost spirit sect found an excuse to make the leaders of the peace faction the emperor of Yu. The other leaders all became nobles of Yu. They even created a proper ranking system, calling people like us spirit scholars. Divided into rank A spirit scholars, rank B spirit scholars, rank C spirit scholars, they really made it damn clear. The higher the rank of the spirit scholar, the higher their status in the imperial court. After that, they began to block the flow of technology, starting to act like real nobles. They monopolized the Immortal Slaying Society's technology, treating all those technologies as their private property. So many people died. So many people died. Also that no one could oppress us anymore. But they. How dare they? They actually became the beasts oppressing others themselves. Spirit scholar? What kind of bullshit spirit scholar? I am a person. I am a person. The old man suddenly knelt on the ground, his hands pressing tightly into the dark earth. It wasn't until that day that I understood they never hated cultivators, they only hated that they didn't have spiritual roots. I also understood why she personally strangled her last living relative. If she hadn't done that, the one sitting on the throne would have been that child. We left that imperial court, thinking of returning to the mortal world and bringing all the technology back. We once dragged cultivators from the high heavens into the mud, we could do it again. But they wouldn't allow us to do that, they started sending people to hunt us down. The old man slowly straightened his hunched body, his mechanical arm pointing behind him. Behind my house are buried 13 cultivators and 167 damned spirit scholars. All of them were sent by them to hunt me down. These people, they don't even have the courage to face me directly, sending these people to kill me. Hat. A bunch of puppies who haven't even grown their fur, do they think they can kill me? The old man suddenly gasped for several rough breaths, his body swaying like an old tree buffeted by the wind. Liu Yun quickly supplied him with some more spiritual qi, but he waved his hand to stop him. Liu Yun, she waited for you for 100 years. But until the very end, she couldn't wait for you. I asked her, why was she so persistent about a promise? The old man took a deep breath, a low sob escaping his lungs. She wanted to ask you a question. She wanted to ask you. Why her? Chapter 539, Questions. Why her? The old man asked calmly. This question plagued her entire life, she never found peace even until her death. She couldn't understand why, if you could give that book to anyone, it had to be her. Liu Yun's was silent for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. Don't you already have the answer? Her ability to lead you all this far already explains everything. The old man didn't speak, only stared intently at him with his cloudy eyes. Liu Yun sighed silently. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. At the time, I was actually facing a problem similar to hers. We both, for various reasons, had to confront an opponent that was simply impossible to defeat. I was helpless against that opponent, reduced to a clown who messed up a performance but still wanted to struggle, trying out all sorts of incredibly foolish methods. Yet, she directly gave her answer. Liu Yun's pointed at Li Yinger's tombstone and said with a complex expression. An ant wanting to defeat an elephant, a grass snake wanting to swallow a dragon. With such a disparity in strength, courage is useless, and wisdom is irrelevant. The only thing one can rely on is madness. The most extreme madness. Liu Yun's looked up, his clear black and white eyes bloodshot. She was a madwoman. I know you don't like to hear that, but it's the truth. I am the same. I see. The old man remained silent, not uttering a word. After a while, Liu Yun suddenly heard him speak in a faint yet firm voice. Liu Yuns, you are a cultivator, can you do me a favor? The old man asked, his head bowed, enunciating each word. Yes. Liu Yuns nodded, agreeing. Thank you. The old man looked up and pulled out an old, thick book from his embrace. He held the thick book and handed it to Liu Yuns. On this, are the names of those 80,000 people. My memory has always been excellent, I can remember anything I've seen once. I remembered all their names. For 60 years, I've been here, making tombstones for every single one of them. They are all heroes, they shouldn't be forgotten. But in recent years, my memory has become less reliable. I often mix up their names, and those faces in my memory are becoming increasingly blurry. I might not be able to finish their tombstones. I've finished 40,000 tombstones, and there are still 40,000 left. Liu Yuns, I remember cultivators have a spell that can turn mud into stone. Can you help me finish these tombstones? Liu Yuns nodded and quickly flipped through the thick book filled with names. He slammed his palm onto the ground, and the earth trembled slightly. If someone were to look down from the sky at that moment, they would see the entire interior of the giant pit, thousands of feet in circumference, with all the dark mud surging like seawater. Immediately after, stone tablets emerged from the ground, and names appeared on them. Liu Yuns and the old man stood in the center of the forest-like tombstones, looking around, and a peaceful smile appeared on the old man's lips. This is truly wonderful. What took me 60 years, you finished in a few breaths. This is so good, but why must you trample people into the mud to show your nobility? Why must you take away the last little bit others have to feel satisfied? Why? The old man looked up at the sky, his voice gradually becoming inaudible. Liu Yuns waited for a moment, then silently stomped his foot on the ground. The mud beneath the old man's feet turned into a swamp, gradually engulfing his body. A stone tablet replaced his position. Engraved on it were the 5 large characters, Tomb of Zhangdaikai. Liu Yuns sat on the ground, not knowing how long he had been sitting. He murmured to himself, yes, why? I've thought about this question for over 100 years. Is it due to resource scarcity? Or is it because of the inherent evil in human nature? Or is there another reason, one I cannot see clearly? Can you answer me, pure thought? Or rather, Han Li. Liu Yun's voice echoed among the tombstones. Pure thought, dressed in a white kazaya, appeared beside him at some unknown time, sitting on the ground just like him, silent. Benefactor Liu, I told you that once you retrieve what you left here, I would tell you everything. Now is the time, Pure Thought said calmly. Liu Yuns nodded, saying nothing. Pure Thought sighed softly and extended a hand. Benefactor, please follow me. Liu Yuns frowned slightly and took his hand. The next moment, Liu Yuns' divine soul seemed to fly into the sky, passing through layers of barriers, arriving at a place beyond time and space. Countless realms continuously appeared and vanished before Liu Yuns' eyes. Finally, an invisible force brought him to one particular realm. He saw mortals, body-refining cultivators, punch a nascent soul cultivator into smithereens in midair, and he saw mortals wielding spirit tools, battling a large number of Yao beasts. He also saw a burly man, about 10 feet tall, with a look of pleasant surprise, stuff a spiritual plant into his mouth. The next moment, fluctuations of spiritual chi appeared on his body. In a trance, he saw the rise of 100 races, saw humans and Yao beasts struggling to survive in the cracks, and saw those precious body-refining cultivation methods that almost everyone possessed. After an unknown period, Liu Yuns fell back into his body, almost collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. Benefactor Liu, you saw it, Pure Thought sighed softly. I saw it. So everyone can draw spiritual chi into their bodies. A spiritual root is nothing more than a spiritual chi converter. This converter can even be artificially induced. Liu Yuns took a deep breath, finally recovering from that drowning-like sensation. The spirit realm actually has this kind of technology. Pure Thought sighed again and said to Lu Yun's helplessly. Benefactor Lu, what you should be concerned about isn't whether it exists or not, you should think about why it exists. Lu Yun's froze at his words, then looked up, staring at him in surprise. Benefactor Lu, what you have done is actually quite remarkable. You have shown mortals a path, proving to them that cultivators are not invincible. But you have only sown a seed. Whether the seed can grow into a towering tree depends not only on the quality of the seed but, more importantly, on whether the surrounding environment is suitable for growth. Pure Thought extended his hand, and wisps of water vapor condensed into a long blade in his palm, with several runes shimmering on it. Using spirit stones to replace magical power, the technology involved is not complex, in fact, it's quite simple. The resources required are also not many. The spirit realm can have it, and the netherworld can have it. But why can't the human realm have it? Benefactor Lu, do you know why this is? Chapter 540, The True Cheat. Lu Yun's watched Jing Nian's enigmatic expression, and his face couldn't help but twitch. Great Master, speaking like that will easily get you beaten. It's fine. In this realm, no one can defeat me. Lu Yun's pinched his brows, then took a deep breath. The upper echelons are capable of controlling social resources, ensuring that even if the lower echelons master advanced technology, they themselves can firmly occupy the top position in society. Jing Nian nodded with satisfaction at his words, raising a finger at Lu Yun's. That's one of the reasons. Lu Yun's brows furrowed even deeper. Thoughts of the chaotic star sea, the netherworld, and various experiences in Tianese flashed through his mind. There is strong external pressure, forcing the internal structure to open up technological blockades, open up productivity at all costs, and clear upward channels for the lower class people. Jing Nian smiled even more brightly, extending a second finger. That's the second reason. Lu Yun's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, as scenes from the past quickly flashed before his eyes. The human realm is scarce in resources and insufficient in spiritual qi, making it difficult to support the needs of both cultivators and mortals. Jing Nian didn't speak, but instead smiled and shook his head. Great Master, please speak frankly. If you continue like this, I really won't be able to resist hitting you, Lu Yun's couldn't help but say. Jing Nian shook his head with a bitter smile, then spread his hands and began to explain to Lu Yun's. First, I need to correct a misconception of yours. Resources do not disappear, nor are they consumed, they are merely transformed from one form into another. The process of so-called technological innovation is about how to convert resources faster, better, and more conveniently. Spirit Tools technology is undoubtedly an incredibly advanced and powerful technology, capable of liberating and increasing a large amount of productivity, allowing the mortal population, which is almost 1,000 times greater than cultivators, to truly join in social production. Therefore, this technology does not increase the consumption of resources, but rather increases the efficiency of resource conversion. From a more macroscopic perspective, resources are not only not consumed, but are utilized better and more abundantly by cultivators and humans. For example, imagine a spirit stone mine to be exploited. A low-level cultivator can manage 100 mortals to mine. These 100 people can mine 100 spirit stones daily, consuming a certain amount of grain. If cultivators personally participate in the labor process, they can mine 200 spirit stones daily, consuming a certain amount of grain and 5 low-grade spirit stones. But if these 100 mortals are all equipped with spirit tools, then without needing to spend time converting spiritual power into magical power, they can possess stronger labor power and higher spiritual qi conversion efficiency than low-level cultivators. They can mine 20,000 spirit stones daily, consuming 100 low-grade spirit stones and a certain amount of grain. And these spirit stones, mined in an extremely short period, can then be converted into magical artifacts, talismans, medicinal pills, and other such items that people need, in a more efficient and rapid manner. The entire society will, in a short period, liberate a large amount of labor and surplus resources, allowing resources to be more concentrated on exploring new domains. This represents more excellent cultivation techniques, more efficient and cheaper medicinal pills, more mature methods for ripening herbs, more practical magical artifacts, more perfect and efficient formations, and the possibility of developing into other realms. Simply put, imagine what would happen if Han Li's bottle was mass-produced through industrialization, and its functions were more diverse and complete, applicable to all aspects. The advancement and innovation of productivity, this is the true cheat. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lu Yun's was stunned. Great Master, you know so much. It's nothing, living long enough and seeing enough naturally leads to understanding. As Jing Nian said this, for some reason, he suddenly sighed. I'm telling you this only to convey that scientific technology is the primary productive force. The narrow belief that resources are limited, first come, first served, and wishing to monopolize all resources, is such a ridiculous and naive thought. So, there's no need to doubt yourself, what you're doing is correct. Lu Yun's blinked, then looked around at the tombstone-like monuments with a somewhat bewildered expression. Jing Nian noticed Lu Yun's actions, sighed silently, and continued. The example I just gave you, about 100 mortals in a cultivator. Undoubtedly, the production model equipped with a large number of spirit tools completely surpasses the old model. But it also brings a problem. These 100 mortals no longer need cultivators. They can do everything themselves. The social status of cultivators has been replaced. This is the crux of the matter. Jing Nian extended 2 fingers and said to him, the first 2 reasons you mentioned earlier can actually be rephrased. When the level of technology evolves to a certain stage, traditional methods of resource processing are bound to be replaced by new methods. Just as industrialized production completely dominates handicraft production, the generational gap in technological levels will inevitably lead to the rise of a new class. This is the first reason. When traditional methods cannot generate strong enough power to resist internal and external conflicts amidst powerful external forces and internal contradictions, then new industrial reform is the only method. This is the second reason. Both reasons point to one issue, the rise of a new class and its confrontation with the traditional old class. Whether in the spirit realm or the netherworld, the premise for the old class to accept the new class was not because they willingly let go, but because they had no other choice. The human and demon races are confined to a corner, struggling to survive under the assault of many powerful races. The netherworld, moreover, has omnipresent nether beasts, forcing them to innovate. But the human realm is different, there is no external pressure, no crisis of life and death. The upper echelons monopolize all social resources, preventing new technologies from developing. Jing Nian lowered his head slightly and patted Liu Yun's shoulder. What you're doing is the right thing, but in this environment, what's right cannot overcome power. Liu Yun's looked at Li Ying'er's tombstone in front of him, his lips trembling slightly as he asked in a low voice. Why are you only telling me this now? Because benefactor Liu was previously deeply mired in his cognitive biases, unable to see the bigger picture due to focusing on a single leaf. But now. Jing Nian pointed at the surrounding tombstones and said, benefactor's cognitive biases have largely been resolved. He is only one step away from recovering his former innocent heart. This step, this humble monk cannot resolve, it can only be done by another benefactor. Another. Liu Yun's was startled by his words. While he was dazed, another person sat beside him. He's talking about me, green-robed Han Li said expressionlessly. Chapter 541, Obstruction of Knowledge. The moment Liu Yun saw green-robed Han Li, he instinctively tried to jump up, only to be pressed back down by Pure Thought's hand on his shoulder. Only then did Liu Yun realize that this monk's physical body was incredibly strong. When he exerted force, it felt like a mountain pressing down on his shoulder. Could it be that Han Li would also work out in the future? Benefactor Liu, there's no need to worry. This time, he harbors no ill will towards you, Pure Thought said with a smile. Liu Yun's glanced sideways at green-robed Han Li, are you sure? Green-robed Han Li's face was expressionless, showing no discernible emotion. There's one thing I won't deny, even now, I still wish to erase your existence. However, due to certain reasons, I am currently taking a wait-and-see approach to your existence, green-robed Han Li said to himself. Alright then. Liu Yun sat back down. What do you want to tell me? Green-robed Han Li looked at him, then at Pure Thought, who was smiling kindly. First, do you know what we are? Liu Yun blinked blankly, then pondered for a moment. I can probably guess a part of it, it should be related to the so-called three corpses, but I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. Green-robed Han Li nodded, indeed. Before the final step of the spiritual energy system's culmination, all cultivators must undergo a process called slaying the three corpses, where they sever their good corpse, evil corpse, and self corpse, before they can take that final step. He is Han Li's good corpse, and I am his self corpse. Green-robed Han Li briefly introduced his situation, then, without waiting for Liu Yun to ask, continued to speak to himself. The first two steps, the evil corpse and the good corpse, are actually relatively simple. The most difficult is severing the self. During this step, he needs to cut off his many obsessions, power, status, desires, all these are manifestations of obsession. And among his many obsessions, do you know what the most difficult step was? Liu Yun shook his head blankly. Power, green-robed Han Li said calmly. Instantly, the air fell silent. That's it. Liu Yun looked utterly bewildered. Is Han Li, this guy, really that unaccomplished in the future? Wait a minute. This doesn't seem to be the Han Li he knew. Alright, then it's fine. Green-robed Han Li sighed silently, while Pure Thought chuckled, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. Benefactor, I won this round. Green-robed Han Li nodded, showing no discernible emotion. Liu Yun looked at him, then at Pure Thought, feeling a bit lost. Before coming, he and I made a bet on Benefactor Liu's attitude towards power, Pure Thought explained with a smile. Benefactor Liu, you find it hard to believe because, in your heart, power itself is merely a tool, and indeed it is. But for others, it's not that simple. Pure Thought smiled and spread his hands, gesturing for green-robed Han Li to continue. Green-robed Han Li looked earnestly at Liu Yun, his gaze deep and inscrutable, showing no emotion. Liu Yun, what do you think cultivation is for? Hey. Liu Yun was a bit stunned. Ever since these two old monsters appeared, Liu Yun felt that his originally free-flowing and open-minded thoughts were insufficient, constantly failing to keep up with their rhythm. Cultivation, well, back then I cultivated to build Gundams. As for Han Li, I remember him saying it was because he wanted eternal life, to roam freely between heaven and earth, and no longer be bound. Indeed, everyone embarks on this path of cultivation for various reasons, striving towards various goals. But once they've walked this path for a while, only one thing remains in their eyes. Power. Green-robed Han Li suddenly clenched his fist, and the surrounding space seemed to collapse for an instant, then instantly returned to normal. Do you know why this is? Liu Yun shook his head, looking at him curiously. Before I tell you that, first tell me, what is power? Why do people pursue power? Isn't power just martial force? People pursue power, because they don't want to get beaten. Liu Yun's pondered before giving his answer. Precisely. Cultivation itself is like sailing against the current. It is an incredibly difficult path, and power allows one to go further and smoother on this path. But at its root, power is merely a tool, an auxiliary item that helps us walk this path, not the goal itself. People are all different. Some want to roam freely between heaven and earth, some only seek power, wealth, and beauty. They all need power to obtain what they desire. Up to this point, everything is correct. Green-robed Han Li thought for a moment, then picked up a pebble from the ground. Power is very useful, but when power itself becomes an obsession, when power begins to be linked to everything, when power becomes the sole measure of the social value system, problems arise. The tool that helps people reach their goals becomes the goal itself. People who were originally diverse and had different goals become highly homogenized under a single value system. From a unique existence, they become one of countless identical people within this system. Imagine, everyone is pursuing power. But why are they pursuing power? How much power is considered enough? Green-robed Han Li gazed at Liu Yun's, his stare sending shivers down Liu Yun's spine. The answer is, it will never be enough. Power becomes the sole standard for measuring social value, so people pursue power by any means necessary. Those with power have everything, while those without power are worthless. A person's value is entirely determined by the power they possess. Humans are alienated by a singular social value system, becoming purely blind, unindividualistic machines. The most terrifying thing is that, in this process, humans themselves cannot even discover this. Because all of a person's consciousness is determined by their social environment and social relationships. When the entire social system moves towards a single value, an individual is merely a wave swept along by the tide, with no room for resistance. They cannot accept new perspectives, cannot broaden their horizons, cannot jump out of the limitations of their own ideas to see things. Their thoughts live in a cage. This cage is woven from what people know, see, and hear. This is the so-called obstruction of knowledge. Only by returning to a childlike state of mind, facing everything with a completely objective, curious, and open attitude, can one break free from the obstruction of knowledge and return to their original heart. Liu Yun's pure thought said you lost something in Tianese. What you lost was precisely that innocent heart. Green-robed Han Li's voice was devoid of emotion, yet Liu Yun's felt as if he were yelling angrily into his ear. When you first came to this world alone, everything in it was equal to you. You were an outsider with your own thoughts, without prejudice towards anything. At that time, you were free and open-minded. But soon, you saw the superficiality of this world and became angry because of it. You began to resist everything you saw, but this resistance was meaningless. The consequences of what you intended to do, what you could have caused, are now laid out before you, Green-robed Han Li said, pointing to the 80,000 tombstones around them. Whether you admit it or not, if you hadn't left back then and had chosen to stay, you probably wouldn't have been able to do much better. I didn't deny it either, Liu Yun's mumbled a small rebuttal. Yes, that is precisely the problem. Your actions were blind and irrational, clouded by anger, making assumptions and treating an entire group as enemies. You were full of prejudice towards everything before your eyes. You divided cultivators and mortals into two groups, labeling them as enemies and friends, respectively. But did it ever occur to you that they are all human, all influenced by the same value system, using the same culture, sharing the same civilization? They are inherently the same kind, yet you turned a blind eye. You are deeply entrenched in the obstruction of knowledge. Let me ask you one more question. Green-robed Han Li looked directly into Liu Yun's eyes. In that previous problem, 100 mortals and 1 cultivator. Why did you never consider having the cultivator also use spirit tools? Chapter 542 Chaos. Liu Yun's blinked in confusion, his mind churning as if something had violently pierced it, stirring everything inside into a mess. Have you ever considered that if cultivators used spirit tools, or if spirit tools that could be manipulated by divine sense were developed, the efficiency might be even higher? Green-robed Han Li gazed at Liu Yun's, as if trying to directly implant certain things into his mind. You've never thought about such things because, in your prejudice, spirit tools are not production tools, but weapons. Weapons to resist cultivators. You think you're resisting, but in reality, you've long been trapped in the obstruction of knowledge. Liu Yun's pondered, remaining silent for a long time. A single leaf can obscure Mount Tai. Prejudice, habits, positions, these things become a confusion, clouding your vision and mind. Pure thought looked at the pensive Liu Yun's, a kind smile still on his lips, and reached out to take the stone green-robed Han Li handed him. Benefactor Liu, what should be done? How should it be done? I believe you will find the answer. But before that, you must first let go of the prejudice in your heart. Oppression and resistance are inevitable. Like two spirals, they intertwine, constantly driving history forward. But if you resist for the sake of resisting, then you lose its most important meaning, to advance the course of history. Pure thought extended his hand and placed the stone in Liu Yun's hand. I understand. Liu Yun's looked up at the two of them, a slight tug at the corner of his mouth. Clearing the chess pieces is useless. Black and white pieces will only convert into each other. Even if I smash all the black pieces, the white pieces will only become new black pieces. What's truly important are the chessboard rules that cause black pieces to repeatedly appear. Pure force is useless. I cannot use the rules of the chessboard to resist the chessboard itself. Doing so would only create a new group of black pieces. To truly change something, one must overturn the chessboard, then create a new chessboard, new pieces, and establish new rules. Liu Yun scratched his head and asked in confusion, why do you two make such a simple matter so complicated? Can't you just say it directly? Pure Thought smiled freely and spread his hands towards Liu Yun's. If Benefactor Liu were still deeply mired in the obstruction of knowledge, then no matter what we said, it would be useless. Your prejudice would blind your vision, preventing you from seeing the true Dao. But now, Benefactor Liu can. Liu Yun's pondered for a long time after hearing this, then suddenly looked up sharply at the two different Han Lis. Why me? Liu Yun's asked calmly. Pure Thought and green-robed Han Li exchanged glances upon hearing this. Under green-robed Han Li's disapproving gaze, Pure Thought spoke. Because you are the variable. As Pure Thought spoke, he waved one hand, drawing a straight line in the air. The power of time is the power of change. In the old timeline, all changes have been locked, and the development of time will only lead to that single ending. As for what comes after the ending, there will be nothing. Until your appearance. After Pure Thought finished speaking, he wiped his hand across the latter half of the line, and the line instantly shattered into countless specks of light. The timeline after you is all chaos. No one can predict what will happen next. This is the biggest disagreement between him and me. Green-robed Han Li suddenly took over the conversation and said to Liu Yun's, he thinks the change you brought is a good thing. In a timeline that Heavenly Dao cannot control, completely different paths can develop. Oppression will inevitably give rise to resistance. Sometimes, all that's missing is that 1 point from 0 to 1, Pure Thought insisted. Just as Benefactor Liu, in the human realm, showed mortals the possibility of resisting cultivators. In the distant future, there will also be a person who demonstrated the possibility of cultivators resisting Heavenly Dao. Although his intentions were not good, and he ultimately failed, once this possibility appeared, it was only a matter of time before Heavenly Dao was overthrown by cultivators. In the infinitely distant, infinitely possible future, cultivators targeting Heavenly Dao will emerge endlessly, and their methods will become increasingly numerous and operable. This is why he must lock this timeline. Because only on this timeline did he not only eliminate the cultivator who tried to replace him, but also retrieve the most crucial power of time. Pure Thought stretched out his hand, completely disrupting the light in front of him. Any slight change can lead to completely different consequences. As long as there is a possibility that time has not been reclaimed by Heavenly Dao, then we might be able to overthrow this Heavenly Dao that views all living beings as mere fish. No sooner had Pure Thought finished speaking than green-robed Han Li suddenly reached out and interrupted him. But it's also possible that things could get worse. For example, Han Li lost, and that person successfully replaced Heavenly Dao. Liu Yun's looked at him, then at Pure Thought, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. You were the one who tried to mess with me repeatedly back in Tianese. Liu Yun suddenly realized this, staring at green-robed Han Li in disbelief. I don't deny that at that time, I only wanted to try my best to eliminate the influence you brought, green-robed Han Li said expressionlessly. But this was fundamentally impossible to succeed. The variable existed from the very beginning, it's just that you all consistently overlooked it, Pure Thought sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Liu Yun rubbed his temples, saying somewhat weakly. I get it. You two guys have been making a fuss all this time, and it's still just the same old conservative versus reformist nonsense. Green-robed Han Li was expressionless, and Pure Thought sighed silently. So why did you suddenly change your mind? Liu Yun suddenly asked green-robed Han Li. I haven't changed my mind, I just plan to observe for now, green-robed Han Li said calmly. Pure Thought took over, continuing, because, strictly speaking, the two of us cannot be considered true people. Just as Benefactor Liu is deeply mired in the obstruction of knowledge, we too are part of the obstruction of knowledge itself, formed from that Han Li's obsession. Our thoughts themselves are incomplete, we cannot truly think rationally and comprehensively. And in this situation, the true Han Li made his move. Green-robed Han Li nodded and said to Liu Yun's, although it was sudden, he did indeed intervene. But we don't know why. Under normal circumstances, having severed all three corpses, he should be in a transcendent state of mind, having let go of all obsessions. He wouldn't casually make a move based on personal joy, anger, or desire. So we speculate that his helping you must be part of his plan. I don't know the specific plan, so we decided to continue observing. Coming out to speak with you this time is entirely because Pure Thought personally appreciates you, and it has nothing to do with official business. Pure Thought nodded and smiled freely. Chapter 543, Towering Tree. I understand. So neither of you knows what exactly happened. Liu Yun sighed helplessly. Benefactor Liu, the road ahead is long, and you must continue. Even without our help, Benefactor Liu will not be alone. Pure Thought said with a smile, looking towards the edge of the large pit. Wen Ziyu stood there, anxiously waiting for Liu Yun's. There's one thing we can tell you, the power of the Heavenly Dao cannot penetrate this chaotic timeline, or rather, it cannot directly interfere with the timeline. It can only play little tricks to deceive the timeline, like last time. Green-robed Han Li reminded with a solemn expression, that trick won't work anymore. We don't know what he will do next, you can only adapt as circumstances change. I know. Thanks. Liu Yun's nodded seriously, thanking the two of them. Green-robed Han Li's figure instantly vanished. Pure Thought clasped his hands together and said with a smile. Benefactor Liu, before you leave, why not look down at your feet? Your new friend has left you a precious legacy. After saying this, Pure Thought's figure also disappeared. At my feet. Liu Yun's brow furrowed slightly, then he suddenly thought of something and looked at Li Yinger's tombstone with a hint of disbelief. No way. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he stomped his foot on the ground. Li Yinger's tombstone rose entirely, revealing a huge box hidden beneath it with mechanisms. As expected of Li Yinger's disciple, he learned this set of skills really well. Liu Yun sighed softly and reached out to open the box. Inside were stacks of books made from animal hides, numbering over 1,000. Liu Yun casually picked up a book and flipped through it, discovering that it recorded the research findings of Immortal spiritual artifact master on mechanical spiritual chi prosthetics. All sorts of incredible and bizarre ideas leaped off the pages, and Liu Yun's eyes widened uncontrollably, almost instantly becoming engrossed. Liu Yun quickly finished this book. Impatiently, he picked up another one. This book recorded the wondrous properties that various talisman array combinations could exhibit, as well as the possibility of integrating these talisman arrays with mechanical armor. Liu Yun put down the book, looking at the entire box of books in shock. Over 100 years ago, he sowed a seed. Over 100 years later, hundreds of thousands of mortals, one after another, watered it with an unimaginable amount of effort, cultivating a towering tree. This was an entirely different path from the cultivator system, and its completeness was so high that Liu Yun found it hard to believe that such results could be achieved in just over 100 years. Thinking about it, after the Industrial Revolution in my previous life, the era of scientific explosion was actually only about 100 years. Humanity had already taken great strides into the age of modern science. Indeed, when productivity is liberated, the results that can be produced are unimaginable. With complex emotions, Liu Yun took one last look at Li Yinger's tombstone, then put away the entire box of books. I promise you, this matter will definitely not end like this. With an incredibly complex feeling, Liu Yun bowed deeply to the woman who had waited for him for 100 years. After putting away these books, Liu Yun then noticed two large banners at the very bottom of the box. Slay demons, cut immortals. Great unity under heaven. Liu Yun gazed at the two banners, and for some reason, suddenly burst out laughing. Li Yinger, you really are. Liu Yun opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. I understand. Liu Yun sighed deeply. In front of him, Li Yinger's tombstone returned to the earth, standing silently among the 80,000 surrounding tombstones. Wen Ziyu only felt her vision blur, and Liu Yun's figure appeared before her. Let's go. Liu Yun said with a smile. Old Han should have finished dealing with things by now. In front of Wulagu, Han Li looked back in the direction of his old home. The original mud house was long gone, replaced by a large four-courtyard mansion. At this moment, the mansion was bustling with people. Han family members from all corners of the world had hung large red lanterns, almost filling the entire Wulagu. Amidst the clinking of cups, the sounds of laughter from elders, children, men, and women mingled together. Han Li lowered his head, his expression somewhat downcast. His former family was truly gone. The people in the mansion now were merely a group of people who shared his surname and had a bloodline connection to him. His parents, little sister, brothers, their voices and smiles still echoed in his mind, but they were now separated by yin and yang. How is it? Are things done? Liu Yun appeared behind Han Li with Wen Ziyu, asking with a smile. Han Li didn't even turn his head. This bastard was always so elusive, he had long gotten used to it. I suppose so. I left them some things. It's a pity that no one in the entire Han family possesses a spiritual root, otherwise. At this point, Han Li gave a self-deprecating laugh and said no more. You didn't say hello to them or anything? Liu Yun asked, puzzled. What's the point? So many years have passed, all the people I knew are long gone. As for these people, they are just strangers. Han Li sighed softly, lowering his head slightly to hide the loneliness in his eyes. Relatives, you know. If you chat with them and visit them, won't they become family? Liu Yun reached out and patted Han Li's shoulder, then, while he wasn't paying attention, he grabbed his collarbone. Han Li's eyes suddenly widened. Before he could react, Liu Yun, with his arm clamped around him, sprinted to the entrance of the Han residence and kicked open the large door. In an instant, the interior of the mansion became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Hundreds of Han family members all looked over, their eyes filled with confusion. Are these people here to cause trouble? Doesn't look like it. Relatives. We're home. Liu Yun lifted Han Li above his head with both hands and shouted with immense excitement. Han Li, held above his head, looked at the bewildered Han family members, his eyes gradually losing their luster, his face a picture of despair. He just wanted to dig 2 holes on the spot, bury Liu Yun first, then himself. The few guards who had quietly crept closer stood frozen in place, looking at each other, a bit confused about the situation. Just then, Liu Yun, pressing Han Li, had already merged into the crowd like a fish returning to the sea. Isn't this third uncle? You're looking younger and younger lately. Is your son doing well? Fifth aunt, how old is your daughter? Has she gotten married? Fourth brother, you've grown so tall. How's your studies? Did you pass the imperial examination? Chapter 544, Human Worldly Affairs. Liu Yun greeted everyone he met with incredible ease. Everyone he greeted looked at each other in confusion, then paused, suddenly remembering that they did indeed have such a relative. The atmosphere instantly became harmonious. People around them surged forward, wanting to see who these people were and why their entrance was so unique. Han Li had already been put down by Liu Yun. His eyes were blank as he dealt with the inexplicable aunts, uncles, and other relatives surrounding him. In just a few words, Liu Yun's had crafted an inspiring story for the two of them, leaving home young, becoming sea merchants, and now, finally returning to their hometown to acknowledge their ancestors. Although Tianese was only surrounded by the desolate boundless sea, this didn't stop Liu Yun's from bragging. He directly recounted stories he'd heard from sailors in the chaotic Star Sea, astonishing the crowd, many of whom had never even left their own prefecture. The atmosphere instantly grew lively. In an era of inconvenient travel, the sudden appearance of a stranger could provide ample gossip, let alone two wanderers who had left home young to become sea merchants. As they chatted, the conversation inexplicably veered towards their marital status. The eyes of a group of middle-aged women over 40 glowed as they looked at the two. Although Liu Yun's hadn't mentioned their wealth, their clothing, demeanor, and temperament didn't lie, one look suggested they were either rich or noble. Moreover, they claimed to be sea merchants, which further implied considerable wealth. In just a few words from various relatives, the two gained an incredibly thorough understanding of the many unmarried women within a 50-li radius. Just then, Wen Ziyu also arrived. Seeing the two surrounded by the Han family, she first paused, then heard Liu Yun's unashamed bragging and the curious inquiries from various relatives. For a moment, Wen Ziyu felt both annoyed and amused, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. The many Han family members naturally saw this beautiful and enchanting woman. Their eyes lit up. Liu Yun's quickly squeezed through and pulled Wen Ziyu to his side, instantly fending off several aunts who wanted to play matchmaker. To be honest, I'm already married, but Han Li is still single, Liu Yun said, decisively pushing Han Li into the crowd behind him. The aunts first sighed in disappointment, then their eyes lit up again, and they approached Han Li with incredibly graceful steps. Young man, why aren't you married at such an age? Do you want to settle down around here? How about I, your aunt, introduce you to someone? Are you having some difficulties? Han Li's eyes were full of confusion. He could only explain to them repeatedly that he had no plans to marry for now. Just as he managed to muddle through, Liu Yun's, that scoundrel, spoke again. You don't know, he has someone in his heart. He's just dragging his feet and doesn't dare to say anything, Liu Yun said casually to everyone. Instantly, the eyes of the aunts and other relatives around them seemed to glow, making Han Li's skin crawl and his back drenched in cold sweat. Young man, that won't do. What's there to be afraid of saying? Tell us, and let everyone help you strategize, the third uncle of the main family asked, holding a wine pot and smiling. You don't know, the woman is so beautiful, a peerless beauty. Her family is also powerful and influential. In short, from every aspect, she is better than him, Liu Yun said proudly, completely ignoring Han Li's murderous gaze. She's been waiting for him for who knows how long, but because of this, he still hasn't dared to propose. Hearing this, the relatives around them became even more excited. All sorts of reliable and unreliable ideas poured out, making Han Li's head spin and his eyes filled with doubt about the world. For a time, the Han family mansion was bustling with activity. Cups clinked, greetings were exchanged, conversations flowed, covering everything from grand topics to everyday gossip. At some point, Liu Yun's and Wen Ziyu sat at the outermost edge of the banquet, smiling as they watched the scene. Children ran around, clutching windmills and wooden horses. The fifth uncle of the main family boasted about his son, who had just passed the imperial examination, while the shy teenager beside him blushed and hung his head, wishing he could bury his face in his chest. Han Tai, from next door, had just completed his apprenticeship and become a true blacksmith, even opening his own shop. He was now red-faced from drinking. The aunt next to him enthusiastically introduced him to eligible young women from the surrounding 10-li radius. The shy young Han family sister curiously followed Han Li, looking him up and down, wanting to ask him about his story with the beautiful girl, yet not daring to speak. The drunken third uncle put his arm around Han Li's shoulder, tearfully telling him that he must not avoid such matters and should go find her quickly, otherwise he would surely regret it later. The third aunt stood behind him, her triangular eyes filled with chilling killing intent. Human worldly affairs, all here. Who said Li Yinger and their century-long struggle and sacrifice were meaningless? What they wanted, what they sought, was right before Liu Yun's eyes at this very moment. Liu Yun smiled, gripping the hand of the person beside him. Wen Ziyu sat beside him, smiling, gently leaning on Liu Yun's shoulder. Accompanied by a series of explosions, brilliant but fleeting fireworks rose into the night sky, obscuring the eternal clouds and moon. The next morning, when Han Li woke up, Liu Yun's large face was right before his eyes. Han Li threw a punch, and Liu Yun's quickly dodged, retreating several steps. You're awake. You seem to have slept well. Han Li was startled by his words and realized that he had inexplicably fallen asleep at the Han family's house. How could this be? Han Li murmured in disbelief. What do you mean, how could this be? You're tired, and you're home. What else could it be? Liu Yun's chuckled, reaching out and pulling Han Li up. It was sunrise, and yesterday's revelry had faded, leaving behind only a mess, with only a few servants cleaning up the scene. Let's go, while everyone else is still asleep. Liu Yun's called out, then walked out of the Han family's front door on his own. Han Li quickly followed him out. Stepping over the threshold, Han Li looked back once more. In a daze, he seemed to see his childhood home, his parents and younger sister, and his 3 older brothers, and that dark-skinned youth. In the blink of an eye, they vanished, leaving only a strange mansion. Han Li slowly exhaled a breath of turbid qi, then turned and left the Han family mansion. The three of them walked through King New Town. The morning breeze carried faint scents of grass and cow dung, brushing against their faces. What a wonderful place, Lu Yun's exclaimed. Indeed, Han Li replied, then fell silent. What are your plans next? Lu Yun's tone suddenly became much more serious as he asked earnestly. Han Li was silent for a moment, then turned his head to look south, in the direction of Jian Prefecture, where the Yellow Maple Valley once stood. I plan to find a place to continue to cultivate until nascent soul condensation, Han Li said expressionlessly, a hint of chill flashing in his eyes. Lu Yun's nodded. He roughly knew about the mess the Yellow Maple Valley had caused back then. All right, I still have some personal matters to attend to. Where do you plan to go? Xi Country. It's far from the demonic path and the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, and Yunmen Mountain in Xi Country is a renowned spiritual qi sacred pulse throughout the Tianese region. There's also a legendary spiritual eye tree, I plan to go there and see it. After saying this, Han Li looked at him, frowning slightly in confusion. Do you need me to stay and help? Han Li asked. Lu Yun shook his head, no, this is a mess I created back then, and I need to tie up loose ends. I'll contact you once it's resolved. Alright, then come find me in Xi Country, Han Li nodded, saying nothing more. The two exchanged a few words of instruction, then went their separate ways. Chapter 545, Yu Imperial Palace. Yu Country, Yu Imperial Palace. More than 100 years ago, after the Yu Imperial Palace largely collapsed due to certain reasons, the Yu royal family didn't even have time to repair the Imperial Palace before encountering the Ghost Spirit Sect's Great Purge. For a time, everyone feared for their lives, and the Imperial Palace was left untouched for over a decade. It wasn't until the Ghost Spirit Sect completely took over Yu Country that they thoroughly repaired the Imperial Palace from top to bottom. Naturally, many surveillance restrictions and formations were added, which goes without saying. But not long after that, the Immortal Slaying Society emerged out of nowhere. For some reason, the Yu Imperial Palace became their primary target, suffering a minor explosion every month and a major one every year. On its 10th anniversary, they would even pull off something particularly brutal. Since then, the Yu Imperial Palace was almost never intact. It wasn't until about 60 years ago, when the Immortal Slaying Society and the Ghost Spirit Sect reached a reconciliation, and the Immortal Slaying Society's new leader became the Emperor Yu, that the Yu Imperial Palace was finally repaired, and it was even more magnificent than at any previous time. At this moment, inside the main hall at the very center of the Yu Imperial Palace, stone slabs covered all sources of light, completely sealing the entire hall airtight. Inside, only a giant, floating crystal lamp at the top of the hall provided illumination. The current Emperor Yu sat on the dragon throne at the head of the hall, his head slightly bowed. He appeared to be only in his 40s, with an air of mysterious and unfathomable authority in his eyes. Across from him sat 5 elderly men in purple robes, each exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Some even had a faint metallic sheen on their bodies, a fleeting glimpse of which sent shivers down one's spine. The 5 elders looked at the Emperor Yu, their eyes flickering, somewhat afraid to meet his gaze. They all knew very well that the one now sitting on the dragon throne was not some young man in his 40s, but the leader who had led the Immortal Slaying Society and signed the peace treaty with the Ghost Spirit Sect, a living legend nearing 90 years old. As for why he aged so slowly, the few of them knew in their hearts but dared not say anything. So, those traitors from back then not only didn't die but actually developed right under our noses, the Emperor Yu slowly said. The atmosphere in the hall instantly dropped to freezing point. After a while, one of the purple-robed elders spoke, Your Majesty, those traitors possess all the technology of the Immortal Slaying Society from back then, and some were, secretly passed down by that person, which even we have never seen. Not to mention, many of these people are cultivators. These cultivators who are proficient in spirit tools technology are simply too troublesome, our people simply cannot capture them. So what? You just watched them develop again? What next? Are you going to have me and all of you crane our necks and wait for them to come and hang us all in this imperial palace? The Emperor Yu's brow furrowed, and he slammed the dragon throne, standing up in a fit of rage. The 5 elders looked at each other, and the elder sitting in the very center slowly spoke. Your Majesty worries too much. We naturally know how great a threat they will pose to us once they develop. It's just that with those grade B spirit soldiers, it is indeed somewhat difficult to capture them. Upon hearing this, the Emperor Yu's angry expression instantly vanished, replaced by an incredibly playful smile. You mean, you want to send out my personal guards? The Emperor Yu's lips curled slightly, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. The 5 elders lowered their heads, remaining silent. Humph. The Emperor Yu snorted coldly and sat back down on the dragon throne. All right, I grant it. However, your personal guards must move out together. Don't think I don't know that you have quite a few grade A personal guards under you, it's about time they did some work. The 5 elders nodded simultaneously, clearly, this decision was already within their expectations. A hint of sarcastic smile appeared on the Emperor Yu's lips. Someone, convey the imperial decree, the Emperor Yu commanded with a smile. Within the great hall, there was a profound silence. The 5 elders looked around, and a few traces of surprise and doubt appeared in their eyes. The Emperor Yu's brow suddenly shot up, and he roared, Where are they? Where has everyone gone? Within the great hall, there was still a profound silence. The expressions of the 6 people present changed simultaneously. The 5 elders unhesitatingly rose and slammed their hands on the table. Lines of spirit patterns spread from the table, instantly extending to the stone slabs that sealed the hall. A protective shield composed of dense runes instantly appeared, enveloping the entire hall. At the same time, the Emperor Yu and the 5 elders simultaneously shed their outer robes, revealing the armor pieced together from various mechanical parts beneath. 60 years ago, they were also skilled fighters who charged to the front lines and battled the Ghost Spirit sect. Although they were old now, that sense of vigilance was deeply ingrained in their bones. What's going on? Have those traitors broken in? One of the elders asked, somewhat flustered. The Emperor Yu's face was grim as he silently shook his head. Outside the Imperial Palace are my personal guard troops and the formation laid by the Ghost Spirit sect. Even nascent soul old monsters couldn't sneak in silently. A cold smile appeared on the Emperor Yu's lips. Someone must be playing a trick on us here. Don't panic. He. A suppressed laugh suddenly rang in his ears. The Emperor Yu's expression changed, and he suddenly roared, who's lurking there? Get out here for me. The laughter did not stop, instead, it grew louder and louder. The Emperor Yu's mind was greatly shaken by it, he always felt this voice was terrifyingly familiar. But that was simply impossible. That person had been dead for 60 years. Your Majesty, what are you saying? The 5 elders simultaneously turned their heads, looking at him in confusion. You didn't hear it. The Emperor Yu was stunned by the question. Immediately after, that familiar laughter grew closer and closer in his ear, until finally, it was so close it seemed to be right next to his ear, whispering, Your Majesty, does this dragon throne feel comfortable? The Emperor Yu froze. He slowly turned his head, and an incredibly familiar, aged face came into his view. In the horrified gazes of the 5 elders, the Emperor Yu suddenly went weak in the knees and collapsed to the ground. Then he scrambled up in a panic, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed forcefully again and again. The continuous dull thuds echoed through the hall, and bright red blood gradually stained the floor. I was wrong. It was my fault. Master. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Master. This word exploded in the ears of the 5 men, instantly awakening their greatest fear deep within their hearts. In a daze, a pair of familiar, eagle-like sharp eyes looked at them. Ah! Unimaginable fear almost destroyed their sanity. The 6 highest-ranking mortals in Yu country were now sprawled on the ground like madmen, babbling incoherently and screaming. Who dares to cause trouble in the Yu Imperial Palace? Accompanied by an angry roar, the stone slabs outside the main hall instantly exploded. Chapter 546, Delivering a Message. As the stone slabs covering the entire Great Hall shattered, 3 escape lights instantly appeared in the middle of the hall. The escape lights dispersed, revealing 3 figures clad in green robes. All of them possessed cultivation at the middle core formation stage. What in the world is going on? The middle-aged man standing in the center, whose cultivation was the highest among the 3, having reached the peak of the middle core formation stage, widened his eyes in disbelief. Yet, he completely failed to comprehend everything he saw before him. The 5 purple-robed elders lay on the ground, their eyes wide and round, their faces twisted in a grotesque grimace as they stared at the top floor of the Yu Imperial Palace. And the high and mighty Emperor Yu was like a pathetic coward, scared out of his wits, kowtowing repeatedly on the ground. If not for his extraordinary physique, he would have long since kowtowed himself to death by now. Following the terrified gazes of the 5 elders, the 3 looked towards the ceiling of the Great Hall's top floor. They saw the top of the enormous floating crystal lamp used for illumination, densely covered with grotesquely twisted corpses. They wore the clothes of Yu Imperial Palace guards and eunuchs, seemingly hung upside down from the ceiling by some invisible ropes. Their bloodshot eyes, almost popping out of their sockets, stared fixedly downwards, making the 3 demonic path core formation cultivators feel a chill down their spines. There are no signs of the formation being triggered, nor did the internal restrictions give any warning. A gaunt, gloomy elder stood behind the middle-aged cultivator and slowly spoke, It looks like an illusion, but such an illusion is simply unheard of. The visitor means ill. The other person was a tall, thin youth with a pockmarked face. From the moment he entered the Yu Imperial Palace, he had silently donned a full set of armor. A magic treasure shaped like a crescent moon slowly rotated around his wrist, emitting a faint hum. The middle-aged cultivator's expression darkened. His divine sense swept the surroundings, and he coldly shouted. Since your excellency has arrived, there's no need to hide. Come out. As soon as his voice fell, the middle-aged cultivator suddenly heard 2 thuds behind him, as if heavy objects had fallen. 2 fresh corpses fell. The gloomy elder and the pockmarked youth lay on the ground, their eyes bulging and faces grotesquely twisted. Their bloodshot, protruding eyeballs stared fixedly at him, seemingly silently recounting the terrifying ordeal they had just suffered in that instant. Thump. Without the slightest hesitation, the middle-aged cultivator immediately knelt down, his head thudding solidly against the ground, making a sound even clearer than the Emperor Yu's beside him. Senior, please calm your anger. This junior is a disciple of soul-shattering true person. I did not know Senior was here earlier and spoke out of turn. I beg Senior to spare this junior's life. Slap. The middle-aged cultivator's body trembled. He felt a hand placed on his shoulder. Ghost Spirit Sect's soul-shattering true person, is he your master? Yes. He is indeed my master. The middle-aged cultivator let out a huge sigh of relief and quickly said, So Senior is also an old acquaintance of my master. Senior need not worry, they are merely a few mortals. I can personally decide to replace all the mortals in this court. My master would certainly not offend Senior over such a trivial matter. The person behind him was silent for a moment, then slowly removed his hand and stood in front of the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator kept his head bowed, terrified of seeing even a glimpse of the person's face. Go back and tell your master that I am waiting for him in the Imperial Palace. The middle-aged cultivator trembled all over and quickly responded, yes. This junior will definitely deliver the message. Begone. Without daring to hesitate for a moment, the middle-aged cultivator immediately transformed into an escape light and flew straight towards the ghost spirit sect's main altar. Liu Yun stood in the center of the Imperial Palace's great hall, watching his retreating figure with an expressionless face, not speaking for a long time. After a while, Wen Ziyu walked in from outside the hall, followed by 2 snake guard puppets at the peak of the middle core formation stage. The cultivators around the Imperial Palace have all been dealt with. It's just that there are too many mortals inside the Imperial Palace, so it might take a while to disperse them all. Wen Ziyu exhaled lightly and said softly. Liu Yun nodded, 5-colored flowing light swirling in his eyes. An invisible force instantly spread throughout the entire Imperial Palace. In an instant, everyone in the Imperial Palace felt an inexplicable palpitation, as if they had encountered man-eating tigers head-on in the wild. The instinctive fear drove everyone to flee the Imperial Palace at an extremely fast pace. It didn't take long for the entire Imperial Palace to become empty. Liu Yun closed his eyes, rubbing his temples somewhat wearily. Just then, a pair of soft hands pressed against his temples, gently massaging the acupoints on his head with soothing and skilled techniques. Liu Yun instantly felt his headache significantly alleviated. Thank you, Liu Yun said with his eyes closed. Wen Ziyu smiled and shook her head, spiritual light flickering in her hands as she meticulously combed through the meridians on his head. Sir, why are you still so polite with me? Liu Yun smiled and didn't speak. This secret art, which integrated the heart demon power of Liu Yun's number 2 into divine sense to broadly influence and control others, was still an incomplete concept. Today was Liu Yun's first time using it. Undoubtedly, its use was still very crude, leading to some side effects. After slightly alleviating the stinging pain in his divine sense, Liu Yun slowly turned around and looked expressionlessly at the Emperor Yu, who had already awakened from the illusion. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and his forehead was broken and oozing a large amount of blood. He looked utterly disheveled, completely lacking any imperial bearing. Liu Yun walked up to him, slowly squatted down, and met his gaze. You should recognize me, right? Liu Yun asked calmly. The Emperor Yu trembled, lowered his head, and respectfully kowtowed to the ground. Greetings, Immortal Master Liu. Liu Yun remained expressionless, showing no signs of joy or anger. It seems you really do recognize me. Very good, that saves me a lot of trouble. Liu Yun stood up, looking down at this man who appeared to be only in his 40s, white light flickering in his eyes. Blood sacrifice art. The ghost spirit sect truly invested heavily, using this method to extend the life of a mortal like you. It seems the relationship between you and the ghost spirit sect is far closer than I imagined. Immortal Master Liu. I was also forced into it. The Emperor Yu almost crawled to Liu Yun's feet, saying with tears streaming down his face. I also did it to preserve the strength of the Immortal Slaying Society, out of necessity. Now that Immortal Master Liu has returned, it is only right for Immortal Master Liu to reclaim the Immortal Slaying Society. I am willing to lead all members of the Immortal Slaying Society to pledge allegiance to Immortal Master Liu. Liu Yun looked at him, a cold smile gradually appearing on his lips. The Immortal Slaying Society. I've seen it, a full 80,000 people. Senior, the Emperor Yu didn't even finish his sentence before his entire body instantly exploded into a bloody mess on the ground. Liu Yun cleaned the blood splattered on his feet and walked out of the great hall with Wen Ziyu. Those mortals who had frantically fled the Imperial Palace suddenly regained consciousness as soon as they escaped its confines, their eyes filled with confusion, unsure how they had ended up running out. It wasn't until one of the guards looked towards the Imperial Palace and saw a wisp of green smoke rising. Oh no! The Imperial Palace is on fire. Something came up tonight, the second update will be a bit late.